This land is calling.
Throughout the year, teams have been fighting all year long to make it to this event, and now we are here. Welcome to Dota 2 at the Esports World Cup 2025. It is going to be a thrilling 2 weeks of Dota 2, and I'm delighted to be one of the people to bring it to you, because we've got so much Dota, so much stuff going on, and so many different prizes and aspects of this tournament, which make it really, really exciting. One of the biggest events of the year, and I'm joined by some beautiful panelists. BSJ, Lacoste, how are you guys doing?
Doing great. This is my fourth time in Saudi Arabia, always enjoying the food, and this time around it's not as hot as I remember it to be.
Yeah, it's a nice cool 39 degrees today, I believe, this morning, and last year it was like 45, and it's a noticeable difference, so giving the players a little bit of time to cool off before, you know, everything heats up.
Yeah, that is important. You don't want to be all hot and sweaty getting into those booths and playing for this amount of money and this amount of prestige as well. And there's a lot going on this year as well. I mean, one of the big things, of course, is always the Club Championship as well. You want to be getting those points for your clubs, because there is a huge amount at stake if you want to be taking home that big prize. Across the different clubs, there is like so many different titles to play in and so much to earn from it. And in fact, we can take a little look at that right now.
This is the Esports World Cup Club Championship, the ultimate cross-game competition that will crown the best esports club in the world. Let's break down how it works. Clubs will be able to compete at the Esports World Cup and as many titles as they can qualify for. The clubs will then earn points based on their placement in each title. To qualify for the Club Championship, a club will need a top 8 placement in at least 2 competitions. But to win the championship, a club must place first in at least 1 competition. At the end of the Esports World Cup, the 24 clubs with the highest number of points will earn a share of the 27 million, with the winner taking home a staggering $7 million. And of course, the title of the best esports club in the world. Who will rise above and write their place in history? Watch it all here at the Esports World Cup.
That is big money and big business for the best teams here at the Esports World Cup. I mean, obviously, you know, the players aren't too worried about that. They're focusing on their own tournaments, their own challenges. But what does it actually mean for the players at the end of the day, Lacoste?
I mean, it means a lot in terms of like having the healthy environment for what they are going to be able to get out of it. Ever since we introduced like the club reward thing as well, where the organizations are getting the amount of money as well from the prize pool, which is really nice. But this also means that it's healthy for the scene in the long term as well. It does allow pretty much scene to thrive. Dota is a pretty old game, you know, and we've been playing this for 20+ years, but we're still going pretty strong.
Yeah, I mean, the way I look at it is maybe they don't think about it, how it affects the players. Like, they're not in the booths right now about to play thinking, oh, what about that club championship?
Yeah.
But what it does do is it provides stability to all gaming as a whole, where every esport matters. Like, every organization is incentivized to have a team and invest in whatever one they're not doing so well in. So in Liquid, or like an example like Team Liquid, they're an organization that has always had like a bunch of different esports taken care of, but not every organization is like that. So now you're seeing a bunch of teams pop up in these other games, and that just makes the esports scene as a whole thrive. Like, Dota is not, as much as we like to think, it's in its own little bubble, and we just exist over here. There is a much bigger picture, and that's what the club championships, I believe, represents.
Absolutely, a big picture stuff, and of course, big picture, big money, big trophies as well. I mean, I think the trophy system here at the Esports World Cup is really, really cool, because of course, you've got keys, you've got trophies up for grabs, there's a whole system in place where the teams are really kind of get to see what they're doing. Not only that, but they get to kind of play around with some choices later down the line, which are very exciting as well. Kind of spice things up a little bit. When we have the idea of kind of crushing keys and everything like that, I think it gets very interesting. There's some cool choices to be made, so let's take a little look at that.
No competition is as ruthless as the Esports World Cup. Its trophy system is no exception. The Club Championship trophy, awarded to the one club that rose above the rest and reigned supreme across all EWC games. The Game Trophy, when a competitor closes their eyes, it's all they see, and it's not complete until it's sealed with a champion's key. Every participant earns a key engraved with their name. That's their right to compete. This year, returning champions hold a key unlike any other. Only one can place their key into the Game Trophy and become an EWC champion. The frame of the champion's key is embedded into the totem, a stone marker of legacy displaying every champion of the year. The keys of the eliminated will be crushed. The champions select 3 broken keys as a personal token, a reminder of who they have humbled. Beneath the totem, a resin block holds the remaining keys, a graveyard of fallen contenders. Will your dreams be broken or your name carved in golden stone? At EWC, nothing is granted, everything is earned.
Very, very epic stuff there, and I do like the idea of, taking your opponents and crushing. BSJ, what do you think that means? Would you like to be crushing your opponents' keys?
I mean, that's the literal representation of their dreams that you're just crushing right there. And as Dota players, that's what we thrive on. That's why Pudge is the most picked hero in all of Dota, because you yourself don't get anything other than the misery of hooking the opponent out of position.
I think this is the best representation of like what the Dota community is about, crushing some of the dreams as well. You always have a couple of these rivals that it's definitely going to be spicy seeing which teams are going to be choosing 3 keys.
Definitely, and Dota has been a little bit spicy recently. There's been some old chats going on, Oh, I can see it getting interesting when we get to that key crushing. But of course, there are a lot of teams playing here, but we are going to focus in on the 2 we've got coming up right now. And it is such an interesting matchup to start off the tournament for us. We've got Na'Vi facing up against Team Talon. Again, these 2 teams, I don't really know what's going to happen here, guys, because both of them have been so inconsistent. So let's start off with Team Talon. Very, very quickly, a summary for me on how they've done this year.
For me, it's the most recent results that I'm going to look at, and that was in the last Dream League. And their highs and their lows, you mentioned inconsistency, they look like they can take a game off the best team in the tournament or perhaps a series, but they can also lose to pretty much anybody at any given point, and they kind of trip over their own foot. So it comes down to SEA has always been about the late game. It's always been about scaling with 3 kind of greedy cores, but I feel like they've also kind of done like a hybrid version of this where maybe 23 Savage is less of a greedy carry, and that's cool.
Most definitely. This is something that March talked about during the Dream League Season 26, where they were able to, take something from the Eastern European teams and focus more on the early game.
Let's take a little look about this team, a little bit more information about how they've been performing and what they're up to here at the Esports World Cup.
Talon is a massive name in the Southeast Asian Dota scene, but despite that, it's been a couple years since they were at their peak. A tough 2024 led to them making changes several times throughout the year, but their momentum seems to have shifted in the past couple of months, with 23 Savage rejoining the team to joined the rest of the roster, WS, Yokum, Cuckoo, and his old Talon teammate, Makoto. This new roster headed into Dream League Season 26, the last event before the Esports World Cup 2025, with almost 0 points to qualify, and were faced with a huge task. They had to either achieve one of the top placements or be forced to fight their way through the SEA qualifiers. In the end, they really did show up and achieved a top 3 finish, securing their direct invite. A sharp improvement from failing to even qualify for the previous season of Dream League this year.
Talon, top 3. What an amazing showing.
Clearly, Talon are on the right track to reach the power they once had. Will they manage to take it even further and make an entire region proud here at the Esports World Cup 2025?
So a very positive outlook there on Talon. Of course, there should be. You know, they qualified to the event very, very strongly. They managed to get themselves a top 3 finish, but there was another qualifier between now and then, which they didn't do quite so well at.
Yeah, that's the big one. That's the International 2025, where they were unable to qualify. They did have 2 chances, and it does feel like this team, they hit the high that you said during the Dream League. This is the team that pretty much on a good day can beat any team, but they also did crumble. I think it comes down to having a bit of a pressure on them, seeing that they need to perform the same way they did during that Dream League Season 26, and they just didn't.
Yeah, 23 talked about how in this roster specifically compared to OG, not trying to like throw shade at OG, but he looked like a different player there. And
yes.
He said that he did feel more comfortable like being able to make mistakes. And I have to believe that since he made that such an emphasis on why he felt like they were being successful at Dream League 26, I feel like that's also probably why they struggled, like you said, the pressure on them. So I think it is a really mental game for this team, and their struggles or their triumphs, whichever one we may see during EWC, is going to be based on how they handle that aspect of the game.
Something very interesting, this team actually did really fantastically last year at EWC. Almost entirely different roster now, but 23 Savage left and then came back, so it's him and Makoto going back for another ride here. How do you think that's going to affect them?
Definitely, it looks so good. Like, we keep going back to the previous tournament that they did do really well at. You can see that they're not playing as greedy, something that you did mention, that Makoto kind of needs to make a little bit of a shift, even though he had like one of the highest KDAs at the tournament. He was popping off all over the place, but yeah, they have a really good synergy together, and you can definitely feel it in the games.
Awesome. Well, on the other side of the coin, of course, we have Na'Vi. This is a team which we don't know too much about, I reckon, but let's hear a little bit more about them.
Na'Vi, carrying a legendary name steeped in Dota history, this youthful squad, formerly known as Na'Vi Junior, quickly surpassed the main Na'Vi roster, resulting in them being promoted to becoming the main squad themselves. While they haven't yet shown that they can compete with the top, they might be an up-and-coming team to watch out for. The majority of the roster has played together for years at this point, being the 4 young Ukrainians, Got the Juice, Niku, PMA, and Riddies. While Junior is no longer part of their name, they really are Junior, with the oldest of the 4 only 20 years old. Despite playing together for so long, their growth hasn't been as impressive as they would want, and at the end of last year, they brought in their new captain, Zayats, who's mostly known for his days in Team Secret. With Zayats bringing a more experienced point of view to the team, they've made big improvements in the time they've had together so far, already achieving a top 8 finish in their first and only big LAN event yet, PGL Wallachia Season 4. Despite a promising start, they still need to show they're capable of even more to be in the discussion for winning events. And with a massive lack of experience on LAN, the Esports World Cup will be their biggest challenge yet.
Getting lovely family photo vibes from that photo shoot there, but hopefully that's what they've got going on. But I mean, Brian, is this like the quintessential dark horse team of the tournament?
I feel like every tournament that I remember at Wallachia we were watching, and it just they put on a show. This team is very entertaining to watch. They look confident. They even when they fall short, it's like they go out in a blaze of glory. You know, that's what I like about this team. Got the Juice. I believe he was the one that pioneered the Doom carry that we're seeing in all of these games. So they come up with their own ideas. They're affecting the pro scene already in its own way, and I look forward to seeing their splash here.
I thought you were going to focus on a different player. I thought they were going to focus on a PMA, because keep it PMA, keep it BSJ. Well said. Now, this squad is really, really good. You said that they are the dark horse for a good reason, but they also have been relatively stable recently, because they did qualify for the international as well, and they did qualify through the Western Europe, so that says a lot about the team.
Yeah, which they chose to play through as well. You know, like these guys are Chads. They like to take the hard road, and they've been really, really good online. Honestly, they play in one of the toughest regions, and they constantly get wins. They constantly qualify for stuff. Internationally, hasn't quite looked so good. I mean, do you think that Zayats has the experience necessary to guide these younger players?
Yeah, I mean, he definitely learned from the best. We saw in the video that he was playing with the Team Secret, so there's a lot to learn from one of these old school, one of the OGs. Learn a lot from the puppy, but yeah, he definitely has that energy. Whenever you see him on camera, he does talk a lot. And other players, they are very, very young, especially like they have a guy who's 16 years old on the squad, so he definitely needs, you know, to feel as comfortable as possible when he's playing on the stage.
Alrighty, well, the draft is now ready, so we can get into it and get started with our game number 1 between Na'Vi and Talon to find out which of these two teams is going to be able to close this one out. Start off their EWC run with a victory. I mean, when it comes down to it, you know, for both of these teams, starting things off would be a really, really, like, huge boost, because I think both of them are quite inconsistent internationally. So getting a win straight out of the gates would be a huge thing for either team.
Yeah, I mean, I hate to... I'm going to go inside of Na'Vi here because I interviewed Niku yesterday, and that guy sounded comfortable. Like they sounded like they're excited for this event. Like they just can't wait to show what they got. And I'm just going to say that I think momentum matters so much for both of these teams, and the fact that the international qualifiers went the way they did respectively. For Na'Vi, they made it, and for Talon, they didn't. I mean, I would like to see Talon bounce back, and this is a great opportunity to do it. They've had some time to collect themselves, but I am leaning towards Na'Vi as one. I'm putting them in the top 8 for this event.
Top 8,
like ignoring
goodness.
just this series. Yeah.
Wow. That's a big call. And of course, with the format we have as well, all you need to do is have a really good 2 days.
Yeah, you need to have those 2 first days. It really matters, because if you do get a top team, like if you get that first spot, you're going to the playoffs immediately, and then you can chill, you can watch what others are doing. But it's very important that you are having those first couple of days kind of, like, you need to set up yourself for a success. Like, you need to be aware of who you're playing against, and you need to be able to counter some of the strategies. And we see a lot, like we've seen a couple of new things coming out recently with all these new heroes popping up, where suddenly certain heroes, like Phantom Lancer, for example, is like very, very strong. Yeah. I mean, this is one of your favorite heroes.
He's my prediction for the tournament, by the way, because we have to lock them in. Do you have any other, like, he's my hero that I think is going to be in every draft by the end of the tournament. Do you have a hero specifically?
I think we've seen good amount of Dawnbreaker, but I also think, because I think we're going to be seeing that hero a lot, but I also think that some of the better teams also managed to solve the Dawnbreaker issue with some counter team fight and the way, like, you approach it with some Monkey King with the Wukong's command. I think Warlock might become popular as well, where you know where the hero is going to land. We saw some teams also try to experiment a little bit more with the old school classics like Nyx Assassin, which in theory it works well, but the problem is you have Nyx Assassin in the team.
Yeah, that's never a good thing for your lanes, right? No, that's
the offlaner loves that. The 3 position loves having a Nyx Assassin on their team.
Not.
That's kind of why I ask a bit about, I'm focused so much on Zayats, because they do have a coach on the side of Na'Vi, the Heartless King, but he's not really, you know, he doesn't really have the experience that you would kind of expect from a coach. You know, a lot of these coaches are like ex-players these days, but he's not. But I mean, every time I spoke to him, he just had an aura. He's got a real aura of confidence.
What's the aura? Okay, confidence.
It's like if you're playing Elden Ring, for example, and there's like a giant in the background, which you just know is gonna, like, you know, be really, really strong. He's kind of like that.
His name is also like it is from the game, like it is from like Heartless King. It's a pretty cool name.
That sounds like a boss in Elden Ring, for sure.
Yeah, exactly. That's
quite
the
a formidable opponent.
Yeah, it took me 2 days to beat Heartless King.
I'd believe that for sure. Yeah, so, you know, it is kind of coming down to that, but how is it to, like, kind of be a coach when, you know, when you don't have that kind of playing experience?
I think you do have, like, because the squad is relatively young, which also helps a lot. Let's say you had some of the veterans, and then, for example, you have a new coach that comes in that doesn't have that experience. It's going to be very difficult dynamic in that team. But considering that the players are relatively young, this also means that they can easily follow the ideas that coach is giving them, and they're going to be very good at executing those ideas.
Absolutely. I mean, that's what it's going to come down to as well. You know, if you're younger, you don't have the experience, of course, but you do have flexibility. You do have creativity. You do have a 16-year-old mid laner. I mean, this guy, He could go big. He could go really, really big. You know, Nico, I believe you talked to him. You know, what kind of vibes do you get from him?
I had absolutely no idea he was 16 when I interviewed him, but it makes sense because that guy, he was funny. Like he's a clever, funny guy, and I feel like I would be nervous being here doing an interview at the age of 16. But like, I think of somebody, not trying to like throw shade, but like somebody like Satanic who kind of just reserved and keeps to himself. Niku's like the complete opposite of that during the interview. Like he was the one cracking jokes. I wasn't trying to like draw it out of him. So I think this guy's got a really strong personality. I think that level of confidence is
You need that.
You need that as a mid laner.
Yes,
yeah.
You definitely do. Like you want to have that guy from the mid lane that thinks that he can beat pretty much everybody, because mid lane has definitely changed over the years, and now it has still a very impactful role. I would say not as impactful, of course, as for example an off lane, which is still pretty farm heavy oriented, because you need to sometimes sacrifice the mid laner so that your position 1 and position 3 can get the farm. But also him being 16, it's just like funny to think about that I've been playing Dota for like 20 plus years, and this guy's just 16 right now, and he is pretty much dominating the scene.
He didn't exist when
he did not even exist. Like he was not born.
That is wild. That is crazy. I mean, I remember a conversation I had with him at one of the Vahias where, I was like, well, Satanic's also popping up into the scene. He's also very young, a little bit older than him. What's the comparison there? Do you look at his success and want to emulate it? And he's like, I don't care about that guy. Like that's not me. Like and I think that's such a healthy mentality to have, to not look at other players who are perhaps in the same boat as you and compare yourself to them, because it's a trap you can fall into really, really easily.
I mean, I think the one message I've received a lot when I ask those type of questions to the players that have made it, or at least in the case of these, in case of Navi, who's like on the up and coming to making it, is that you don't make it to the top of the world in your respective craft if you don't have your own trail that you craft, like kind of walked yourself. Because there's not one formula to be the best Dota team in the world. There's not one formula to make the best mid laner in the world, and each one has their own personality. And I think of a player like Thompson, where he's the most like unique, okay, this guy lives in his own universe, and so many people misunderstood and didn't even appreciate it for some time. And ever since him, I've been seeing more and more of these individual, like completely unique styles, takes on the game, and I feel like that's been more embraced, and I definitely agree. It's a very healthy mentality.
Yeah, I think it's very good that you have your own ideas, but you also need to respect like what's being played, and respect the others to be able to learn something, but also have your own ideas. Like I keep going back to like the past, where when I was going to bed, like what did put me to sleep was thinking about Dota, thinking about some item builds that I'm going to go for. And I think that's kind of a mentality that these players also have when they want to have, like, they want to experiment, they want to keep the identity of their own, but you also need to keep up with meta, with everything that is going on, and maybe steal something. We see that a lot, like just taking the ideas from the other teams and just making them slightly better. This is something that during Wallachia, we had 3 OGs that did talk, Papi, Kuro, and No-Tail, about, implementing some of their own ideas as well, taking away the strategy from the other teams and just making it better.
Yeah, it's about figuring out what to take, what can be improved, what to keep of your own ideas, what to get rid of your own ideas. It's a juggling match of ideas often in these situations, and that's something which Talon will be super used to, because, I mean, I would consider most of these guys veterans at this point. Maybe not WS, but most of the others have been around for such a long time that it's kind of crazy that they've still, not found that huge success, but they're working on it.
23 Savage and Makoto have been a part of the rosters that have been one of the few SCA teams in the recent years that have really made a deep run in the tournament, and that just shows like they're basically representing their region in regards to a deep run here. I think that they're quite capable of doing it again. I love watching this team. I mentioned it before, and I'll say it again. The highs are high and the lows are low. But they do seem to show up at EWC the last 2 years, so I'm really looking forward to seeing what they've got for us. I think the fact that 23 Savage has taken a bit of a backseat in a meta where the carry is more of an enabler, it's not always these hard carries, and picking like the Omni Knights and the Battens and allowing Makoto to play like his Linas and his TAs. I know the meta shifted a little bit since that tournament, but this whole concept of, I think in the recent 3 or 4 years, any core can be the carry, it can be the off lane, it can be the mid, and I think that's something they've adjusted to really well that perhaps maybe the rest of SCA is needing to catch up on, because they still do tend to play pretty greedy.
Yeah, I think that was one of my biggest criticisms of Talon coming into sort of this competitive year, was that they picked up, they were playing with WS and they were playing with Makoto. I can't remember who, I think Akashi was, I can't quite remember their previous carry. And they looked good, but not great. And we didn't see WS playing at that peak. And at that point in the game, I think he was one of the highest MMR players in the world.
I believe he's ranked 1 right now in EU, because I saw him in my watch stats.
He's super skilled. When he first came into the scene, I definitely could see something, but he was not really like picked up by these higher caliber teams. And I think this is the team that he definitely thrives the most. They do allow him to shine. Sometimes he needs to take a step back, play a bit of a sacrificial. During Dream League Season 26, when he was playing this Lycan, which I didn't believe in, and this is the guy that is going to bring, again, some of his ideas. If the team thinks that something's going to work out, they're definitely going to try it out. And particularly in that game, they didn't really have like much. They pretty much had all like this physical damage, 3 cores, and they made it work because it was, again, a longer game. This is something that SCA definitely thrives in, but very interesting player.
Him and Yokam were, though, they were winning lanes. Like, that was a Slark Lycan lane against a lane that was supposed to beat it.
They got killed out of that lane.
Most lanes beat Slark Lycan, right?
Yeah, and so not only is it like that they have these unique ideas, but they also understand how to make them work. I think Yokam and WS are a pretty formidable duo in the off lane. I love watching those two play. Yokam was the one that, I think other than 9 class, was the only one that I felt convinced, like, oh, this supports Slark. Like, these, like, utility annoying guys on the map, he's very good at those as well. So, yeah, I'm curious if they've got a different formula for the same equation, I guess you could say.
No, exactly. I mean, and it always comes down to that, right? You've got those 3 cores, you know all of them can perform, they can all be the star player. And I think at Dream League what they really tapped into was figuring out how to take a step back on one of them, how to give each other room, and the fact that you can give any of them room. Makoto can carry a game, WS can carry a game, 23 Savage can carry a game. It really is down to any of them, and I think at Dream League, they really tapped into making that work for themselves and figuring out that formula. But we do now have a draft available, which means we can jump in and find out exactly what's going to be picked up and banned out here in game number 1 of Na'Vi versus Talon here at the Esports World Cup for our opening matchup here on the B stream. So let's jump into that draft and see which way this one is going to go. Because, of course, it's all about the openings at the moment. It's all about the bans coming out into that first phase. It's so important. This is like the first indicator we really get of a team where we figure out how much research have you done. Is there anything different here? Is there anything crazy going on? Is there anything targeted?
Absolutely not.
Okay, great.
I believe the puck getting elevated to a first-round ban.
Yeah, during Wallachia, this hero was super popular. It did like even get first phased, and we're seeing some of these other heroes as well, like Queen of Pain, which also can be flexed. We saw a good amount of Queen of Pain from position 3 if necessary, especially from the BB team, and also just support QoP. I think this is also something that a lot of position 4s and 5s have been toying with, because you also want to have that flex. Maybe your offlaner doesn't feel too comfortable playing it. It's not the hardest hero, but I think this is the hero mostly going to be played from the mid lane, because we're seeing this bondage facet being super good with the Blade Mail, allows you to reset the fight. And on the other side, Shadow Shaman instantly, just a control and a good push.
I think it's important because I see these questions all the time in Twitch chats, so I know a lot of people have probably
Wait, you're
heard
reading
it.
Twitch chat?
Not right now, of course. I'm doing my job, but
He is. He's on his phone, I can see.
Okay, throw me under the bus. But the whole idea with the Queen of Pain is that I think what made her so much stronger is any core that somehow gains this unique way of gaining survivability over the course of the game. You just have Blade Mail plus Spell Lifesteal. Her innate allows her, with the bondage facet, to use Blade Mail and effectively take 20 to 25% less damage. And if she buys Spell Lifesteal, you can effectively take even less damage. So from magical and pure damage. It doesn't reduce the physical damage. So usually when I see Queen of Pain, I like to pick something like Shaman to disable her, and then an Ursa or like significant amount of physical damage follow-up that means that this Blade Mail build effectively doesn't have it. But then I think that's the value you're talking about, the cost, that you can just move it to support. And that's why
you can also move
important.
it to carry. This hero works really well from the carry role as well, where you're building into Mjolnir, you farm pretty quickly. Again, that spell life still coming in pretty handy.
Oh, that's all physical damage. That's a good answer. Like Pangolier is 100% physical.
Not an easy lane. Like if this is going to be the matchup from the mid lane, sure, Pango can be flexed to the side lane, and we talked about Queen of Pain being also very versatile in her roles. Pango just doesn't like to play into that matchup. Like 3 points into Shadow Strike. I've seen this matchup be very, very bad. I remember Kiyotaka during one of the tournaments he played into this matchup, and he actually queued up and did build Hand of Midas on Pango just to try to get back into the game.
That does sound like... Did he go Boots of Travel afterwards?
No. That's a bit of a too grief. It's not his Storm Spirit.
Kiyotaka...
Yeah, he's reformed.
Okay, so the Marcy, that would be a good laning partner for Quap if it's 3-4. If it's 1-5, that just seems like a very scary lane. Looks like, okay, so these are quite single target heavy supports on the side of Talon. I would love to potentially see
a bit more team fight.
Okay, yeah, I was going to say on the side of Na'Vi, if you pick like a Summons or an Illusion guy, that would cause them some issues. So Talon's going to need to supplement this with some AoE team fight. Exactly.
They definitely do. But also Bane, very good. Like, we've seen some really good Banes. Like, this hero hasn't really been changed much, but some of the other supports have been nerfed, like Jakiro, Warlock. So we're seeing Bane come into the play. Great against Pangolier, of course. You also have Queen of Pain. I don't think Pango against these two heroes is going to be having a good time, and they still have 2 picks to go for.
I think not most Pango players hate it when they see a Bane, but there is a slight caveat where if you don't grip the Pango, then the Pango's got a really easy time to cancel the grip. But I'm also very interested in this Marcy pick as well, because I know that WS does really like to play it in the off lane, so this is actually quite a flexible pick for Talon.
Yeah, they could also run something like Axe. This has been one of the better combos that I've seen with Axe in the lane, where you are going to be able to jump on top of the people, and maybe this Axe now, like, the lane doesn't look too good because you're playing into SF and Dazzle. With like double melee heroes, but you could also dunk people, which would come in very handy.
They banned out the Axe.
They did ban, never mind then.
Okay, I would like to say that they took it a little bit further than I expected. So I said for Na'Vi, maybe the best way to deal with this Quap is to just have overwhelming physical damage. I would like to point out that SF, yeah, he has abilities that are magical, but he is a right clicker through and through, and he's going to be that minus armor, like Daedalus, Mask of Madness kind of guy. The Pangolier, all of his spells are physical damage, and Dazzle's, all of his spells are literally physical damage. So they have taken this Queen of Pain hero and said,
yeah, they're running with it.
We are making your Blade Mail effectively useless in terms of your survivability, other than like the actual 6 armor that it provides you. But I did play Queen of Pain in a pub against SF, and you have this idea on Quap that you can blink into the middle and at least tank long enough through your Blade Mail to have your blink come up cooldown again. But SF just chunks you. He kills you in like 4 hits once it's like 30 minutes into the game. So maybe he has to swap up the build a little bit on Queen of Pain.
She still does have a good amount of protection with Marcy, with the Rebound, with the Dispose, Bane with the Sleep. Could buy a little bit more time. Even Sunder could come in. This also doesn't say where this Terrorblade's going to go. Probably this is going to be carried TB, because I don't think you want to be running offlane TB into the Dazzle Shadow Fiend potentially. Like, Shadow Fiend can still be flexed at a mid lane, Pango to the off lane. But from what I'm seeing, Na'Vi, they do have pretty strong lanes.
I think both teams have really strong lanes right now. I think maybe Na'Vi matches up a little bit better, but also like it depends on where this Pangolier and Queen of Pain are going, and then Na'Vi gets the last answer to this. I think that Talon's going to be forced to reveal that, unless they pick another hero that's a flex between 2 and 3. I agree. I think Terrorblade's going to be carry, and I'm a really big fan of these minus armor lineups right now that Na'Vi's concocted. I've been watching more and more Dazzle. We've even been seeing him get banned sometimes.
Yes, we saw a good amount of Slardar as well, thrown into the mid lane from the off lane as well.
Do you not have any concerns about like overcommitting to, you know, this anti-armor physical damage strategy?
The thing is, right now, I'm wondering how Talon goes in. Like, usually you have Marcy as a hero that doesn't mind going in, but like the way Marcy builds to survive is she buys a BKB even as a support, and I think you will just get 4-shotted. Like, you're just gonna die instantly. Same with Queen of Pain. And so Terrorblade's more of, like, they picked the high armor illusion hero, which is usually very good against these type of lineups. And I think he'll have a lot of impact in the fights, but I'm wondering what's like the entry to the fight for Talon. They need some guy that...
Yeah, they need some beef. They need some beefy boy that can run in, start a fight, and then you have like follow-up. Because Bane's not gonna start it. If Marcy jumps in with somebody, like, who's she even throwing in? That's the problem.
I agree. So if they can give me something like, I don't know, I feel like a lot of these heroes struggle against SF.
Yeah,
you know?
I think they might need to take an L in this one and just pick something that is good for the game. Maybe something like a Centaur, which would give the whole squad ability to run away from the Rolling Thunder, get on top of the SF as well.
He does struggle, though, against physical damage.
Yeah, he doesn't have much armor. Might need to buy, like, 2 Ring of Protection if this is going to be the hero.
I agree. There's definitely ways to itemize around it, but whatever hero it is, it needs to... I have to look at it and be like, yeah, okay, that's how they start the fight. Because right now, they're purely reactionary on the side of Talon, I believe.
A bit of initiation, a bit of AoE, a bit of stun. It's a long shopping list here for Talon, I would say, for this final pick, but there are a lot of heroes which can do it. What is the right one?
They banned lifesteal. Interesting. So they don't think it's SF carry, potentially.
Primal Beast is going to be the pickup here for Talon.
That's a beefy boy.
It's a way to start a fight. They don't have many things. Like, this is a very good pick against Dazzle and Shadowfin. There's nothing that can literally stop you from charging in, getting that trample damage.
You also have you pull Pango out of his role.
Yeah.
That's like the classic counter. Is it going to be mid? Okay, so it is mid Queen of Pain and off lane Primal. I wasn't sure. One thing I like about Primal against this lane is he's one of the best offlaners for cutting creeps. Like, even against Dazzle, you wouldn't want to pick something like Axe to cut creeps because the Shadow, like the Dazzle or the Axes and Centaurs, they sit on top of the creeps and take 400 damage from the Shadow Wave. But a hero like Primal, you're going to run the creep wave away. If the Dazzle actually chases you, you can use your spells against the Dazzle. So I actually really like this Primal pick. I think it solved a lot of their problems. They ended up going for a mid SF to match up better against the Co-op than the Pango, and then they supplemented with this Abaddon. I think there's going to be a lot of creep cutting up top. I think there's going to be a lot of movement from the supports on both sides, the Dazzle as well as Yokam on the Marcy. Looking forward to an action-packed mid lane because SF should win the 1v1, but Co-op loves when her supports play around her, and that's the pace of the game, I think.
I'm looking at WS and Jokam, how they're going to do with this lane. Like, you have a pretty free throw onto these heroes, and if they somehow get off to a good start, I could see this lane pretty much snowballing because Shadowfin, he doesn't like when they get on top of him, and it gets pretty difficult, especially once they hit that level 3 on Primal Beast. So for me, all eyes on that lane to see how they're going to be able to perform.
And we didn't really talk too much about it, but the last pick from Na'Vi, being the Abaddon on Got the Juice, you know, how does this change things up quickly?
I mean, the Abaddon makes it so that the Dazzle is free to go elsewhere, I think is what the whole purpose of this is. And it's meant to be the enabling carry that allows the SF to actually be the real carry. You're just going to be this Radiance Blink annoying guy. And I always feel good about having an Omni or Abaddon carry when one of my other two cores is a scaling right clicker, like in the case of SF. So I think both teams have a win condition. There's a lot of single target on both sides. One side has all the damage, one side has all the disables. We're just going to have to see which one wins out.
All right, let's go. Let's get into it. Game number 1 of Na'Vi versus Talon taking place right here, right now. Let's find out who takes it. Yeah.
All right, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Esports World Cup. We are, of course, here for Na'Vi against Talon, game number 1 of the B stream, and we do have, of course, John X Fire here. Jonathan, welcome back, sir. How are you feeling?
Feeling great. First day of the Esports World Cup. A lot in the line, of course, for all of these teams, as we heard the panel talk about. And it's going to be interesting to see how much has changed here for Na'Vi and for Talon. Last time around, you and I saw Talon. Not the best of times for the team. Na'Vi as well. We're a little bit up and down, but do manage to get their way here into the Esports World Cup. So it should be a fun battle. Again, Na'Vi being the younger team, being a little bit less experienced, have a lot more ideas. And Talon kind of being a little bit of that incumbent of Southeast Asia nowadays. It's going to be an interesting clash of styles here.
It certainly is, and we might see a very early team fight. Something I love about both these sides is they do like to get involved early on. And Na'Vi, you mentioned they're a younger squad with maybe a little bit less experience, but they certainly are very aggressive. I want to say is they are setting up here for the bottom. Doesn't seem like Talon are going to really stick around here. They'll just leave it be. It's going to be a nice 2-for-2 start anyway for this game number 1. Laning stage-wise, though, I wonder how things go. Of course, we are going to see the mid-quap of Makoto against, I believe, the SF here of Niku. How do you see this lane matchup going?
This one's a little bit interesting. Mikado, of course, is sticking to that bondage that we tend to see. Could go for the Shadow Strike build. That's very common with bondage nowadays as well. So you can kind of poke back onto Niku. Rune control is going to be a big part. Of course, for Niku, coming in with the Shadow Raises is a major threat, but you can't underestimate that poke damage on the Quap. You're seeing already just a 1 Shadow Strike. It's a lot cheaper as well for the Quap to toss out those Shadow Strikes in comparison to trying to get that full salvo of the Raises out. So it's really going to be about resource management on the mid. How well can you kind of poke back. Mikado again edging out just a little bit with that bondage, getting a little bit more damage back when he does get poked is going to make that a little bit simpler. But you come in for the 4-minute rune, you come in for the power rune at 6, that can change the dynamic quite a fair bit if you get the space out for these supports to get going here on Na'Vi.
Yeah, absolutely. It feels like it could be definitely one of those kind of outplay lanes here between Niku and Mikado. And I think BSJ in particular was saying on the panel that he'd rather see something like the SF come out here up against this quap of Mikado. And we'll see what Niku can do. For now, CS-wise, he's having a great old time. Side lanes, though, Jonathan, but perhaps the bottom lane. WS on the Primal Beast. He'll be there along with Joe Cam on his signature Marcy, of course, against Reddy's here on the support Dazzle. And of course, we do have our carry Abba as well. Do you see some shenanigans here in this bottom lane, John?
It certainly is a very strong shenanigans lane. You've got that pick-me-up facet on Joe Cam. You've got a very soft support you can jump into. It is still dual melee into a Dazzle, though. Mind you, you don't have to deal with Poison Bloom. It is Nautil Boon here for you.
Should be a first blood being drawn here. Savage looking for the final right click. And, well, he's a chicken right now, John. Your favorite.
Oh, no.
Zayats will make it out. Sal will be cancelled. But of course, you are not going to be finding first blood as Cuckoo. He'll hang around, but it's not enough as the level 1 Bane. Jonathan, I know you have some strong words about this hero. It's too early for you to start, isn't it?
No, it's a little bit early, but you can see why the Shadow Shaman's just so annoying with those chicken fingers up. All the hexes coming in. He's got a free save with foul play. He gets some good value from that salve, actually, all things considered, and gets to stay in the lane, soak some EXP, maybe look for a pull or a D-ward as well, as he is clearing out here for Zayats. So he's still managing to get that contribution in the lane. And that's a pretty big missed opportunity up there for good old Savage, right? Like, Metamorphosis is down now. You're playing into Pango. It's not the comfiest lane. It's not the worst with your armor, but it is certainly something that you could have really used to get that running start. And for the side of Na'Vi, just having the space to soak safe EXP without worrying about Metamorphosis for a minute plus provides a lot of opportunities. A faster level 3 allows you to poke harder in the Pango, and free EXP for a Shaman who wants to rush 6. It's going to enable that movement into the 6-minute mark if you do get some good tempo here in Zayats.
Yeah, absolutely. And Niku's still having a really good time here in this mid lane. 16-4 comparatively to the 11-2 of Mikado. So Niku, again, having I want to say a really good time. Mikado trying to apply the pressure, but as you see, Niku able to now turn around with the raises, and at level 2, those hurt quite a bit. It's not very fun.
That it does. And again, you didn't have time for your supports to come in early. 2 is relatively early for the rune denial, but we see some teams do it with that emphasis on mid. That would be one of the moves that kind of saves that for Mikado. You have that early advantage to play with now. It's starting to feel good on mid. On the bot, which we briefly talked about, again, dual melee into Dazzle is somewhat annoying, but it's not the Poison Bloom. So it's the Nautil Bloom facet, it's the additional overhealing that comes in, a little bit of a barrier. There is aggression that can come out here from WS and JoeCam if you find that angle with a rebound, especially as levels are coming in. You're still holding on to the value point for JoeCam. Does manage to pick up the dispos as he's looking on mid early. The one big thing for WS in that offlane is he is a Primal Beast. This is a hero you can leave alone. This is a hero that you can just leave alone to go for these 4-minute runes. It's still a 1-for-1 in the water rune, which again, for Mikado in this case, isn't the best feeling as you still have that top-up for Niku. And as long as Niku has access to these runes...
WS. I mean, you're not wrong, John. The Primal Beast, he has a decent enough time alone, but even got the juice and ready. He's already diving past tier 1s just to really apply that pressure. And it really does feel like WS. I mean, if he can find some farm in this lane, happy days for him, but it doesn't seem that simple, especially with all the pulls happening here from Reddy's. JoeCam's going to try and intervene. WS certainly looking like he's going to be off to a bit of a slower start here in game 1.
That he is. You can't underestimate how tanky the lane is for Na'Vi as well to dive into that tier 1. It's a Dazzle, it's an Abaddon, you've got barriers, you've got heals coming in, you have the Blood Grenade ready for a deeper dive from Reddy's if the opportunity presents itself. Again, as a dual melee, it can be kind of annoying to try to poke in, considering that they're just a little bit too tanky to be comfy with. Good movement out from JoeCam to snipe a courier into a bounty rune though. That gives him a little bit to play with, but he's not able to really go for like pulse to soak that free XP.
PMA. Zayat's going to try and intervene. PMA dropping really low, but has a healing Lotus. Will be just fine as Zayat's now. Well, we saw what happened earlier with Zayat. John, chances are he's not dying as PMA will turn back around for a bit of value there with the shield crash, but ultimately will be able to survive. So 5.5 minutes in, John. A lot of heroes dropping quite low, but first blood yet to be drawn as we are looking at mid. Niku is currently being watched by JoeCam. JoeCam looking for a nice angle in, but maybe just stick around for the power rune. It just doesn't seem like he's got the angle.
No. I mean, again, this Power Rune's the big one for the mid lane matchup. Of course, it's a very traditional spike for both of these classic mid heroes. 6 already up on our SF. Niku's just kind of waiting. That doesn't quite get Requiem, as maybe he doesn't need it. Maybe he can get away with farming. Do they get lucky here?
Cuckoo, Nightmare's out. Power Rune is going to spawn. Oh, the Nightmare was taken. Niku, though, he still gets the Power Rune. Zayat, he'll be chased down. Niku going to try and trade. Requiem's going to be popped. They've still got the Shaman alive. The heals come in. And Zayat is going to survive Niku. He'll draw first one onto Cuckoo. And Makoto, he was chasing a little bit for the Shaman, but it seems like he's going to let it go as Joe Cam now trying to find a way out of this scenario. He will get the TP away, and he's not going to be found out. He's fine.
Yeah, a big win coming out for Na'Vi. And they get that timely rotation again. Talon, it felt like there was an opportunity to try to play. We didn't see the commitment come out from Mikado for the Sonic Wave. A little bit awkward. The Invis being grabbed as well gave that space for Niku to kind of charge up in the side. And it's a big pickup. You're getting that first blood with the SF on mid. High tempo hero getting that additional gold at this point. It's going to feel great for a lane that's already gone really well here for Niku.
It certainly is. Niku getting off to a great start. Even got the juice down bottom on that Abaddon. Like, he's had a completely free lane. The WS, props to him, John, not doing too bad, only 5 CS behind as the Primal. Mostly due to the fact that the Dazzle's not there, as he does try to apply pressure now to Got the Juice. Got the Juice still level 5, so he won't have the option to go for the ulti, and he actually finds him. WS, a very, very strong performance here with that kill, and that's something he desperately felt like he needed. Just slow down the Abra a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen the Abaddon struggle once it plays from a position behind, right? Like, you're looking for Radiance timing for the most part on something like the carry. You're looking for that build-up to have that aura presence for the farm. And any stall out on that Radiance can kind of feel awful for the hero. So that's a very important one to get. Really good readout from WS, even without the complete setup there from Jokam. Just knows that without that 6, there's really no save for Got the Juice, and all of that movement onto the mid meant that there's a lot of room here for the Primal Beast to kind of get things going. As 8-minute runes coming up, you're kind of setting up again here on the side of Talon. Will they get lucky with the dice roll? Up top again, but they will grab it.
No problem. Talon, a lot of emphasis on ensuring that these power runes are secured from Makoto.
Walking
They
on
are
the vision.
heading up top. They'll go for PMA. PMA needs a bit of help. The Sonic Wave will ensure they'll get the job done. Nice quick kill from Talon. Makoto maybe even sticking around for a little bit more now as Cuckoo with a very nice setup. Reddy's only so much he can do. He does have Shell of Grave to buy a little bit of time, but he won't even have the chance for that. Savage now picking up a kill, and I'll tell you what, John, Talon looking pretty clean.
That they are. They're staggering their spells well. We were having a little bit of conversation behind the scenes about, what Talon we're going to try to do with a certain team member, and they were like, we're looking for strong lanes. We're looking for aggression early on. Certainly does look like that game plan is lining up for Talon to an extent. The side of Na'Vi shouldn't be feeling too bad. Again, you've got this great build-up still coming out. It's a ton of space on mid for Niku to get that timing into the Kaya, the Yasha Kaya, just to get that blow-up, along with the blink timing lining up here. So there are still things to be worried about on Talon, but they're finding that momentum you'd want, especially on Mikado after, again, in the CS score, not the best for the Quap on mid, just that nice movement across off of the rune control is setting up a lot. And again, that's something Na'Vi has to be worried about. We've seen Talon do this. When they get rune control from Mikado in the first 10 minutes, things can start to go a little bit fast by 15 minutes if they get every single power rune.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's certainly allowing Savage to have a pretty good time up top as well on that TB. Now sitting at the top of the net worth board. No real contest for him. See, he's still paying a lot of respect here to PMA because he does have that double shield crash available, but won't be struggling too much here on the TB as of yet. Bit of a lull period here. Of course, 10-minute power rune is going to be spawning pretty soon, so we'll see if Talon want to continue to commit these bodies into just ensuring they do secure for Makoto. The thing is, while they're doing that, Na'Vi just kind of completely avoiding the runes altogether, it feels like now, and just ensuring there's jungle stacks made for the catch-up farm of Niku and Got the Juices. Now Cuckoo trying to move in onto Zayat. Does get hexed up and will have to leave, but they do secure another Arcane. Though I've got to say, Na'Vi, they don't really seem to care that much.
No. Again, they've got control in their triangle. They smoke up to clear these stacks for Niku. A lot of gold injection again into that Yasha Kaya timing. And that's really the tempo you're looking for, right? Like, that's where all of your aggressions can come in and from your SF, from your Pangolier connection, once the diffusal lines up here, which shouldn't be too far off for PMA.
They go bottom. Meanwhile, top lane, Cuckoo's been caught. Eventually they should have him. Cuckoo making life hard, but ultimately will still go down. Is Niku still in his nightmare form? Zayats will not take it off. You tank it, he says.
Yeah, just tank it, you know. You got the kill. We got the kill for PMA. You go sleep a little bit. Again, you're still very happy. You got a freebie. You cleared out your ancient stacks here on Na'Vi. All of this gold. Niku now #1 in terms of net worth. The Yasha Kaya is not too far off.
They go on bottom. A big group up here from Talon. They're going to try again for Got the Juice, but there's a lot of help around. In fact, not quite a lot. It's just the Dazzle. They'll take him out first. Meanwhile, Got the Juice in huge danger now, as they'll secure eventually, and they do. Reflection will get the job done as Makoto also picking off Riddies in the back. Talon, I mean, they're proving to be much more aggressive than what we're used to, I'll tell you what, John, because usually around this stage, it is just far.
That it is, but this is very reminiscent of how Talon played. Oh.
Nice nightmare from Cuckoo, cancels off the Requiem. WS in with the onslaught, and Niku gets hit with the rebound. Zayats, meanwhile, as well, gonna go down as Makoto now in a killing spree. 2-7, and they are just absolutely smothering the side of Na'Vi.
That they are. They still lose their mid, so overall the push, in terms of objectives, you're finding something for Na'Vi to cling on to, but losing your big injection in Niku, it's starting to lose some space around the map. The aggression from Talon, like you were saying, Mikey, it's online, and it's very reminiscent of how they played in Dream League 26. This was the exact form we saw them kind of push out of themselves to get that third place spot, to get the slot into the Esports World Cup. And maybe we lost that for, you know, for a little bit. Maybe things cool down a bit, but they're showing us here on Talon that they've got that form. For Na'Vi, again, there is still this timing to play with. They've got the Diffusal up on PMA. They've got the Yasha up. Still need the Kaya on top with the Blink here for Niku, but you get those connections with your Pangolier plus your SF. You buy the space.
DMA being targeted. Fiend Script now available from Cuckoo, so it's basically a guaranteed kill, and they will find it very easily. 23 Savage now in a killing spree, and 2 Blade Mails already up. We've got one for WS. We've got one here for Makoto. Really happy days here for Talon once again. Na'Vi, they're the ones that need to try and find a way back into this early game because they're currently 4K behind.
Yeah, for Na'Vi, it's the patience game, right? You wait for the Radiance to be up in your Abaddon. You wait for these additional items on your SF and your Pango, that Blink, that full Kaya Yasha, the Diffusal Blink for PMA, and then things can start to open up. I mean, mind you, Na'Vi's later Power Spike is pretty terrifying. You've got to save in the Aphotic Shield, you've got the Shallow Grave, you've got the Nodal Projection, the Nodal Bloom with the additional healing as well.
Makoto, he's feeling it here, John. Makoto getting excited. Riddies not too happy with what he just saw, but will be able to survive quite easily. And like you said, it's all about the patience game from Na'Vi. Of course, as I say that, John, they'll immediately smoke up, but I believe it's just to take some stacks with those raises of the SF, but they are going to head top. Maybe try to focus down 23 Savage. Savage will have WS there to help. In fact, they're trying to chase down Zayats. PMA's going to look to turn around. Meanwhile, Cuckoo has already been caught on the side, so he'll drop immediately. That'll tell the rest of Talon, we've got to get out of here. Or do they? WS. No, he will decide to leave.
Yeah, it's a massive commitment out from Na'Vi. In that case, they only find a Bane. So sure, you're wasting your offlaner's time just a bit in Talon, but they're not gaining map space from it on Na'Vi. Maybe you're buying more space out for Got the Juice. That's the one big thing you're getting from that kind of movement. Cuckoo's not going to mind sacrificing for that, though. Again, it's still space for Savage up top. Tier 1 still not fully threatened. It is fairly low on HP, but there's no forward vision to watch that rear jungle, and you're still getting that ramp up. I mean, Savage is kind of eating free here. 8.1k net worth already at this point. Again, with 3 kills under his belt. And Talon are starting to take that position to clear out top, maybe make a play into that left side jungle, into the triangle, start to establish some vision control, and that's where the injuries for Na'Vi start to get exposed. That's where it starts to get really hard to play that slow game when you run out of map space to sustain your 2 other temple cores here.
Another smoke as well here, John. Talon, they're not letting up. They're not easing up. They want to go again. Into the mid lane. Through the river they'll go. They'll hang out on the dire side of that mid lane for now, trying to reach the bottom side jungle of the Radiant. They did pick up an amp damage. Oh, that's a bit awkward. Roshan getting involved. They did pick up an amp damage rune here for Makoto as well, as Riddies. He's going to get caught immediately, and of course, no hesitation. Every time you see the support, John, just pop Fiend Script.
Yeah.
It's that simple.
Yeah, it's just that simple, and you don't want to have to deal with the Dazzle anyway if a wider fight breaks out. The perfect target to go for. Not that anyone's clumped up, but again, you can see Talon just using the space, sieging on mid, starting to get some vision forward, getting some wards down to kind of watch their movement across the map. They are still hanging around the bot area. Good scan from the Dire side for Talon kind of reveal
Still going.
Na'Vi.
They've still got the amp damage going here from Makoto. Good opportunity if they can find Nico or Zayat, who are looking at WS right now. They'll jump in, but this is horrible timing for Na'Vi. Na'Vi not liking what they're seeing here as they just get destroyed down to the bottom lane. Talon reading the movement very nicely from the side of Na'Vi. And I'll tell you, John, you and I, we saw both sides before this series started, and we're used to having a lot of conversations with these boys.
Yeah.
They had no words.
No.
They were very focused today as Riyadh in trouble. We'll get a Shallow Grave off, but it looks like he's just getting straight dived by Savage. Savage proving a point, or is he? Riyadh will make it. But it's all about the message, John. You're in your home, but it's really my home.
Oh yeah, I mean this is just, yeah, it's what every Southeast Asian carry does, don't they?
That's
Diving tier 3s before the tier 2s are taken. Savage kind of carrying that tradition out. Doesn't find a kill, but hey, he doesn't die either.
No.
Unlike some other moments there for Southeast Asia, so...
Let's not bring those up,
No,
John.
no need to. 3-11, 5k lead up for Talon. They're still having a good time for Na'Vi. They need a lot more time, although...
This will be a big one. If they can pick up WS, it'll help their cause quite a bit here, though WS going for the straight TP, but their Hex is immediate here as WS now needing to onslaught away. Will still make it for now. Surely they can secure.
No way.
They cannot. WS
way.
makes it out. In the meantime, Riddies will drop to Joe Camp. That'll make it 3-12 here for this game number 1. WS, I mean, just it's salt in the wound there, John, just watching that man walk away.
I mean, he's just too tanky, right? Like that additional armor from Blade Mail, having the Uproar on hand as well, just all of that armor kicking in. And this is him without a BKB. Once he has that, you have no easy way of just pinning him down and looking for that kill. For Na'Vi, where their strength lies is in a sustain game. Right? Ideally, your backline's protected. You can just kind of play with that strength, although...
They're going to jump Makoto. Nice rebound away, though, from Joe Camp, saving the day and buying some space. The Makoto, he still needs a bit of time for the blink, but PMA! He's been stuck! Oh, and they get the Fiend's Grip off in time. Makoto, he's out of there. He's made it. Joe Cam, meanwhile, jumping back in, trying to go for the solo kill. Got the juice, and he might have it, but no. They'll take him down. But here comes Savage from the back, right onto Riddies. Riddies should be dropping. They'll at least get Got the Juice out of there. He'll make it out on the Abba. Can they get... They can. The Pango is also fine. It was a decent fight here for Na'Vi this time. At the very least, they get a couple kills going their way, but watching Makoto jump out like that, it's got to be a bit of a sore spot. And PMA, he just got stuck. It's a classic burnout situation.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen that so many times before, but I have to say, all of the circumstances for Talon were lining up. You had a regen rune for Makoto. Because of its rework, you know, you're still getting that regen even if you attack. Sustains a little bit longer. For Na'Vi, on paper, that's actually a better trade for Na'Vi, considering how far ahead Talon is. Very worthwhile for them to find those 2 kills. But, yeah, I mean, it's just unfortunate.
You know how mad I'd get if I was playing Pango right there, John? I would be so upset.
Nah.
I mean, PMA, he's a professional. He's not going to be that upset, John, but God knows I would be.
Oh, yeah. And I feel like, again, we've seen that a lot. I think KB is the one that comes into mind who's burned out before in a different patch, of course, but it happens. Still, what you need to do now in Na'Vi, you got those support kills. You saw how much gold that was. That was a net difference of 500 for Na'Vi. Even if you trade even on support kills, you're getting a bigger win. You're giving those kills to Got the Juice. He has the Radiance up. He's going into the Manta next. You've got that full Yashikaya already on Niku. So he's ready to just try to play with that Requiem into the Blink BKB. They just need to kind of line that up. Even the Blink is already up on PMA. So they're going to be set to go on the side of Na'Vi relatively soon. For Talon, they can't afford to really let off the brakes. No. Once that opportunity presents itself for Na'Vi, especially if they protect their backline, the burst play they've been looking for is hard to find.
It's a nice position from Cuckoo. He'll break the smoke immediately of Zayat. This is not what they want. Like, yeah, you're in a position where you'll take any kill you can get, but you'd much rather something a little bit better than that +5 Bane. Shame here as Cuckoo, good positioning to just deny them the smoke attempt, though Na'Vi, they're going to stick around. Try to at least take a tier 1 tower with the Serpent Wards, and what chances are Talon? They don't defend this. No. Just let it go.
I mean, they're getting a lot of space up top to siege tier 2. Savage is throwing illusions out, throwing his own body every now and again. They are playing it safe now, backing off. I do appreciate the way Navi's warding. It's a little bit interesting. There's so much emphasis on bot. Like, they've had a lot of wards watching into this area, and it has kept them fairly well protected outside of that one gank from Talon using WS as bait. But they've lost control of the left side of the map. Again, their triangle's not in their control. They're not really able to cross the river. They're losing control over the Tormentor now as well. freebie shard for Jokam is pretty nice to have. That additional rebound damage is going to be good.
Has Makoto just gotten every rune apart from that one invis?
It does feel that, yeah. They've been on point with control for Talon, and that's what we talked about earlier, right? Like, if you lose rune control, even in that 10 minutes, even into building into 20 minutes, this Quap just snowballs out of control. You haven't had that much activity in comparison for Niku. Hunting out with a smoke just a bit here.
They are. Makoto likes what he sees. We'll move in onto Niku. We'll hold out. Beans Rip is out as well. Now the Sonic Wave. See you later. It's a 2-0 special here for Makoto. Meanwhile, mid got the juice, didn't get the memo as Jokam. He's jumped in. He'll try to fight back, but got the juice. He's got to surely run, but here comes PMA to try and help out his teammate as they'll take down Jokam. A decent start here for Na'Vi. Can they keep it going? Makoto in a bit of danger, but he'll be just fine. The Rolling Thunder is gone. They'll chase down Cuckoo instead now, and Cuckoo, he will drop to boot. As Makoto, he's still going. Here comes Savage. But you got away with a double kill for Got the Juice. And he'll be, I'm sure, very happy about that as they jump in again. PMA trying to start another fight, but Makoto happy to oblige. As PMA will look to retreat and does successfully do so. But we are starting to see a bit of life here from Na'Vi.
Yeah, I think the big thing is actually this blink coming out on Zayat. Him having an instant response for the pulverize, for that grip, is going to help massively in trying to get these cores the space they need to actually have that impact in team fights. So that utility is starting to come in. I think for Talon, they stagger in a little bit. They're trying to play off of the rune control here from Mikado. And again, even if you lose your supports, it's a very big win for Na'Vi considering how far behind they are in the game. That gold injection goes a long way. You've got the full Manta up and running now on Got the Juice, a little bit more stats to play with, a lot more with the Radiance you can kind of do around the map as well. The Blink's fully finished on Niku, so they can fully initiate now with its double Blink timing or triple Blink timing they've got with a Pango, Shaman, and SF Blink. And this is the moment where we should start to see Na'Vi push the envelope a little bit more. They should start to get aggressive. They know Talon's starting to slow down. They're starting to farm their own side of the map, trying to get that build-up. And that's when opportunities arise here, especially with how fast you can find these kills for Na'Vi. They're going to try to hunt with a smoke. Same thing with Talon, though. Smokes across the board. And again, not that much forward vision here for either side, so they're kind of hunting in the dark here.
They are. They see nothing. Talon, they will find nothing, but they might just choose to go through the twin gates. Of course, Na'Vi, in a similar scenario, they're hunting around the Dire Triangle at the moment. There is one target around, and I believe that is going to be Savage on the far right side, but he will go back towards the base, so no chance of finding him either. They'll wrap back towards the Radiant jungle now, but sadly for both Na'Vi and Talon, they do not end up finding each other. I mean, you do have the option to just try to sneak a Roshan if you really want, but chances are for Na'Vi, it's maybe a little bit on the earlier side to take that risk. So instead, just like you said, play the long game, back to the farm game for Na'Vi. All things being said and done as well, yes, they're 7k behind, but Niku still has a lot of farm. Got the Juice is second in net worth right now. Things aren't as bad as the kill score would kind of lead you to think.
No, certainly not. Again, you've got this high sustained wrap that scales really nice into the late game. You do have tools on Talon to kind of make that difficult. Again, the grip's going to be nice. You've got the pulverize as well, especially with BKB up and running on WS. But whether or not you can kind of get that off, considering, again, the blink option and Zayat's, it becomes difficult. It becomes a weird game of tag here for Talon. The one key thing is, as long as you protect 23 Savage, I think that's one thing you don't have easy answers for a Na'Vi just yet, unless you can get on top of him with that Requiem, chain stun him, and get all that magic damage on top of this Terrorblade. Savage unchecked, it's just going to be a massive issue. He's getting more stats in. He's going to get that full Scotty first before the BKB, but once you hit that BKB timing as well, that edge Na'Vi's built into kind of gets blunted just a bit.
Yeah. It is a very nice Scotty game, though. I appreciate the decision-making there from Savage. Just so much value this game for it. And he just doesn't need the BKB right now, does he? Like, he just no threat for him at the moment. He knows he's safe, but they might need to get involved in this. Roshan is now happy. They are indeed taking the riskier play. Plenty of vision, but so do Talon. They see everything here. They know Roshan's happened. Got the Juice, though. He's not slowing down. He's letting the Serpent Wards and himself get the work done as he'll go for a quick D-Ward. Cuckoo, Nightmare is out. He'll get the Abba. Zayat's in position. He needs to find Cuckoo or Makoto here with that initial Hex, I think. Jokam looking to jump in. There's WS as well. Roshan, it's already pretty damn low. Who's going to get it? It looks like it's going to be Got the Juice. He picks it up. He's got it for himself. It's Makoto now in massive trouble. Nightmare will buy him a bit of time. He can't get the blink away, though. Makoto is down. On a WS they'll go. It's going to be another. Niku almost dropping for his trouble, but He'll make it out a 2-0, and Niku with the immediate tip on Makoto.
Oh man, that's exactly what you need on Na'Vi. And again, this time, they know how to push that envelope, right? Like they're just baiting out with Got the Juice. They know this Abaddon's not going to get blown up, walking in and out with Roche, getting the D-Ward right under the eyes of Talon as well. And Talon, it looked like they were trying to work out a flank. It felt very split apart, right? Like WS is the one to make the move into the Roche. Mikado's looking for the backline.
Almost felt like they were looking to set up there. Zayat has the blink up, but just didn't want to take the risk without the vision. But you can feel the momentum switch here, John. Na'Vi certainly feeling like they're the stronger team now.
That they are. I mean, they still have a 3K advantage on Talon, as we'll take a look at that replay again. And a very split-up fight ending up happening here. Good control coming into the side to just pin down Mikado as he's trying to flank the rear. And that's what we were talking about. Having this blink, having this Ogpin on Zayat to instantly respond to the flanks is a massive difference. There's no backup for WS, there's no damage going into the pit. And because you're so split apart with your tank and your damage source, there's no easy way for Savage to try to kind of play that fight either. So a perfect situation for Na'Vi. They capitalize in a very big way. And that lead from 7K down to just 3K for Talon. They're not in an uncomfy spot, but the game is getting harder to play. There are a lot of tools here from Na'Vi that you will have to try to respect. And I think for the side of Talon, this is the moment where you kind of maybe just sit back, wait for this build-up on Savage, get the BKB going on your Terrorblade, and then you can be more secure. Like, you don't need to worry about whether or not Mikado's caught out. You can survive a little bit more. You can look for the Sunder plays to stay in this fight and actually just play your game. Because right now, Savage is playing relatively conservatively when the initiation fails.
He certainly is. Maybe it's time to go back for that BKB. Maybe I spoke too soon. Savage, they'll see Got the Juice. He's got an Aegis and he's a tanky Abaddon. Chances are he's not very afraid of you anymore.
No.
He's all right. He'll get out of there, though. And for Talon, I mean, it's that point of the game where you need to slow down maybe a little bit. Just try to avoid Na'Vi. And well, they are moving up. They'll see WS. Looks like they want to try and secure that top tier 2 tower. They'll drop the Serpent Wards here from Zayat. Kodo setting up, will jump in with the Shiver's Guard. Zayat dropping pretty low. Shallow Grave will be there from Riddies. Do they commit? I mean, into the high ground, it could be a little bit awkward into Niku. They will. BKB popped as well. And it was. Just to ensure they get away with the TP. Fair enough.
Yep. No need to risk things. No need to kind of slow down that momentum when you've got it here on the side of Na'Vi. Better safe than sorry. Maybe not the best feeling in the world to pop your 9-second BKB for Niku, but you can't take chances. Having that swing back, you can easily swing back Talon's way as well. And for the side of Talon, they have some big tools now. BKB on Jokam. We know for the support, Marcy, a huge spike for the hero. She can start to set a place, start to look for that backline much easier with Mikado now as well. So that awkwardness for Mikado when he just went in by himself, getting caught out for the stun, now you have that backup of Jokam that's much more consistent to come in. And another big timing lineup for Jokam as well. Once he hits his basher, you're basically playing up against a secondary core now on Talon. And again, that scaling battle starts to kick in. Can you outsave on Na'Vi versus the burst damage on Talon? It's going to be all about positioning. It's going to be about whether or not you've got that vision game lining up your way and you can take advantage of it. At the least for Na'Vi, their forward wards are a little bit nicer, right in front of that tier 2 on mid, watching the river down bot as well. They've got a nice line of vision to try to play later on. They still have some time left in the Aegis as well. Not too much time, mind you. Just about 40 seconds left. More than enough time to start to consider the next move is they are starting to go for that smoke play now.
Got the Juice. He's kind of surrounded bottom, but Talon just don't want to bar of him at the moment. Na'Vi indeed going for a 4-man smoke. Got the Juice. He'll be there to join his team eventually as they look to pursue 23 Savage up at top lane. Savage is really only his illusions anyway. He's safe in the triangle. No T2 tower to play for here either, so Na'Vi, they just take this area of the map. Do you want to try and infiltrate that dire triangle? I mean, Na'Vi, they certainly could. Seems like that Aegis expiring. Probably not going to make it too worthwhile. They will reveal themselves in the mid lane eventually, and Talon, they will do so as well. But still Talon definitely slowing down quite a bit and not as interested anymore in trying to force these fights.
Yeah, again, they need that build-up. Even Mikado now going back for his own BKB just to not get caught off guard. you're going to need to wait. It's a long process to build up here for Mikado. And again, the scaling here for the side of Talon is nothing to scoff at. It's a Terrorblade into the late game up against an Abaddon, which is a little bit awkward for the hero. It again goes down to how durable can you get in the middle of these fights. You've got that Basher build up for Jokam. You've got the full AC coming out for WS to help protect further. And again, for Na'Vi, the game doesn't get too much more complicated as it scales on anyhow. You're already at that point. It was already a fairly complicated game. Now it kind of simplifies with all these options to save. And you also just don't mind waiting for perhaps that next Roshan. They don't find anything for that movement across the map. They will at least get the Tormentor. A free shard for Riyadh is pretty damn big as well. Having the Nodal projection on is a massive boost for the Dazzle. Just to get that position out, you're always going to be able to get the projection off for the most part and try to get a save going. So there's always some utility hanging there for Talon. I mean, they have that BKB on Savage, but it does feel like you'd want it on Mikado as well before you start to look for these big commitments out with this kind of smoke movement.
So you've even got the Basher now and got the Juice. Very, very scary here for Talon. So Abaddon's starting to feel like it's going to be a real problem to try and deal with here for this Dire squad, but they're still setting up down bottom. Smoke up. Talon, they are lacking a lot of vision. They don't really see Na'Vi at all. And Na'Vi eventually might reveal themselves here in mid. Looks like Got the Juice will be there. That's not really the target I think you want to jump though. Oh. You'd rather find the Dazzle if you can. Riyadh will reveal he is around the area. Got the Juice, looks like he will just kind of relocate himself out of there. Maybe for a quick power rune, doesn't get lucky though. Of course, Makoto's just getting all the runes here today. But no, they don't really care. They don't care, John. Game's going their way, they're happy.
Yeah, I mean, again, as it stalls out, the game does simplify for Na'Vi. It's Talon who has to kind of work out these angles. They've lost the net worth advantage down to just 2k now, and they haven't really made any progress on objectives. Kind of stalled out at the mid and top tier 2. Roshan, again, is probably the next safe flashpoint you can count on these teams to hard commit on. But I like how Na'Vi's playing. Every single time, nothing happens. They just group back up top. They drop the Serpent Wards again. They're slowly eating away at the tier 2s, equalizing map control. Not really much you can do on Talon to counteract that, really. Into the Shadow Shaman, of course. And for Talon, again, it's a process of waiting. The BKB for Mikado does look like it's done. Should be flying out now on his courier. And that does provide that safety net here for the Quap, so long as you pop it open first. And this is when we should see Talon start to commit. Like, again, if this game goes on, yeah, you're scaling. You've got that scaling on your Marcy. You've got more utility to come out on your Bane if the eventuality comes where the Ags can be a reality. But you're playing into so many saves from the side of Na'Vi, you don't want to deal with that. You don't want to have to deal with a Shallow Grave late game, with the Abaddon in the late game as well, with all of this bar time he's letting out.
A Roshan
Quick
attempt.
Rosh.
Talon, they're committing. There's no vision here for Na'Vi. Do not believe they're seeing anything. They have no idea the Roshan should be happening, and Talon, props to them. Looks like they will be able to successfully sneak this one away from Na'Vi without having to force a fight. They got the Juice. He is kind of there, but highly doubt he'll realize that it is actually happening. And even if he does, at this point it's just too late. Second Aegis will go the way of Talon.
Yeah, secondary life for Savage. Maybe not the ideal, but that does ensure that if your Terrorblade's caught out, you still have something to play with, especially if you're caught out before Metamorphosis falls. You have the Roche banner now as well to simplify that siege onto a high ground scenario if Talon can find that opportunity. It's just about working into that position now for Talon, because you still look at the vision game, the map control, Na'Vi, they still have some really strong wards. Watching that triangle, kind of cutting through on the top jungle as well, if you're wanting to take a long smoke route. Makes it a little bit tough for Talon to kind of get going. Again, they've only got that one ward that they set up for Roche to give them information on the map. So it's hard to kind of see that angle they have to take here. But the tools are all there. So if the opportunity should be coming in for Na'Vi, the key thing is to protect that backline. You've got to ensure your Dazzle's fine, that he can get the Shallow Graves off, that he can get the saves you need. Maybe even just timely usage of the Aphotic Shield could make a big difference for Got the Juice as well. So long as your saving tools are together and you're not getting picked off one by one, Na'Vi shouldn't be too concerned.
Full Abyssal Blade up now as well for Got the Juice. Things just getting scarier and scarier. If you are Talon, but at least with the Aegis up, they have some time where they can feel somewhat confident. and just being on the map. Very even in terms of net worth now, just slight net worth lead to Na'Vi. But again, you don't really need a huge net worth lead with this style of draft here from Na'Vi. You just need to kind of be on even terms. So they are going to go for another smoke up. Zayats and PMA. We're going to connect into the mid lane. We've got the Juice and the rest of the squad. But this is kind of... I want to say this is the classic Talon stage. This is something they know very well, is we need to avoid the other team for a long time. Is what it feels like we've gone into now. Or have we? They're posturing. They're thinking about it. But I doubt they'll commit. They do have the high ground advantage, but they don't see Na'Vi smoked up. Savage, he's going to see Riddies, but they'll jump in first. Zayats was there with the Hex up. Savage, can he survive? He'll get the BKB up in time. Meanwhile, Zayats still alive with the Shallow Grave. The Sonic Wave doing absolutely nothing from Makoto. It missed everything. They'll find Riddies and Zayats, though. Meanwhile, PMA trying to run. Rebound is there from Jokam, however. Here comes Got the Juice. Looking to at least find some form of trade. He'll take down Jokam and Niku with the Requiem now forcing him back. WS trying to survive the Sunder out as well. Savage trying to fight back here as PMA. Eventually going down shortly, but another Shallow Grave is out again. They'll get Savage with the Aegis. Meanwhile, the Fiend Drift from Cuckoo holding somebody down for quite a while, but it's not quite enough. It's got the Juice now. Looking to turn again onto Savage, who just can't survive it. Another Sonic Wave, but it does nothing. Niku's just standing his ground. He'll eventually go down into Makoto, but got the Juice. He's basically invincible. I don't see how you really deal with this guy right now. Abyssal Blade out, Makoto's out of mana, and Makoto will sadly have to die as got the Juice now, wicked sick on the Abaddon. And Na'Vi, I mean, the start of that fight, it looked really bad for the side of Na'Vi. They lose Riddies, they lose Zayats, both supports gone. You think the fight's over? Not so much, John. Buyback, they make the fight work, and well, Talon, props to them. They have the right idea, but just the sustained game of Na'Vi.
Yeah, it's kicking
a lot
in.
of sustain.
That's what we've been talking about for a while. All the saves coming in, not able to find that instant burst on these supports, having to try to burst them again in the secondary life as well. Just really challenging to sustain when you're kind of reliant on those relatively long cooldown spells to try to get that burst. You also had really strong positioning out from Niku. Finding the side angle there with the SF with the full Ags up, getting that Requiem off, and just getting that damage going. I mean, you bought all the space in the world here, forgot the Juice to play his game. And for the side of Talon, it's these prolonged fights that just don't work in their favor. They didn't find a tier 2 either, so the buybacks in this position just led to such a good spot for the supports to come back into and try to get that contribution going for the team, and it does pay off. Talon just stays so deep for this.
Yeah, it was a really hard position there for Savage as well. Like, he goes for the Sunder onto WS while he's Metamorphosis, but oh, here we go again. They're fighting another time in the exact same position, but Jokam, he's already been caught. So is Cuckoo. A double kill here for Got the Juice, and well, now he's completely godlike. Does Talon again have to play the avoid game? They can't force these fights at the moment.
Nah. They've got to be a little bit patient again, wait for some respawns to be back up. And for the side of Na'Vi, this is the opening they're looking for. You know, they don't have to worry about an Aegis into these fights. They've got the push into the high ground. Certain wards are still a little bit far off, at the very least, but you have some consistent damage coming out from Got the Juice. Look at how tanky this guy is. 3.8k HP, overwhelming blink up, full Abyssal Blade up. He has nothing to be scared of, especially with that backline protection coming out there from Riddies. There's just so much for this Abaddon to toss forward without caring in the world. And for Talon, they have to play smart, right? Like, again, they get that right movement, but just having that buyback world for the sports and having that teleportation location available for them just made that fight a little bit too complicated for Talon. At the least, in the next fight, they don't have to worry about buybacks. So if you do find those two supports, it should be a little bit simpler. But we are seeing, again, just how much damage this Abaddon can do, how much that Abyssal Blade control is just pumping out now. It's quite a fair bit of damage that even Savage can't really tank through. He's got 3.4k HP and 40 armor. It's still not enough to ride through the onslaught once that mixed damage comes in.
Yeah, it's a lot of damage. It's a lot. Talon, they're going to huddle up in that mid lane. So they might try to force another smoke. Of course, 40-minute power runes also spawning, and Talon have been very good at just trying to secure those every single time here for their QoP. They'll find an invis here for Makoto. I just don't think they can really try to force a fight. unless they can find Na'Vi split, but if you can't find a support or two before the fight even starts, at the very least, you know the supports don't have buyback yet, but it's not that easy to find them.
No.
Zayats and Riddies have been very good at just sitting back and relaxing, has got the juice. He does all the tanking for the side. So he will back off. Makoto, he does find Zayats, looking to just burst him down, but another nice shallow grave will save the day for Zayats just a little bit. They'll even find Riddies in the back. Riddies should be going down. Meanwhile, though, Niku looking to fight back with a big Requiem, and Talon. Talon have lost Savage. They've got no carry for the fight. It's a 2-for-3 trade. Na'Vi, I mean, they lost Riddies and of course Zayats, but it's just taking too long, I feel like. It's just too much commitment to try and deal with these supports.
And it is. I mean, you saw Mikado just kind of focus in on that shallow grave save on Zayats. They were just trying so hard to kill off that Shadow Shaman. And again, you've got a lot of nuisances from Na'Vi. You've got the cheeky innate with a foul play. You've got, again, the shallow grave. You've got aphotic shields coming in. There's a lot of sustain for Na'Vi to play with. For Talon, it has to be clean kills on these supports. And Savage was just right up in front. Again, with that Ags build up, with a Yashikaya.
So much damage.
It's a ton of damage. Plus the refresh on hand here for Niku. Just a lot of burst and control that just comes in.
Makoto. This could be dangerous. Makoto, Niku, he's going to connect with the Requiem. But does he have the damage? Makoto actually pretty tanky, going to look to fight back with a Sonic Wave out. TP away. PMA, though, he gets the bash. He gets the bash. There was never a doubt.
No.
Never a doubt in my mind. Nor PMAs.
No, and it's looking rough now for Talon. I mean, I appreciate that kind of play from Mikado just trying to take these chances, but it's leaving them with very few options for Talon now. 20-24, 14K lead for Na'Vi at this point. And for Talon, I mean, they've got already pretty much the full complement of damage up on 23 Savage. He's trying to go for Silver Edge, try to sneak around now. You're kind of at the point where you're capped on itemization that you're looking for here on the side of Talon. There's not much room to grow. Refresh for WS. You've got the maybe full Abyssal that can come out from Jokam. But the utility from Na'Vi is just overwhelming. It does feel like you'd want maybe some small pieces of, I don't know, Lincoln's Poppers or counter control to come in. Like a Eul's would help massively here if you can try to build it up. Or something to just help the cause, because everything's online. Like you've got the Lincoln's up on PMA. He's not going to be an easy grip target. You have that refresh again from Niku just doing a ton of work. And you have all this presence left for Got the Juice, who also has his own refresh. Double borrowed time just means he's not going to die. There's just so much that Na'Vi can do in the middle of these fights. And for Talon, their options are rather limited in the big 5v5.
It certainly feels that way. Na'Vi now taking a nice quick Roshan. No contest here from Talon. Got the Juice. Not only does he have the double borrowed time, but now a third life with the Aegis up, and
yikes.
Maybe even a fourth even, if you want to put it that way. But he's been pretty much impossible to deal with without the Aegis as it is. See what they try and do here, Talon. Again, the thing is you can't take the fights unless you find these supports. That's kind of the issue, is you can't even start to focus on this Abaddon, or Niku for that matter, until you know that Riddies and Zayats have been dealt with. Yeah. And it's really been quite impossible, because Riddies, he constantly gets the shallow graves off in time.
And yes, his positioning has been really good. He's not showing on the map. He's not making himself a target. It's been Zayats kind of walking forward as the bait on that Shadow Shaman, and he still gets shallow grave. And it has to be the Dazzle first somehow on the side of Talon. But again, their initiation, when you compare it to Na'Vi at this point, it's just lacking. You've got the Blink on SF with the BKB. Requiem initiation's good. A Rolling Thunder initiation's good. Blink Shackle, Blink Hex on Zayats is big as well. Whereas for Talon, yeah, you could try to jump in with WS. He could try to commit with a BKB Pulverize, but it is all in. That's one big key control that just disappears if you can't find the target.
I just think he has to at this point. Like, who else is going to do it? Makoto blinks in, he gets hexed. Jokam could do it, but I doubt he has enough damage. I guess it really has to be WS with the BKB to get it done, but it's easier said than done, though, isn't it, John?
That it is. Again, it's just down to how Na'Vi is playing the map, right? Like, the vision game has been pretty sparse from both sides, but their positioning has just been so good on Na'Vi. Hiding that Dazzle every single time, knowing that it's the key target, making it difficult for Talon to try to work things out. Bit of a smoke out. They still have quite a fair bit of time on that Aegis as well as they start sieging high ground. And for Talon, this is where the puzzle has to be solved. If they start to lose these tier 3s, it's very hard to stop this momentum on Na'Vi.
They're going to try and drag back Got the Juice here with the Nightmare. No real threat here for Got the Juice again. Should be a relatively free tier 3 tower. We'll just let the Serpent Wards do the slow work. Has Got the Juice, going to blink in, looking for Makoto, but might have enough. Just threatening, just letting them know at any time he's happy to blink in. PMA waiting for the run opportunity, as is Niku. Roshan Banner making life very difficult here for Talon. They've got to find a way to commit, unless they're just willing to let this Rax go down. I mean, that might be the position they're in right now, because they're 18k behind against a draft that just feels so much tankier. Now they're going to roll in. PMA, he's going to be there right onto Cuckoo. Cuckoo going into the ghost form with the Requiem! Niku right in the middle! WS will jump in and try and save the day, but can he do it? Another Requiem out here from Niku, dragging them all back, and it's not looking good here for Talon. Na'Vi looking to put a lid on this game, it looks like, as Joe Camp will go down. They'll still try to fight back Savage. He's moving in. Niku, he does go down. Savage, he's got it. He's got one. There's the Aegis as well as the Abaddon as they do find the Shaman. Zayat's in big trouble. He should be dropping. Meanwhile, the Abba got the juice. He will TP out of there. It looked like an impossible fight for Talon. It really did, especially once that second Requiem came out. But somehow, they sit back and they make it work here with Savage and Makoto.
They did have to buy back on their supports. It does pay off in a big way. And that's because the fight this time from Na'Vi was a little bit more split apart. You've got that initiation coming from PMA into the back with a Rolling Thunder commitment, and then he just gets held up. They're starting to find the control pieces on Talon, and they realize if Na'Vi is the one to initiate, sometimes you're not in position there for the Dazzle to get the saves, as we're seeing in the replay.
It's a beautiful setup here. Really, really beautiful. I mean, Niku just getting everything he could ask for. Beautiful Shallow Grave as well from Riddies to ensure he could get it off. But I guess it was just Savage. Savage just getting feared the whole fight, basically, so he couldn't actually be in a position to take damage. And funnily enough, it actually works out in his favor.
And it does. And again, this time around, with that movement out from PMA, they cut across into that top area, into the tower area. The Dazzle had no good position to try to get an earlier save. You're a little bit further away from the action. You're not able to kind of try to position out.
Savage, he's gone deep. They went straight for the mid-racks, but the jump is there from Got the Juice. Here comes WS. He'll intervene. Both supports being caught on a nice Sonic Wave. Makoto, he'll deal with Zayat. Riddy should be dropping, but he'll heal up. Meanwhile, Got the Juice needing to get out of there as he does get sundered by 23 Savage. Zayat, though, does buy back. Makoto also looking to blink away as they will secure at least Cuckoo. PMA is going to look for a little bit more. Cuckoo will go down. PMA right behind Makoto. He actually gets a bash on Savage. But now the turnaround, PMA could be in a spot of danger as they look to fight. PMA, he's a tanky boy, but Joe Camp, he jumps in, looking for Niku. The SF in trouble. Can they save him? They cannot. Niku is gone. Got the juice. He is also down.
Oh my goodness.
He is also down. Talon, they're not done yet. They'll find a third. Buyback's committed here by Na'Vi, but Talon, they'll happily retreat. Thank you very much.
They're in such a good position. They didn't lose Jokam with his buyback, at the very least. Cuckoo is gone. They still have a little bit more time in that Metamorphosis, because they want to force the issue on the mid. And you've already forced the buyback out from Niku. This is a huge opening for Talon after what looked like a very topsy-turvy game. It's a massive swing. They've got the lead again. Very slight 7k swing their way, but all of the buybacks committed out as well. And Talon is suddenly, dare I say it, on top of this game so far. A position they've not found themselves for at least the past 10-15 minutes. And Na'Vi, they have to be so cautious. They still have one protected lane, a tier 2 still standing up top. So the pressure shouldn't be too hard, but they're going on tier 4s.
We're going to just threaten Niku. Keep in mind, the buybacks just aren't there for Niku at the moment. It's very scary if the SF does get caught out. Tier 4 towers, they're under siege. They're being forced to do something about it. Zayat, he's not respawning for 34 more seconds. Meanwhile, Got the Juice. He doesn't want to commit the buyback. Does he have to? They're going to try and buy time. PMA will jump in. The Requiem is up. They have not finished off Savage. WS is there in time, but no, Savage is gone. Savage is gone. They're on to WS. They've managed to defend. Got the Juice. He does buy back. But it won't matter. It's worth. They'll save the game.
They keep it going for a little bit longer here on the side of Na'Vi. Talon at least still have the buybacks on our 2 cores. So they still have some place to get out. They forced the buybacks out from Na'Vi. This puts them in a very tricky situation for Na'Vi. Roshan still a ways off. It's going to be hard to look for that safety net now with this advantage you have. If you want to even out the buybacks, you're going to have to risk it. You're going to have to risk your own buyback status now going into the high ground, force the buybacks out from Talon. And it's a very, very scary spot. Again, it's just down to how you initiate. Savage was pushing the envelope, didn't manage to see a window for the BKB. The interruption just not clean enough.
Committal again. We'll see if Talon will commit these buybacks. Like, how do they start their fight without WS? Surely you've got to commit at least one. Savage might be able to wait. Makoto's going to try and buy time. Does a refresh orb as well on the Quap if he needs it. Meanwhile, PMA looking for the backline supports. Has already found Kuku. That's a great initiation from PMA as Jokam also going to go down. The buybacks have come in, but they haven't got support to play with. Nico, what a Requiem out. Savage, he's going to have to man fight this one, but he's completely surrounded. Surely he can't do it. He can't get the Thunder off as well. That's a dieback, and this game should be over. Na'Vi, the back and forth between these two sides. You just didn't know who was going to win here, John.
No.
What a game one.
It was a fantastic early gaming coming out from Talon. That's what we heard them kind of want to achieve, right? They wanted to play a little bit fast and hard earlier on in the game, and they did manage to get that. Unfortunately, just not carrying that tempo true gave a lot of time to Na'Vi for that recovery, and once they hit that stride with the sustain, it just becomes a complicated game for Talon to play.
Yeah, absolutely. Certainly a very strong performance here from Na'Vi. Definitely a few scary times here for them against Talon, but they hold it together. That composure just remains strong, and they make it work here. I wonder how Talon feels after that game one. Obviously, you've got to reset pretty quick here, John. Do you feel like they're going to be a little bit upset with that? Or, I mean, it was a pretty close game. You can't be too upset.
It was close. I don't think they did too much wrong there in Talon. I think maybe they missed a little bit of a timing where they could have stayed on the aggressive. They kind of sit back and just go back farming, giving that recovery room out for Na'Vi. But beyond that, I think for the most part, everything was executed really well. I think this is a new form for Talon that we haven't seen in a while, and I think they just kind of need to work out some kinks in the draft, perhaps, if you even consider that.
You're seeing the faces of Talon here. Obviously, a tough game one already here. And it is the Esports World Cup, John. Every game is going to be pretty tough, I dare say. And there you go, game one in the books, of course. So it is a best-of-2 series, so there is a chance to draw here for Talon, and Na'Vi, there is a chance to just secure a 2-0 victory straight off the bat.
Yeah, I think, again, for Na'Vi, good position to be in. You're one game up. You have a lot going for you in terms of momentum for Talon. This is where you have to kind of recover. We'll have to see if they can hold on and reset for that next game.
Well, I'll tell you what, John, we'll have a look at some highlights of that game one, and we'll be back with our panel.
.51 minutes, 31-32 was the scoreline. What a game one we had starting out here with Talon versus Na'Vi. I mean, BSJ, that was a real back and forth. Like, it was looking like it was going to be a stomp for a bit, though.
Yeah, it felt like the momentum of the fights was decided relatively quickly. Once SF got bursted, then they have no real damage output in an AoE. Like, the Abaddon's supplemental with the Radiance and the Strength Blink. But then the few fights where we saw that Dazzle Grave come out, the SF Ags healing him after the end of it, so you think you have this guy killed. You've invested 5 to 10 seconds of 3 to 4 heroes in order to kill him, but instead he just lives full to 0, or he comes back full HP. Yeah, just so much snowballing effect in these fights.
Yeah, for sure. I also think that Abaddon, he has like one big weakness. This hero can't really farm early. He's basically the old Spectre, back from the old days where once you get to your Radiance, this is where you're going to start farming. This is where you're going to feel the influence in the middle of the fight, so getting that Radiance burn. He definitely shines in the longer fights, but we haven't really seen that at the early stages. That's why you see Talon playing super aggressively, knowing some of their timings, but also that Roche fight is what kind of pretty much sealed the deal for the game, in which direction the game's going to go.
Absolutely, it broke everything wide open, and it was all off the back of Got the Juice on that Abaddon. Well, not all of it, but a lot of it. When he picked up that Radiance, it just felt like he was the only hero in the game at some points. He was roaming around doing whatever, and I thought it was very interesting because I look at this draft and I think, you know, oh, this is Nico on the Shadow Fiend. You know, we're expecting him to sort of swagger through, take the early fights with magic damage, transition to physical later on, and you've sort of got an Abaddon backing him up, but that wasn't really the story of this game.
Yeah, I realized, like, when you're looking at the Terrorblade, they didn't really have anyone else to deal with him, because we did talk about how much they were invested into the physical damage. The Pangolier, Dazzle, even these heroes are 100% physical, so Terrorblade being a high armor illusion hero, they did need that AoE magic damage, so him going for that Ags Refresher build with the Kayayasha, very, very scary to play against in my experience as a hero like TB, whose sole defense against it is BKB. There's just absolutely no other counterplay you have. Terrorblade likes to rely on items like Hurricane Pike, the Scotties, the Butterflies, these other, like, you don't have a way to deal with this massive amount of damage on the ground that also disables you and prevents you from getting that Sunder off a lot of the time. We saw some late game situations where any other hero in the game, Terrorblade wouldn't have had issues getting that Sunder.
All right, let's take a look at some of the replays as you guys have requested, and take a little look through the key moments of this game and find out what exactly made it so successful for Na'Vi, because as I said early on, this was a Talon show, okay? This was all about Talon to start with, but a little bit later on, you know, we saw Na'Vi sort of come back into it as they hit their timings, and we could take a look at those critical moments within the game. I mean, Lacoste, what was the turning point, you know, that important moment in the game?
Yeah, definitely when Got the Juice picked up the Aegis, they approached Roshan. This is the power of, you know, this Shadow Fiend, plus, like, you have all this physical damage plus Shadow Shaman, but these are some of the fights that they were winning relatively early on. You see the rotations, they are going to be ganking Abaddon, who doesn't really have much to offer in these fights, and they're going to be, like, chasing them into the base, allowing, like, showing the strength of their lineup here, but at that time, Na'Vi just couldn't punch back.
Yeah, it felt like every single early rotation was either Na'Vi not bringing enough resources to kill somebody. We saw them go for a kill on WS that didn't work out. We either see Talon already set up, ready to punish it. We see, like, Na'Vi not even having the items or resources to fight back in the first place, like we saw in that clip. And then, like, when you're down by 7K, that's the story of the game. Like, you don't have the heroes, you don't have the numbers, you don't have, like, the numbers in terms of damage output to actually bring people down. But then we saw that Aegis, like, the whole point of that Aegis is it goes from a commanding map control lead on the side of Talon to them being allowed to farm up items on Abaddon. Suddenly you look at, he's like 6 slotted at 50 minutes into the game. This was one of those plays where they almost looked desperate here on the side of Na'Vi. We're like, we're going to go for this 2-man play on WS. Talon had 2 players right behind him. They just instantly turned on and, yeah, just destroyed on the other side.
Pretty impossible to take fights at this stage of the game as Shadow Fiend. You kind of want to help out the team, but we also talked about some of the counters that he's playing into. He's playing into double Blade Mail, which is not something that he wants to go. Like, you have heroes who can blink on top of him, charge on top of him, double Blade Mail, he can get the Requiem off, and you have enough control to be able to deal with him. Plus, you also have the pushback from Queen of Pain, that magic burst damage, something that Panga was also struggling with, pure damage as well. He was playing into Bane, so he was not having a good time. A lot of these things just didn't click for Na'Vi early on.
Yeah, and in our next clip, we can see another one of those critical moments within the game where things really started to come together. And again, Talon just dominating from the early points here.
This was demoralizing. This Pango roll, like, Queen of Pain gets the regen rune off, and it's only 1% of her HP, but he gets stuck on the wall. He's gonna manage to get that last stun.
6 HP.
Yeah, 6 HP with the regen rune going, and he's like, what is that, like 100 units away from hitting that Pango roll after being stuck on the wall? I'd just like to tell everybody out there, this is a master tier pro level Pango player, and he still gets stuck on those cliffs. So if you're out there trying to learn your Pangoliers, it's okay. It's going to happen sometimes.
Pango players are really good at finding new spots. Every single time, they will find a new spot to be stuck at.
It's
Absolutely.
True. It's a skill. It's a skill for sure. And in our next clip, we have one of the pivotal moments of the game heading up towards that big turnaround point for Na'Vi as they enter that Roche pit. So in the next replay, we can really see that things start to turn around for Na'Vi as they start to take back control. And this was like the critical moment, you know, stealing that Aegis and making everything.
Yeah, their positioning was really good. You can see Zayats, he was fighting in a really good spot for him. Also, Queen of Pain getting completely stuck with this Bangalore. We've seen it multiple times in the game where he doesn't even have enough mana to be able to blink out. And also Niku almost like killing himself there with the Requiem on top of Queen of Pain, but kind of knowing the numbers that he's going to survive, and then the heal is going to come out from Abaddon, from Dazzle to make sure that he's going to be survivable.
I'd like to point out that the reason they were able to take down Makoto on the Queen of Pain was because of the fact that you have Shadow Shaman, this hero that's been in the meta forever now. He has that 7 seconds of disable, but also the only reason they're even threatening that Roshan in the first place is because of those Shadow Shaman wards that help them get it low. So I just give a shout out to this hero being, you know, worthwhile of the first pick going forward in this tournament. But yeah, another fight happening. This was the ones that it still goes in favor of Talon, but it also, I don't know.
No, that's the one where he's going to use Sunder relatively early on. He did have Aegis at this point, and he wanted to save his teammates. Can't really blame him here, but he's also going to be dying. And this is the double buyback from supports inside of Na'Vi. And you're fighting close to the tower, close to their base, and they have a lot of survivability. We saw these Dazzle heals. Abaddon's not going to go down. You don't have the break mechanic plus the silence combo, something that you can burst him from 100 to 0. And they're living long enough where Abaddon actually gets insane amount of damage in this fight. Sure, you're going to die, but you can see Queen of Pain, something that I talked about, she doesn't have enough mana. And now got the juice, or almost said Beetlejuice, is going to get on top of him, and he's going to bash him. He's going to bash him one more time. Then PMA comes, burns his mana, and Makoto's pretty cooked.
Gets cooked indeed. Yeah, I mean, these were the building blocks upon Navi's success. And then we get to the super late game and everything's just chaos. It's all about the buybacks, you know, you're going one way or another. I thought Talon kind of had it, you know, when Na'Vi went to that high ground, you know, they died, they even had a couple of diebacks, and it kind of looked like Talon were about to take it. But Na'Vi, I think they were very patient in the late game. It felt like they were more in control than Talon, I would say.
Just when you come down to that lineup, I mentioned at the start of this post-game panel that you only had single target stuns on the side of Talon. You have the Bane, you have even Marcy, who's like a single target damage dealer. You have Terrorblade, who's just going to hit a single person. You have Primal Beast, who's going to grab a certain person. So it's like, if you're not bursting SF at the start, they've got an overwhelming team fight AoE advantage on their side. So unless SF was taken out of the picture, that's why those fights seem so chaotic, because they're scrambling to kill the SF, and then you have Dazzle on the other side trying to save him, and there's times where they manage to burst him, and then there's times where they don't, and the entire thing falls apart, and it's just a tough ask when you're against a hero like Dazzle, and kind of points to the fact that they had a really clear vision, I think, of how their lineup was meant to scale on the side of Na'Vi, and I really do think that Talon's lineup was not meant to go that late. Like, they were supposed to get this early game aggression, these pickoffs, take the Terrorblade, maybe that first Aegis, and then close the game out. But instead, that first Aegis going the way of Na'Vi, I think managed to stall it out long enough that that second Aegis didn't have the punch.
This could have easily been a 25-minute game from Talon. It's just that Roche play, you have Shadow Shaman. This is why the hero is picked. Whenever you see him, you can always take the towers, you can always try to buy time, you can always take objectives on the map, especially Roshan. So that's going to be real nice. But also itemization from Na'Vi, that was real great. Having these refreshers, knowing that something that you pointed out, that they don't have this overwhelming team fight, but them using refreshers on all 3 cores inside of Na'Vi gives them another round of spells where they need to heavily commit with these BKBs. They need to be able to kill the heroes, but it was just not happening at the later stages of the game.
Absolutely not. And we saw some of those interesting mechanics coming in later on as well, like Fortune Favors the Bold, sort of like a underrated innate in the late game, I think.
Yeah, nobody thinks about that innate on Pango.
I don't even know which one you're talking about.
Lower proc chance on Pangolin, which is insane in the late game. We're trying to dodge crits and like MKBs and whatnot.
Oh, okay. So what hero are we talking about? Was Terrorblade, was he lowering Terrorblade's crits, or what impact?
Yeah, whenever he's being targeted. It's in the late game.
I don't even think about that one very much.
And Dazzle as well with the healing amplification on onto the SF, like that makes the Satanic even better. Some little things really working out for Na'Vi and just kind of working out in their favor, and that's what gets them this game #1. But can they do it again? Can they secure a 2-0 to rocket into the Esports World Cup? That's what we're going to find out after this short break.
We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. Ridden got me skanking, had me feeling like I'm Fred Astaire. Bread was kinda short, but I was smelling like a millionaire. Claimed their opposition, when we stepped in, they were running scared. Man were louding up the atmosphere. Too much chatty, too much catty. I just lit a fatty, and it came from Cali. I'm already here. I was in the clouds, I don't ever take the stairs. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. This another level, this one over here is very rare.
This land is calling.
Welcome back to Dota 2 at the Esports World Cup, where we're getting into game number 2 of Talon versus Na'Vi. Two teams which might not be kind of considered for the top 1 spot, but both teams want to make it. Both teams want to pull off some upsets. But of course, first, they've got each other to go. If Na'Vi were to pull off a 2-0 here, I mean, it's a really big deal because this group stage format in particular is really, really rewarding for the team which comes at the top of the group.
Yeah, first place goes automatically through to the playoffs. Second place effectively gets one less round. So everyone else goes into an elimination bracket of sorts, and the second place teams play one less game. So the third, fourth place teams are going to be put in a gauntlet first. Winner of those will play the second place team of another group. So every placement here significantly matters in regards to the playoffs itself is single elimination. So the teams that get first are effectively skipping 2 rounds of the playoffs, which is like
it's pretty big.
Yeah.
It's pretty massive. So you want to show your best performances, your best strategies in these first couple of days. And also to point out, nobody gets eliminated after, like, at least in phase 1. So you still have that second chance to be able to prove yourself, but you want to do as best as possible.
Yeah, it can lull you into a false sense of security,
yes,
I
sure.
think, with that. Like, oh, no one's getting eliminated phase 1, we can chill. But actually, it's like, not only is it straight into the playoffs in phase 2 and then the playoffs in phase 1, but it's all single elimination, which is so scary. It's not something which we see that much of in Dota, so I think the teams need to be really aware of that and really aware of how important their positioning is, and therefore how important these group stages is.
Yeah, I mean, we always talk about, like, historically at TI, you have that first round of lower brackets, like the best of ones, where that's like the most pivotal game, where sometimes the team that ends up winning that gets third in the tournament, and the team that lost is literally out in 16th. In this case, by winning these group stages games and effectively advancing your placement, you are skipping these potentially knockout situations earlier on in the tournament. So yeah, a lot on the line where you're kind of avoiding getting knocked out here later on in the tournament, but you're not going to get knocked out from this. So like you said, it's kind of weird to think the implications of it, but it is pretty substantial when you consider that, like, if you get third, fourth here, you'll have to win 5 straight series in order to win the tournament.
It is a lot. It is pretty much a lower bracket run.
Yeah. After a short group stage.
Yes.
Yep, so every single game here is going to mean so much. The teams, they have to be aware of that. They've got to come in with everything they've got. There's no sense of hiding strategy. There's no sense of, like, trying to hold your best strats for later on. You got to put everything on the table right now, and that is what both of these teams are trying to do. Game number 1, of course, we saw Na'Vi coming back into it. It looked like it was going to be a Talon shutout, but Na'Vi, they came back in with their Abaddon, with the Radiance, and eventually with Nico on the Shadow Fiend as well. They're able to fight their way back and claw themselves into a pretty good spot. A couple of buybacks, a couple of risky high grounds, but eventually Na'Vi did take that first game. Let's see what they can do here in game number 2.
Yeah, when I was thinking about the drafts from previous game, what I liked about Na'Vi's late game scaling was that we mentioned Talon having single target stuff. When you make single target lineups awkward to target certain heroes in the game, suddenly it's like, okay, so you have Dazzle, right? You don't want to target anyone that's not Dazzle because they're going to get graved, and that ended up happening a few times. But with that last pick, Abaddon, I wouldn't consider Abaddon like a hyper late game carry or anything, but in that game in particular, he scaled really hard because that's another hero you don't want to target, and he can also potentially save the other people getting targeted. So it makes this, like, whole scaling idea of what Talon's lineup did really awkward, and I think they managed to perform pretty dang well despite that.
Yeah.
But I think when you have teams like this that are somewhat evenly matched, the ease of execution once you get to the 40-50 minute mark is going to play a pretty pivotal role in who comes out on top.
Yeah, it definitely will. I also want to point out that they had so much survivability. Like, these heroes are not easy to kill. You can't really kill Abba. Shadow Shaman, he also doesn't die instantly. You have Dazzle, he can keep the distance with his ulti. if Pango gets the roll, sure, you're going to grip him, but look at the damage like on Talon. You have a bit of a like explosive damage on TB, some from Quap, but also others are not really doing that much. Primal Beast, his damage is more about like control, damage over time. Marcy does have some. He did optimize to go for a BKB as his first item, wanted to beat the damage. You can't really blame him in this game, considering that they needed somebody else to scale, knowing that the late game might not belong to them. But I also like this Lina as a pickup for Talon. They had a lot of success during Dream League Season 26 with Lina. They also did flex it to the carry role as well. We saw Mikoto pretty much playing Lina. I'm not sure if he lost the games when he was playing it on Lina. I just have to double check that real quick.
Pretty certain he did not.
Yeah, he did not. He did play 4 games, but they did lose the game on carry. So maybe they still favor this Lina coming out from the mid lane compared to the safe lane.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't mind people going back a little bit in the meta because these Omni Knight Abaddon carries, they're still very strong when enabled. Like, I think people were starting to just kind of pick them willy-nilly and placing them without a mid, like the Linas, like the Snipers, like the SFs. That's going to effectively help you carry the game. And I think Talon's already set up for potentially picking a carry like that. I've also seen them sometimes go just like a strong lane carry at the same time, but Puck, a hero we saw first round banned in the previous game. We've been seeing the stocks of this hero rise continuously over the last few tournaments. And every game feels like a good Puck game, and I think the amount of hard lockdown in the meta right now is just severely limited.
Yes, most definitely. Dragonite is also not a hero. I think a lot of the team, like not a lot, but decent amount of teams did try to go and play Dragonite against Puck in the mid lane. Sure, you have a stun, but it's not enough. Like, it's not, you're also kind of in a bad spot because you need to play with the Dragonite, whose numbers right now are not very good. Like, all the damage numbers on the hero have been nerfed for a really long time, and I like this response as well, but this could also backfire because they need, like right now, they don't really have ways of setting things up. Sure, Ricky's going to be providing you with some of the vision, maybe Pango if he gets to roll first, but this lineup is relatively squishy.
Yeah, I'd love to see something like a Sven for Na'Vi, just something that kind of buffs up the rest of the team without a targetable spell, like Warcry, and effectively gives them like a Dazzle lane partner, because right now, I think this Ricky is most likely for Yokam. We have seen them manage to get out of lanes that are pretty obnoxious.
Ooh,
and
spicy.
Wow. They are really committed to shutting down this Puck, that is for sure. I mean, just quickly on the Ricky, do you consider that to be a hard counter to Dazzle?
It is very good. Dazzle, even against Puck, but once he picks up the shard, you can't really target anyone inside of the Cloud, so that's really nice. I mean, Cloud is very, very good for this game. Against all of these 3 heroes, now they also added another layer of silence with the Silencer, so things are going to be easy for them. You have Ricky, who can scout things out, Global Silence to follow it up. Pango, they still need to show where these heroes are going to go, whether this is going to be WS on Pango, who's going to be playing Lina, but also not the tankiest lineup. You did mention Sven. I really like that one because he's really not afraid of any of these heroes, and Lina doesn't really like to play into that matchup. You also have no saves. Lina, when she is kind of a solo damage dealer, she does fall off, especially if you get on top of her, and now you have Puck, now you have Sven who can pop a BKB. There's no double silence anymore on Global, so he can use his BKB, immediately remove it, and then get the jump.
Yeah, my idea of the Sven is that you wanted a hero that jumps the Lina, like a carry that likes to get in her face. You think traditionally of like the Ursas, but a lot of these heroes that do that, their survivability comes from spells. But in the case of Sven, almost all of his survivability is in the form of a BKB plus like Satanic, and then that allows him to cast spells. But like a hero like Ursa, you're going to get silenced by Silencer, you're going to get silenced by Ricky. You're not going to be able to reliably do that job. You needed a carry that buys items for this, and so I think this pick just solidifies their draft
Yeah,
really
it looks
well.
really good. It also gives Warcry to the team that kind of suffers. There's a lot of physical damage. Lina is mixed damage, physical and magical. Pango is all physical. Ricky as well. So you're giving yourself, like, you're giving protection to your own team. Sometimes Dazzle is very squishy, so it's Shadow Shaman, but with the Warcry. And now you have Dazzle. Let's say he lives long enough, he gets the Grave on Shadow Shaman, then you get the foul play. So again, I'm seeing the same things that did happen in game number 1, where Na'Vi had enough survivability, they had enough protection for their supports to be able to live long enough to be able to contribute to the team fight.
Yeah, my question here is, do you ever go for something like Faceless Void, I guess, for Talon? As a hero, I'm thinking where I don't know how you reliably start fights here, and if you put Lina carry, then I guess you could go something like the DK mid that you were mentioning, but I would like it to be an AoE kind of guy, because right now they have a lot of single target save on the Na'Vi. They have targets that are awkward to go for. You need to catch these elusive guys, multiple at once most likely. Silencer, one of the worst things I hate when I play Silencer is that I push global and nobody on the enemy team dies. And I'm kind of worried right now that most of their physical damage is mitigated by the Warcry. And Lina, sure, she can Laguna one person, maybe they'll take them down. But I'm really getting the same sense that I got in game one, which is Talon's going to struggle to target specific heroes based on, like, the first 5 seconds of the fight are going to be really difficult for them to execute.
Although, I'm a little bit concerned for Na'Vi for potentially got the juice on the Sven getting kited. It does feel like a game where, you know, even the Riki as a support is kind of nice because you've got the Blink Strike, the Tricks of the Trade. I don't really see a target for you to just beam down other than maybe the Silencer, which, again, if you drop in ult and BKB on a Silencer, then Talon are going to be very happy about that.
It's just that Sven is such a good hero right now. Even if you lose the lane, I've seen it so many times where you can recover nicely in the jungle. Like you're 0-2 and 0, you're level 5, you go to the jungle, suddenly 15 minutes in, you're the most farm hero in the game. And you also can't really finish the game early on with Talon. Like this type of a lineup, you have nothing to siege the towers with. We still don't know where Lina's gonna go, but she's also the type of a hero that dies once, dies twice, suddenly Sven gets another item, he gets his BKB. So I think Na'Vi, with this type of a lineup, they can definitely afford to play a bit of a farm game.
Wait I think until they just go Centaur, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I knew it. Like, so I had to chime in because I'm like, this is the most obvious Centaur game because
it solves everything.
All they have is slows to stick you in the cloud and silence you, and you can't save people with targeted stuff. So you just pick something that's globally saves them. Yeah.
I'm actually shocked that that's not banned out. Like,
I think it's a huge oversight, by the way.
This Lifestealer ban also makes it very difficult. Could be good against Sven, could be really good against what they wanted to pick, and that's this Centaur. So good in the lane. We saw very good performances coming out from Lifestealer during Wallachia, where pretty much nobody has been playing it except for Pure, and he has pretty dominant performances. And now it's going to be Bristleback. So maybe they want to hit the slightly earlier timing with this hero.
I think that's the entire win condition for Talon, because I always remind people of this level 15 break Talon on Shadow Shaman. You will, like, once Shaman gets 15, that's probably like 30 minutes into the game, you will have Sven, who will kill you in 2 hits with a Shaman break, and 23 Savage's hero will no longer offer what it is currently offering, which is a frontliner that sets up the rest of the fight. I think they absolutely could roll over the lanes. Lina's a very strong laner. Bristleback does absolutely free farm against Centaur. Maybe the Pangolier Riki lane's a bit awkward, but we talked about at Dream League, they did a really good job of getting out of these awkward double melee lanes on WS and YoCam. So if they manage to create a similar situation to what we saw last game, which is like this 20-minute map control, and then manage to get that first rush on themselves, then I could see them winning. But I do think Na'Vi hard outscales them here.
They're definitely on the clock here on Talon, and they need to snowball pretty heavily. I want to see rotations, especially on Mikoto's lane. Problem is, this is not the easiest setup with the Silencer. We saw Silencer play very aggressive when he has another position 4 like Tusk, who can start things off with the shards, with the snowball. Riki might try to do the same thing, but I think 2 supports, they need to be in the mid lane. They need to try to break the lanes and try to snowball from there, because Na'Vi, they're just going to outscale them with this lineup.
It's scary. Talon, they need to recreate the early stage of the last game, but this time not drop the ball. Don't have a Roche incident again. The pressure is on, but they should have the confidence after how the start of last game went. So let's find out. Will we get 23 Savage or 23 Cabbage? Will we get PMA or will we get BSJ? That is the question in this game number 2. And we already talked about what it would mean for Na'Vi to secure themselves a second game here at the Esports World Cup. It just makes their whole journey a lot easier. So the potential for Na'Vi here is massive. Let's find out how this game 2 is going to go. We've got a magical casting duo of MLP and John Xfire jumping onto the mic. Take it away, boys.
Much Nomad, we do get into it. Game number 2 between Na'Vi and Talon. Jonathan, you heard the panel. They're not exactly the biggest fans of this Talon draft, and they think they need to play a bit fast. What are you thinking, Johnny? Do you have faith in this draft from Talon to try and make this game 2 work?
I think it's a tricky one. I think they're all right in their points that this has to be a relatively quick game coming out from Talon. They don't have the best control to really try to utilize this. Riki, perfectly right, like their stuns aren't really there. So it's going to be a high-tempo game. Talon's going to have to kind of replicate what we saw in the early game in Game 1, where they were getting aggressive, they were making these moves around the map, and they were setting up for Mikado to find every single rune. He is on his Lina, and this is a hero that he has basically brought the win rate up by himself in Dream League 26. And this is something that he specializes in. It's something that we always look at from Talon when they're in a position where their backs are against the wall.
This is the break emergency glass.
That it is.
This is the break emergency glass. We need to win a game, and Talon, they say, we just pick up the laner. And there we go. Na'Vi looking to secure it to already prepped here in this top rune spot. Talon could hope for a fight early on. They do have a nice draft for it, but Na'Vi going to hold their position. They will move up. WS needing to be a little bit careful, but he's confident enough to continue to move into PMA. But though a nice Stormhammer on a 3 targets from Got the Juice, but PMA is still dropping surely as they'll continue the chase. Savage looking for that final Quill Spray, and he will get it. First blood will be drawn prior to even the 0-minute mark.
Yeah, and you managed to get it on your carry Bristle. You're feeling good on Talon. Doesn't feel like you're going to get anything extra in the bounties at the very least. But that sets a good tone. And again, for Talon, it's important to get that ball rolling early. Having this good start on your Bristle, having that faster build-up into your key laning items is going to feel good. Taking a look at that mid lane first, though. This matchup for Mikado should be fairly decent, right? Like, we've seen this one before. It can be a little bit tricky for Puck to utilize that Puckish up against the ground targeting of the Dragon Slave. You outrange on Lina. We've seen Mikado in this matchup before. You kind of need to dance around here on Niku. He does go for the curveball facet as well in the Puck, so trying to get some extra damage, extra utility out with the Orb can kind of give him a little bit more to play with hanging back. But Mikado shouldn't be struggling too hard here. As long as you keep that rune control that we saw from Talon in the last game, I would expect the same things out from Mikado on something that carries even harder than Quap.
He's taking a lot of damage here with this Poison Touch, and the Stormhammer follow-up, he's just going nowhere. Riddies will be allowed to take the kill just with the Poison Touch DPS. In the meantime, JoeCam, of course, was trying to pull the lane over, but WS just getting caught in an awkward position does go down. Meanwhile, mid lane, Niku and Makoto really giving it to each other. And I appreciate this curveball facet. It does give you a nice way of trying to win out this lane against a hero like Lina.
Yeah, just having that added range to the Orb allows you to play that lane very effectively. I think going back to that bot lane as well for WS, this is one of the issues when you do run Riki, right? Like, it's not contributing much in lane. It has to pull, it has to soak EXP. So you're kind of exposed there for WS. You can't do much to try to contest into a very tanky Sven, into a Dazzle as well with, again, the Nodal Boon up at the very least. So maybe not as annoying as the Poison Bloom, but still a lot of output there. And that's making that bot lane extra challenging for WS, which we talk about with Talon a lot. If WS has a slow game, it does feel like the entire game for the entire team tends to kind of slow down by a huge amount because you lose that connection Mikado likes to play with. Savage is known to just want to sit back and farm, and the Bristleback is kind of built for that. And you're going to have a runaway start on Got the Juice if you don't start to find that presence here early on for the Pango, which, again, with a Riki support, it's just very hard to see this coming out anytime soon.
Yeah, it's always the classic conundrum when it comes to this Riki Pulse 4 is what kind of impact is it going to have throughout this game? And, of course, the early game is not a very fun time for him, especially up against the Pos 5 Dazzle. Because, you know, this support, it just doesn't really lose lanes.
No.
The Poison Touch is a pretty broken ability, if I do say so myself. Top lane, you kind of already breezed over it. Like, Savage is having a decent enough time, but it does seem like PMA is getting away with quite a lot as well. And this is something BSJ pointed out in the panel. Like he said, this is a perfect Centaur game. Yep. There's no real contest for it.
Yep.
I believe Lacoste completely agreed with that fact. And, well, here we are. Like, sure, you have the Cool Spray spam you can rely on. But ultimately, once you're out of mana, there's no real aggression left.
No. There's no aggression. There's no way of holding down. I think that call from our panel for something like the Face of Void BSJ setup would have been really nice here.
Koda's really trying to get Niku out of this lane. Niku just going to try and curveball himself back in here, and will do so. Even gets the nice puckish before he leaves.
Yeah. One little tick. Seeing that poking and prodding up top, and I think for Savage...
PMA? Oh. Is he just dead? Savage?
No.
Stick charges are there. You'd be just fine. Salve will have to be bought out, but again, I think you're pretty happy here as Na'Vi. Like, this Bristleback Silencer lane, which should be ultra aggressive, so far can't do really anything.
Yeah, they're playing their spacing really nicely on Na'Vi, just hanging further back, having all these regen options on hand, and they know Savage has kind of eaten through that salvo of mana now. He does have the Lotus at the very least. We'll pop that for a little bit more mana to play with, but you're kind of running low on resources for Savage to try to play that aggression. Does at least have the early null help build up.
Oh, PMA this time should get punished, but a nice stun flying out. Still, he will die. And Cuckoo, he will start his degree, Jonathan. +1.
That he does. A little bit of that brain drain kicking in. Of course, you were kind of stacking up here on Zayat, so not quite in position to try to help, at least clearing out some of the blocks that we were seeing out from Talon, who are going back to control. This is one big change for Talon in this game. We saw that stack control coming in for Na'Vi. This time around, they're at least maintaining the sentries, ensuring that no stacks are built up. You're still seeing Jokam being a nuisance on that Riki, of course, pulling away. And at least at this point for WS, he's able to just kind of hang in there on the Pangolier. He does go for a 0-2-1 build, so not quite even having Swash, just trying to work the lane as best as he can, maybe hoping for a bit of a lucky shot to come in for him to escape if he does have to trade right clicks. You are certainly seeing how slow this lane is for WS. Bottom in terms of CS for all of our cores here, 14-2 in comparison to Got the Juice with a free lane, 27-6. And again, there's not much you can really do about this at this point.
The aggression again onto WS, though. Jokam will intervene this time, ensuring Riddies can't get in there to keep reapplying that poison touch. WS, though, still very uncomfortable bottom lane for him. Got the Juice. Getting away with complete free farm, it almost feels like. I guess you could say the same for both safe lanes. So even the mid lane's been very even. If you really look at it, Makoto and Niku, just one CS apart right now. Props to Niku, because you'd imagine it should have been maybe a Lina-favored lane, but Niku's been doing a fantastic job of just keeping parity here. And see how the 6-minute power runes go. Of course, game 1, Talon were very focused on those power runes, and this time it seems like Na'Vi, they want to intervene. Dreamcore dropped, though Jokam does pick up the Arcane Rune for himself. Meanwhile, Niku, he's in the middle of nowhere now. Jokam gonna spot him out. Looking for a stun attempt. Laguna, no, Niku gets blown up. Makoto, very happy with that. And Niku, not gonna be too happy with that death at all.
No. Very nice comeback here for Talon. At least the gaining of the lead from Makoto on mid. Again, we were talking about this in the last game. Talon has been very good at looking at that timing into 6. I will say Na'Vi did get a good scan. They did know that Cuckoo was coming in, but they lose that dice roll with its spawning bot, and they just didn't manage to find that angle right before Jokam came in with a smoke screen. So stealing away the Arcane Runes, kind of stealing some of that early momentum Niku would want to build up, getting not the best usage out from first Dream Coil as well. Going to be a big boon for Talon, considering again how their side lanes have been going. Savage, as you mentioned, is still doing a fine job up top, but that recovery for WS, he's going to need space still. Like, this Pangolier is getting solo EXP at the very least, contesting for these Shrines of Wisdom.
Does get away with it. In fact, Savage, he's going to intervene as well because he's playing Bristleback. He wants these kind of fights. They're going to shackle him up, but they don't seem to really have the damage. Though Savage, he's going to run now. He's dropped pretty low, and, well, I was going to say, like, even if Cuckoo had just gotten away with the Shrine of Wisdom and died afterwards, you wouldn't have really minded. But with Savage going down and now perhaps even Cuckoo getting caught, that Shrine of Wisdom doesn't quite feel as worth as it once did.
Certainly not. I mean, this is accelerating that early timing here for PMA. He's getting some free EXP off the back of this. Going to have a nice timely 6 to save you from that initiation that Talon is going to struggle to look for. And again, all at the cost of a Shrine of Wisdom, 280 EXP, not really the most worthwhile for Talon. Side of Na'Vi going to be quite pleased with themselves having this strong contribution out from PMA. And for Talon, once that Stampede is up, I don't know how you start to find these kills.
Looking at that mid lane again, Regen already picked up here by Niku though. Coil out as well, but it's just to ensure they can get away. Not looking to play any kind of aggressive onto Talon at the moment, they'll just look to back off. And this is kind of scary for Talon again, because you saw Savage die in that previous fight. Obviously the control from Na'Vi is already proving to be quite a lot to deal with. And while all this is happening, we've got a Sven down a bot lane that's just complete free farm.
Yeah, they don't have any easy solutions from Talon either, until at least maybe some level 6s coming out in your supports. Global Silence and the invisibility on your Riki starts to open up the game just a little bit more, but it doesn't help with the control issue. And that's really the key aspect here for Talon. How are you going to keep these heroes down? How are you going to set up for that Lina to get the stuns? It's not that simple. Maybe if WS gets that timing for Diffusal Blink, you can depend on the Rolling Thunder a little bit more. But that will only go so far, especially as, again, you've got Stampede, you've got Warcry to help buff you up, you've got a very mobile Puck with the only thing that can scare the Puck being that smoke screen. It's a hard game. And again, look at the vision game coming out from Na'Vi. They've got early aggressive wards up in that top tier 2 area. down bot, a nice defensive one for any swings around. So many sentries just to ensure Talon has no vision. They've done a fantastic job just to prevent Talon from trying to play that hit and run game that they've been trying to do, especially from that game 1 tempo we saw.
You know, every time we're casting a Ricky, John, I have the same question that I want to ask you, and I always forget, so I'll ask you now. Do you miss Sleeping Dart? Do you miss Sleeping Dart, John?
Over this? You know what? In terms of how annoying Ricky is, I would rather have the dart over the smoke screen.
Yeah.
So yes.
Yeah.
I actually do miss.
Do you remember how
Dart.
busted it was?
Oh yeah.
Before it got nerfed.
Oh yeah.
How ridiculous that ability was. It was unbelievable.
It was hilariously strong. But the smoke screen is just a nuisance. You know, it goes through debuff immunity. It's kind of really insane that the untargetable aspect of it just goes through debuff immunity like that. BKBs don't save you. It's just kind of crazy what Ricky can do. Which, you know, talking about that Ricky for Jokam, sure, that shard timing's going to be nice. It's just there's Stampede, right? Like if you smoke screen the Centaur, well, you're not going to burst him down either. He's a high HP hero, lots of damage to pump back in as well. And it just makes this angle to find for Talon a very difficult puzzle to solve. Starting to add siege onto mid. They've got the wards, they've got the levels up, and Talon really has no play here.
Nah. That is the thing as well with that smoke screen shards. Like, you're going to have to really try and balance out with the Stampede usage as well. Like, you don't want to really pop it too early, but at the same time, that's your impact. Like, just smoke screening this Dazzle or anyone else to ensure he can't shallow grave them within that smoke screen. But like you said, the Stampede's just going to make it feel kind of impossible anyway to actually get any kind of impact off with this hero, I think. We shall see what Talon have, what Jokam has up his sleeve here to try and deal with that, as we are seeing plenty of stacks being made here by Riddies, of course. And this is kind of the other thing about Sven. You give him a free lane, he's already top of the net worth, and now the stacks get taken.
Yeah, it doesn't take too long. You're already one item in for that build-up here that we tend to see from our Sven. They did a good job in Talon earlier to block, but they never managed to reblock again after that initial reblock. So they get control back in the triangle, they get those stacks up. And this is, again, something that Na'Vi used very nicely in Game 1 to have that gold injection onto Nuku. This time around, onto Got the Juice, accelerating that Echo Saber timing as well. And it's all starting to come together. For Talon, major spark we're looking for, Ags build-up on 23's 1. The travels coming up for Mikado with that full Maelstrom can lead to some angles. It's just difficult to see how. Dream Coil out from Jokam.
Yeah, he's going to die. Nice pick up here from Niku. Nice and easy for the puck. You heard a panel saying earlier, John, you kind of feel like Talon with this style of draft, they want to play fast. It's got to be fast-paced and aggressive. And well, they are starting now. Zayat is going to get caught. He will eventually go down. It's just hard to see them being able to drag this out into the mid-game if your Bristleback has fallen behind, so far behind this Got the Juice Sven. Mind you, as you and I know, again, the Lina of Makoto, it's the emergency situation for Talon. It's the break-the-glass situation. So late game, you do have this Lina that you can rely on. But that mid game, it could be really painful if they can't get Savage going.
I think it will be really painful, not could be, for Talon. I think, again, just this lack of control is the main concern. A really good courier snipe from Jokam at least.
Oh, Niku.
Taking away the Echo Saber.
Yeah, they found him. Savage, speaking of, well, there he is. Savage can do nothing. Just a sitting duck has got the juice, will secure his life right onto the tier 1 tower. The Na'Vi, so far in this game 2, a pretty clean start.
And it is 5-4. Network advantage slightly towards Talon, but not by a huge degree. You've managed to get that map space, that control out for Na'Vi as well. Talon, their options start to grow a little bit limited. WS?
Getting caught. Tries to run, but with the silence out on the Stampede committed from PMA, there's just absolutely zero chance. So both side lanes right now for Na'Vi going exceptionally well. Mid lane evens out. Makoto's your saving grace right now. But color me surprised.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those situations again for Talon. Let's see.
I'll make the jump into the mid lane. Zayat's, though, proving to be a little bit tankier than you would like. In fact, he's going to survive. He'll make it. Though I can't say the same for poor old Jokam. Zayat, he'll even take the kill. He's like, guys, I set that up.
Yeah.
I take it.
Yeah.
My kill.
Yeah, again, you got to love how Shadow Shaman works nowadays. That foul play still one of the more annoying things that you have to play into, but you'll find that nice freebie out for Na'Vi. And for Talon, look, they're trying to do what they can, right? They're trying to play with any opportunity that presents itself for Mikado to find some snowball here on that Lina. He's got the travels, he can start to work the map. You're one part away for Savage to have his full Ags, so some damage is starting to come in as well for the Bristleback. It's just a matter of how do you connect for these fights. They clean up Zayat's down bot. Nice little bit of a solo pickup for WS. But that question still stands. As long as Stampede is up, if a big 5v5 fight breaks out, Navi's always going to be on top. Unless this Riki gets a lot of value. If you can find a backline. This has to be the solution. You have to find Riddies. The struggle in the last game was down to that Dazzle surviving for a lot more of those fights than you'd want it to. This Riki should take that out of the picture. It's just your window has to be quick because Stampede is there. So you can't have everything. You can't catch the center plus the Dazzle. It's either or, and you have to make it work afterwards.
Oh, so Talon, they'll stick around for this bottom tier 1. And all the farm is pretty much sitting on Got the Juice here on the side of Na'Vi. Like Niku, obviously on the puck, not going to be taking as much farm priority, is slowing down just a little bit. Comparatively to say Makoto, who is obviously taking farm priority now because he's basically the carry in this game too. Yeah, Got the Juice, all the farm being placed on this fan, which is not really abnormal. Zayats and Riddies, they're going to go for a smoke. They were just being chased by Talon. Now Riddies looking for a dust. Will not connect onto Joe Cam. Joe Cam still seeing though. We'll see Riddies enters jump in. Last word was committed, but they do get the Serpent Ward drop onto the Riki. Jumps right out. The Rolling Thunder though could be very problematic from WS. Now it's got the juice. He's a sitting duck here to the Lina. They know the jump in. They'll save the day with a hoop stop. Makoto's not going to finish up the kill. Got the juice, makes it out of there. Meanwhile, Savage, he shows up, but it's all too late. The very least, though, the fight's not too bad anyway. It's a 2 for 3 so far in the favor of Talon. Could be a 2 for 4. PMA, he'll go for a run. It's not looking too good, though. It's a treacherous run. Eventually, Cuckoo.
Oh,
Cuckoo.
my. Oh, no.
Oh, there you go. There you go. I mean, the shenanigans just never end, do they? They never end.
Yeah, nice little late blade mill coming out.
That's our boy.
Doesn't get his brain drain. Fortunately, not getting that big head this time around. But a good trade for Talon. Still a bit costly. They lost Mikado in the middle of that with a very split-up fight with that rear action coming in there. And Na'Vi, I think, all things considered, shouldn't be feeling too bad. Got the Juice survives. They don't bleed out all of this gold invested into that Sven, like you mentioned. So a lot of their net worth is hanging on Got the Juice, and they did manage to save it. It's a little bit of an issue for you to lose Mikado. He's not getting as much as you'd want him to in those engagements because he's caught in the back line. A very awkward angle to find. I think that commitment out from WS, even though he got stuck a little bit, did work out.
I mean, the thing is, they forced the fight as well, but keep in mind, Got the Juice, he was there from the start. Savage, I believe, may have been farming the mid lane at that time, and he tried to make his way there. But as Talon, I think you've got to fight with this Bristleback.
Yeah.
Like, this is not a hero that wants to sit back and farm anymore.
No.
If you're going 5v5, go 5v5.
Yeah, they've got to utilize that Ags. They're looking mid.
They're going to try. Rolling Thunder out onto Got the Juice. Shallow Grave was there. Got the Juice going to be perfectly fine again as Makoto now being spotted. Zayat's looking to sneak up from behind. They'll get the Hex off. Makoto, he's in big trouble. The Serp wants to surround. He's going nowhere. And neither is the rest of Talon, though.
totally.
Well played, sir. Welcome back to Dota 2 of the Esports World Cup. Sorry for that short delay and the lack of audio, but we're getting back into it right now. We have a fresh new series on the card. It is time for Falcons versus Execration at last. And here to bring you the action, I've got BSJ and I've got Fear jumping in. Fear, how you doing, mate?
Wonderful. It's great to be here. Good to see all the top teams battle it out. So, well, yeah, it'll be interesting.
Certainly will, yeah. And of course, this series got coming up, you know, is it going to be a stomp, Fear?
Hard to say. I don't know. I think Execration has looked really good recently, but they are going against Falcons, who have to be the favorites for the most part, because we haven't seen a lot of Execration this year on the international stage. So we'll see how they do.
Yeah, they haven't really had a lot of international exposure, to be honest with you. They've struggled to qualify to events, they've struggled in local online events. Really, they've just kind of struggled, full stop. So I think it's already a win that they're here at EWC.
Yeah, it's also important to note that we won't see them on the international stage of the international. We'll only be
technically true.
Yeah, we'll be seeing them at this event, of course, but that was because they had a bit of a tribulation against Boom Esports in the SEA qualifiers, where they lost to them in the upper bracket finals and then managed to take it back from them 3-1 in the qualifier best of 5 to get here, and then they ended up losing to them in the qualifiers for the international. I was talking a bit in an interview yesterday with Artur, their coach, kind of the whole dynamic of what it's like to have these intra-regional rivalries where you know each other really well. And it seems like Boom, they got a sense of confidence, not too high expectations in the sense that they're like, nobody expects anything from us, but we feel confident in the ideas that we're bringing. They got through a lot of chaotic stuff in the qualifiers. I'm looking forward to seeing them, honestly, evenly composed during this event, despite the lack of experience.
Yeah, I want to see promise coming from this team. I want to see like good strategies and a bit of creativity to kind of, you know, try to level the playing field, get a game here or there, you know, like I'm not expecting them to go all the way, but I'm expecting some upsets here and there. That's what I'm looking for, and this could be the place to do it. Who knows? Falcons, of course, the other side of the coin now. This team, if this was a year ago, we'd be going, they're the best team in Dota, no context. But this time around, it's not quite the same, is it, Phil?
Yeah, I mean, they haven't really played that much recently. It was Dream League Season 26 was the last tournament they played, which was like in the middle of the patch coming out. And they only managed to get 9th to 10th place there. So this is a team that, yeah, we know them as being a really great team, but they haven't had a lot of time to really show how good they are on this particular patch. So that does give Execration a little bit of edge, a lot of qualifiers on this patch and playing a lot of competitive. So we'll see what Falcons have been cooking.
We will indeed, as we have the draft now available for game number 1. So let's see exactly how this one is going to go down between Falcons and Execration. What heroes we picked up and banned down. But yeah, Brian, what's your take on Falcons at the moment? You know, why has this year been so quiet for them?
I actually had an interesting discussion with Amar during an interview yesterday as well, where I've heard a lot of different takes about the whole no longer being able to see pubs thing and how it's affected the pro scene. And he said that because you have no information about what other people are doing, it's really difficult to figure out answers to what they're doing in their game. So what that means is everybody has to pick their own comfort stuff. And I have kind of noticed in the draft, because he was saying this, and I'm like, oh yeah, that makes sense with what I've been seeing, is that people are choosing to just pick more signature, more comfort, cohesive 5-man drafts that don't really counter the opponent very much, and you kind of just have a rock, paper, scissors sometimes, and he didn't really like that. And I think he was basically saying also that Falcons has been trying to figure out their way of dealing with that in the last few months, because they've always been a team that's been about concocting these specific strategies, using like 1 or 2 of their signature flex heroes early on and then surprising you with cheese. And he talks about how the fact that the cheese is not as good when you don't understand what you're cheesing, basically. You don't know the heroes as well when you're playing. So I thought that was a cool perspective.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. I think that's a team, though, that you would imagine, though, when it comes to picking comfort, would be at the top of the game, right? Because this is a team that has a bunch of comfort players. So that's an interesting take to see, but...
Maureen's certainly looking like a comfort player there. He's fully reclined.
I mean, there's definitely a lot of comfort picks, I think, in the patch, but there's also kind of like a carved meta as well at this stage, and we're seeing some of it come out here too. Naga's been very popular. I see a lot of like Axe and Dawnbreaker responses to this hero to potentially combo break or just abuse Naga's laning stage, because it can be very strong. Typically want to pair it with like a ranged carry, and they just use the reel, and Shadow Fiend's been a great example of that. Some Linas could be picked.
I would love to see the Shadow Fiend ban, because we've seen SF do quite well against Quap, just because it's all physical damage, and Quap's building around that blade mill plus spell lifesteal facet, and physical damage is the only way to really bring her down. So I think that'd be great to take out here. We did see that in the earlier series. We didn't hear it, but we saw it.
We did see it, yes. We saw everything. We heard nothing.
Nope,
that's okay.
They banned the Ember, okay. So that's definitely on their minds, at least, that SF's still in the pool. They go for the Nature's Prophet, a hero that's often banned out in the first round. But he's still there, most likely 5, I would imagine. Quite heavy sustain coming out from their lanes already.
Yeah, it's high tempo too, low cooldown. You can play the map very quickly. We'll see if Falcons wants to respond to this one. I mean, Quap has just been a hero that can go to all 3 lanes right now in this patch, which is very versatile. Nature's Prophet's been very similar, where he can lane usually support or carry, depending on the team. So there's some versatility here. And Pangolier does get picked out. I mean, I feel like the mid lane has been very standard for me in this patch. It's like been Quap, Shadow Fiend, Puck, Storm, maybe. A lot of these get a rune, make some rotations, high spell damage heroes.
It's so interesting when you have a hero like Quap in the pool, because you have to address the fact that magic damage just doesn't really kill her. If you go too much magic damage, then she'll just buy a spell lifesteal item on top of the blade mail, and she effectively has like immunity during that. And so people are just picking heavy lockdown with physical damage, and that's like we saw in the earlier series. Na'Vi picked against Quap. They went Dazzle, Pango, who are heroes with only physical damage spells, and an SF. So now we see the immediate Pango in response to Quap. I'm pretty sure that's why teams keep picking it. It's already like probably a reliable, solid hero that can flex as well, but it also just has that physical damage that's ignored by Quap's stuff. And then they go for, obviously, the Shadow Shaman, the tried and true hero. I'm curious if they decide to double down on like the minus armor with a Bristleback, with a SF type hero.
Yeah, I mean, even Shadow Shaman, right? The wards kind of
are
very
physical
good
damage. That's
against the Queen of Pain, so pretty good there. They do have the flex potential as well. Like, they probably are going to have crit and snaking on Naga, and plus the Shadow Shaman could be Amar on the Pango, could be Malrine, we don't really know. Same for Execration. It feels like they're really double, triple downing on this early game.
That's a weird
pick. Yeah,
that's interesting.
Like, why Enchantress here? What about it? Aren't these heroes like kind of good against her? I guess, okay, time out. I saw it on Reddit. Untouchable does work against the Shadow Shaman.
It does, which is
completely relevant.
It doesn't really hard.
Very important. No fair. It's very important.
I mean, it also, you know, will take much longer to get the chicken fingers hit off if you do go for that facet.
Yeah,
so very cool. But what it does give you, however, is crazy speed, right? Like, you have this NP who's going to buy Vessel, Shard really early on. It's going to match the timings of Enchantress running around with the creep. Queen of Pain, all she really needs is levels to get online. So all these really go quick with each other. And this does look like even more speed on top of it. They have absolutely, I'm not going to say zero team fight, but pretty low team fight. I mean, Quap's pretty good. NP can be a little underestimated, but as a carry, I think his team fight value goes down quite a lot. I don't know if there's any avenue here to make bounty or inch supports, but just looking at this, I kind of look at, here's their 2 supports and 2 cores.
Yeah, I would, I'm still rooting for PL to rear its head this event, and
it will one day. It's playable.
It seems very good against what Execration is currently doing. Just a lot of single target. Other than the Quap, they don't really have anything to deal with it.
Would you pick it here, though?
I mean, you're either going to pick it, like, you don't have overall last pick.
Yeah.
So I usually would pick the hero you want to protect with bans.
Yeah.
Right here, but
that would be a statement pick, I'd say, because like PL's good. But you're already versus Quap. If it's carry NP, he can go Mjolnir. And then they have a last pick, too.
I guess you also have Naga supports, and then you're like Illusions galore, which is not good.
Yeah, like some last pick Underlord might ruin you or something.
What's a hero that like matches the tempo of this from the carry position? Is it just something like Bristleback? Is it the Skeeter Sven?
Oh, there's a Bristleback.
Okay,
I mean, that's interesting because it's another flex, right?
Yep.
That could just be a Mars hero as well. Could be Skeeter's hero. I think that's probably the best thing they probably could do in this position, is pick another flex on top of it. Because they have no idea still where this Quap is going specifically. Correct me if you'd see another lane for the NP, but I think he's pretty locked in on carry here.
I wouldn't really want it to be another core role.
Yeah.
I've seen sometimes MP mid. I mean, sometimes in pubs, people are even experimenting with MP offlane. I think it's like the same idea as co-op, like a broken hero. You're trying to fit it in other roles, but I definitely think it's best as a carry if it is made core. It's funny to think that carry Nature's Prophet before felt like it was all about the Treant until later on in the game, and now you just go stats. Like, you don't even level the Treant, so
yeah,
very different hero.
Level the Sprout now.
Yep.
Which helps. So still really fast, but I think what they need, regardless of the hero, is just going to be like some hero to move around the map and make plays happen. I mean, Puck is gone, Storm, these type of heroes could be good. Or if it's an offlaner, Mars, whatever it might be. I mean, Axe actually, oh, good ban. Yeah, that would have been really good.
Yeah, they could have done a lot for them. Is there any way they like triple down on this sort of tempo, go for like an Underlord or something and just move around the map, try to just choke out Falcons?
I mean, first pick is on Falcons, right?
Yeah.
So they're going to have to pick first.
They're probably going a ranged guy.
Yeah, I don't think they want Underlord, so...
No.
I mean, the safest option, I think, is TB, just because it's a pseudo-ranged, but in like a lot of the other premier range just got banned out. You see the SF, the Gyro. I was thinking maybe like a Drow, but I don't think you want a squishy ranged guy. Like the SFs and Gyros don't mind just clicking BKB and standing there.
Yeah, I mean, they can get on top of Drow kind of easy this game, too.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, yeah. So, is there any other,
Could you do, like, some
ground?
Skeeter DK or something?
Maybe Luna? Skeeter Luna?
Luna, DK, those all could be pretty good options.
Very exciting heroes for Skeeter.
Of course. I mean, he doesn't really know what he's going to play against, right? Because they could just last pick an offlaner. So you need to pick something that doesn't get exploited in the lane. They banned Timber, which means they probably don't want Luna. I'm thinking the DK, honestly. If you're banning Timbersaw, you probably want a strength hero, but they go Dazzle.
Whoa.
Cool.
Carry
I mean,
Naga? Or what?
It's got to be, right?
No, it doesn't. But
it could have. I said it was a good. I said it was a good PL game.
Yeah.
Which means it's also a good Naga game.
I'll hold on until they're thinking about it.
Do you think Naga's going off lane then? Is Dazzle a core? Like what do you think?
Dazzle could be a core.
I'm 99% sure. I'm staking my reputation here that this is a Naga carry.
Wow. All right, that's a bold statement.
A lot on the line. I'm not doing that.
I'm definitely not either. I think if they pick like some Underlord here, you probably think twice about that.
I'm just looking at Execration's draft, and I'm like, they've completely ignored illusion carries.
They have so far, yeah. If I see a Mars come out, then yeah, go for it.
I'm just wondering, like, I feel like Naga Dazzle's also an insanely strong lane, so
it could be Dazzle carry too.
Maybe it's a flex. Maybe it's like, what's their offlaner? We're gonna flex it.
I mean, I could see Skeeter playing Dazzle carry.
I could also see this being like 4 Naga, 3 Dazzle. You know, like that potentially
you went
as
from
well.
staking your career on it being a carry.
I said no. I staked my career on Dream League. I don't know if you saw that clip. I did stake my career there. I'm only staking my reputation.
Oh,
here,
sorry.
Which that's not much on the line.
What happened to your career?
My career is intact. They did pick the hero I called.
I see.
It worked out.
Very fair. I mean, they've got a lot of options
yeah.
here. We'll see what they go for.
All right.
But I think they do have to cover their bases. They're lacking in AoE, so that should be their main focus here, whether that comes from an off lane or a mid lane, and that pretty much shuts down the illusion prospect from any angle you're looking at.
Nope, it's Naga. Yeah!
So he's still going to do it.
There it is.
Darkseer.
He's safe. All right, easy peasy.
Reputation's
secured.
Yes.
Wow, it's all coming up BSJ at the moment as he gets that one correct. And yeah, we'll be snaking playing the Dazzle. It'll be Amal on the offlane, Bristleback, and it'll be Malrine on the mid. Pangalia. So quickly, guys, can I just get your summaries on this one and which way you're leaning?
I mean, I guess he already staked his career on the Naga, but I don't see this Naga working. You're playing versus Darkseer. It's really fast tempo. Naga takes a long time to come online. You don't have a combo at all with the Naga either, so I don't know if Skeeter can carry this, especially if he's from behind.
I think Naga's the best illusion carry in the game at dealing with early pressure because she's one of the few that can actually separate from her illusions early on. Like Terrorblade can't send illusions down waves, PL can't do this either, same with CK, so I'm optimistic. I've been having a lot of success myself with illusion carries, and Skeeter is one of the carries I've always vibed with. You know, yeah. I learn a lot watching him because he has a similar playstyle, so I think he knows what he's doing. I haven't tried the carry Naga myself, so I can't stake my reputation on how successful it is. But if he's picking it, he knows what's up. Amar on Bristle. This man said yesterday to me, $2,000 if you want to see his Bristleback replays in pubs, because that's how valuable he thinks his footage of Bristleback is. So yeah, I'm going with Falcons for this one, but I'm also excited to see what Execration's got.
Interesting. And quickly on that one as well, what does Execration's draft do well? What are they aiming to achieve in this game?
I mean, does skirmishes very well.
Yeah,
You have like
cooldown.
these timings of the Darkseer, lots of auras, which Amar won't be buying. So you have this very strong mid-game window where you're going to be stronger. But late game, of course, you're playing versus 3 cores. Could get a bit dicey.
All right, Execration aura farming this game number 1. Let's see if they can pull it off. Game number 1 of Execration versus Falcons. Can the Falcons do it and swoop their way into a first game, or is it going to be Execration pulling off an upset straight out of the gates? Let's find out with MLP and John Xfire.
Thank you so much, Nomad. We are going to get into it. Game number 1 between Execration and, of course, Falcons. Jonathan, what a series we have coming up here between these two sides. Of course, Falcons, I think most people would agree, should be the heavy favorites going into this matchup. I feel somewhat differently. I have some faith in Execration this year. I got to tell you what, Jonathan, I like where they've been going.
Yeah, look, we watched the journey these guys took for it at Road to the Esports World Cup, right? We were watching that qualifier. They looked pretty amazing. They managed to beat some strong opponents very convincingly in Southeast Asia. And this is a team that you can't really discount. I think they've got a hunger in them. We talked to them afterwards. We were talking to CML, I think, in the Winners interview, where they were like, they're taking it game by game. They're not thinking about the implications for the future. They're not thinking about what, or, you know, all of those big thoughts that a lot of more established teams have. They're just looking to play good Dota that they can call their own. So that kind of team is always a team that you'd have to watch out for. This draft is pretty interesting from them as well. Like going back to the Palos Nature's Prophet, not something you see too often nowadays on carry. But we've seen every now and again it is still effective, so I'm keen on seeing how much they can really utilize this kind of draft, especially since Falcons, going back to the Naga Siren, like we were hearing the panel talk about, I mean, BSJ staked his reputation on it, but it doesn't have the strongest like synergy. Look, you know BSJ, he loves his Illusion Heroes, right? He would have preferred that as a PL.
He loves them. We know. BSJ, we know. Trust me, we casted a lot of those PL games. I build Aetherleds every time. Trust me,
Aetherleds,
BSJ.
Octarine, Ags.
Every single time, BSJ.
And occasionally, if the game's good, you go Midas first, if I recall right?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I'd have it no other way. Those are my favorite games to cast. So we are having a bit of all chat here between these two sides as we are trying to sort out the issues here, of course. Again, I think Falcons are certainly, you know, most people would agree that Falcons should be, you know, looking to secure a 2-0 victory here, of course. I seem to think Execration, though, I mean, we watched them through the qualifiers, John. They're looking good. They're looking clean. It's a different side. I don't think this should be as one-sided as people would assume is what I'm trying to say.
No, certainly not. Again, this is a team that have felt revitalized, especially with the outsider perspective we're getting here from, you know, their coach, Leon Arthur Dota.
Yeah.
Used to be caster. You know, he coached Alliance,
Great
came back here, and I think that perspective is always something that these Filipino teams need. Think about, like, you know, back in the day, TNC when March came in.
Yeah.
You know, all of that things. It's a different thing. It guides these guys to play better, and who knows, that could just lead to some LAN success here if they get things going in game 1.
Yeah. But it is still Falcons. I mean,
it is still Falcons.
Let's not sugarcoat anything.
Yeah.
It is still Falcons you're up against. It's not going to be that simple.
Nah.
And you heard BSJ, I mean, Amar's apparently charging $2,000 for replays on his Bristleback.
Yeah.
I mean, my goodness, Amar, that's a bit high if you ask me, sir. But I guess if you can get away with it, why not? Yeah. Shanks and Snaking, they'll say hello to each other as we are going to have another quick pause coming out here from Lewis. Quick DC. Tips out for Shanks already, but he'll be just fine, of course. It's a matter of what you can do.
Yeah, it's a classic Southeast Asian pause, as tends to happen. Oh. Everyone's saying Monter now, as you would, you know, take a look at it. Yeah, this is the lovely thing about our setup. We can just quickly take a peek at if our players really do have mice issues or headset issues. It's very easy to verify here.
That's the part I like about LAN. Every time I hear audio issues or something, I'm like, no, hold on a minute. I'm right in front of you. I know it's working. Calm down.
No excuses.
No excuse. Not while I'm around, John Xfire. Not while I'm around.
No.
We'll have the reconnection. Lewis heard me. I think he got it together.
Yeah, surprisingly, I never got to hang out with Lewis before. You know, he's a fresher addition to Execration, right? If you think about this roster, they used to have Bob for the longest time. Lewis is a talky guy, too. There's something about Execration and very talky people on the mid lane. He is a yappy boy, if you let him.
I'm surprised you're not part of Execration at this point, John. Skidder, going to be found out by Shanks. Might be an opportunity for Talon to finally let you go, John. Mid lane. Going to have Lewis and Malrine going at it. I mean, I dare say, like, I'd like to say it's a Klopp-favored lane, but it doesn't never feel that way against Pangolier, because Pango just doesn't really lose lanes with Shieldcraft.
No. Like, he does have a lot of durability. You can outpoke a Squap It's rather interesting as well if you look at what Lewis has done. He's gone for the Scream of Pain over the Shadow Strike. Normally, you always see the Shadow Strike with Bondage. We've seen a few players go back for the 0-2-3 build, which I'll assume Lewis is going to try to gun for, if not a 2-1-2. And that is more manageable in a melee matchup, right? You walk up, you're going to get that Scream off, you're going to get the right clicks. It's more consistent farm as well here for the Quap. And that is something very important on the mid. Curious to see if you'll have enough room to kind of get that rotation onto mid with the supports, because you're running this Bounty Hunter support up top for Shanks. This is a bit of a slower support to try to make action around the map. You do have the early Shadow Walk to kind of try to get into position by, say, the 4-minute mark, but you're not achieving as much in that lane up top, although there is a lot of poking and prodding across the lanes at the very least here.
Yeah, I mean, bottom lane, of course, you have CML on this Ench against the crit Shaman. CML shouldn't have too hard of a time. I mean, generally as Ench, you don't really tend to lose lane. Kalos and the Prophet should be a bit of a nuisance as well, as you have that the heals coming out from Nature's Prophet, because apparently in this meta, everyone just heals, John.
Yeah.
Because why not?
Yeah, you know, this used to be a meme, right? This facet used to be a big meme when you had the Giant Treant, but because you don't have that, now this is what you go for. And it honestly does quite a fair bit of work. That sustain you get even in laning is not to be discounted. It's a free extra long tango as well, down mid.
Taking a fair bit of damage here. Maureen really started to dominate this mid matchup, and again, even with the Quap, it's quite hard because Maureen, once he closed the gap, he could just deal so much damage. Poor old Lewis, already finding himself quite low on the mana pool, but does have the bottle up. Should look to secure the other water rune. Meanwhile, Tino, it's like a few shenanigans happening up top. Tino trying to avoid the lane matchup altogether if he can. Spam behind shells as best as possible, and poor old Skidder just has to find a way to try and deal with it. But he doesn't really seem like he's struggling, John. You know, he's having a good old time with this Naga Siren.
Yeah, just getting that farm, no real contest onto this Naga. There's no pressure early on here from Execration, which is normally something we see a lot from Tino. If you think about his best heroes, stuff like that Beastmaster in particular, just hammering that pressure on. The Darkseer and the Bounty Hunter is a little bit slower to go. You're going to need EXP. You're going to need to soak for a little bit. There is also just this potential for early sentries anyway, which you are dropping down here on snaking. Even contesting for these Lotus is going to be a little bit tougher. And again, the Darkseer will recover, but giving an early start to the Naga to get that build up into, say, the Manta Butterfly that we used to see certainly does spell some issues down the line for Exa. I mean, normally you don't get such a free lane for the core Naga. You tend to have better matchups, as you're poking Tino pretty hard here.
Absolutely are. Tino not off to the most amazing start, but this is kind of what you get with the Bounty support. It's kind of like the Riki we saw. I'd say Bounty's probably a little bit more useful, John, in the early stages, but you aren't really able to abuse the lane duo very much without level 2 Iron Shell, which now you have on Tino. But at this point, like with this Snaking Dazzle and this Naga Siren just completely free farming it almost feels like the pressure's just never going to come.
No, it certainly isn't. I mean, all the sustain available on the side of Falcons for that lane. I mean, you're free to do what you want there for Skidder. You have some room to actually make this movement at the 4-minute mark for Shanks to ensure that the water rune is secured for Lewis. So that's a little bit of a boon. The mid lane has been equalizing a fair bit for Lewis, managing to find the same CS as Malrine and starting to get that level gain at around the same pace. Slightly better, actually, for Lewis here overall, about to hit 5. And he does go for the 3-1-1 build.
In trouble, CML has the Wild Ring Ripper. Heals coming out from Crit. Actually, Fairy Fire as well. He's making it very hard for CML, as CML able to secure first blood with that level 2 enchant. And even Amar maybe going a little bit too far now, as they'll try to turn once again. The Sprout out as well. Do they have another Hurricane available? Well, they don't even need it. 2 kills down to this bottom lane. And that's what you get for $2,000, John, if you want to replay.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Shanks,
that doesn't look worthwhile.
Give me a break, John. If you can talk badly about Talon, surely I can talk badly about Falcon. Shanks being chased out.
He's fine. And that was fine, too. Look, you know, Amar pushes the envelope. He tries to go for some plays that are maybe a little bit deeper than you'd want. And you can't underestimate just how much output CML does have with a couple of good creeps. He's got himself the Ghost Creep now with that Frost attack. A lot of move slow to have to play into. More chase down potential here for CML. He's just looking to poke Crit away from the lane, and that just gives so much space for Palos. Like, this Nature's Prophet is just free farming bot, no contest from Bristle, and it's just, again, it sets a really good tone. You're at the point where you could consider some teleportation ganks as well. as the laning phase goes on. You can help secure the 6-minute rune as well. And again, it's just opening up this early phase of the game for Execration so far.
Absolutely is. 6-minute power rune's about to spawn up. Falcons, a lot of priority here in ensuring Maureen does secure a power rune for himself. Of course, you're up against an end, so it can be a little bit annoying here with CML. CML probably going to have to look to back off, though. See if they get lucky, and they do not. Lewis gets an Arcane Rune, and he's going to be very happy about that.
Oh, that he is. He already has level 6 up as well. Threat of Sonic Wave is on hand. Could look for rotation out. I will say as well, I really appreciate the Execration wards early on. One right in front of the Roche pit up top. You saw one D ward in the triangle area, just allowing them that control onto the mid, allowing that control into the camps as well for CML to build this army up. And sure, you D ward the triangle, the damage is done from him roaming around that area anyhow. And again, this early tempo.
Maureen's getting very aggressive here. Lewis, he'll pop the Sonic Wave just to look to retreat. And Maureen probably should retreat himself and will do so. He just needed that second to think about it. Do I want to retreat? I probably should. Amar, in danger again. He'll drop as Lewis. Rotating over, he'll stick around for the Shrine of Wisdom to really ensure they rub salt into the wound here of this offlane. But the CML, he's been doing very good on this Ench, and it's not a hero you see as often anymore, these support ends, especially in this meta, but it's still very potent in the laning stage.
Tino?
In trouble. Tino looking to fight back, though. Skitter's actually the one in danger now. Skitter trying to fight back. He's going to at least look for Tino and does get it. Looking for the TP away. Shanks can't stop him. He's going to make it. Beautiful TP away. Can't say the same for poor old Snaking. He'll get stunned by Shanks. But you've got to be happy about that. If you are the side of Falcons, just getting Skitter out of there, though it still seems like very favorable trades the way of Execration.
I'd say you're pretty darn happy on Execration. You got both Shrines of Wisdom, so your Bounty Hunter now is reaching ever closer to 6, level 5 at this moment, 7 minutes 40 in. So you're going to have the threat of track starting to become a reality much earlier. You're getting that early activity out from Palos. Like, it's kind of panning out. I think Falcons have to be concerned about bleeding some of these early kills out to the side of Execration, because this lineup, especially as you approach early level 6s here on that Bounty Hunter, with Nature's Prophet on hand, you are going hunting here. You are looking for that snowball to kick in, and the foundations are set for that to get rolling here, Mike.
Another power rune as well for Lewis. So his amp damage now picked up for Lewis, and it's something we've seen from SCA all day, just the power rune secures.
Yeah.
Good to see.
Very disciplined.
Falcons obviously not too concerned about it yet, but Lewis has made his rotation up towards the top lane to see if he can secure Skitter. Sonic Wave is once again available. Falcons, though, with a good read. They have some vision in that jungle anyway, so they know that the Quap is around. They'll look to retreat. And Exile, I mean, at this stage, you may as well just secure the tier 1 tower. You've already popped the amp damage. You know they can't really stop you from taking it.
No.
They do try to pull the creep wave away with a mirror image, but it is taken out.
Yeah, and this is the one issue for Falcons draft, and we heard the panel kind of talking about it. You've got Naga Siren on safe lane, you've got a Bristleback on off. Both these heroes need some time to really get into that build-up. They do have the song ready if they'd want to try to do an entrapment here, somehow. But it's a bit risky. Again, you don't have a good launching point on Falcons yet. You are waiting for Maureen to be comfy on the Pangolier. The Rolling Thunder is really your early focal point for these engagements, and because of that mid start with the rune control coming out from Lewis, he's not quite at that snowball you'd want yet for the Pango either. He's not too far behind, mind you, in terms of net worth, but you are waiting for that diffusal to be up for you to start to gain some confidence in some of that timing. At least they can still hold on to the objectives. No hard commit from Execration yet here.
Maureen looking to try and shank, so he's actually taking a fair bit of damage on his way in now, looking to pop that Rolling Thunder just to try and fight back as a Sonic Wave actually connecting right on the edge, but it won't matter. Maureen is okay. We'll make it out. Execration, they don't really have anything like a siege creep here to try and follow up with that tier 1 tower, so probably just power runes once again, but it is going to be another power rune secure for Lewis by the looks of it.
And a little bit extra again, get a reset going. Nice haste rune as well as we hit a pause, this time from Amar with some packet loss, which is fair.
Oh, he didn't say loss, John, he just said
packets.
Just packets.
Yeah, like a certain indie home packet Phoenix back in the day.
Absolutely.
You know, a little packet here and there.
Who was it that said pockets instead and we just couldn't get over it? There was like a solid few months where we just kept making fun of it. Just someone said pocket.
I forget, I remember that, but I forget who.
What's wrong with us?
I don't know.
There's something seriously wrong with us. Bottom lane. ATF. Shanks will just Make sure he keeps vision. They've got vision on the high ground as well. And ATF, this is not going to be very fun for him. ATF not happy. Absolutely. Well, Shanks just made some money, didn't he, John?
Oh, yeah, he did.
Track kills.
Yeah, it's
and this is one of those things, something that hasn't changed since Dota All-Star.
No.
Track is a big problem if you keep giving kills away.
That it is, and again, it comes down to those early factors. Double Shrines of Wisdom, giving these kills away. And sure, you know, you managed to find that 1 kill on Tino, but the trade-off is massive for this tempo that Execration are looking to secure. You're up against a Nature's Prophet. He will look to connect every single time with Quap and Bounty Hunter if they play as a unit, and they're getting that map space open. They, again, drop a nice aggressive ward to watch the right side. They're getting a lot of room out to get that aura building on Tino, who is probably the one that's kind of set back here on Exe.
Look at that, John.
And the army's there.
Oh, yeah, my favorite. Snaking will deal with the Skelly boys, but it's only so long you can do that, John.
No.
They'll just keep coming.
Look at him.
Radiant's
Here they come.
is under attack.
Bring the boys in. Big jump in. Lewis, he doesn't really have much mana or spells to play with. The Malrine, he just cops so much. That Prophet ulti.
Is under attack.
And right now, you've got to be very concerned about Falcons. You really got to find a way to slow the pace of the game a little bit. Because, again, all these kills you give away with Track, it's going to mean just that much more. And it can really snowball out of control quite quickly.
That it will. At the least, they are willing to concede this area. I mean, they're not looking to hard defend. They know they don't have the cleanest angles out. They need some items to be up. It's a Blade Mail for Amar that he's looking to farm up. It's the full Manta that we're talking about here for Skitter as well on the Naga. Again, that Diffusal Blade for Malrine isn't quite ready yet. You need at least 2 of these items to be up for you to start to feel confident.
Oh, no. Look at this. This is the catch-up farm.
Yep.
That you're kind of hoping for ATF, but that's all taken away. We saw a similar thing in our last series as well. Like Talon, they didn't have a great time to start with their Bristle, but you know that catch-up farm in the jungle is what really got them started. And well, ATF, sadly, he doesn't have that opportunity. As now they're just going to jump him again. They understand the importance of just hunting this man every single time.
Those blocks, man.
ATF, he'll be saved for now by snaking, and it looks like he might just make it out. But I love the emphasis. We've got a target, and that's the guy we're aiming for this whole game. Oh, they've got him. Lewis will find him. Snaking. No Shallow Grave to speak of. He's just going to stand there and basically die. Execration.
Yeah.
Well, look at that, Jonathan.
Yeah, I mean, again, this is a team that you can never underestimate. They run some drafts that you probably don't really see too often. Yeah, there's a lack of control. Sure, you could say that. And Nature's Prophet 1 used to be a thing, kind of fades in and out. And they just make it work. They play their own Dota. They play their own style. And it feels like for Falcons, with this kind of draft, they're not fully ready for it. They just, again, need time here, Mike. Need the Manta up, need the Diffusal up, need the Blade Mail up, need a little bit more on top of all of that. And they just have to be so careful. The thing is, as well, playing against this Bounty Hunter of Shanks, they're going to have to expend a lot of money in their supports to get that Sentry Vision down. Like, you have to stop this free movement coming out from Execration. The free information that's coming in is really keeping them so suppressed on the side of Falcons. There's not much they can do. And while all that happens, you're still farming on Palos. He's still working up a storm here on the Nature's Prophet. You're getting that catch-up on Tino. He already has the mech up, going for the Guardian Greaves. Some of that Aura placement to kick in. And again, that timing is still lining up nicely for Exe.
Again, they're going. ATF, he just can't catch a break, this poor guy. This time, though, he surely will be okay. In fact, they were ready for it. Malrine is in the corner waiting. Nice rolling thunder to the start. Tino going to be okay for now, though, as ATF going to be very careful here with Lewis around. There's no Sonic Wave yet, though. ATF still being focused. They'll take down Tino. Here comes Palos now. Or does he? He's not there yet. ATF will walk out. Meanwhile, Snaking, he will go down as they'll chase down CML and take him out. But here's Palos. Here's the problem. Can you deal with the Prophet? It doesn't seem like an ATF. He will go down eventually. Crit, he'll at least deal with Palos. But it's going to be at a heavy cost, and Lewis with a triple kill. 2K in the bank account as well after that team fight. He's got the Kyra.
Yeah, that he does. Just, again, all of that being track kills except for the Shadow Shaman, who does get the Dispel with foul play. But it's just so much gold that you bleed out. And that's Falcons kind of reading that movement, right? They're the ones smoked up behind Amar. They knew they were going to be jumping on that bristleback bait here, but it didn't feel like they had a clean angle. Execration were so patient. They were so patient with that mech usage. They were so patient with when that Sonic Wave would fly out. And it just forced such a deep chase out from Falcons that they were not in a good spot to follow through from the Rolling Thunder.
Absolutely not. You're seeing the highlights of that last fight as well. And props to ATF. He did manage to survive quite a bit here in this fight, but Palos coming in, proving to be a little bit much. Mind you, the fact that Crit does secure the kill on Palos is a pretty nice win, I'd argue, for the side of Falcons, at least securing that. The only issue being, again, all these kills are just track kills, so it's just, no matter like how even the fight looks, it just never is. The Shanks now is currently just right behind Skitter. Skitter has the game sense to realize he's around, and now he does. Of course, Palos does TP in. Spirit Vessel up there, misses the Sprout. Skitter will be able to mantle off the Vessel. No problems for him. He will be able to survive for another day. But certainly the message has been sent. The pressure is not easy.
No, certainly not. And I really appreciate how Execration are playing.
Oh, look at that ward.
Yeah,
look
it's
at that ward.
Such a good one coming out from Shanks. He planted it earlier. He's not relenting. And the way they're clumping up in Execration is just so smart. They're working the map well. Down mid, a little bit of a roll around.
Yeah, Sonic Wave does actually connect. Lewis on target every single time as Maureen trying to just remain on the high ground. TP's coming. Lewis, how far will you go for this, sir? The TP away from our Pango. He's actually going to make it out. Maureen will survive. Meanwhile, Skitter, he was chased for a moment here by Shanks, but he'll be okay as well. Issue being, though, he can't really stick around to farm this top lane.
No. Again, they've been applying that pressure really nicely on the side of Execration. Looking bot.
They are. Bottom lane, some action to break out as ATF looking to fight back against Lewis. They'll hold him down with the shackles, with the Serpent Lord's going. Lewis should be going, though. No, the blink away. He's going to barely make it in time. ATF is already gone. Crit will try to TP, but they've got the stun. They'll take down Crit with him. 13-4 with a 4K advantage. Currently the way of Execration, and I guess I'll be the guy that kind of looks at the brighter side for Falcons, John.
Sure.
Considering you're up against a bounty, a 5K net worth lead, it's not really that bad.
No, it's certainly not too bad. I think when you look at the grand picture of things, you look at your own timings, you look at the draft you have, you know, it's going to take some time to get going. You can have some faith. You've bought some space out for Skitter. He's not the one dying. He's the one scaling into the late game. Amar dying doesn't really mind because he wants to tank up anyhow, soak all of that attention on himself, and he's getting that slower build-up into his full pipe anyhow. So you're not too bad off here for Falcons. Execration are just not relenting. Another smoke out, trying to go on the hunt, not quite playing under their ward. They do walk past that point, but they also understand the assignment. They can't stop being aggressive. They have to keep that tempo up. They are hitting some spikes. You are going to get a Manta up on Palos soon as well to have some sort of Dispel on hand. And again, the ore is still slowly being built up here by Tino. I think this timing into a Crimson Guard is actually where it gets pretty dangerous for the side of Falcons. Having that big damage block is going to be an issue.
CML maybe a bit too far forward. Should be going down pretty quickly. I say quickly, though. He's healing through it. He's actually survived. For now, his team finally grouping up to try and take this fight as ATF now being dragged into the wall. Sonic Wave will be thrown out, though. ATF going to be perfectly fine, but Maureen in pretty big trouble. Does go down. Now Palos, he'll move in, but he's been shackled up by Crit, holding him back. They'll take Crit down by the looks of it, as they'll continue to chase for a little bit more. Lewis looking for Snay. Snay King will pop the Shallow Grave, but now ATF could be in a bit of danger. If they want to dive, that is. But they will not. Another good set of events, though, for the side of Exa. They just are unrelenting.
That they are, and again, there's a lack of damage right now on the side of Falcons. You see how long it takes to get on top of CML. He does have the Holy Locket. He does have a little bit of a Pavise as well. Just a level 1 untouchable, but...
Oh, ATF! He tries to go for the D ward here, but it may cost him heavily. He's got snaking around, though. And he's a lot tankier than he used to be on this Bristleback. He's okay. The Blade Mail causing them a few issues here, though. Execration, never mind. It wears off. They run right in. No problem. We can wait, they say. Song committed. Skitter, it's a very nice setup, but Maureen's not here and ready for it. Nothing to follow up with. They'll just take the fight. Serpent Lord's dropped. They'll try for Lewis, but are back in. Lewis still dropping pretty damn low. He can't get the blink away. He will drop. Crit, meanwhile, surely will go down, and he does too. But they've got Lewis down. It's a good start for Falcons. They'll keep the fight going. D-Ward's out. ATF, he'll frontline. Sprout out there. He's got to be a little bit cautious, but the Blade Mail will allow him some security as ATF. Maybe he's gone a bit too far. He'll put his back forward, but it won't matter. He is down. The Skitter on a Palos now. Palos, he's in a corner, but he doesn't mind. Skitter's stuck with him by the looks of it. He'll go for a run. The Palos is coming. Even Roshan almost getting involved. Poor old Skitter. It looks like he might just get away. But Shanks probably just going to continue chasing him down. And with that, another pretty successful team fight, I want to say, for Execration.
This time a little bit more bloodied on the nose, right? Like they lose Lewis, that's a huge streak they gave away. A really good reveal on that Orchid timing that we were seeing here from Skitter catching the Quap off guard. Nothing defensive up here for the Quap as well to try to dispel that off. So you do have to be a little bit more cautious now with your aggression on Lewis. You have to watch yourself up there. He is working into a Conda, which is, it's pretty good because of the break.
Oh, yes.
Right? It does have the break here. You want a way to break Amar, and that will get the job done. Not very common nowadays, but it does have that added benefit now.
It makes sense. I like it. See if you can find it. I mean, with the aggression, if they can keep it up, it seems like at least the phylactery will be up pretty quickly.
Yeah. And even the phylactery alone is still kind of annoying. It's a little bit
so
more
annoying.
slow. You know, it's a little bit easier if a chase for the bounty hunter to find his mark. I do like as well that the free shard goes onto Shanks, so he's got that friendly shout out to toss onto people. Just more ways to try to save. And that is just a lot more utility, a lot more resources. Again, you have to reinvest here in Falcons to find some of these sneaky heroes walking around with a bounty hunter.
Oh, Falcons, they've got plenty of experience, John. I'm sure they'll know how to make a comeback here in this game one. They are 10k behind, but as you saw, if they get one good team fight, the game feels like it just completely flips on its head. And that's all they need. One solid team fight. Here we go. Execration and Falcons smoked up right around each other. Snaking's going to be spotted. That's the primary target. That's the one they really want to start with. And poor old Snaking is certainly dying first. There's everybody else on Falcons. They will dissipate. Maureen trying to stick around for a power rune. Can't do it. It's going to be another one for Lewis. And if you're Execration, you might start considering Roshan.
Yeah, I mean, you've got the damage to kind of deal with it. You have done a great job in Execration to, again, just manage this map, keep that aggression going. 10k lead, 22 minutes in, 19-7. I don't know how many people had that much faith in Execration, but they are showing up.
Well, there was one guy.
There was one guy.
I don't know who it was, though. We'll ask Nomad later.
Yeah, we'll ask Nomad. Oh, yeah, he had some choice words there. You know, I would love to hang on here for the post-game. What are you saying about the Exa boys? Exa shot?
It's all right. That's all right.
It happens. It's all good. Rochan going their way as well, no issue. And Falcons, it just goes back to what this draft does, right? You've got Nagasarn, you've got Bristleback, you've got Pangolier. You don't have that synergy with Song outside of resetting. You need so much more time for the Naga and the Bristleback as well to become monsters, even as Pangolier to an extent would say the eventual Ags build-up. You just need a lot of space, and Execration are not really giving you too much space. They've just been relentless.
Yeah. But they're not, the Falcons are nowhere near out of the game.
No, not yet.
23 minutes in, 10k advantage. Not the biggest deal. Skitter's now got the full Bloodthorn up on the Naga Siren. There is a point, Lewis getting caught with a nice rolling thunder here from Maureen. They won't fully commit though. In fact, now the turnaround here onto the side of Falcons is ATF already taking a fair bit of damage. Now the back wall out onto two. Maureen copping the Sonic Wave. Maureen's gone. Tips out from Lewis. Return the favor. Snaking also in danger. Will Shallow Grave himself, but now they can just focus down ATF as Snaking. He'll just be chased down by Tino. ATF trying to just run north, but Lewis will not leave him alone. And a poor old ATF is gonna die as Shanks will take another 3 for the price of nothing. And I'll be frank, Falcons, like, it almost felt a little bit split up, that team fight. Like they seemed a bit indecisive. Like, do we want to jump in and kill Lewis? Do we not want to do it? I think
they had to hard commit, right? Like, if you're going to make that move into the squad, you have to take that window because you're still right next to a teleportation point. Tier 1 mid still standing at 24 minutes in. The response is quick from the side of Execration. And this is a very well-timed usage of the Ghost Scepter coming in. Just enough damage being blocked, just enough of a safety net for Lewis to back off and reset, and then that connection comes in. Again, they have the control, they have that mobility on the side of Execration, and they have that teamfight potential. Vac Wall, Sonic Wave on top, they've got the Sprout to block off areas, they've got the track to keep, well, track of everyone, get the pickoffs. It's just easier to soft commit on Execration than it is for Falcons.
Certainly is. More kills coming out by the looks of it. They are going. Palos, just look at the damage output. Crit. They'll save with the song. Skidder allowing him a way to get out of here, but Palos, it's kind of uncontestable right now on this this Nature's Prophet, just hitting like an absolute truck. Falcons, props to them. They haven't really flinched too much quite yet. They're holding on. It's a tough, tough game. I'll repeat though, one good team fight is really all they need for this game to flip on its head. It's just finding that team fight. You're just trying to force an error from Execration, it feels like at this point.
That you are. I think where it gets a little bit dicey for Execration is that high ground fight. The high ground defense of Falcons is pretty damn strong.
Malrine, he's trying to go for Shanks, but he doesn't realize Palos is right around the corner. He'll try to just roll out of there, but it's not going to work out. Oof. Too much damage from Palos. And they're going to keep going, even mid lane, just poking at ATF. Palos ready with the TP whenever. But you want to play with the full squad. They'll wait it out. And Palos, he just moves into the high ground.
Yeah.
No creeps, no nothing.
Yeah, still a minute 40 on the Aegis. Force out the fortify a little bit earlier as well. Get some healing out to sustain the siege creep. They're going to be able to eat through that tower. And then for Falcons, this is where they can be strong, but they don't have Song for some time here. They don't have a free reset to try to force this fight. It's going to be difficult to look for that angle in here.
ATF. So scary for ATF, but he's trying his best to force them back a little bit, but proving to be very difficult. It's a nice back now from Tino, finding the Dazzle. Snake King will run, but he's already popped the Shallow Grave, and, well, he will barely make it out. But that Rax, there is seemingly no saving this bottom Rax. Hell, I wouldn't be surprised if Execration just say, let's go for more.
Yeah.
Keep going.
They still have some time in that Aegis, still a minute left. Could go for mid. Top could use a little bit of shove as well now.
Oh, Palos gets hexed up. This will be a big one if they can find him. He does have an Aegis, though, keep in mind, as Tino. He'll heal him up with the Guardian Greaves. Palos will lose the first life, but here comes the cavalry. Tino, he's going to go down. Maybe Falcons. Maybe this is the fight they wanted. They'll get another hex on Palos, and Falcons have got him. Falcons have got him. This is a big one. Lewis also caught out. Oh, no. Execration. It was so clean for the last 27 minutes, but one team fight, John. Suddenly you got to blink on the Shaman. Suddenly Crit can initiate.
Yeah.
Lewis isn't safe anymore.
They were very split apart there as well from Execration. I think the two cores were stuck in that bot Rax area while the supports were exiting through mid. They were already running into the mid lane, into the mid Rax and trying to bail out. That separation cost the side of Execration a good swing back for Falcons. 4K gold swing overall. That's big. Coming out for them. And that puts them right back in the running. There's still an 11K advantage for Exa, but some of that momentum has been held back. At the least the next Roshan is still some time off. There are some simple objectives for them to find on Falcons. This mid-tier 1 has been something that's been unwelcome for a little bit too long. They should be able to clean up.
Oh, Skidder, he's going to find himself a freebie here in CML. Shanks can do nothing, and you can see the immediate switch in attitudes here from the side of Falcons. They realize now they can finally venture out into the map. Crit even having a 4-staff now after that blink, so just, again, just all the gold influx going the right way, and the added utility could be very scary for Execration now going to that next team fight. Suddenly Skidder looked like a real problem on this Naga Siren as well. I don't know if Palos can actually just stand there and man-fight him any longer. Could be very intimidating for him.
And it is. They do need some BKBs up. You're working onto one for Palos. You need something defensive here as well for Lewis down the line. He is going for the Shivas first, but ideally I think you'd want something to at least prevent you from just being chain stunned here from all of that control coming out from Falcons. They've been very disciplined with how they get that chain control out, how they're staggering with the Blood Torn, with the Hex, with the Shackles. They have been pretty darn good at maximizing there. Bit of a smoke out from Execration that was under a ward, I do believe, the tail end of it. So they should be well aware in Falcons and might not lead to too much for Exa. Again, the more time you waste here, the better it is for Falcons. You're scaling into late game. You've got a Nullifier coming out for Skidder. You've got the full Ags, just 900 gold away now for Malrine. And you've got the Aura build-up on Amar, slowly but surely coming online, still trying to get into the pipe. But even this Lotus alone that he had earlier on is already slowing things down for Exa quite a fair bit. So Exa has to find a way to put that pressure back, right? Like, get that forward vision going again. They have some more defensive wards in comparison to what we were seeing a few minutes ago, watching their own side of the river. They need to be able to find angles back to Falcons while they're trying to work the map.
See what they do. Falcons for now, happy to just continue the farm game for themselves. Execration not looking to slow down too much, but they've certainly lost a lot of momentum here. They'll head up towards the top lane, maybe start to work on towards that tier 2 top tower. Maybe just go through the twin gates and see if they can hunt down this Dazzle of Snaking, which is eventually going to get found out by Palos, I believe. And he will see him. Snaking. We'll find out the hard way. So he does get a quick Shallow Grave off. Palos, unable to get the job done in time. Very quick.
They really need something to stop these TPs as well, just outside of going out of Shadow Walk. Now that's been one thing that's been very consistent as well for Falcons. Kind of reminiscent of some of the issues we were seeing from Talon in the last series, where they did lack hard control. That's the one thing that's kind of giving Falcons this window. Like, you waste time trying to chase the Dazzle, you're not getting the farm you'd want. You're opening up the map once more for the rest of the course on Falcons to start to play this catch-up game, lead down to just 6K now for
ATF.
XF.
They're going to try for the Bristle. He's not as easy as he used to be to take down, though. Palos will move in. ATF already committed that Blade Mail, so they have no issues. And in fact, he's not too hard either. ATF.
They have the Conda.
They absolutely do have the Conda. Well, there you go. They've got the answer for that Bristleback. Falcons could not react in time, so a quick pick up here from Execration, and they're on to the outpost.
Yep. Nice quick Torm as well.
Torment. Excuse me, I said outpost, didn't I? I'm getting old, John.
Yeah, you are getting old. It's been a while since we had those.
Thank God they got removed.
Yeah. You get that free shard on good old CML, so now the Sproink as well, making the Enchantress a little bit more annoying to catch out. And that's the kind of move we were looking for, right? Look for someone isolated, put that pressure on, take back control on the map. Roshan, not too far off now as well. Going to be the next focal point for both sides. And again, Execration are back in form. Just smoking up, keeping that pressure going here, trying to keep bringing that fight to Falcons.
Oh, here we go. Shanks has been forced forward here by Crib, but a big back wall.
Oh.
Tino found 3 of them. Shanks is down. You went out the trucks coming in with the Sonic Wave to fly out. Skitter's in big trouble, but he'll get the song off in time.
But Palos?
Skitter's still in big trouble though. Palos trying to chase him down for the damage output. Can't quite get there. They'll leave Malrine behind. Malrine surely set to fall. Skitter's moving back in though. Maybe they can keep this fight going as Palos is dropping a little bit low, but he TP's out of there for a reset. Meanwhile, ATF back into the fight. Snaking will go down to Tino as well. ATF still going, trying to deal with this Darkseid, but he can't really do so as Skitter being chased now by Tino. Palos incoming as well. ATF just trying to kill CML. They will get him, but Skitter might be dying as a sacrifice for that kill, and they do find him. Execration paying Falcons back, and well, the state of the game, it almost feels like it just went back to what it was.
And it does. It's back to the 13K lead for the side of Execration. Very well-timed BKB usage out from Palos, although
that's a big one. He's got no BKB available. Shackles will hold him down. ATF trying to get the damage output out. Palos going to go for a run. We'll get the sprout off, but he's been sprouted himself. He needs some help ASAP. Here comes Lewis. They're going to be there in time.
Broken?
The break is there, and ATF, he is just a sponge as Crit is in trouble. Crit regretting, following his call into this fight. Z will die. Now even Snaking.
Oh no.
One by one they come, but one by one they fall.
Not like this.
Not like this, indeed, Jonathan. As Execration onto the tier 3 tower. Racks to be taken, surely, if they have the chance. And Malrine, he is there to try and deal with the creep wave, but I wouldn't risk it.
No. It's a rough game for Falcons. They work so well when they manage to use all their heroes together. When they start splitting apart, that's where Execration shines. This is what the draft does. And I think, again, this pickup of the Conda, just very clever coming out from Shanks. That break, you have nothing to do on Amar. Lotus doesn't really do much. It doesn't matter if you get a reflected back here.
And there goes that pulse, John.
Yeah, well,
There goes that pulse.
I mean, it's still an expensive item. No one's rushing this. Anyone with common sense wouldn't rush that, at the very least. Not like before, when you'd get your Sniper Conda built. It's not as crazy now.
You tell my pup teammates that, John.
Oh.
Jump in, Lewis.
Oh.
They're going to find Skitter. That'll be a big one as a Sonic Wave just doing so much. And the Spirit Vessel also there, but they can't follow up. Skitter will make it out. But my goodness, it's just so intimidating just how much damage is being dealt just purely through Lewis and Palos' ulti. Very scary indeed. Roshan to go down as well once again for Exa as they hold a 21k net worth lead. And as I always like to say, John, it is currently their game to throw.
That it is. And I suppose that's also one thing you can't take away from Execration or Southeast Asia. The potential to,
absolutely,
just ruin your own game.
No sugarcoating that, John.
The potential to put it in the bin, as some would say. Got you with that one. But yeah, look, They are in a good spot. 31 to 13, 21K. No one, I don't think, coming in would expect Execration to perform this way. But you know what? Again, this is a team that can make things go if they play their own style, and this is their style.
Skidder. They'll ignore it. No, they're moving in. They couldn't believe what they saw for a second there. Skidder. They'll drop the wall on him. Sonic Wave out as well. Skidder's alive though. He's perfectly fine. Is he dull at CML, but not so fine anymore by the looks of it. As here comes the cavalry, but they'll try to jump Tino. Tino being shackled up, will go down. Crit, he'll get the force up down to the lower ground, so Lewis can't finish him off as Palos now joining the fight, but he's a bit late to the party. He'll move on to Snaking. Snaking in trouble. Snaking for the TP out, will be able to barely make it. So a nice fight now for Falcons. 2-for-1 special, they only lose Crit. Skidder though, he's still in the mix, but the TP away should be enough.
Yeah, do bail out, and they do find some good pickups there. Tino maybe a bit hasty with that ball, though.
Malreen's still around. Just look at the damage. Amp damage picked up. Won't really matter, of course.
Lewis is feeling it now.
Lewis will tip Palos. They want top lane. They're moving top. TP's out. ATF not safe on the map.
Not a Mar.
Not a Mar.
$2,000, Mike.
When they've got to keep the prices up, John. ATF. TP away. He can't do it, though. He's going to go down a boot.
Maybe not this replay, Amar. Maybe not this replay. But you got, again, Execration, they're playing well. I think that early move as well, when they forced the song in the Roche fight, just made it so awkward from Skidder to kind of look for that re-engage. With the song on cooldown, you just don't have that free reset. So finding the angle is pretty awkward. It's pretty hard to figure out when you want to take that fight. They still have the Aegis for some time here as well. Fairly fresh at 2 minutes 50
Palos.
left.
Palos is just
been on point, man.
He's on bully mode now. He's in bully mode.
You know what this reminds me of? Palos when he substituted for Fnatic back in ESL 1 Genting.
Yeah.
That's the form we're seeing.
Tino. A bit of danger. Skidder doing plenty of damage. Tino, he's got a BKB up though. He'll be fine to surge away. Final racks of the game for Falcons. They've got to find a way to protect this. It's pretty hard though. Roshan ban has been dropped. You've got to commit somehow. Malreen, he'll move in with the Rolling Thunder, trying to find the backline. But he's only really found Tino here on the Darks here. Maybe he can take him down, but the hills do come out. Tino's fine. Meanwhile, Palos just holding the front. He's still got the Aegis up, so he doesn't mind. He'll pop the Satanic. Still going here, Palos. He's just holding everybody else back. They'll deal with Malreen. Here comes Palos again, and now a big Sonic Wave out from Lewis, landing on 3 targets. Skidder, how do you fight this one out? He'll pop the song, chase down Palos, make it a 3v1, but Palos will just force staff away. They're still chasing, but how deep are they willing to go? Lewis, he's jumping on a crit. Crit is gone. Palos now man fighting Skidder. Skidder trying to move in, but the Satanic making it hard. Skidder, can he do it? Lewis there as well. Surely they've got him. Skidder trying to retrieve, trying to remove himself, and he does this. Palos will actually just TP out. Skidder's still in danger. Wall has been dropped. Surely he's down. Here comes Palos. He'll find a kill. Snaking to boot. Malreen is the only man left standing, but they'll buy back on Snaking as Malreen will go down, and GG is called. Execration taking game number 1 up against Falcons. Can you believe that, Jonathan?
I can believe it, Mikey. We saw these guys qualify. They play some mean Dota, and this is them at their best form. Again, you have to consider all the factors. They managed to draft something that they're very comfy with. They managed to get their playstyle out in this kind of game as well. And they just find this weakness in Falcons. The slower draft, that off-lane weakness as well of Omar for the Bristleback, not able to do as much, just made it a lot tougher for the side of Falcons to kind of get that tempo going. I mean, none of their lanes where their cores felt really all too great. Maybe you could argue Skidder was having a decent enough time finding his early items, but that's not a hero you're going to be connecting with for Falcons, where for Execration, you got the early double Shrines of Wisdom, you got that fast 6 up in the Bounty Hunter, and you had early activity with that connection from Palos and Lewis as well. So they had a lot to play with early on, and it just allowed that snowball effect. You're playing up against a Bounty Hunter with a fast 6. Every single kill you got just brought that game faster and faster for Exe.
Yeah, as you can see, the faces of Falcons not too impressed with themselves at the moment. Obviously, you got to go back to the drawing board and see where things went wrong. And I wonder where they thought things went wrong. John, do you just the early game with the Bounty, just too much momentum, you think?
Yeah, I think they've got to find a way to kind of slow down that early game tempo and just try to play as fast as Exe. Try to punish that early.
Okay, well with that, John, we'll have a look at some highlights here from this game 1, and we'll be back with our panel.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. My sprites are with us. Intermission. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Execration threatening extinction onto the Falcons here in a bit of an upset here in the first game. But I mean, even from the draft, you know, Fear, you said that looked pretty good for Execration.
Yeah, they definitely had a lot of speed going their way, right? You have the Bounty Hunter who's going to come online with the auras from the Darkseer. Nature's Prophet's been known as the fastest carry in Dota for a very long time now. And you're comparing it against a Naga who's probably one of the slowest carries in Dota. They just couldn't withstand the pressure that was brought on. And I have to give a special shout out as well. This Enchantress, they looked really good.
Yeah, I would just like to say that if you tuned out of Dota for a year or two and you're like, wait, are the SEA teams that we've seen so far today being high tempo, closing out the game, taking map control and playing active? That's crazy, because we saw the same thing coming out from Talon earlier today. They did drop one of the games, but they had the same game plan, and I'm thoroughly convinced that this is like a regional meta thing that has bled over to these other teams, and it's exciting to see Execration execute it so cleanly.
Absolutely, they did. Yeah, looking very, very good for this team at the moment, at least in the first game here. Don't want to get too carried away, but yeah, I mean, similar thing to what Talon are doing. I mean, we can take a look at some replays here and kind of retell the story of this game, exactly how it went down and how this came to pass, because this wasn't like a slow climb up ahead. You know, this was from the get-go. You know, this is from the lanes where Execration was so far ahead, 7-1 against Falcons. Like, how did that happen?
Yeah, it felt like Falcons felt the need to defend every single objective, and they pretty rarely had the numbers in their favor. We see like Nature's Prophet in the meantime TPing on the Wisdom Shrine, taking the 14-minute one as well as after taking the 7-minute one. And this just sums up like Paulo's off-screen dominating, consistently TPing into the backlines and having no fear, as he's now basically being like a sacrificial carry in the sense that he TP'd in, took the Wisdom Shrine, lets himself die, sets up kills for Lewis. And these track kills stacked up real fast.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely did. And if you fast forward a little bit, you just kind of look at how a lot of these team fights formed for them. Like, you're having a very hard entry for the Bristleback. And eventually, at some point, when the back wall does come online, you did cancel the roar alert, which is unfortunate. But as we're seeing in the last two fights here, where's the Naga, right? You're fighting these fights 4 versus 5 when you're down 20-7. It just really felt like Falcons just couldn't find an opening to really bring Naga into the map here. But Execration, they never let off the pressure.
Usually when Naga Siren is being played from behind, we see a lot of map pressure coming out. We see a lot of towers dropping, you know, tier 2s being pressured and buildings being lost. Why was that not the case in this game?
It's really hard to say when you're like not in the perspective of Falcons, but I do think they took fights that they didn't need to take, and Execration punished them for it in spades. Like every single fight we've seen is underneath a tower on the side of Falcons map where you'd think like, do they have to be there fighting? But no, there must be something that Execration is doing that's forcing them to feel like this is the case.
Absolutely, they were on top the entire game, did not give Falcons a chance to breathe, which is very, very surprising. I mean, you know, Falcons typically have been a very strong laning team throughout their history. You know, like their identity last year was just taking control early and then keeping a grip on the game, pulling it late, and then winning out on a nice, safe, disciplined game of Dota. But it feels like I haven't seen that Falcons in a while.
Yeah, I mean, sure. In this game, like, I think Execration came to counter that strategy. Like, how are you going to win a lane versus Ench Nature's Prophet? Like, these are two incredibly strong laners. Mid lane as well, you pick this Pango into Quap. That's a losing matchup. And then on the top lane as well, Naga versus Darkseer, that's actually the one lane they did win, which is fine, but like, you don't really need to win as a Darkseer and Bounty Hunter. You just need to get levels, and they did that. So they really just kind of lost out in the lanes here, and it really snowballed. And it couldn't have snowballed. If you snowballed in the wrong direction this game, it's going to look how it looked this game.
And I think mid was also one of those lanes which went fine, but then the Queen of Pain was just able to get so much out of her side lanes.
Yeah, we've been consistent. Like, that's the second time we've already seen Pango picked into Quap, like immediately after, where Quap's first round pick, Pango's like third overall pick. And it's not the best lane matchup, like you mentioned. And it also, even though it's physical damage, it doesn't seem like the Pango is like winning out in these fights. Like the quad feels perfectly fine to enter them. People are, I think, overly investing in this physical damage because that game we saw Lewis just go for a relatively early Ghost Scepter. So he would like blink in, get the ulti off, but then also draw attention to himself, use Ghost Scepter, and just be invulnerable effectively. For Skeeter had to buy a Nullifier for, I guess you have Darkseer too, but it felt like they had to buy it, otherwise Quack just couldn't die.
Yeah, no, she seemed invincible this game. I mean, what do they need to shake up on Falcons for game number 2? What do they need to change?
I don't think the Naga carry looked very promising that game. I think if you look at Falcons as a whole and how they do well, they're more high tempo. And I think they were lacking Skeeter being that tempo in that particular game. The Bristleback's normally good, but if you just focus all your heroes on Amar, which they did that game, and I think he had 12 deaths in that game, which is very uncharacteristic, what's Skeeter going to do in the late game as a Naga to really contribute? We saw this game, not much. So I think they need to get Skeeter more active in this game so Amar can do Amar things.
Absolutely. Same take from you, Brian?
Yeah, I feel like also, I know Amar insists, but I think at some point you have to hang up those Seeing Red Bristleback offlane. Like at some point, I can't remember the last time there was like a convincing performance from him on this hero, and I would like to think based on Amar's history as a player that that's not a player issue.
How much are we paying for the replays now?
I think the
down in value.
Yesterday it was 2,000. I'm max bidding 1,200. Like max.
All right, bite the dip maybe. We'll see if he can pull it back.
I'm stockpiling those Bristleback replays for later.
That's a good idea. Well, it might be a good idea if Falcons can come back in this series, of course. They are now 1 game down versus Execration. We've highlighted this before, how important these group stage games are. A loss like this is going to have a ripple effect through the entire tournament now for Falcons, even putting them getting top in this group at risk. It's going to come really hard now. If anybody's just perfect, then you're done. You got to go through the playoffs. So it's a really, really tough situation now for Falcons. They have to lock in. They have to come back. Let's see if they can do it after the short break.
I stepped into a realm of wonders where the sun kisses the sea. Two worlds inspired by each other. Two worlds making one. This land is calling, Saudi Red Sea.
It's game number 2 time here between Falcons and Execration. In game number 1, you might be surprised to learn that the Falcons did get taken out of the sky, and it was Execration that took the first game by running tempo. They were going fast, and Falcons could not keep up with the Naga carry, and now we go into game number 2, kind of expecting them to do the same thing. So what is the answer to this high-tempo Dota? How do you stop a team from doing this?
I mean, I think it's a matter of you pick the Naga first, and it looks like they intentionally left it up to Flex, because we didn't find out it was Flex until overall 9th pick, but perhaps you just go for the classic lane duos at the start that we kind of saw Execration go for, like really strong lane duos. You can go the Naga plus the SFs, the Gyros that they ended up getting banned out later on in the draft, and by maybe not prioritizing these lane duos. And I think you were talking about the main way to keep up with the tempo on the side of Falcons specifically is Skeeter, because that's the kind of carry player he is.
Yeah, I mean, I think just looking at what they had as a whole, you could play fast technically, but they kind of chose not to. I feel like as a carry in this meta, you have to find a way to make an entry into these early mid-game fights. We didn't really see it. I know it's really hard with Naga. I don't know if it's even possible with Naga, to be honest. But if they were going to run this Naga again, it needs to find a way to enter the fights. If not, I just in general want to see Skeeter get a bit more active in this game. And also, you do have to mention as well, this offlane probably should not win as badly as it did for Falcons. They maybe need to tighten up there and make sure Crit and Amar have a better lane.
Well, we are well into the draft already for the second game, so let's see how this one's going to go. Now, crucially, the Naga Siren has been banned out by Team Falcons themselves, but otherwise things looking much of the same, and we're going to have a Beastmaster coming out for Falcons, and the Quap once again coming through for Execration.
I kind of wonder, looking at this, right, because like Queen of Pain has looked like one of the best heroes of the meta so far. Is it a little bit of hubris to keep giving this one away, especially if you did just lose to it? Because Beast is great and all, but this isn't like last patch Beast. This is current patch Beast, and I'm not sure if this hero's warrant of a first overall pick when there's heroes like Queen of Pain in the game.
It's really interesting that they're leaving Queen of Pain in, especially because I feel like Execration's bans are protecting it. Like first ban Huskar, second ban I think Doom. Like I am assuming Doom and AA they consider hard counters to Quap because of the fact that she's playing off of the Blade Mill sustain and just kind of throws herself into the middle of the fight. And then Puck in the mid lane has always been super obnoxious for Quap, a very convenient way to bring her down. So the fact that not only are they first picking the Quap, but I also feel like they're investing bans into it. Yeah, maybe it perhaps is hubris on the side of Falcons and other teams that are leaving it in.
But I do think that probably will be an interesting response maybe in the laning stage, because you can follow this Quap in some degree, right? Like this Beast can go mid. I know Maureen plays it. Don't think Amar's the biggest fan of like the Wild Hunt Beastmaster, but you don't have to go that. But that's always nice to have that option this patch to go for it. So this isn't definitely just a blind pick where they just want Beast no matter what. I think they definitely have some options against it.
Yeah, I'm wondering, are you going Beast for that Ags build that is usually around the burst, or are you going Beast as the summons build that is primarily focused on the physical damage, the aspect that they seem to be committing to, a lot of the teams seem to be committing to against the Queen of Pain, but maybe it is the Ags build, because you have a Pugna buffing up the magic damage as well. Bit strange, I guess, considering like that's not really how people have been trying to address the Quap, but it also hasn't been working. So what do you think of this Pugna pick?
I'm curious to see how it goes. They did buff the ward, I suppose, in the lane. I don't know what other
reasons. What did they buff about it?
It just lasts longer, I think, like 5 seconds. Don't know if that's a big difference. I'm not a huge support player myself. Not really entirely sure when Pugna is usually best. However, if Quap does blink on top of you, I mean, the heal doesn't even work, right? Because you just get blade milled, so not the best matchup.
Doesn't really help out too much, does it? No, let's see which direction they go in this. They go for the Axe and then the Shadow Demon.
Interesting pick.
So I quite like the Shadow Demon for the ulti as an answer to the Pugna.
Also a block pick, too, because Shadow Demon's really good versus Axe. It's a nice save. You have the Purge that can just either be used offensive or defensive to stop the Crepify.
Do you feel like the Pugna was meant to block the Axe in the first place? Because Decrep has always been pretty good against Axe. You just decrep the guy that he calls.
Yeah.
And he no longer... Or you decrep the Axe. That's fine, too.
But then they countered the counter with the Shadow Demon. We got some...
That's true, yeah.
Going so many layers deep into this, guys.
I was just talking about before this series that it feels like teams are counter-picking each other less, and now there's just counter into counter. And there's a counter Helix in this game,
That is also true,
I'm
yes.
overwhelmingly countered right now. And Disruptor, is that a counter? Here.
The disruption.
Oh, you're
on the Shadow Demon.
You're disrupting
the disruptor.
Oh,
there we go.
man.
We're moving the counters to disrupting.
Oh my god.
Somebody
I'm
stop
losing
this
count.
panel. I mean, Disruptor is it's good for Squawp, right? Can be decent for Zax. You can glimpse him back as he blinks in. That won't last for very long, but versus the Quap, it's always nice to have some control. And they're going to go back for the Pango. They are convinced this is good. It's also pretty good against like heroes like Shadow Demon. You can get on him quite easily and two-shot him. So that's probably more so the logic here.
I'm just really confused about the Pugna pick when I'm looking at this entire draft. Like,
let Snake King cook or crit, whoever's playing.
Okay, we're letting him cook.
Let somebody cook.
Yeah.
Let Owie cook. There we go.
He's cooking right now.
Yeah, but is it going to taste any good?
I mean, last game it didn't taste very great, so waiting to see something
the
that tastes a
Falcon
bit better.
stew was nothing to be desired.
A little overcooked, unfortunately. But in this game, I'm not saying I like this a whole lot better, but there is always the potential of what we complained about from game one. Is Skeeter going to be more active this game? Is Amar going to have a better lane? I mean, going 4 and 12 on Bristleback is...
It's a low bar.
Yeah, the bar is quite low on that one, but it needs to be much higher than that bar.
I do like Bristleback always as a way to just say this guy is responsible for deterring push heroes like the Lycans, the Beastmasters, the Enigmas. So as a carry, I think that's usually his primary role. We saw it picked earlier for Talon as a way to just up the tempo against a hero like Centaur in lane that's really low armor. You know, Beastmaster's not ultra low armor, but now you feel really uncomfortable going for this summons build. So I guess he might go back for the Ags, but then Bristleback... Yeah, I don't know. I'm thinking Execration high tempo again, and I feel like I hate playing Disruptor against heroes like Bristleback. It's like, okay, he's going to run at you, and the glimpse gets you to safety, I guess, but you never want to be getting ran at as a Disruptor.
You don't want to use glimpse defensively.
Yeah, you want to be catching people as they're retreating from you, which I don't think Execration's lineup really indicates it's going to do.
Yeah, I mean, Quap is not a hero that runs from you anymore. She kind of blinks into you, and all these heroes are going to be doing the same, so... I feel like they need to build some hero that punishes heroes that just walk into you. Whether it's, I don't know what it would be. Maybe Malrine Timber mid or something like that. Throw the Beast carry. Not sure what your options are going to be here for Falcons.
Is this an Axe support? Like, why are they banning Darkseer?
Could be. Maybe they're looking at illusion heroes yet again. I mean, I do think that Darkseer did a lot for them in the previous game. It was one of those heroes that could really up the tempo. I mean, Axe Darkseer is a crazy strong lane.
Yeah, I guess a lot of these melee 4s that traditionally wouldn't work as a 4, like these heroes that are usually played core, Darkseer enables them pretty hard. So the vacuum into the call.
Nope. It's a combo. I mean, honestly, it's probably not that bad. But they're not going to have it this game. But yeah, they're definitely afraid of Zoo. Maybe they want Illusion Hero. I mean, the Zoo makes sense. Like Pugna and Disruptor hate playing versus that. At this stage, what do you have left? Like some Enigma? Probably, I think you just throw the Axe on 3 and get a support here.
I wouldn't mind if Execration just goes like a very generic like Crystal Maiden, just something that strong lane with Bristle, plays around mid, gives the rest of the team this aura. I wouldn't even mind that, just some momentum-based support. Even the Enchantress again.
Yeah, CML did do absolutely buckets of work in that last game. Interestingly, CML used to be a mid lane player back in the day, and he actually used to dabble on the Enchantress mid. I remember casting some of those games long ago. So, bit of a callback from that last game for him.
You know a lot about a player based on that kind of stuff, the heroes they like to play and what role they like to play them, and I feel like I view him differently after finding out he played Enchantress mid.
The type of person he is.
So they were 100% sure this is this was a support Axe, like, and this ends up being an offlane Mars.
Wow, good read. They must have done the research. Good boy, Owie 2000 doing his homework.
Is this 5 Axe then? Because I don't think Axe Mars is a lane, right?
Maybe it could be. I feel like ever since you could just block waves now into the tower so easily, no matter what side you're on. I feel like almost any offlaner can work with a melee pos 4 if you play your cards right. Maybe it just means you have to start bottom with your Shadow Demon or something like that.
Yeah, I guess this axe is probably going to go the like Urn build, right? You just run around the map, max Battle Hunger, Urn, maybe a later Blink. Curious
I mean, he doesn't need an early Blink this game because he has a Mars, so that's fine. I mean,
the other
Illusion
team
heroes
has a
are on the
Mar.
table. They do. They have a Mar, but not a Mars. I'm very curious on what direction they're going to go here. Is Skeeter going to pick up one of his traditional heroes?
I mean, TA is still around, right?
That's not a hero he really enjoys, though.
Give him the PL.
I mean, is it a bait, though? We want him to play a little bit faster. He's just going to go for a traditional spin. That is a hero he plays.
We did just see 23 Savage in the previous series, like 3-shot a Sven as a carry Bristleback. So
yeah, I mean, it's definitely a matchup that can be a little bit rough here. And it's going to be a 5-axe, as mentioned by you. So, good call on that.
Interesting. All right. So, I mean, it gives them like a decent lane to play from with the Mars having the Disruptor, Shadow Demon to work with, and then the Lewis. Wait. Oh,
yeah.
So
it's actually mid Bristleback carry Quap. I had to confirm that. That makes more sense because you have a melee 5 ranged.
Yeah, that makes sense
carry.
now.
And I think they kind
cool.
of decided that Malrine most likely will be that beast player as he usually is.
Oh, that makes a lot. Okay, I see. Yeah. Okay, this is a lot of mind games going on here.
Yeah,
dude, this draft has been crazy. I've been struggling to keep up. I won't lie. What's going on? What's happening? Who's won?
I'm leaning towards Execration. I feel like I've been jinxing these SEA teams. When I root for them, they lose, and when I don't believe in them, they win. So, but I really do like what they're cooking up here.
Yeah, I mean, I think they did not fix any of their issues here. I think Amar is still going to have a really rough lane. Tough lane, very, very tough lane. I think Skeeter's on a very farm-heavy hero yet again. So, yeah, I think they're playing the similar game. I guess you have less auras to deal with on Execration, so that's the one positive side for Falcons.
Okay. Is there any player on the side of Falcons who could kind of pop off and save this game for them?
Malrine, maybe. I think, not sure if he can, though, because he's versus Bristleback, but I think he kind of has to pop off because once again, like, this is an Axe Quap lane. These heroes are known for being so strong in this meta early on. It sounds like a disaster lane for Amar to play into, and I'm not sure if a Disruptor is going to help win that lane at all, because Disruptor is not a strong lane hero at all this patch.
Yeah, I want to see how they manage to bring crits like playmaking into this game, because you're glimpsing people into what is kind of my question right now. Like, until like Sven needs like 2 or 3 items, Beastmaster's going to farm until like 15 minutes, Pengo's going to have a tough lane most likely. So it's more about, for me, actually crits the X factor. Are they going to be able to make Disruptor have plays around the map?
Alrighty, let's find out how this one goes down as we jump into game number 2 of Falcons versus Execration. Can the SEA boys do it again? We're going to find out with our own SEA boys. We got Mike and John Xpire.
Thank you so much, we do get into it. Game number 2. Jonathan, we've got 2 brand new drafts on our hands. What do you think? It's pretty wild stuff going on here in this game too.
Yeah, you know what? I love the support axe. We saw it a few times into the road to the Esports World Cup. We saw it a little bit into the road to TI as well. And this axe 5 is really, really hard to shove out of lane, right? We saw it, the 1-3-1 build is insane. You eventually hit the point where you should be able to get yourself the Blink Blade Mail as well, if not the Vanguard, and you are kind of fine overall in just scaling up. But a little bit of an early group up.
Stun out onto CML. CML going to look to retreat to the north, but a nice glimpse back into the disruption though of Shanks. They can't take him down, and now Skitter's the one in trouble. Skitter will go down first. First blood being drawn from Tino. It's crit, stuck in a corner. Will go down a boot. Palos to pick one up for himself now. Malrine going for more, but he will also drop. An ATF sticking around, but it ends up being a 2-for-3 trade. A double kill for Tino, plus the first blood. You couldn't have really asked for a better start.
No, you really couldn't. And, you know, that's something Southeast Asia loves, doesn't they? A bit of an early scrap used to happen a little bit more often, but pans out. Really nice saves to stall that out. That disruption, very key from Shanks to actually give that first blood bonus to their Mars. They will have to go for a bit of a reset. We're seeing some movement back to the fountain here from Execration's end, but they do still come out 2-for-2 on the runes. You're more than happy to take that result. A lot of gold being injected towards Execration. 1,000 gold going their way with 800 going for Falcon. So you'll take it. You're a very happy set. You kind of set your lanes up nicely here. We'll take a look at those lanes as we are looking at mid. You do have that Beastmaster versus Bristleback matchup, and this is a lane matchup that shouldn't be too bad for either side, right? You're going to be able to farm up in both ends. You do have consistent poke from both sides. It is relatively cheap, the Axis and the Quills. And you should be able to kind of work this lane out here for Malrine. The issue is, it is a melee matchup into Bristleback, so as you walk up to the creeps to farm, you are punished more severely by those Quills. It is very mana intensive. Runes are going to be really important there. We'll see if they'll have that early movement that we've seen across the map so far. Down bot, of course, you're already seeing some early pressure onto Skitter once more. It is a very basic laning combination. It's Shadow Demon Mars, an old classic. Easy spear setup, a lot of damage comes in. It can be annoying to play into snaking once a decrep is up, sure. There's a lot of physical damage to kind of save you, to save from. But I don't see Tino struggling anytime soon. This is a melee matchup for Mars that feels pretty good. You always have the God's Rebuke to kind of reposition as well. And again, that spear threat later on does provide quite some aggression here down bot if they want to seek that out in Execration.
Certainly so. Well, how's that top lane been going here? I mean, we haven't really had a look at the top lane quite yet. Palos and CML against ATF and Crit, of course. Palos on the safe lane, Quap, as it stands right now. I mean, it works out well enough. ATF, obviously on the Bristleback game last game around, not having the greatest time. Looking to make a much better performance here in this game, number 2. They will try to apply a bit of pressure onto Palos. It seems like they will. He'll force himself back a little bit. Do you like the Pos 5 action? I mean, I'm personally a huge fan.
No, I'm a big believer. I was talking to certain teams about what's been hot, and the Axe is one thing that popped out as a 4-5, which we, again, saw to the road to the Esports World Cup as something that was flexed, and now it's a little bit more popular. This hero just does so much. It doesn't care about all of this damage in lane. It has a lot of HP to play with, a lot of armor with a double ring of protection that CML has worked himself into. And once you hit, say, level 3, level 4, once you have the 1-2-1 at minimum, things can start to get a little bit scary. He can start to dive creep waves. You're a melee core. In the Pangolier, it's a sitting duck to one good call, one good lineup. And you're playing with a Quap. There's a lot of damage in this lane for Execration to leverage. Not as much coming out from Falcon. So again, they have to watch out for these laning weaknesses. That's something Execration identified very early on in the last game. And again, they end up with a lineup that can kind of make use of these weaknesses in the side lanes and the mid lane as well.
Absolutely. Stacks already being made as well by Malrine in the mid lane, as you tend to do. Malrine ensuring that he's going to have himself a good bit of catch-up farm in case things fall a little bit behind. But so far, so good. You have Lewis 5 CS ahead, but it's not too big of a deal. Kind of expected as bottom lane they are trying to keep Tino away here from their Sven. Skitter, he's been having maybe a bit of a slower time, but you kind of anticipate that into the SD and Mars. It definitely can be a little bit scary trying to go too far forward to secure those creeps. It seems like Skitter will play a little bit on the safer end of things. For snaking, can't really do too much if he does get caught as well. They will go for a quick disruption onto Snake. They don't really have a nice spear angle though, so he's going to be just fine.
But they're doing a good job of just zoning out here anyhow. Up top, a little bit of a deep chase. Level 2 Battle Hunger up.
They'll need another one though. CML might dive, he'll apply it. ATF's going to be there to try and help out. They'll kind of return the favor here towards CML. He might still actually get the kill into this Disruptor, to be fair though. He's still ticking away, but it looks like Stick Charges will keep him alive, as ATF in the meantime will continue the fight against Palos. Force them back. And he does indeed ensure the Crit does remain alive, just barely.
And he does, but he's going to have to walk back to Fountain and then TP back to lane. It's a lot of time you're surrendering to Palos, to CML to just kind of do what they want in that lane. The solo Pangolier's not going to feel too comfy, has to play safe. And again, that just gives the activity out, the tempo out to Execration to kind of find what they want. Maybe even some room to walk up for, say, the 6-minute rune later on, although it shouldn't take too long to get back into the lane. And so far, a little bit slower after that excitement on that first blood fight. But all lanes kind of going relatively well for Execration. Maybe the mid lane's a little bit more back and forth here for Lewis and Mallory. Not too far behind in that Beastmaster still having access to those camps you talked about. Amar has been having that slower game, as he is being poked quite hard up top.
He is being poked very hard. John, ATF, still trying to go for the fight. Call is out though, so he has nothing to really commit. He didn't have any spells off cooldown anyway. Meanwhile, mid, Lewis going to be chased down a little bit here as Malrine and Crit trying to secure a kill onto this Bristleback, but there is some TP rotations coming in from Shanks. Lewis, though, still being slowed down quite nicely by the ball, but a nice disruption from Shanks going to ensure that they can't get the final bit of damage out So Lewis will survive. Snaking now showing up as well, just chasing down Shanks a little bit. He'll be able to scout out these stacks that were being made in the triangle as well as snaking. Not deciding to back off yet, but eventually will. Of course, wants to ensure the SD is not coming back for these 6-minute power runes.
No. That's one thing as well that Execration was just so clean about in that last game. They always had rune control. Again, same thing that we were seeing from Talon. The Southeast Asian teams have been emphasizing the mid quite a fair bit. See if they get lucky this time around with spawn.
It is going to be down bottom. CML will chase down Crit. Maureen wasn't even really around the corner. He'll come now and just try to secure the life of this Axe. With the glimpse back, they should have it quite nice. CML will go down, and in fact, Snaking picked up the amp damage anyway. So nice power rune denial here from Falcons against Exa. Lewis will get nothing, and it seems like Lewis now going to try and just take these stacks away while he still can. Because they know that Snaking has seen all this. So Falcons are very well aware there's quite a bit of gold here in this Dire Triangle, and Snaking just trying to be an absolute menace with this Nether Blast. Taking a lot of creeps away here from Lewis, even Maureen now intervening. Forcing CML to TP in. Palos also around the corner. He's going to blink right onto Maureen. A big Sonic Wave, finding Crit first. The glimpse back actually saving the life of the Quap. Palos would have died, but the glimpse, a little bit unfortunate.
Yeah, you know, sometimes you get jumped, you're like, I gotta save us from this situation, saves the enemy team instead. You find some good trades out for Exit. Look, you did the damage on Falcons. You did manage to contest the stacks, but you are giving a lot of map space out. That's a lot of recovery space coming out here for Tino to just get what he wants. He get his own Shrine of Wisdom as well. No double Shrines of Wisdom this time at the very least for Falcon. So no fast level 6s for the supports, but it's not as pertinent here as it was in the last game. A little bit of a freebie coming out there onto Shanks, just getting dived a bit by Amar. But again, overall, I think Execration are still getting a lot of work out from that movement. Again, Tino's left alone. He has his level 6 up. He's working onto Blink. There is map pressure coming in from Falcons. You do have the Pugna, of course, on hand with the Nether Blast to kind of speed up a push. But it still feels like Execration are kind of happy, right? Like they got that early start. They are just looking for levels and starting items to kind of get things going. Once you hit that stride, I'd expect the aggression to kind of stay the same as we've seen from the last game. It's just a matter of when that stride feels comfy for Exit. What are they waiting for? The Maelstrom is going to be one start from Palos. The Blink is going to be the big one, of course, from Tino. And it feels like that's the one thing that's kind of holding back that deeper aggression. It's still relatively early anyhow.
I mean, it's going to be a super aggressive mid-game from both these sides. I mean, with these kind of drafts, that 20-minute mark or so is going to be when both teams are kind of ready to go. I mean, maybe not so much Skidder on the Sven, but the rest of his team certainly is going to want to make some plays. And, of course, Execration with their draft not going to want to be sitting back past that 20-minute mark and farming too much. As you want to start applying that momentum ASAP. Skidder clear out the way, rather the stacks in the triangle. WS currently sitting at the top of the net worth board on this Mars, which isn't overly surprising considering he got a double kill plus the first blood. The thing is, though, WS, in my opinion, arguably... What is it?
You said WS.
Oh, I did say WS.
I know. You know, WS is a good Mars player. Now, who's biased with Talon, right? Who's
shut up, John. You know the worst part? You sat there smiling at me, letting me continue talking and saying WS 3 times before you said, hey, by the way, it's Tina.
You were flowing, you know? I was like, is he going to say it again?
No, you were enjoying yourself.
Yes.
No,
I was also enjoying myself, but that's besides the point. But yeah, you know, it's been doing great.
Well done, Jonathan. Well done. He's done it again.
Off the first blood. And now he's just about 600 gold away, 500 gold away at this point for that Blink. And again, that's the timing for Exit to start things going. I think if you're on Falcons, you're happy enough with all of the space being given out to Skidder. Like, he is working up. He has one of the 3 items we tend to see from Sven before he's active. Execration are not waiting around out. They're smoked. They have that arena ready, and they want to take mid.
Alreen could be a bit problematic, though. He's around the corner. Will reveal himself. The numbers here, though, Execration. 10-minute power rune about to spawn up. That's what they're going to try and use as bait. Tino has the arena ready. Haste rune has been dropped, and in fact, they don't bother. Fair enough, maybe just not wanting to go for the harder kill on the Beastmaster, which could have ended up in a bit of a disaster here as Maureen gets right back into the triangle. Back to the farm game for him. And he is now top of the net worth board as well on this piece, which is pretty damn good news if you're Falcons.
That it is. The early tempo from the timing on Ags, we've seen time and time and again, is not to be underestimated. That damage output is pretty high. I think for the side of Execration, allowing this free farm game to go while using that time and space to group up and try to smoke and not find anything is damaging some of that map efficiency here. Not that you have the most farm-heavy heroes, mind. The most farm-heavy is likely just Lewis on that Bristle anyhow. But they are starting to ramp up now on Falcons. Right? Again, the item timings we're looking at Skitter here are lining up. The Ags is just basically one part away now for Malrine. And that's when things really start to get going. For Execration, at least, again, there's some times you'd want to wait for on your supports. If they can start to work into, say, the Blink Vanguard here for CML, you start to get some initiation angles out that way, plus that Blink on Dino.
They got the Blink on Tino.
Then the timings are there. They can constantly try to force that pressure. They're not fully committing from mid.
Palos is very deep. Static Storm's going to be dropped right on top of his head. Palos needs a bit of time to get rid of this kinetic field, and oh, he kind of just ran the wrong way. Unfortunate Palos. Very deep, assuming they couldn't really deal with him, and well, that's a big kill here for Skitter. He'll be very happy with that. In the meantime, Execration trying for that mid-tier 1 tower, but Malrine is making life very difficult. He will show himself, though. There's plenty of heroes around this area, but Execration looks like they're kind of doubting themselves as to whether they actually want the fight. And I think the answer kind of feels like a no until Palos is back up. You'd just be lacking so much damage.
But he's not too far off. Does have the TP ready, and again, they still have that Blink reveal on Tino waiting. He's been very patient in the shadows here, not showing up too much.
Gets the Invis rune. ATF going to use the Rolling Thunder. Meanwhile, CML already dropping very low on this axe. Should be going down. We're all committed onto the SD. Arena dropped as well. Sonic Wave connecting onto 2 targets. Crit will drop. Malrine in big trouble. They'll get the ethereal form out though from Snaking. Meanwhile, ATF jumping in onto Tina with a great Stormhammer setup from Skitter. Landing on 2 targets. A great fight for Falcons.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great read from Execration to try to force the fight while Static Storm is down. Just not the initiation angles I think they were looking for. A little bit split apart. Some focus near the rune area, some focus onto the mid-river area, directly on mid.
Lewis, he's going to be okay. No real threat for him at the moment, but again, Falcons certainly in a very nice position now. Skitter finding himself top of the net worth. Malrine just behind him on the Beastmaster. Everything just going swimmingly at the moment as Execration is still trying to apply this pressure into the mid-tier 1 tower, but they just don't have the numbers anymore.
No. They have to kind of sit back and wait. Like, you're not in fighting form yet for Lewis to be fully online. He is going back for the Sanjin Yasha, still lacking the Yasha into the BKB. And once you get that BKB plus your Shard, that's when things can maybe start to simplify. Your presence in the arena is a lot better to play with. Your follow-through is a little bit cleaner. Again, when you think about the teamfight potential from Falcons as well, I mean, the Static Storm is just going to ruin you every single time. And now they do have that full Ags up and running as well on Malrine. So the damage is there. They're going to try to make it work with a smoke, see if they find an angle. They don't have the most aggressive vision on hand. They do have one on the top jungle, but no one's really hanging around that area.
I mean, we know where ATF is. He's currently just chasing down Palos. There's one hero they can aim down. ATF going to try for a Rolling Thunder. Disruption will cancel though from Shanks, and ATF sadly not going to find the time to get that Rolling Thunder off. Nice pickup here for the side of Exa.
Yeah, and again, that also allows them to dodge out the smoke. Wrong position coming out for Falcons. They will manage to steal away a Shrine of Wisdom, which is a nice little win for them. A little bit more EXP again to these supports, getting some key spells up and running. But it doesn't feel like they're also just outfarming the side of Execration at this point. Net worth lead around 1K, not too much to speak of, although.
They are going to find the SD. A nice pickup here from Falcons. Malrine will take that one for himself as Tino. He's in the corner right now. They'll glimpse him back. And Malrine very happy now with a double kill on this Beastmaster. Falcons really kind of just proving they're not going to have a rerun of that game one.
Nah, they're certainly finding some way to bite back here onto Execration. And for Execration's part, it's not the same lineup as it was in the last game, right? Like, it's not the same story with a bounty hunter, with a global presence of Nature's Prophet, where you're always constantly on the hunt. There has to be some tempo coming out here from Exa. A little bit more measured movement out, a little bit more patience coming out to wait for some of those key items to be up. And they are getting the space out. Like, Palos does have the full Maelstrom, slowly working onto the Mjolnir. You've got yourself that BKB being worked on, one part in now for Tino. And Lewis, again, just managed to finish up the full Sanjin Yasha. Needs the BKB and Shard to really get things going. So the puzzle isn't fully set yet. It's not kind of set to be solved just yet by Execration. It's Falcons that I think really want to take advantage here As, again, the Ags timing out for Malreen's big. He's going into his own BKB spikes. You've got the Blink slowly coming together for Skitter. And the damage output of the Sven, they have no easy answers for here on the side of Execration. They'll find a mid-tier one that they've been posturing for a while. But it just doesn't feel like you have clean opportunities. They'll try with a smoke, though.
Not willing to dive the tier 2, but they could run into that triangle and find Skitter. Instead, they're going to head up towards the top lane. You'll find at least Crit there and Snaking, so the support duo maybe just set to fall as Tino immediately disrupt the arena. Palos also going to run into the Pugner. Can they stop the TP? They cannot. Unable to make it in time, but they will walk away with at least the pulse for disruptor kill. Lewis also intervening here with Skitter's farm. Try to bully him out of the triangle, but Skitter's already got all the farm he could ask for. Here is Lewis. Looks to back off. Actually juked out that stun, I do believe, with the illusions.
That damage.
Skitter in big trouble. Lewis, he does take him out. Lewis with a very nice dodge on the illusion. Trying to run. Will maybe make it out. ATF, they're going to cut him off with a Rolling Thunder. Lewis should be set to fall here, and eventually they will get him. Tino as well, not going to be escaping as Falcons. They will lose their carry, but they'll get a lot for it.
Yeah, very worthwhile for the side of Falcons, of course. Roshan still doesn't take too long, even without the Sven, as you have that output with Malreen on hand. But I've got to say, very cheeky out from Lewis. He didn't even pop his Warpath active without seeing red. He just had enough output with quite a fair bit of viscous nasal goo coming in. That Sven just gets ripped to shreds. Still, first ages of game heading up to Malreen very early on. You still are in control of this game here for the side of Falcons. 13-10, 4K up. And
look at this Duke of the Stormhammer. Oh,
yep,
beautiful.
But look at his damage. Just ridiculous.
It is ridiculous. It doesn't matter though at the end. Lewis, he gets the kill on the carry, but ultimately the rest of the team just ends up dying afterwards anyway. So not really a bad deal for Falcons at all, really.
No, maybe just a little bit too split apart again from Execration. We saw them posturing. They were trying to make that move in. But Lewis was just a little bit early taking that opportunity out, and it does cost him in the end. 13-10, 5K lead still standing for Falcons off of that Aegis here. As the side of Execration, again, it's just a matter of slowing this game down a bit. They've almost got the full Mjolnir up on Palos, and once you hit that point with the static active, it's just going to be a lot more damage to play with, and I think that's something that the side of Falcons will have to be mildly concerned about, as they are going on a little bit of a hunt. Malreen, again, ready, set to go. Does have his BKB flying out now as well, I believe, and that is just, again, more challenges for Execration. They don't have an easy way to go through the debuff immunity outside of a good call. And as at this moment, it's been a little bit rough for CML to find those calls to set up for the team here.
Oh, that it is. That it is. The Falcons, again, smoked up. Not going to find any pickoffs down at this bottom side of the map. Execration currently just sticking his 4 up at top. Malreen is getting just absolutely massive. The Space Master now looking for the blink next. I mean, he's the real problem right now. Like Skitter, you saw he's not really that big of a deal at the moment, but Malreen is certainly the kind of pseudo carry at the moment for this stage of the game, and he's the guy you have to really worry about. See how they try to deal with him too, because it's just very hard to burst him down with that Drums of Slom up.
Feels like it has to kind of go down to Lewis being able to focus in on that Beastmaster. Like, all your damage is mainly on this Bristleback. The issue is trying to catch them together. I think Execration has been showing a little bit more promise in pickoffs. Again, similar to Game 1, it's been a little bit rougher to take the 5v5s. And again, they kind of need more time to farm. Like, these BKBs have to be online here for Execration as well. They need that protection from the Static Storm.
Lewis gonna get caught. Big jump in from Skitter. Marrying with the raw setup as well, and Lewis immediately bursted down here from Falcons. They go for more. They'll find Shanks eventually, and Crit. He'll check just in case. And they'll find him. 2 for nothing. It's Falcons now. Not stopping. No need to stop.
No. They've got the map under their control. They've got a Tormentor to take. They've got really good wards to watch around. A wider range of the map than you do on Execration. A little bit lacking in aggressive vision here for Exe, as they are just looking to play it safe. See who does get this lucky shard coming out from the 20-minute mark. Is going to go to Snaking. So a little bit more coming out there with the life drain on the ward. Just more presence coming out here from that Pugna. And for Execration, again, it's just a matter of waiting out BKBs. You're just a recipe away now on Tino. You are still 2 parts away for Paulus, which is a little bit more painful. And Lewis as well is a little bit far behind. Until this triple BKB timing is online, you're not going to be able to get too much out there.
Absolutely not. Thank you, Crit. Oh, Falcons. Still a minute 20 on the Aegis. I mean, they've already got plenty of value out of that Aegis anyway with those kills onto Lewis up the top, and maybe they could try to force one more fight around this Shrine of Wisdom. Doesn't really seem like Execration are going to be there anyway.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
They'll just take it for free. 8k advantage now, the way of Falcons. And at this point, with this kind of draft from Execration, like, you've fallen so far behind. How do you even make the comeback back into the game?
It's just, again, a matter of patience, a matter of looking for those openings. I think overall, you shouldn't be too worried about being extremely outscaled on Execration. We've seen the Bristleback Sven before. Bristleback can come out on top depending on how you kind of take these fights. The issue is just looking for these team fights is a little bit harder. Again, you're very reliant on Tino to land a good arena. It is a little bit easier now with his own BKB up, but again, you're looking at some BKB timings being online as well for Falcons. Fresh BKB for Skitter, fresh BKB for Malrine. So whether or not you can get that control, it remains to be seen. Falcons are still ready. They don't have too much time in the Aegis, so you did manage to dodge that out on the side of Execration quite nicely, but they got value. 8k up from the start of around, what, 4 to 6k earlier on. Doubling that net worth advantage is huge.
Oh, Skinner finding another big target. Palos going to try with the Sonic Wave, but can't do it. Another great kill. The side of Falcons. Skinner takes down Palos along with Crit. Falcons, I mean, they're just looking for towers now. Just Lewis? Take objectives. Lewis also caught out here. Skinner and Malrine not done yet. Lewis hanging around that northern part of the map will get caught. Meanwhile, the Static Storm going to catch at least one, but the glimpse back into the Static Storm for Shanks. And poor old CML, he's not going anywhere either. Or does he? Well, I doubt it. He's gone. Oh, 4 down. Tino!
Ooh.
Tino's jumped in. But it's against 5 heroes basically here, Tino. It's a bit scary, sir. Pop his BKB and run.
Yeah, a little bit rough. He missed the God's Rebuke as well in that jump in, so he couldn't really look for that burst play. And Execration, it's starting to look a little bit, maybe a bit desperate. You know, they're looking for these opportunities, taking fights that maybe they shouldn't be forcing too hard. They're not getting that impact they'd expect out yet from Palos. Still needs more time. These BKBs have to be online. That's their big weakness. They're just very susceptible to that jump in on Falcons. They don't have enough of those BKBs up yet. Just the one on Tino. And again, it just needs time and space right now in Execration. For Falcons, they've been doing the right thing. They've been responding. They've been the aggressors. We were saying that this is something they needed to do from game 1 into game 2, where they kick up the pace a bit, and they certainly have. We're seeing a lot more presence out from Skitter on his Sven. We're seeing a lot of output coming through from Malrine as well. And it just doesn't feel like, for Execration, that you can really do much beyond just farm. Farm, wait, get those BKBs, maybe even try to work your way into more utility out on CML. Because it does feel like, with those BKBs on Falcons, a blink call is going to do a big difference on Execration if they can get a blink going on the sacks.
It's going to take a while, I think. He's gone. He's trying. At the very least, Falcons are just sitting back, but they've got a 15k advantage. All 3 cores of Falcons at the top of the net worth board. Skitter completely out of control, obviously, and he's just about to finish that Daedalus 2 on the Sven, which is when things start to get really, really silly with the damage output of this hero. I highly doubt you're going to have any problems bursting down any of these heroes on Execration once the Daedalus is up. I mean, he's already just getting through them real quick anyway. JTF very confidently just farming the bottom lane right in front of the tier 2 tower. Just knowing they can't really do anything about it. CML will run into him, but ATF just a quick blink towards the south. Will be just fine. Meanwhile, Execration trying to look for a play up top lane. I don't even know if they can risk it for snaking. Just too risky to try and blink in and make a play even on the supports right now for Execration.
Yeah. Just lacking a little bit of control. Again, their vision on the map isn't that clean as well. They'll try with smoke, but they don't have that forward reach. They don't have vision across the river. It's going to be hard to look for that one target they'd want here. But they have to start getting that ball rolling. They do have the BKBs up on all of their cores. So this is do or die. This is when that investment, that time has to pay off. Maybe they can get a good jump. If they could wind their way into the triangle onto Skitter, that could be a start.
Well, they're going to find Crit first. Crit in a good position to break the smoke, but Tino did jump in. Not finding Skitter though as he blinked away. Crit will be the sacrificial lamb. Skitter, he wants to rejoin. He'll go in for a quick CML kill, looking for Shanks now. In fact, they found Palos as well. ATF with a double. Looking for more. We'll run into Lewis. Lewis does not look like he's making it out though. No, he has a BKB up. He'll make his way out that way, but they're still chasing him down. Skitter has another blink available, looking for the stun, but it's a little bit on the earlier side. But still, Decrepify out now. Snaking still continuing the chase, but it won't matter. He will make it. They don't need it though. Falcons they're just so far ahead. You know, just it's one of those games where it's like just don't make any mistakes.
Yeah. Don't give opportunities out to the side of Execration. Execration are the ones that are falling a little bit short of the mark. You know, that jump forward from Tino, not being able to instantly go for a God's Rebuke, trying to go for the Spear, trying to stop the Blink. Missing out on that instant control onto Skitter. Does miss that opportunity. And they are getting started on the Roche as well with a little bit of a siege out from Pugna on top. Another secondary life for Malrine and a banner on top. The high ground becomes a very real possibility. You don't have that map control left for the side of Execration, even top tier 2 just having to be denied off. Again, that's them waiting for these BKB spikes. At this point, I'm not sure how you kind of take this. You've got to be able to take these pickoff games that they've done in the last game. Like, look for pickoffs, look for someone scattered around the map, trying to get greedy, trying to work that map space somehow, and kind of feed off of that. With the net worth difference, you have a simple kill on a support at this point would be quite substantial here for Execration.
Palos going to be a little bit careful, blinking in very aggressively onto Malrine. The Falcons, they have a pretty good read that there's a lot of heroes here from Execration. They do look to retreat. You know, has the full Daedalus up now. ATF down bottom, that's the one they'll try to hunt down with a nice arena spear set up from Tina. Oh, it's a decent kill. CML, he'll get caught out up in the top jungle, but still a pretty nice kill here for Execration.
Yeah, I mean, look, that kill alone was worth around 1,426 gold.
That's pretty good.
A bit more.
Crit, Sonic Wave, gonna connect, he will drop to boot. Nice couple kills here from Execration, showing signs of life in a pretty dire game too.
And that's what they need, right? Like, even kills on supports at this point, as long as they're pickoffs, you're not trading back too hard, is, again, allowing you to stay in that game. Network advantage still the way of Falcons, of course, 17k up, 23 to 13. It's still their game to win on the side of Falcons, and for Execration, it's a little bit of a rougher time. Again, they've got those BKB timings, hasn't panned out. You do have a lot of damage that can come in here for Lewis once that full AC is up and running. Just more minus armor, more right click to play with, feeding into that warpath, seeing red facet as well. It's just time. And that's all Execration can do. Buy time, mitigate losses, look for pickoffs for Falcons. I mean, they still have this Aegis. They are working themselves into the refresh now on Malrine and the full Satanic up for Skitter. They can't afford to sit back and wait. At some point, you would want to clear the last outer tower down, but still at 135 HP. Doesn't take too much to blow it away, and start to think about the high ground. You've got the Roche banner, you've got the Aegis. You can't afford to shut this game down, maybe not fully yet, but start to apply even more pressure onto Exa and make them really uncomfy onto the high ground. Although, Execration's high ground isn't too bad. It's an enclosed space. Arena's always good in circumstances around those ramps. And there are opportunities to try to look for aggressive spearbacks here from Tino if you aren't too careful on Falcons.
Oh, they're smoked up, they're looking. CML might be the target they have to take, though ATF maybe looking to just jump into the base. They might do so. Tino, oh, nice blink out from Tino. Quick reactions. That ward on the high ground, though, very scary as ATF now going to jump in anyway. Roar out onto Lewis. The Bristleback going to be saved by the disruption. Tino, though, in huge trouble. He'll go down to start. ATF continuing, just holding them back as they're onto the racks already. Falcons finding a fantastic play to start off this racks as Tino will cop the tip here from ATF. And so it's begun.
And it has. I'm surprised he's not tipping Lewis just as much for playing that Bristle. Still
Maureen gonna be in danger though, maybe a bit too early with the tip, but no, a big stun from Skidar. CML, Shanks and Lewis all going down. Tino, he'll pop the arena. They'll get the Sonic Wave out as well, taking down the support duo at the very least. As now Maureen will also lose his Aegis. No Roar available for Maureen. See if he can find a way out. It's like Skinner might come back into this team fight. In fact, he will. Palos is gone. It just happens that quickly. There goes CML. Lewis now, a sitting duck. They'll turn on Tino instead. Tino just taking way too much damage. And poor old Lewis. They'll go a bit too far. ATF literally waving at them.
Oh no.
As they're gonna die back. Oh, this is the ATF we all know and love.
That
He's
it is.
back, Jonathan.
That he is.
He wasn't happy after that game one, I'll tell you what. GG is called. All right, messages sent. We get it, Falcons.
Yeah, they woke up.
We understand.
They woke up. This is the Falcons form I think everyone was looking for a little bit earlier on. And for the side of Execration, I think one thing for me in this draft that didn't really work out is this idea of the supports. I think the Axe support is fine, but having that Shadow Demon support, sure, in lane it looked pretty amazing. You had the spear setup, you could look to play aggressive. It just felt like later on, it's not a hero that Shanks could really try to playmate with. And that's the difference between that and the Bounty Hunter, where he was working the map, he was setting up these plays to happen all across the board. Harder to do that with the Shadow Demon on hand. And for Falcons, they just kicked up the gear, right? Like they start playing more active. They had some good lanes. That switcheroo from Maureen on the mid Beastmaster certainly something as well that kind of held back Lewis, I think, especially considering that he wanted some higher tempo and that Bristle didn't really find it. And well, for Execration, not being able to get a 2-0 is pretty rough, but they still got a 1-1 over Falcons. I think that's nothing to scoff at here.
No, it's a fantastic start. Props to Falcons as well for just getting it back together here in this game too, just resetting very, very quickly. And it's not an easy thing to do, but they certainly did it, and they just kind of proved the point and sent a message there in this game number 2. Very important as well when you have a start like that. You lose game 1, you got to get the motivation back. You got to get the momentum back your way, and Falcons certainly going to be feeling really good about that, I'm sure, after this game too. But then again, like you said, Execration, it's a pretty good start.
That it is. I think there's a lot to learn from them, and from Falcons as well. I feel like they've adjusted really nicely after that game 1 into game 2. But there's a lot to pick up. It's still the first day of the group stages here. And, every single game does count. These are 2-game series. There's only so much before we start to build into the elimination phase. But, there's a lot to pick up as it goes on. And I think, again, there were some ideas here for Execration. Just running Shadow Demon plus Axe support might have been a little bit too much.
Yeah, I think so.
I think the flexibility was on point. I think we've seen this co-op from Palos a couple of times in the qualifiers. Anyhow, I don't think that was really an issue. But all of those off elements altogether kind of, not meshing when it could have mattered here up against Falcons.
Yeah, it almost felt like you would have just preferred Palos playing the Bristle and maybe let Lewis just play the co-op. I mean, not to say that either played bad, but it certainly felt like it maybe could have gone differently had they just run the lanes that kind of way. But nevertheless, that is how the cookie crumbles, Jonathan. It's you can't kind of dwell on it. You know what I'm happy about, John? No Tiny so far.
Yeah.
How great's that?
Yeah, it's been amazing. I think we were cursed with 2 qualifiers back-to-back where we were seeing Tiny with such an atrocious win rate, and the teams have finally learned. At least Southeast Asian teams have learned. That was something that was very painful for us to kind of contend with overall. But yeah, it's a good change-up, Mike.
Absolutely. And what else is a good change-up, John, is we've got Nomad along with Snaking for an interview, so let's throw to them and see what they have to say.
Thank you very much, Mike. Yeah, Snaking, interesting series, 1-1 versus Execration. Did they surprise you a little bit with their aggression in the first game?
I don't think we're surprised. I think we just didn't play very well, and I think the draft didn't go as well as we planned. So the game just kind of got out of control a little too fast, and before we knew it, the game was hard.
It got hard pretty quickly, yeah. They came at you. I mean, you say the draft didn't go how you planned. What do you think was the kind of curveball, or what did you guys not do right?
I think we just didn't handle the Queen of Pain very well. I think we kind of picked ourselves into a bad lane situation or draft situation, and then this Enchantress had a lot of impact and opened a lot of towers, so it was just hard. We just kept getting pressure and had to respond.
Yeah, indeed. You held on, but unfortunately couldn't take that first game. But you take game number 2, looking good. I mean, something big changed in between the break, and you completely switched. Domination that second game. From your perspective, what happened?
I mean, we understood our mistake from game 1's draft, and I think we adapted pretty well in game 2. And I think we never really played versus Execration before, so there were a lot of unknowns coming into the series. So I think we just have to make adaptations along the way, and I think we did that quite well today.
You certainly did, Snaking. Thank you very much for coming and talk to me. Best of luck at the rest of the Esports World Cup.
Falcons settle the score here, 1-1 against Execration. A lot to break down from this one, a very interesting series, both when it comes down to draft and how they played this one. So, starting off, I want to ask you, Ryan, what do you think went wrong with Execration, and why weren't these side lanes as strong as they were in Game 1?
I'm really not quite sure, to be honest. I felt like when I was watching the early game, it was going the way that Execration wanted it to, but then the kills just weren't happening. Like, I don't know, people weren't getting finished off. We saw like that one play where CML's chasing after Crit like in the mid lane, and it ends up being turned against him. So there, it seemed like there were just a bunch of small plays that gradually built up over time where they ended up feeding a kill instead of getting one, and then suddenly it just felt like they had no play at that point. Pangolier super tanky with his Ags build. You have the Malrine Beastmaster that's going the traditional Blink Ags BKB build, and of course Skeeter, we saw in one of those clips, just kill Paulos like full to zero on the Sven.
Yeah, I have to agree, and I think in the early game there's a lot of critical mistakes I think that were made on mainly on the side of Execration, right? Like, they smoke this Mars who has like 1900 gold for this 10-minute rune, but for whatever reason, they don't commit on that rune. Malrine just picks up a free haste, and then they take the fight after that, get a bad engagement, he dies, 100 gold off Blink Dagger. I think the efficiency was much better from Falcons this game too. They kept stacking for this Sven, for this Beastmaster. Well, you're trying to make these aggressive plays that don't work, you're not stacking, it's an issue.
Absolutely is, yeah, and we can take a look at the replays here and talk over this one to see exactly what went wrong and revisit those crucial moments of this game at number 2. Because starting from the very beginning, you know, just nothing really going their way. CML did a lot of running around this game.
Yeah, it felt like every rune they were just slightly late for on the side of Execration, and a lot of these fights that are happening in the mid lane for the team that's behind, we've been seeing this as like a common trend. We saw Falcons have the same problem last game. Maybe they're feeling pressured on that side to keep fighting, but as you see these like targets that are barely getting away with HP, I'm just like, this game felt like a game of inches, you know, rather than miles. And then these fights like this where Skeeter, I want to highlight this illusion rune dodge by Lewis. Boom!
High skill.
Sheesh. Yeah, you don't get to see that. You don't get to see the illusion dodge very often, but that was pretty high. One of the few highlights for Execration in this game.
I mean, definitely. And I think that highlight you just showed at the 12-minute mark where they're late for the rune, yet again, like that was a 10-minute, 12-minute Mars timing. Being at the rune, kind of botched that one. And this fight, I'm not sure where the Quap was in this one, but like they take this whole fight, it looks like it's good illusion dodge, you kill the Sven, but then where's the follow-up, right? Like what's the rest of the team using their abilities on?
Yeah, and then here Crit breaks the smoke, has a shield rune, gets his ulti off, and even though they end up taking him down, it just felt like the amount of resources that Execration had to use, Skeeter was always allowed to come back in, get that crucial 1 or 2 hits off that takes people down to half HP. And that was the story of the game we were concerned about, was the lack of damage from Falcons to follow up like Crit's Disruptor and their catch. But once they get those like 2 or 3 items, the Blink Beastmaster with the Ags, the Sven with the BKB, suddenly that damage is out in spades, and these targets from Execration just kind of crumbled.
Certainly did, yeah. And one of the important factors between these two games, game number 1 afterwards, you know, watching that quad play, I was ready to ring up Ice Frog and say, what's going on with this quad here? This is crazy. But then game number 2 comes around and suddenly quad's not looking so hot. I mean, how did Falcons figure out the quad problem?
I'm not sure they figured out the quap problem entirely. Like, it was solved this game, but I think it really did come down to these early game engagements. Quap is not a hero that farms stacks very quickly, or in general farms quick, and they kind of botched their 10-12 minute timing, and they didn't really play for their own stacks. And from there, Quap just fell behind in net worth, as did everyone in Execration. And then when you're playing versus a hero like Beast and Sven, who's free farming, the game can get really hard really quickly.
All right, I also want to ask, you know, I think when games like this happen, we see some interesting picks and people kind of just point and go, haha, you picked Axe. Or could have been if the other shoe was on the other foot, haha, you picked Pugner. So I want to know, like, do you think that the Axe position 5, you know, was good here? Was it a strong pick? And is there any blame to put
I feel
on
like on paper, their lanes made sense. Also, like, the Axe had plays to make around the map. Like, I don't think you can ever... I think it's always a very low-effort cop-out to say, this team tried this. And, like, also, I think it's a bit of disrespect from the viewers at home because they do this, where these teams have obviously tried this. They've obviously come up with it. It's not uncommon at all. I'm calling you guys out at home. That there's a hero that's really popular in the meta. You want to be able to pick it earlier on in the draft because they do need to figure out heroes that they need to put into the draft early, right? Two of the heroes on your team have to be picked early, right? So in this case, you see the Queen of Pain. It gets first overall picked. It ends up being a carry sometimes. It ends up being mid. It just kind of allows you to fit around the draft. So if they want to go for the Axe, they ended up... It's not like they left it out to dry. It's not like they picked Axe and then said, okay, you don't have a lane duo, you don't have plays to make. It was just a lot of small things, I think, as Fear was mentioning. I don't think the Axe has anything to do with it.
And I think maybe if you look back at this, it's like, you put the Axe for a Mars. Did you get most value out of picking this Mars and putting Axe support? Didn't look like it that game.
Yeah, that might be the question, is whether or not the flex was worth it there.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, both teams flexing a lot of levels to this draft, which left us with some really interesting drafts coming out from both teams and a lot of flexibility between the heroes and the roles. And of course, it does leave us with a 1-1 between Falcons and Execration, which some people may not have been expecting. But what that really does is just kind of tying everything up. With the amount of 1-1s we've had at the EWC so far, like it's looking like it's going to be a very close group stage, and with this format, that's going to lead to some very interesting situations down the line.
Yeah, I mean, there has to be a tiebreaker played between second and third. There has to be a tiebreaker between first and second. So the fact that there's so many 1-1s so far, we might be having an extended short group stage.
Not much to say, yeah. I mean, it's been very close. You've said just about everything. Curious to see how it shapes up.
Absolutely. Alrighty, well, I think we're done with this one, but that was the 1-1 between Execration and Falcons. Falcons need to sort themselves out if they want to be top of their group, but Execration throwing in some upsets and maybe winning over some fans in the process as well. A team which not many people had much expectations for, but proving that they should not be counted out just yet, and that will do it for this series. We're going to jump over to a break, but don't worry, plenty more Esports World Cup action to come today. We'll see you later.
Everybody's moving so fast. That ain't the way it's supposed to be. There's a better way for you and for me. Everybody's hustling, all the wheels in motion. Where's everybody going to? That ain't the way to be living life. There's a better way starting tonight. Don't rush it, baby, don't rush it, girl. You got to slow down, baby, slow down. We can just embrace and let time slip away and let the world fade. Baby, slow down. I know the boss man got you watching the clock. Gotta keep working for the man. There's so many better things we could do, like you kissing me and me kissing you. Don't rush it, baby, don't rush it, girl. You got to slow down, baby, slow down. We can just embrace and let time slip away and let the world fade.
Reach your impossible. Lenovo Legion.
This land is calling.
Welcome back, everyone, to more Dota 2 action here at the Esports World Cup 2025, where we are now getting into Group C. Already did Group A, already did Group B. There's a bunch of 1-1 splits. We'll see if C and D maybe want to continue the trend. I'm here as Tsunami, your host, but I've also got a fresh panel, at least one fresh panelist. John! Very fresh. You definitely have not been casting the last 2 series, right, John?
No, certainly not. I have no clue what happened today. I have no memory.
Oh, we gotta get you up to speed.
Amnesia instantly. I don't know.
He's got the memory of a goldfish.
Yeah, it's just gone.
It's temporary.
I hear it was exciting, though.
They tell me that.
Even though it was a 1-1 split, it was pretty good.
I hear Execration tied with Falcons.
Oh, I can't believe that.
What?
Who would have thought that?
Did you hear about this, Fear?
I mean, I do remember, yeah. I mean, I thought I was the old one here, but apparently not. It was really good, though. I think we're seeing a lot of new strategies, and hopefully that trend continues. But there's been a lot of new heroes and a lot of new stuff, so that's been pretty cool.
And a lot of new teams that have not had opportunities to be able to show their stuff on international lands, such as one of the ones that are participating in this series right now. But they're going up against Eastern European juggernauts. We're going to be covering Aurora versus Team Yandex on this stream right now. And Aurora has been striking fear into the hearts of all of Eastern Europe. So many of these teams evacuated the region. They were like, I don't want to have to do TI qualifiers against these guys. They are a force to be reckoned with, and they are staying true to the name. Aurora has been doing quite well these past few months.
That they have. I think they proved their point in Dream League 26. They had a pretty good run there. They've had a pretty consistently rising up year, but steadily getting better and better. It's since switching regions from Southeast Asia, which was a little bit rougher for them, but it has been to that point where they're up there in top 4, top 5, I think, for a lot of people in this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely going up in their own region respectively. Like, you look at the regions, there's like P-Vision, you've got BB Team, Spirit. There's a lot of
Na'Vi
competitors in there. And I think this patch kind of blessed them a lot. And that man right there, I think, was blessed the most by this patch, Nightfall. I feel like the old patch, a lot of these heroes like Morphlings, TBs, Deuces, they're not really his favorite type of heroes, TAs, but now he can play more his style he wants, like these carry Dooms, these Abaddoned, these Life Stealers. It really favors his team, and they look really scary right now because of that.
Yeah, Nightfall's carry pool has been one of the least characteristic of traditional carries.
Yeah.
He can still play the traditional carries, but he doesn't ever lean to them. Ideally, if he can do something weird like the carry Dooms, or, I mean, he plays a lot of, maybe owing to his offlaner background, but he likes playing offlaners in the carry role, and that has been something that has been quite compatible with Aurora.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if we start to see maybe Nightfall go back into, say, the Underlord we were seeing a little bit more.
That's true.
Pause one. I think that's been really cool, and I think it's strange because it really had a lot of moments and a lot of qualifiers. Coming into day 1 here, it's not really showing up as much, maybe more of a pocket pick, but that's something to make me excited. I did enjoy that.
And we'll have to see what opportunities they'll have to pick these heroes against their opponents. Team Yandex, which is a name that maybe some of you might not be familiar with, but this is the team that qualified as Cyber Goose earlier in the qualifiers. This is a team that, while you may not have heard of them, they've been doing well in qualifier routes. The problem is that they have been gate-kept by Aurora. That was the issue on why they are not going to be in Hamburg at TI, because they got 3-0'd by Aurora in that qualifier, but they made it all the way to the grand finals. As for the qualifier to this event, they cruised through. Didn't have to worry about Aurora. Instead, they had to worry about Na'Vi, but they only dropped 1 game throughout their entire qualifier run, and that was to Liga team in round 1. So Yandex, while we may not know too much about them in terms of how they stack up against international opponents, within Eastern Europe, they're very competitive.
Yeah, definitely. And Eastern Europe has proven to be the best region in the world right now. They just have so many good teams, new talent coming out of the region. And I think some of those talents are now becoming more versatile as well. If we're looking at Nightfall, his hero pool, I want to go to TA 2000 as well. Like, when he came into the scene, he was obviously playing TA a lot, and these Medusas, all ranged heroes. But he's branched out a lot. He's been playing new heroes in the meta, the Baden, these heroes that Nightfall's playing too, these Life Stealers. So him having more versatility is helping a lot too. And of course, you got like the old guard here in solo on the team, captaining as well. You got Shira Jr., the new guy. They've got a good mix here going on. That's what I like about them.
Yeah, all these Eastern European teams that I find to be successful, at least in recent years, seems to be that good blend of seniority, but also new energy. And we'll be able to see what these teams pull out their sleeve as we get into the draft for game number 1. Aurora, first phase banning a Dazzle. Fear, what's going on here?
That hero's been rising in popularity as a support mainly. Haven't seen it as a core yet, but he's getting a lot better. I think in the beginning of this patch, I was very underwhelmed with the support pool. Like, we weren't seeing, like, last patch, these Warlocks, Jakiros, AAs every single game. A lot of struggle finding what was good, and I think a lot of people are seeing this Dazzle and what it can do, and it's been looking pretty good. I haven't really figured out the counter to this so far or why it's so potent. It looks good in some games, but other games not so much. So teams are experimenting with it, and when there's always a new hero in the deck, you always got to kind of be a little wary, and if you don't know how to counter it, just ban it.
Yeah, first phase worthy. Maybe this is some scrim information.
Definitely.
They also take out the Undying, Templar Assassin, and Doom Yandex. They ban out the Puck, the Dawnbreaker, and the Axe that has been terrorizing all these games for the past few weeks. They first pick themselves a Naga Siren, and Aurora respond with a Shadow Shaman.
Yeah, I like this opening coming out from Yandex. We did see the carry Naga. I know BSJ was all in on that one in the earlier series. Didn't really feel the best. I think
he's got an illusion.
Yeah, you know,
infatuation.
Yeah, infatuation with it. He loves his illusion heroes. I feel like the Naga, I've seen it a lot in support in Southeast Asia. Teams like Boom are running it a lot. And it just feels amazing when you can run it on 5 because the control in lane's still good. You still go for, what is it? What's it called? The Deluge. Still coming out there.
Facet,
you still go for Deluge as the facet, but you hit your shard timing, your sustain in team fights is insane. Your free reset, the way you can block camps. This hero does a ton of work, and I think if you can flex it into 5, that's where a lot of value lies. Maybe not so much in a core position nowadays.
Yeah, and I think the 2 counters right now that I've seen so far to this Naga 5 are banned. It's been the Dawnbreaker. It just, you don't mind standing your ground. The net doesn't stop you from doing any of your abilities. Same with Axe. You want to drag an Axe into, you know, you don't really want to drag him into you. So it's definitely not a matchup Naga likes. So yeah, they already cover their bases with this. Those are the 2 heroes I always saw exploit the Naga. Outside of that, you've got to come up with some new counters. And I trust that Aurora has those counters, but they're going to go straight in with the Kiyotaka Shadow Fiend. This is one of the things about Aurora as a whole that makes them predictable, but they're so good at what they do. Nightfall generally just won't play these heroes, right? Yeah. He's got his hero pool. You see an SF, Kiyotaka, but luckily he's got the ego, right? It's like, just pick me my hero. I'll just play it. I don't care. He's been doing this with Puck throughout the entirety of this year. Now Shadow Fiend, very similar hero.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting as well because before the event I was asking a few people I know in teams what's going on. Shadow Fiend was one that they mentioned consistently, being back with Shadowmire, just being back to core, usually on mid. And I think it's been really impactful. We saw it earlier in the day. It felt really good. And I think for Aurora, just having that comfort, as you said, for Kiyotaka is a big setup. The one thing I'm curious about that has kind of faded away, it's not quite relevant to the draft, but there was a lot in terms of the roads to all of these tournaments. We were seeing a lot of Death Prophet and Batrider. That's just completely disappeared here in day 1, which is, I don't know, it's just a little bit curious to me, considering that meta doesn't feel like it shifted too hard in comparison.
Yeah, I mean, I think Death Prophet's been a strange hero because people still valued it after it got nerfed, but I think the nerfs has finally caught up to the teams, where losing 1 armor is a big deal. The Ghost slowing through BKB, also a very big deal. And they just had to feel it out, play a bit more games with it. But yeah, Batrider I think is still a good hero. I don't think there's any reason why that hero can't be picked. Still very strong. We've seen it quite a bit this tournament already. I also like the Shadow Fiend pick because you deny it from the Naga too. Great lane, great combo. And usually when you have this Naga, it's nice to have a combo with it where you can set up to sleep for either a Black Hole, Requiem, something of that order.
Or even in the lane during Malakia, we saw net into raises be
easy triple raise.
Terrifying combo. Instead, though, since it gets denied from them, Yandex follow up with a Pango and the Bane, and they also consider Batrider to still be quite important. They second phase ban it, along with Magnus and Aurora. They take out the Nature's Prophet.
Yeah, Bat is still good. I mean, they got some... They're worried about the repositioning here a little bit.
That's
which
true.
makes sense. They don't have a hero yet where they should care too much.
But maybe like those Linas might come out, the
Yeah,
Drow
exactly.
Rangers.
Like when you pick this Naga, you're oftentimes looking for a ranged carry just because it sets up so well. And Naga with a melee carry, sometimes very awkward if you are playing versus Axe or Timbersaws type of heroes that kind of punish double melee.
Yeah, I like seeing the Warlock come out here for Aurora on top of that as well. Just having the Fatal Bond to play with a Shadow Fiend feels pretty damn good, right? Like that's, you know, it's just more damage coming out. You can clear out the waves in a big team fight with Requiem if you can get that timing right. There's a lot to play for. It's a steady way as well to, it's kind of a game of chicken where you kind of hold back on the Chaotic Offering, but you can always catch out this Bane as well now with Grip and even stop the Pango. So it covers a lot of bases here. For Aurora, you get some really strong push as well, tying that in with the Shadow Shaman. Just a lot of really good ways to pressure lanes early on here.
I wouldn't be surprised if they take a bat in here too for Nightfall just to double down on this Bane not having a game. But they're going to go for the Toronto-Tokyo hero, grab a Centaur, which, I mean, so far, the Stampede isn't really good. So they're definitely playing more for just the laning potential. They need a setup stun. And I think when you do have the Shadow Fiend cornered in as 100% your mid, you do have to pick an offlaner that has a stun, and they probably felt the options were a bit limited. The Magnus did get banned, which was Toronto Tokyo's go-to hero, so I feel like this was just a necessity to kind of like make their draft function. They got Shadow Shaman, they got Centaur. I feel like every good draft has two sources of initiation. If you only have one, it's a bit difficult.
And I guess if they're reading Yandex's bans and saying that repositioning might be an issue for your team, then maybe I'll just get my whole team to jump on whoever you want to have in your backline. So we can't bring them to our team, but our team can come to you instead.
Yeah, definitely a possibility here. I mean, now you start thinking about not picking ranged heroes.
Yeah.
Like Lifestealer was a classic hero that could be good for Shadow Fiend, Warlock, and Centaur, really. Versus Shadow Shaman, I mean, it can go both ways, right? Like, if you get jumped on first, you don't really enjoy it. But the lane's kind of weak. Like, Lifestealer Naga is, like, definitely not a lane that's going to pressure Centaur at all.
Sure.
How about an Ursa in that equation instead? Would that be a little bit better?
Yeah, I think that would be a little bit better. Also pretty good. Like, ideally, when you play versus mid Shadow Fiend, you want some way to either have a fast BKB, or if he does jump on you early, having Enrage. Stuff like that could be very good. But they'll take the Monkey King.
Another anti-melee hero, though not quite sure if it's going to be mid or safe lane quite yet.
Yeah,
some teams like it.
It's open enough to kind of flex. I think the matchup for Monkey versus Shadow Fiend is still pretty fine. Like, you still have that timing for boots. It can be awkward.
Yeah,
it's kind of an outplay. But I feel like, I don't know, I've seen the Monkey King just win some matchups, which feels like it shouldn't so many times that I wouldn't doubt it on mid.
For sure. I mean, you could just rotate a Bane or something. Easy kill. And I think this Monkey King has just proven to be one of, like, the stable mids now, just because you don't need much farm. Like, you just go Diffusal, Shard, and BKB. That's your toolkit. And you don't really need too much more farm. If you scale on top of that, you're kind of good. So they could also put as a carry. We saw Alme playing it with Radiance in the safe lane. Not a big fan of carry Monkey right now. I feel like it's very volatile. And I especially think with a Naga, not the strongest lane ever.
Yeah, no, not quite. Not as aggressive as something like the Ursa, although I don't know if you'd still want that at this point.
I think it's fine. There's nothing wrong with it. I think these Lifestealer Ursas are going to be easier to play through the game. So you really just have to make a choice of, do we want to play for the game, or do we want to play to make sure the lanes go better? Because if lanes go poorly against Aurora, this is a team that can snowball games very hard. So tough decision to make here for Yandex. It really comes down to TA2000.
Yeah, and for what it's worth, Aurora still have the possibility to send Shadow Fiend to the safe lane. So with last pick on Aurora, if they find that they can abuse a Monkey King mid, once they can confirm that, then they can be like, okay, well, let's just send someone else mid.
I mean, I'm not going to say Nightfall can't play Shadow Fiend, but until I see it,
I'm with you.
Probably
it's not the archetype.
Yeah, so we'll see. The Lifestealer does get banned. Wouldn't be surprised to see
Ursa banned.
Yeah, and Ursa be banned as well. Doesn't seem too bad. Another Baden carry. That's something he's been enjoying. Also another hero that you can't really burst with Shadow Fiend. I mean, SF's all about the burst. If you don't get the burst, he's on a long cooldown.
Fair. I don't think it's that great of a lane, though, if you were looking at crushing lanes, but it's Aurora. Maybe they're just not too concerned anyway. They'll crush either way, no matter what lane matchup they get. I'm curious if Yandex do read it as a mid Shadowfiend still.
I mean, they banned Quap.
Yeah.
I'm surprised Quap made it this far in the draft,
That is
actually.
also surprising.
Kind of forgot about that one, but that's a hero that could be played on the safe lane as well. I could see Nightfall playing that one, actually. I don't know, I just have this intuition on Nightfall of what he may or may not play. I think Quap is definitely a hero he could potentially play, but I feel like Shadowfiend isn't, but they're going to hedge their bets here.
Now that's a Nightfall ban.
If I ever seen one.
Which we actually haven't explored the Nightfall options too much if he's not going to take the Shadowfiend. He knows his lane. It's going to be against the Pango and the Bane.
Yeah, I mean, he banned his own Lifesteal, Abaddon too. Omni's out. Some of his better heroes. I mean, Doom's gone. I mean, I'm sure his hero pool isn't small by any means, and they'll just go for that Ursa.
Good
Fair
call,
enough.
John.
Yeah, I mean, still does everything you want. I think the lane with Nagasarin's actually really scary for Centaur. Oh, the Troll.
The Troll Ursa matchup.
Oh.
That is a very troll-favored matchup.
That's what I've heard.
It's one of the worst ones for... I mean, it's just a man fight, and Troll wins it, essentially put. But you are playing versus a Bane who has grip. You might get kited within the Wukongs. You don't have, like, a lot of abilities to kind of, like, bail Nightfall out of trouble here. So if he does get farmed enough, it could be an issue. But the heroes are fine versus Troll. Like, you have the sleep during... You have tons of options here. But I don't think there was possibly a better pick there for Aurora, so... I like it. It looks good.
Yeah. Instead, Yandex moved maybe a little bit too eager, getting exotic flavor bans against Nightfall with the Omni Knight. They forget the obvious of the Troll.
Well, Troll, if you feel like you have answers to it, you don't need to be afraid of this hero. It really just comes down to, does this hero get way too farmed? And can you not like deal with the fact that he just presses Enrage? At some point, you can maybe get Ensnare upgrade with the Ags.
That's true.
Which would be really good. But then you can get the Ags as well on the Troll, so there's counterplays all around. But yeah, like I said, I think this is probably the best pick Nightfall could have done. Looks really good, but...
Do you think it fits his
Keo
playstyle?
Talk is also... Yeah, definitely. Nightfall is definitely a good Troll player. I mean, I like Aurora's draft overall. They feels like they have a little bit of everything. Monkey, I feel like, has to do a lot in this game, as per usual, but this Requiem SF with Ags is insane. You've got the Fatal Bonds behind with the Rock. You've got good stun with Toronto, Tokyo, and Mira to kind of disengage.
Especially Requiem with all these melee cores. Ursa, Monkey
It can
King.
get a little awkward, but that's where Solo's going to come and play. Like, Nightmare can save from a lot this game. Grip can stop a lot of plays from the Shadowfiend and the Troll as well. Both teams have good play options, but I definitely like what Aurora's got going on.
Yeah, I think I'm on the same page. I feel like this SF is just way too strong with that Yasha Kaya timing we're seeing coming back up, the Ags, but all of the enablement you're getting here from the rest of Aurora. I'm not the biggest believer in Troll no matter what. You know, me and Mike kind of never feel good about Troll, but
it may be one of my most hated heroes in competitive because the ultimate, I will never be on board with the ultimate. I hate it so much.
I will say, heroes like Troll and Peel, the stock is going up on these heroes.
I'm noticing that, that's sure.
I don't know if Troll's going up as fast as PL overall, but you know, it's
I think
a good
versus
game
Ursa, it's fine.
Yeah.
Like, it's a last pick hero, always a last pick hero, has to have a purpose, and I think it does have a purpose this game. He just has to maneuver around mainly just solo for the most part, and potentially the Monkey King. Could be a little bit annoying, but even that, I still think Troll's really good versus Monkey and Ursa. If you can just shut down solo in this game, should be a free Troll game.
Yeah.
Based on history, Aurora has definitely had Yandex's number. Granted, there has not been that much history, but a 3-0 defeat in Grand Finals for Eastern European Quals for TI is a bit of an indication of the power levels, but since then, the teams have had more opportunities. EWC Qualifiers does have Yandex going through cleanly while Aurora qualified, and both these teams actually competed in the most recent Fissure Universe as well. Unfortunately, Yandex also did not do that great in that one. They lost in groups, but they lost in groups because they split most of their series. They didn't lose that much.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty good sign for any team, actually, that rarely gets, like, you know, big tournament appearances. To be able to draw pretty well is... No, it can be punishing depending on the format, but it's not a sign that you're doing bad.
The only team that they got 2-0'd by was P-Vision.
Yeah.
And so other than that, it was a bunch of 1-1 splits. Sign of growth.
Yeah, I mean, they're a team that's on the come up for sure, and we've been seeing teams time and time again rise from this region. P-Vision is one of those teams. Like, they came in the region, they didn't look like a team you would be thinking was the best team in the world, but they proved they were. And Navi's another team that's been on the come up, and I think as well, Yandex, they have a lot to prove, and they have a lot of good players, and time to prove that they're good enough right here.
Well, then maybe we will get that opportunity with this game. Let's see how these two teams face off. It's time for Aurora Gaming versus Yandex team with a new set of casters. It's going to be R Cryptic. And Ricky, why don't you introduce your co-caster?
Yeah, this one's a pleasure. I'm very happy to say I'm going to be joined today and for the rest of this event by the one and only Seb. Dude, how you doing, man?
I'm doing great. I'm super happy to be here. Happy to cast some good Dota. Happy to be here with you. So yeah, how are you doing yourself? Excited?
Yeah, super excited. I love both these teams. I love the drafts. You know, the panel not super fond of the Troll Warlord.
I can make a better case for the... I mean, the Troll, I would say, has a lot of purpose in this game. I think you know, we were talking about it, you and I. There's a lot of stuff he can dispel if he starts getting Ag, Satanic, you know, Manta. Obviously, you think about the Naga. It's a really good matchup against Ursa. So definitely... You know, and Ursa is very pivotal in Yandex draft, if you think about it. Like Bane, Naga, these are, even Pango, these are supports that are going to lock down targets for Ursa to do Ursa things. So the one-to-one matchup matters even more. So I do like the Troll pick. I have to say that I wouldn't be so close-minded on the Troll. I think it really has its place in this game.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I'm very curious to see the itemization, where he's going to go with it, because there are a couple different, you know, paths of thought there, but we're going to see Aurora start to kind of invade a little bit, see if they can find, you know, where these heroes are going. Nightfall taking a little bit of a beating from Notice before he goes into the lane stage, but bottom lane, stomp out from Toronto Tokyo, 282,000, able to dodge out the block, but a blood grenade, one more attack, a second blood grenade, first blood to Panto. That's not the best start to the Ursa lane, but Aurora...
No, it really isn't, and especially because this lane can be very deadly for Ursa. Like, I think Ursa really struggles against, you know, high nuke, a lot of lockdown, as you see here on the Bane, because Ursa is not as tanky as the Bane, unfortunately. So even though you might think that Ursa has a good time versus Centaur, with the help of Arasta, he's always, you know, in kill threat. So he's not gonna be able to play up as much as he wants to.
Yeah, and you have Bane now Nightmared level 1 to avoid dying as well, so you don't have like as good a trading against the Shadow Shaman. So this lane, yeah, definitely gonna be a rough first few levels.
It will be, and as we've said, you know, this Ursa needs to pop off this game. He has a lot of work on his plate. What I think they have going for them, though, maybe Yandex, is they're going to have some good tempo in the mid game. They have really strong supports in Naga and Bane. These are heroes that have really good stats, really good spells early on, so they're going to be able to, you know, find some tempo even if the lanes are a little bit rough, because their side lanes is not what they drafted for right now, I would say.
Okay, so if we're looking at some of these other lanes, like the mid lane matchup...
Yeah, this is a matchup that, you know, it's tricky. I think it can go both ways.
Yeah.
But the Monkey definitely has a lot of threat on the SF in terms of kill potential, especially if you factor in the supports that are in the game.
Yeah.
Like Naga and Bane are both really good at playing with the Monkey, and Dota now is a lot about playing around the mid lane, fighting for the runes with mid laner plus support. So when you look at drafts, you want to think about what we call the trio, you know, like both supports plus the mid laner, and how these heroes work together. Bane, Naga, Monkey, that's like amazing.
Yeah.
And on the other side, you know, SF, Warlock, and Rasta, there is a lot of weight on the Rasta, because if he dies, for instance, this Monkey is free to kill whatever he finds.
Yeah, Warlock, we're not really seeing this hero move much out of lane. Like, they play for the Fatal Bonds, the Shadow Word spam in the lane, and then maybe looking for 1 or 2 kills early. They go for the Grimoire, try and get the Golem out and start pushing. But he's not like a big rotator to the mid lane.
No, he isn't.
A lot of times.
And you know, the fact that, and Chira Jr. is the kind of player that is really active and really smart at playing the map, especially in the early game. I think it's one of his biggest strengths.
Nice.
So given the start that he has and the support that he has, I think he can do a lot of work this game.
Okay. And problems, pretty typical we see nowadays with like the 4 positions. Just dragging the wave, trying to avoid kind of the difficult matchup. The Troll Warlord, it's a pretty free lane for him.
Completely free lane.
Yeah.
I mean, Troll plus Warlock, that's a lane I don't think any +4 or +3 enjoys going to. So cutting the wave is, you know, your best answer, definitely. It's like an overkill lane almost, I would say. You know? Like both of them can stomp the lane kind of by themselves. So
yeah, that's kind of Troll's identity. It's been his identity for a long time. So yeah, maybe a little bit like unnecessary, but when it's a good Troll game, you go for it. Shadow Shaman gonna live. Good old Good old innate foul play there, keeping him alive.
I can't let you call that good. I think everybody gets annoyed by this innate, so...
I'm #1 hater. I'm #1 hater of that
Too
innate.
old, definitely too old. Time to change. But no, that's definitely one of the strengths of Rasta. He's happy with that one.
Yeah.
And I mean, honestly, you know, this Ursa is doing much better than I expected him to do. So good on Yandex. I think they're playing this bottom lane really well. Solo's probably soaking a lot of attention, as he should, as a Bane, and it's definitely working out. So
yeah, they got the Lotus, which is kind of surprising.
Very important because the Dire lane plays on, you know, threatening the kill. So if you start getting Lotus, you start getting wand charges, raindrops, it stops working. I mean, all the lanes are going pretty well, I would say. Like, everybody's getting what they need. Obviously, this Pango is struggling a lot on the top lane, but, you know, they're playing the XP game. They're, you know, manipulating the creep waves, which is honestly all you need. Yeah, it's all you need as Pango. As long as you're getting levels, I think this is one of the heroes that, you know, can play the game.
Well, we're going to see them make another attempt in the bottom lane. TA2000 gets the kill. Mira, one last auto attack, gets the trade. Foul play in 2 seconds and some wand charges, so... feeling pretty safe there. That's a really good trade for Radiant because this Ursa actually did not have Raindrop, which is going to change everything for the upcoming trades. The lane is so good that he's going all the way, like, straight to the face boots, which obviously are also going to have a massive impact. But the fact that he gets a kill is going to get him closer. Like, basically, the gold that Ursa is getting matters more than what the Centaur is getting on this bottom lane. And he gets the XP too, right? Like the first kill, so he's very happy for that. We're going to see a TP to the bottom lane with the war. Well, never mind, cancelled. That was an odd TP, right in the creep wave. Yeah, not sure what they thought. It could have been a misclick too. Yeah. But definitely something he's not going to be happy with. Yeah, that's unfortunate, but... What's going to matter is, I think now we're getting into the phase where, like, both teams are going to start looking at mid. Like, the Power Rune is coming. Monkey and SF are both really explosive mid heroes. They can both, you know, do a lot with a little bit of help. And that's also going to translate to the Wisdom Rune. Monkey is a hero. Both heroes, actually, these mid heroes are really known for being able to contest Wisdom. Yeah. SF ulti, Monkey ulti, these are spells that are really hard to deal with if you have to walk into them. So, you know, I feel like both of them could, it could go both ways right now. I think it's a very critical time of the game, this next minute. Yeah, I can't remember, like every time we see Monkey King mid, I feel like that's the big play, right? Get your level 6, play for your level 6, or the minute 6 power rune, and then immediately rotate, especially if it's a good rune, to the Wisdom Shrine, right? Of course, exactly. What's going to happen on the minute 6 is going to define what happens on the minute 7. And as we see right now, we have Aurora supports already in position. They're here really early. They don't want anything to, you know, they don't want to lose control over what's happening. A little bit slower for the Yandex supports. They're trying to match it now, so we'll see what happens. Yeah, a couple seconds until the rune here. Mira in place. There's the Nightmare with the Sleepwalk, trying to pull Shadow Fiend up to the high ground, but a Hex will stop the Boundless Strike. So Kiyotaka manages to get away, and it's an Invis rune, picked up by Problem. So not going to see much impact out of that most likely, but that means Wukong's is down, and you can't play for that Wisdom Shrine now. Yep, and then the siege is still up. I don't think they're going to be able to save it, but very nicely done by Mira. This Boundless Strike would have been really important because it would have given time for Naga to connect and place... I mean, she doesn't have net, actually. Naga's still level 2. So she's actually pretty weak. Oh, top lane, you're going to see a chase here from Nightfall. Just needs to get that first root here. And with the shackles now from the Shadow Shaman, going to start building up those fervor stacks down to the low ground. The Whirling Axe slow continues. And notice 5 seconds till that next shield crash. But I don't think he's going to make it out of this one. Deluge, is it enough to keep him back? Does have the Lotus. It's going to be close. He's going to live for now. He has a salve and a TP, so he could waste their time extra longer if he wants to. He's going to do exactly that. Oh, he salves, looks for a rune. Kiyotaka will find him. Salve's now going to get broken, and with one more swashbuckle away, I think they should be able to close the gap. One raise and a couple of auto attacks. Yeah, that was max range on that one. Yeah, I'm even surprised it hit. Like, this guy knows his SF for sure. No, I mean, really good plays by Mira. Like, he saved his SF mid with the Wukong, then he TP stopped because he realizes that Naga has nowhere to help the Pango, gets the kill on the offlaner, so big impact from the Strasser right now. Yeah, it's cool. Both teams trade the shrines, neither one really interested in contesting them after, you know, those little bit of engagements there, but Joe Jr. still doing fine in the mid lane, not really too far behind. A Sleepwalk here, gonna put Warlock in a pretty awkward spot. He was on Mega. Yeah. He gets probably his first set of Jingu stacks this game. I don't even think I've seen him be able to proc it. So important help for the Monkey. I think he was like struggling a little bit
He's definitely not happy with the first Wukong usage, and this is the phase of the game where, I mean, they have overwhelming team fights, so it's not going to be so easy for this Monkey to find his place if he doesn't have like a good early game. So
yeah,
he wants to get the kills now. He wants to abuse the Warlock. He wants to abuse the Rasta. These are some of the reasons for why Monkey was picked.
Haste Rune actually allowing Kiyotaka to close the gap here as the shackles come out, and tons of CC lines up the triple raise. A nice pick off there for Kiyotaka.
There are some very, you know, like good things that make you happy in Dota. Like I think, you know, Axe ulti, triple raise.
Triple raise
is definitely one of them.
Yeah, one of the greatest feelings always.
I feel good when I see triple raise, no matter who tanks the raises.
Unless
it's me.
Unless you're the one on the receiving end. I mean, we see Shadow Shaman, Shadow Fiend quite often for this very reason. It's a guaranteed triple raise. Now we say that, here comes the reel in. He doesn't have the ult channeled quite yet, still has a little bit of extra move speed, but now a Nightmare back into the center of this arena. Requiem will be tossed, turns it around, but Kiyotaka quite low, being healed up by Panto. A blood grenade to try and make a little bit of space, and here comes the Rolling Thunder. Kiyotaka gonna shatter here, but a lot of damage being dealt back the other way. Panto dies in the trade as well. A 2-for-1 here for Yandex as they now try to dive the mid lane, find Mirror here on the Shadow Shaman. Boundless Strike will connect. A little bit of a swashbuckle. No foul play for another 10 seconds, so they should pick up this kill. And with this, well, and it's a little bit later than they would expect, but they do manage to finish the job. Teleport out. Do you get the root, the ensnare? No, Nightfall. Does not win the RNG.
Yeah, that TP feels bad because you really want the kill, especially when you're going to TP. You know, this troll was the king of the top lane. He's dominating, getting every camp he wants, so he definitely hoped for that kill. Like, probably pretty upset that he has to, you know, we call this the walk of shame, like having to walk back to your lane and you got nothing. That's what it is. I mean, I just realized, you know, this Naga Bane, like, it's funny. They're doing the same thing. They're just pulling enemies in with the sleepwalk.
I've never seen that.
It's pretty nice. I mean, putting people back into the Wukong, that's something you're going to enjoy doing. Very costly death, honestly. I think this death on SF, like, Yandex is super happy about that.
Yeah, definitely slowing down his game in any way is fantastic. The Kaya Sange timing is such a huge power spike for this hero. We're going to see a smoke actually to the top side. Nightfall in pretty deep, does have level 8 now, holding a point.
Bane has ulti, so if he gets close enough, this troll's gonna die.
Yeah, he has to ult soon. Nope, not gonna get it off. And with this, beautiful wraparound kill here from the side of Yandex, taking out Nightfall. And now a sleepwalk here onto the Warlock. Omega dead by your word definition?
Omega dead again. I mean, honestly, like this Bango, I'm quite amazed at how much impact he's having so far. Like, he had the roughest lane of them all. Like, we saw him sit at 8 CS when the troll had like four times that, and you know, his TP mid was amazing. It secured 3 kills for the enemy. Now he's backed up on the top lane, gets the kill on the troll. Like, he literally turned the game around completely. If you look at the net worth, he equalized what the troll got from the laning phase. Yeah. And you know, I guess this is a message to all my fellow offlaners that are like tilting because of the first waves. You know, stay strong, stay mentally strong. You know, your time will come, and this is definitely what happened to this Bango. So he had first 5 minutes really rough, and look at him now.
Yeah.
He's probably just
thriving.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm having a great time. He's going Diffusal too, right? He's not going like any of the offlane aura builds, so he will have kind of some early impact out of that. But we're also seeing Diffusal on the Monkey King from mid lane, which is pretty common build.
Yep.
So we're gonna have a double Diffusal timing on Yandex to play around.
That's also why you
Pretty
know,
nice.
I was looking at this SF dying mid and the Monkey getting kills. Like, you got to think a little bit sometimes about, you know, obviously this Monkey the first 2k gold the Monkey is gonna get is gonna be much more impactful than the SF because he's buying Diffu. SF's gonna go for Yasha.
Yeah.
It's just like you know how Dota functions sometimes with the item timings. So they're definitely gonna hit really big timings, Yandex. And when you think about it, I mean, the analysts were talking about how Aura's draft overall looks better, and I can agree to that. But at the same time, the way Aura draft works is, you know, they press their spells, and after that there's like a big, did we win the fight? I hope so, because we have not much else to offer. You know, Troll ulti, SF ulti, Stampede, Warlock Golem. And Yandex, they have one of the best tools in the game at dealing with that. It's Naga Sleep.
Yeah.
You sleep these spells and you reset, and all of a sudden it looks really good for you. So
that hero has been such a pain for teams to deal with recently, since it like kind of emerged back after a lot of time in the shadows of, you know, support Naga getting nerfed a ton. We're seeing it a little bit more often now, but top side looking for the triple raise. Kiyotaka just needs one more auto attack there. Will be able to finish the job.
That's like classic Bane job. You have no ulti. The best way to make yourself useful, especially at nighttime, it's daytime now, but you know, go around the map, kind of body, like cover the angles for your course. Like, you probably didn't see it on the minimap, but the Pango was literally behind the Bane, as well as very thankful that he tanked the gank, which allows him to, you know, keep farming, getting to his Diffu safer. Now Bane respawns, he's going to be close to grip, and you can have impact again.
So in typical Centaur fashion, the hero just kind of parks itself in the off lane, buys a blade mail, maxes out, retaliate, / return. I can't remember which one it is now, but like this is what he does.
Yeah.
So he's just going to farm, keep creep dragging, getting to his next set of items. We'll see if we can get some impact out of it soon, because like the blink timing's always really nice. Stampede, always a big deal, which we're going to see them finally use it. It will slow down TA2000. He has to pop the Enrage, but the body block's now coming through. Full duration Shackle, the Song of the Siren. It's going to keep him alive just barely. The raindrop, man, actually making a massive difference. TA2000 survives, and that is a 5-hero rotation.
The little things in Dota.
Yeah.
You know, the raindrop on Ursa, the wind lace on Naga, that actually mattered because he was like, that was like half a second close.
Yeah.
Maybe a big Wukong coming mid? No, he's just backing off.
Yeah, they see these TPs coming through. They do not want to mess with it.
Honestly, like, amazing use of the sleep. It doesn't get nicer than that. You save your carry, 4 heroes are running at him, they use Stampede. That is the best way you can use sleep in the early game.
Wow, that was so close.
This Ursa is having, you know, close to a perfect game so far. Like, he has the Battle Fury earlier than the Troll, so he's going to accelerate even further. And honestly, like, you know, the timings that Yandex are hitting.
Double diffuse up.
Double diffuse. Ursa can take Roche. On the next sleep, they could start thinking about it already. They're going to have pretty nice tools, you know, forcing... That's a really big dive.
Yeah, that's just going straight for the Rolling Thunder, securing a kill here. Like you said, there's not much they can really do about this. So Warlock surviving as long as he can, but Mira actually caught out on the backside of this as well, and Sister Shroud will not save him. That's both supports dead here for Aurora.
Yeah, the game is meant to be like this right now, to be honest. Like the 2 diffus plus the supports being very strong. You can see already how deep they're playing on the map. Like they're playing on the enemy side. And for Aurora, this phase of the game is a little bit weird because the Troll doesn't really want to connect. Neither does the SF. Like he's farming Yasha. He wants to get to his first item. And same can be said for the Centaur. Obviously, the Centaur blink is going to change things a little bit. But right now, none of the Aurora cores are feeling comfortable initiating plays. They're just looking at what happens. And obviously, they're happy to react. But, oh yeah.
Yeah, so we're going to see the Battle Fury online for the Troll Warlord. Mira just stuck under the Wukongs, but a Boundless Strike off the mark drops the wards, but a Fiend's Grip is there. The Golem coming out as well, but you don't really have the follow-up damage. Changing of the guard will get Chira outside of those wards, and he's safe. So that's Golem down.
This monkey is doing a lot of work. Like, he's playing a great game so far.
They're going to get the Golem as well. Extra 100 gold in the bank. Yeah, he's owning.
Yeah, it's hard to respond for Aurora, honestly. I mean, they dropped the Golem now, so now they might feel like waiting even longer. To be honest, I think they gotta go. Like with the Centaur blink, they gotta start looking because you know, sometimes the best defense is offense. Like making your own plays, trying to force Yandex to react to stuff maybe like away from your side of the map, so at least you can keep your Troll safe, keep your SF safe. Like I'd rather have these supports maybe die, you know, like further away from their cores.
Yeah.
So at least they can keep them safe, and that's what they're gonna do. They click the smoke with the Rasta and with the Centaur, even though they don't have Golem. But it's important.
Yeah.
That's what they need right now.
I mean, you don't have Rasta wards either, so it's like if your Shaman's dying mid lane, which we're going to see them make the jump in the mid lane here onto Chira Jr. The Ray's actually off the mark. Boundless Strike onto 2. Notice with the Rolling Thunder, going to be able to interrupt the back line, but they do manage to finish off the first kill. We'll see if he can look for more here, but it's just going to be TA2000 standing on top of the Shadow Fiend. Requiem goes off at the last second. Song of the Siren out, trying to close the gap, but they've only managed to catch the Troll and the Centaur. Troll's a pretty scary hero. Toronto Tokyo blinks forward, gets the stomp onto Solo as the chase now continues underneath the Tier 1 tower. Gets baited instead, and now that will be the Tier 1 going back for Aurora. Great use of the blink, like you said.
Yeah, great spell usage also from Aurora, honestly. I think they played this one really well. It could have looked really bad. Like if this SF dies and then they're able to chase them with the sleep, they did a really good job at, you know, clicking their spells properly and maybe outplaying Yandex a little bit in this sequence. Because yeah, it looked scary at some point. I got worried for them, but they executed that really well.
All right, and now Kaya Sanj done for the Shadow Fiend, so he is very happy. That'll amplify the farm speed quite a bit.
Yeah.
But continue to play aggressive here. Toronto Tokyo, another blink forward here, looking for problems, and with Nightfall in tow, they pick up another kill.
I like Nightfall's positioning. He's playing well with his team. Like, he's playing close to them, and honestly, he's the difference, because Was the troll not there during the sleep, they probably would have chased.
Do they just roach? They have shaman wards,
yeah,
right?
They can easily roach. Like this troll is one of the best heroes at roaching. They have the heals from the warlocks, so nobody is gonna care tanking the roach. And they deny it from the Ursa. They have no sleep. It's hard for them to mess with them. Oh, SF's dying.
He'll get out.
All right, he's fine.
But yeah, very low.
This
Pops
hurts.
the Amplify damage rune as well. So this will be a very difficult contest, but notice with the Rolling Thunder, will walk in, catch both supports. The Roshan is dead. Nightfall gets the Aegis. Golem comes down, stops everything Solo's trying to do here, and you just pick up the Bane for free. The question is, can you get out on the rest of Yandex? Noticed and Chira Jr. potentially in trouble here. That is a short range swashbuckle, the shield crash, but double raise connecting, slowing him up so much. Toronto Tokyo with a stun. There's the third raise. Your Pango's dead, your Bane's dead.
I mean, you could tell that Yandex was really upset with the Roche attempt from Aurora, because they definitely thought they could get it. Yeah, they wanted with this draft for sure. You have the Pango roll, you have the diffusals, you have the sleep. These are heroes that really enjoy fighting the Roche pit, and especially with Ursa. You know, I think at this point it's almost part of the Ursa gameplay. You buy the blink, you buy the battlefield, you buy the blink, you hope to get a good kill and transition into Roche. That didn't happen for them, so I think that now this Ursa is thinking, you know, I'm playing versus this troll. He has Aegis. He's gonna play very deep on the map and get even faster farm, and it's a bad matchup for me. So how do you get out of this situation? Really, it's going to be complicated for Yandex to figure out what is the best play to play, the best way to play the mid game. Now that the Roche is not going to be an option.
Yeah, we'll see what the item transition is going to look like for Pango and the Monkey King, because obviously the Diffuse first. They're not the farming items that you're seeing in comparison on the side of Aurora. Like Shadow Fiend and Centaur natively very good at farming, and you have the Battle Fury carries, right? So you have a little bit of like farm advantage for Aurora.
You do.
In theory, but whether or not that actually plays out, we'll have to see.
I mean, now it's about getting the BKBs on Yandex for sure. This Ursa, this Monkey, you know, you see the amount of lockdown that they have, even like the Troll, the SF, the Rasta, the Centaur. It's very hard to play the team fight without BKB on Monkey and Ursa. So they need to find a way to get there without bleeding too much, because Aurora is definitely going to try to push their advantage.
I'm curious, like the BKBs coming out for Aurora as well, because you have a couple of heroes that don't really want to build them early. Like Shadow Fiend needs his combo. He needs his Blink Dagger. The Troll Warlord wants his SNY Aghanim Scepter, and Centaur not typically a Blink or a BKB builder anyway. So the Naga Siren, you know, song could have a lot of impact in some of these fights if they manage to connect on them correctly. But
Naga is definitely the hero that Aurora needs to find in the fights.
Yeah.
Else they might, you know, overextend and be too exposed and be too deep to disengage after the sleep. So it's going to be a game of that. The next objective is going to be the Tormentor. It's going to be up soon. Both teams are happy to get it. Like Troll and Ursa, these are heroes that are...
They're positioned well top here on Yandex to look for this, so I like the movement up here on the Monkey King.
Yeah, they could definitely try to contest it, but they have to do it in a way where it comes as a surprise. Because if Aurora is really ready and they come as 5 and they do it like with discipline, it's definitely going to be a good fight for Dire.
And they're just bringing everyone. Like they actually just know that they can't. Like Ursa is a hero that will kill this instantly. Blink Stomp out from Toronto Tokyo, looking for the Bane. Solo did kind of juke it out for a moment there, but surrounded here now from the side of Aurora. And Solo not going to live very long there.
Yeah, no chance taken on Dire side.
Yeah, no shot, right?
Yeah.
They don't have the tower either, so they can't even get here.
Yeah, no, they're going to have to give this up for sure. And now that the Bane is dead, they probably can chill and let the Troll do it, or they don't have to bring as many.
Looking mid. This is Blink reveal from Kiyotaka, the triple raise into the Stampede. Shackle now from Mira. Nice rolling thunder. But a BKB from Chira Jr. trapped inside the wards. He actually leaves the Wukongs immediately, but they're going to get the double kill for this. Kiyotaka, Requiem at the last second, does get the Monkey King. Really nice use of that final raise, but TA2000 finishes the job. A 2-for-1 trade mid. Really nice response from Yandex, but you still lose Tormentor.
Happy. He's happy he got the Monkey, because this could have looked pretty bad. Like, feeding 2 kills when you're that far ahead was quite unnecessary, but at the same time, Yandex was fast to react, because honestly this was a very unexpected move. You know they're going for the Tormentor, so that's like essentially like a 2v5 in the mid lane without the Aegis. It's a little bit crazy, but it could have worked.
Yeah, that was a really nice response. That Rolling Thunder came out fast. The Blink Dagger caught me off guard, so I'm sure they had no idea on Aurora that was coming. So very nice movements there.
And this is really when SF starts being really scary as a hero. Like when he has the cast, the cast animation, it's quicker. Literally, he can just blow any hero up on one stun. And he has a lot of stuns on his team. Like the Centaur, Rasta, even the Golem might be enough.
And we're closing in on the Aghanim Scepter now for the Troll Warlord.
Which smoking on Raiden, that's pretty surprising. They don't have Wukong, they don't have BKB on Monkey, they don't have roll yet. I mean, they're gonna have roll in like 6 seconds, but this might be hard to read for Dire, the smoke.
And you can't like initiate with Song because they just TP in, so it's like you gotta find someone with a Fiend's Grip or something to open this fight. But we'll see them make a rotation bottom, looking for seeing any stragglers maybe coming from the Wisdom Shrine, right?
Looks like they read it now. Maybe it took them too long to actually find somebody. So you see Aura playing really safe. Like the Warlock is trying to pop the smoke without dying. He's gonna die anyway under tier 2.
Stampede as well, so they don't manage to get him out. Too much burst damage coming through from the side of Yandex, so they find something. It's only, position 5. He said he's trying to break the smoke. He knows something's up.
Ursa has done a good job, honestly, keeping the farm up. He's still ahead. He's very high level. He's already level 18. He's gonna have the Bash ready, so this Ursa can do a lot of damage still. The Troll is going for Aghanims, which means he's gonna play without a BKB. As you mentioned, SF doesn't have a BKB either. He's also going Ags. So we're looking at 0 BKBs versus the sleep and the roll. So there is a way for Yandex to win the fight. Like a clutch sleep is definitely going to be the X factor in these fights. It's all about the Naga, I would say.
Yeah, you have to be very patient with the ranged whirling axes on the Troll because you need to make sure that your Dispel is hitting the right hero at the right time. Mira, blink in, gets the Shackle, quick triple raise, and with this, another one for Kiyotaka.
I wonder how he saw him.
Oh, they found Solo as well. Do they have a way to cancel? Okay, you just have enough damage. That works too. The ward right at the end there saw him. Yeah, there's a ward in the triangle. Just happened to see him.
That's how they saw him. Okay. Because I was like, that was exceptionally fast from Mira. Like the blink hex, but I guess he had vision of him. He knew that he was around.
All right, Shadow Fiend now just 10 gold from Nags. Gets it now as he clears up the Naga Siren illusion. So the larger Requiem, the return, the heal.
Yeah. The heal is a big deal. It
so
means
good.
that when you go for this SF, you have to make sure he doesn't get the ulti off. Because if he does, it's basically a reset of the fight completely.
Yeah.
He's gonna fear you. You're gonna take a ton of damage because you're also committing on him, so you're closer to the, to the center of the Requiem, and he's healing up. That item is crazy.
Yeah. He's luckily for the side of Yandex, he's only level 17, so he doesn't have the tier 3 Requiem, and he doesn't have his 20 talent, that's one of the big team fight winners, right? That talent absolutely crushes. I don't know. It's so hard to fight around.
Honestly, like I could see both teams right now, do really well in the next sequence of this game. So the game is still very, very tight. Aurora is leading for sure. They have more gold, but there's still a clear way for Radiant to win the fights. So it's really gonna come down to discipline, execution, and honestly, the second Roche is probably going to be, a massive deciding factor on who might be able to take the game.
All right. Well, we'll definitely keep our eyes as it's going to respawn potentially in about 1 minute and 15, so we'll see kind of what the timer is on that. But yeah, you're right. Yeah, second Roche actually huge.
Yeah.
A single pick could turn into Roche secure, and then that's your high ground for if you're Aurora and you're this far ahead. You can just sit behind your Troll.
Definitely. With the Warlock, like they have really good tools at doing so. I like Toronto's...
Sorry, go ahead.
What happened?
Aghanim Scepter Centaur.
Yeah, that's what exactly.
As though you were going to point out, I was like, I think we just saw the same thing.
I love this pickup. I think it's really good in this game especially. It's going to help, save from the Ursa, save from the Wukong.
You were just saying you have to 100 to 0 the Shadow Fiend.
And that changes everything.
How do you do that now?
Great pickup. And I think it's an underutilized item for sure.
They're going to smoke. Look for the play here. Does get popped from Mira, and he gets the blink away.
Mira is very fast with his fingers today.
Yeah. He's owning.
He had a good night of sleep.
Oh, stomp off the mark. Jiro Jr. dodging this out for now. Both teams need to be careful. Kiyotaka has an Invis rune. The Shackle comes out. Ursa able to get on top of the Shadow Shot and take him out of the fight. Golem dropped onto the backside as there's going to be Solo picked off as well. Double buyback from the supports of Yandex as Aurora still playing down 2, but they are strong. Jiro Jr. able to bound the strike away. He should have plenty of distance to survive. Now Shadow Fiend bashed up in trouble. Toronto Tokyo cannot save him. Used that card earlier, the BKB into another bash. Ethereal gonna buy him a little bit of time, but that is such a good turn here from Yandex. Goes 4 for 2. The buyback's definitely paying off.
Very good buybacks, and honestly, good fight by Dire. I mean, it sounds weird having 4 death timers, but they did what they had to do. Like they found the supports, they killed them. Buybacks are part of the game, and that's something you have to factor in. Luckily for them, Roche is gonna take a while to respawn, and they're actually gonna have time to like respawn, push the lanes out, get ready for the next fight. And this time around, there's not gonna be a buyback available on Radiant supports. So the next fight, I would say, is in Aurora's favor. If they can execute the same way they did for this one, they will get the Roche.
It's almost a max respawn on Roshan, so they got to wait a little while, unfortunately.
That's part of the Dota, the little RNG that there is in Dota. It's like, would Roche have respawned earlier, it could have changed the way this game is gonna go. But that's just how it works. They're gonna have to do this a second time on Radiant. Monkey is really fast also at dodging the spell. Like, it's actually so hard to kill Monkey nowadays with the shard. The mischief, the shard is this hero
so mobile.
Yeah, and you don't think of mobility when you have like the muscle memory of like it's easy to kill, but it really isn't.
Cheer Jr. giving him so much information. The bound, the strike to get on top of the troll. He gets put in the cart though. He's gonna survive the Ghost Shroud again, just to stall this one out. But Troll Warlord Nightfall's gotta pop the ult. He gets bashed up, getting kited now, but can they get away? He gets slept instead. Big Requiem. They take down the Monkey King, but a massive win here for Yandex, getting both Troll and Centaur. Roche still not up, as they're very upset about. But
it actually looked a bit awkward. Like, can you get off the cart? I'm not even sure.
No, you're stuck in it the whole time, unless Centaur dies.
You can't get off as the troll.
You're on Centaur's wild ride at that point.
All right, because this guy definitely wanted to get off the cart.
Yeah.
Like I could tell, he's in the Wukong. He knows what's gonna happen to him. He's like, please let me get off the cart. Let me get off the cart.
Yeah, I mean the E-Blade is super value. It's keeping Centaur alive for a little bit, but what a scouting play from the Monkey King here.
Yeah, they're just outnumbered. Like, the way the fight starts is just bad from the get-go for Aurora. Like, it's way too early. They're not ready. Kiyotaka's not in position. He's trying to help at the very end of it, but it's already too late.
Yeah. So this is where you, like, are going to eventually need the BKB on your Troll Warlord. You can't pop ult and get slept, you know.
You 100% need it this game.
I feel like he's got the right build up until now, everything he needed, and now it's BKB next progression.
To be honest, I feel like I haven't felt the impact of the axe, but it could have been related to how the game went, because to be honest, if these supports don't buy back and they don't overchase, maybe they just cleanly win the fight and we don't have that conversation. But at least the way this game went, he's probably thinking, regretting the axe purchase and wish he had BKB a little bit earlier.
Pento scouted out, Blink Abyssal, Hex out from Mira, but has the Enrage. He's back in. Toronto Tokyo Stomp comes through. They do buyback on the Warlock. Jared Jr. manages to find Kiyotaka as well, but they need to start dealing with this Ursa, and they can't. Nightfall pops the BKB, turns onto the Naga Siren. This will be a dieback. There's the Battle Trench, but he just gets away for now. Pops the Song of the Siren, both supports dead. Jared Jr. now outnumbered, pops the Wukong's command to try and make some space here. Turns his attention over to the Centaur, but again, this Ghost Scepter doing so much work, and Kiyotaka will punish him for that aggression. Aurora somehow just completely wipes them.
Yeah. Honestly, I think they just have better target focus on Aurora in these team fights. Like, Bane gets attacked right away. He's the first one to die. He gets like a grip, but like a desperate grip. The Naga gets gone on by the Troll that has a BKB ready, which is like the nightmare scenario.
Yeah.
Because pressing sleep doesn't do anything. If anything, she's gonna grieve her support, like her cores. So he's like struggling to know what he should do in that situation. And as soon as these supports are out of position and getting gone on, the fight just looks bad for Radiant.
Yeah.
So they really need to find a little bit more discipline in the formation, and perhaps just Aurora, finding the right angles and always finding the backline.
Yeah, I mean, that's your BKB from Troll. That's like the best reveal you could have hoped for. Completely turning the fight. They did a really good job on the Shadow Fiend, kind of kiting out the beginning of this fight, getting himself a lot of space away from Chira Jr.
Yeah, you see the bait, he gets jumped on by Toronto right away, and it's a massive issue. He has drip at this point, but he just can't click it on the Troll. It's just not going to happen.
He tried and it just instantly canceled, yeah.
Same for the Naga here with the sleep ready, but Troll is on Earth, or the BKB Ursa, like the Aegis Ursa doesn't really do much. Like, he's just looking at his supports die.
I will say, I think Nightfall is doing pretty good with the ranged whirling axes. I think he dispelled an overpower.
Yeah, that matters a lot. That's part of the matchup too. That's what makes the matchup so difficult for Ursa.
Yeah, that always feels pretty rough. So really nice fight. I mean, that's a huge turn. They get rid of the Aegis. They win the fight. They're now sitting on the Basher for the Troll. So that's a death sentence for anyone he managed to get his hands on.
Yeah. This Troll is really scary now. Honestly, the game is like kind of completely reset. Like Yandex was in a really good position with this Aegis. But after this fight, it's going to be tough. And they already lost one Tormentor. The second one is actually up. So we are going to see Aurora go for it. And these things, they start adding up. You start getting shards on your supports. You know, the network lead is building up and up. And the fights are just going to get harder. And as we mentioned from the draft, like, this Troll is set up for success with the draft.
Absolutely. It's like getting the late game on Troll here, you're always going to be happy.
You're very happy, for sure. Like, you're going to dispel Enfeeble, the Maganet, the Pango passive. Honestly, there's not much you care about. It's only the grip, a full duration grip, but how realistic is that when you play versus Centaur, Rasa, and Warlock, and SF? I mean, they have so much disables. For this poor Bane with Arcane Boots.
Yeah, right? It's like Bane doesn't have like an Aether Lens blink where you can go like hide in a tree somewhere and hope that they never find you.
He's going to have a tough life.
Yeah. But 9,000 lead, the Shard goes to Mira on the Shadow Shaman. I mean, it's a little bit of a nice little buff for foul play. Sometimes if you have like a Greater Lotus in your backpack and you get low, you can really take advantage of it and like psych the other team out and they just, you know, assume you're going to die and then you pop back up 500-600 health. So there's some cool outplays you can make with the Shard for sure.
Can be very handy for sure. So what do we have? Like this Pango is working on a Basher. He bought a Helm of Ironwood, but then decided against it.
Yeah, I think he was going Nullifier, right? Because that's a pretty common Pango item, picking up with an early Nullifier, but yeah, holding off on it. Okay, he is going to go back for it, I think.
He's going to go back for it. I mean, it's a good item. He wants to make sure that the Rasta dies. He wants to make sure that when he goes on the supports, I mean, both of them have the Ghost Scepter, so they really want to make sure that they're able to kill the enemy supports. Even, as you mentioned, like Centaur has a Ghost Scepter, SF has a Ghost Scepter, everybody except for Troll has a Ghost Scepter.
It's so good.
It is really good, this game. Like, they have 3 cores that play on right clicks, basically, so Pango wants to, you know, stop the party that's happening with Dire.
Abyssal Blade nearly done for Nightfall. Still has a little bit of time to finish it, but that will be the second tier 2 tower to fall here for Yandex as he just continues to farm. Now, you talked about it earlier. The Ursa still managing to be as farmed as he is incredibly impressive.
Yeah, it is. This game is not easy whatsoever for the Ursa. They have so much catch. The team fights most of the time went in Aurora's favor. So, no, he is so fat on Ursa. I don't even know how he's where he's getting the gold.
They have 2 nullifiers already.
Yeah.
So they're going for a 3rd nullifier.
Yeah, I mean, you can. That's what is that if not frustration of seeing a Ghost Scepter target run away from you? Wow. That's all it is. But honestly, now we're getting into the SF game. You know, Refresher, Aghanims. This is when like level 20 over level 20. This hero is a menace.
Yeah.
He can single-handedly win the fight.
Yeah, when BKB comes out as well, and the 25 talent on Shadow Fiend, I think most of the casters take the mid Shadow Fiends a lot of times take the cast speed on his 25 talent, so it comes out even faster on the combo.
He's definitely thinking about it. Like he has like 1 level of Feast of Soul. Like he's probably thinking.
You only need the 1, right? You just need the 1 point.
That's all you need.
Yeah, it's cool. Hopefully we get to see the full combo. It's always super entertaining. But for now, Yandex doing their best to just try and stem the bleeding and I guess wait for this last nullifier. You're not really going to get another big item, I think, on these supports anytime soon. Solo just bought his Blink Dagger, so that's probably his last item for quite a while.
He actually changed his mind on Pango. He went for the Basher instead, which
he did.
Honestly,
okay.
I like it. If he can cancel the Requiem animation, which obviously there's going to be a really small window for that, but more importantly, control the Troll during BKB, this is like a really high impact for him. So I like the Basher pickup. I think it makes a lot of sense.
You already have 2 nullifiers, right? Just rely on your teammates to find it, right?
It should be enough.
So I like it. Smoked up here on the side of Yandex, trying to make their way through the enemy jungle here. Level 25 Ursa now. That is a big one. Has the Earthshock charges. Honestly, don't blame him. He's playing into a Troll, so he's probably not going to be able to enrage or use the Overpower as often as he'd like.
Yeah, he wants to use obviously the Shard with the Earthshock. That's like 2 times. Like it's just extending the ulti duration, trying to survive the incredible burst coming from Dire.
They don't manage to connect on the smoke, but they are still holding kind of this top side of the map.
This is something that we see often now in Dota these days, in Pro Dota. Is like the first team to smoke gets at a huge disadvantage if they miss the smoke. Because usually what happens is the other team is just patient, they're dodging it, and they smoke after them.
And I don't think Aurora want to do anything until Trolls 25 anyway, right? You getting the strong Dispel Battle Trance that's a fight winner.
Yeah, it is, 100%. So they're probably going to wait until that happens. And I mean, Roche is not up yet, and everything is going to be around the last Roche. It's way too important at this point. Both teams can close the game if they get the Aegis.
Yeah. Well, we'll see the timer here in just a moment for Roshan. So it's in the 3-minute window. Not entirely sure where exactly, but Nightfall's just going to start pressuring the bottom tower. He has the Aghanim Shard as well, so he could just cleaves anyone who comes near him.
Kiyotaka is nowhere to be found, so this is just a poke.
Yeah,
like,
they just drop Serpent Wards and leave.
This is just a macro move where they're like forcing them back. Like, it's a very good play. If you're not sure how to control the river and the Roche area, you just force them back, force TPs. Now you know where your enemies are, and you instantly smoke back to the area you wanted initially, but it was just too hard to contest.
Yeah. So that will be the Roshan side, and it spawns right now. They haven't actually scouted it yet, but Panto will get some eyes on it.
Very cool map movement by Aurora. This is like textbook Dota. Kiyotaka did not even bother to go because it was the plan they had all along.
I mean, the smoke's going to pop here. They know someone's nearby, and with Chira Jr., they're guessing he's in the trees. Toronto Tokyo doesn't actually see him.
That is some patience. I would have jumped off earlier.
Yeah, I would have just blinked, right, or something.
That is crazy patience.
All right. Ward going to be cleaned up right away. Does get some vision, though, and ideas of where these heroes are, but Nightfall's just going to get to work right on the Roshan. He's level 25. He knows he can pop this ult at any time. Warlock, Centaur, everybody at the ready to back him up. Roshan down to about 50% HP. There's going to be the disarm.
You
He's
have
just
to respect the
bashed.
roar. The roar matters a lot. You have to respect it.
It's so much damage, Am.
Yeah, it is. It really is. Like, sometimes people don't realize what they die to. They actually just die to that, so...
Down the strike, looking for the Shadow Fiend. He's forced to BKB quickly. Solo's in the pit. He needs to get away from the Roche. But they do manage to just get a Rolling Thunder for the BKB.
Yeah.
He has Refresher, though, right, on Shadow Fiend?
Yeah, unfortunately, 60 seconds to roll, so this is a tough call. Do you still fight it, or do you give it up?
I mean, they're going to go for the Song and try and just find the backline. Ursa's going to try and just finish the Roche instead. Kiyotaka with the Roar. The Golem comes out. They get the kill. Aegis is on the deck, and it's going to get snatched. He does manage to take it away, but Kiyotaka just splits the fight in half, takes down most of Yandex. The TI-2000 is on the run. The BKB about to expire. Rooted up now in his second life. He's going to stand no chance. They'll be able to grab the Shadow, or grab the Naga with the help of the Shadow Shaman, and Ursa will die back-to-back. Problems actually getting away for the moment, but not for long. That is a huge win, a 5-0.
Massive.
They get a buyback out of Chira Jr. You don't have the Aegis, but...
No, that hurts. That hurts so much. I mean, it was a good attempt. It was hard. Honestly, it was really hard to... Just by the nature of the game and how far behind they were, I like the attempt. You know, they forced the SFBKB with the roll, and then they try to sneaky, like, sleep them into steal the Roche and get out of there, but it didn't work. Good reaction by Aurora. Like, at this point, it's much easier for them to execute the fights. But you know, you gotta commend their creativity of Yandex, like trying to find solutions in a really tough spot.
Yeah,
nice try.
They dropped the banner just to like guarantee in case there are buybacks and some playmaking coming, but you're 27,000, 26,000 gold behind. Nightfall will make very quick work of these. Has his ultimate back available. BKB in about 15 seconds.
There's probably going to be one more fight to be had for aliens.
I think they have to mount the defense here on the bottom racks. They don't have much of a choice. They do have a gem.
Side is that there's no refresher on SF. You know, I'm trying to look at the positives here. Like, what can they use? No refresher, no golem. You know, it's a little bit easier than what it was in the Roche pit, but...
Oh, nice roll-up dodge there from Noticed.
Still incredibly hard.
Yeah, and now you have
to get through the troll.
You have the attack speed bonus now from Warlock as well, just making it that much more difficult.
All the little things.
Yeah. Troll is raid boss at this point. Like, you can't really deal with this guy. And they've positioned really well. I mean, the same thing we saw at the Roche pit. Aurora was positioned perfectly to not let them just burst down Troll or steal the Aegis without a fight.
Yeah, you know, some of these guys come from the, you know, the TI winning team spirit, which was, you know, famously known for their ability to team fight and discipline with which they fought. So I'm sure these guys are carrying on the legacy of, you know, team fight discipline, which at this stage of the game is really the difference maker.
Man, we are now up 30,000, 2 lanes of racks. I don't think Aurora's backing for long. I think they know the position that they are in. We're going to see them look for maybe a pick-off or just start sieging the high ground.
You know, like, is there even a big item that is going to help the fight for Radiant? This Ursa is maxed out, so he's not going to find anything that helps him at this point.
His matchup is still just so hard. Like, he can't fight Troll, so he has to kill someone else. Yeah. And the other support is a Shadow Shaman with foul play. Like, it's so annoying to deal with.
Ideally, they need to find a way to help Ursa during Troll's BKB, whether it's the grip or the Pango roll with the Basher. Like, they need to find a way to help him. Like, the best condition, I would say, is for Ursa to find SF and his team to help him with the Troll. That would be ideal for Radiant.
I mean, they're scouting ahead. They get the scan. They have a pretty good idea now of where they are, but Nightfall leading the charge. Panto would be a great grab. They get the nullifier. He's dead, and now the stun's on to Nightfall. He gets the BKB. There's the battle trance save, though, from the cart. He's stuck into the trees. He's going to get dragged around, trying to keep his hands onto anything. Song of the Siren will buy some time, but here comes Kiyotaka. Takes down one, Refresher out. Second Requiem not even used. He's going to pop the BKB, look for the supports, and there it is. Lines it up, finds another kill. 3 for Kiyotaka. As Yandex, it was a good start to the fight, but it's so hard to secure these kills.
You need to find SF. At this point, this guy's playing a different video game. You need to find SF. There's not going to be a favorable fight if you don't find this hero. It's just absurd. He's fearing 5 heroes. He's dealing like, I don't know. Every time he presses a button, it's 2k damage. You have to find him.
They're going to buy back on the Warlock. They're going to go straight for the end here. Into the base, though. Problems. E-bladed up, trying to run, but the raise does so much damage. Double buybacks now from the side of Yandex to try and punish this Mira. He's got those wards available. He's going to get caught from the nullifier, but Nightfall's going to protect him. 10 seconds on the ultimate for Troll. You have a very slim window to kill this guy. But they just are too afraid to make that play. And Mira likely just to drop the wards here on the high ground, start securing themselves the mega creeps. Nightfall will be the one to do it.
Yeah, the rock is up. He died very quick in the last fight, so they have kind of everything they need. Megas are up. They're actually going to decide to back off all the way. There's an amplified damage rune bottom, so if they pick that up, this SF is going to be even more explosive, because it is possible apparently.
Who knew? You know?
Who knew? Now the Bashers are coming out. Like, you can feel the pain on Radiant. It's like the Ghost Scepter pain. We're all buying nullifiers, and now we're all buying Basher because we got to stop this troll. We got to stop this SF from casting his spells. But it's a little too late, unfortunately. Yeah. They're going to have to deal with the Mega Creeps now.
Yeah, and Troll, just for fun, will go clean up another Tormentor here. I don't even know if they have a shard they haven't picked up. Maybe Toronto Tokyo didn't. That's not very common. Yeah, so Toronto Tokyo will get his shard.
Oh no. 80 run on SF.
Did he find it? Okay. Yeah, that's cool.
That's going to hurt. That's going to hurt.
He's got his Ag Synth coming out as well with his Boots of Travel, so he is cycling some new items.
Who would not want to play this SF at this point?
Yeah, this is why I love watching this hero. He's so much fun.
You see this item build, you know, you see where he stands. Like, everybody wants to play this SF right now.
This has like been every mid laner's borderline favorite hero since its inception, and it just is so fun to play, especially when you're ahead like this.
Yeah. You have downtimes, as we've seen in the early game, like, you know, like when Monkey gets the Diffu, like there were moments where, you know, the SF pick, you might question it. You're like, you know, it's a little bit hard for him to answer what's happening on the map. But when you get the SF to that stage, he's the king of the game.
Yeah. Are you surprised Aurora's playing it as safe as they are right now? Like up, I mean, they can't see what we see, right? They're up 41,000.
I'm a little bit surprised. I mean, I wonder what they're looking at, what they're waiting for. It could have been just, you know, kind of get the items from all the fight that you won. They obviously got a lot of gold from you know, the racks and the fight that they won. So, you know, for SF to check the rune, you can do it methodically. You don't have to rush it. You know, typically checking the rune, getting the DD, the AD. The troll is getting a second item. I think he's buying a refresher, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, all right. Nice opening here onto the Shadow Shaman. Foul play is going to proc, and there's the cheese! He's back to full HP. Toronto Tokyo actually pulls him into the cart for some reason. Jira Jr. looking for a Wukong's command opening, is not going to get it, and Nightfall fighting his own battles. Actually pop Battle Trance and BKB for this. Naga Siren one-shot from the Requiem.
Literally one shot.
And there's a second one in the tank.
Oh boy. Stay away from this guy.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that Nightfall's zoning off 4 heroes, he's going to jump in aggressively here. They get the roll-up taunt, or stun out now from Toronto Tokyo, and with the chase for the Bane, that's going to be 2 diebacks. This one's looking pretty over here for the side of Yandex. Troll Warlord, ultimate at the ready. He's gonna use it. And with this, Shadow Fiend has a whole BKB, a whole set of spells. Here comes the Requiem. The GGs are out, and Aurora taking a very solid game 1 here over Yandex.
Good game. Very
yeah,
good game.
That was really fun. That was a great one to watch.
I mean, honestly, it's exciting for the second game because both these teams can actually claim the win. So I'm looking forward for the map too. This was much closer than what it looked like at the end.
That's true, actually. I think the first 20-25 minutes you were feeling really solid. It was pretty even, and then suddenly it was that Roche. Like, honestly, first Roche kind of changed the game quite a bit.
It really did. It came down to small things, and I think both teams had sequences where they show that, you know, they could take the game. They can really cause a lot of damage. So this is definitely a game where I hope Yandex doesn't get too affected by how this game ended up going. They definitely have what it takes to challenge Aurora and maybe take the win from them.
Yeah, good old late game Troll Warlord. When you get to that point, I mean, you're talking about Shadow Fiend as well. Like, they just have the late game matchups for themselves, and once you get there, it just feels very difficult. So, yeah. Fun game to watch. Fun, I'm sure fun game to play if you were Aurora that time.
If you're Kiyotaka, I mean, he ends up at 23-3. Like, he actually,
gosh.
yeah. I mean, as soon as the mid game hit, he was the king of the game.
Yeah, absolutely. With that one, I believe that will bring us to the end of game number 1. So I'm gonna send it back to our fantastic panel to break down all the action.
Thank you very much, Ricky and Seb, for taking us through a surprisingly competitive game. I'm only saying surprisingly competitive because after I saw that 3-0 performance from Aurora over Yandex in the qualifiers for TI, maybe I thought that there would be a more substantial mismatch in terms of skill. But this was as competitive as any other EEU versus EEU matchup has been for these past few weeks.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely a team that looks really good, but unfortunately in this game, they're a bit outdrafted. I feel like they just didn't have enough tools to deal with this last pick Troll. And you have 2 threats you have to deal with, the Troll and the Shadow Fiend. Shadow Fiend does have some weak points in the mid game, but when you get to that late game with the Ags, with the BKB, it becomes very difficult to just pinpoint and target him down. So maybe looking back at the bans here for Team Yandex, that Troll might had to go if they're going to give away the Troll. So Ursa had a rough one.
And we can maybe take a look at some of the highlights from this game number 1.
Yeah, they're
Yandex tried creating some opportunities throughout that game, but maybe, as you said, Fear, that last pick Troll Warlord was just one step too many for Yandex to conquer.
Certainly was. I think the one big thing for me, yeah, you did have a really good performance coming out from Nightfall, but it was really Kiyotaka with this SF. I think this hero is just too strong, right? Like the Ashikaya timing, the Ags timing, the refresh, the BKB, the Fear, the fact that you have such a strong damage spell in your ultimate along with control, it just really gives you a little bit too much in terms of setting the pace, setting that tempo, looking for these team fights. Just simplify the game so much more for Aurora here.
Yeah, there was just too much to deal with. Like, we saw the Shadow Fiend, as mentioned. You can't deal with him. you can't deal with the troll, what do you have going for you? And I think the Ursa was a good response to the SF, but they didn't have response to the troll at the end of the day. So too many holes in the ship to plug, unfortunately.
That's the power of the last pick, though. We can also take a look at some of the specific fights. As you had heard from the casters, Roche Pit fights were quite critical, at least in terms of when Yandex was finding opportunities to maybe get back into the game. And maybe, Fear, you spotted some specific moments in the game that you wanted to take a look at?
Yeah, this is essentially the story of the game, I think. Just going back and forth in the Roche Pit and who is going to be able to get the kills there. But before we get to that, let's talk about some of the cool plays that Yandex did do. And this is a 10-minute gameplay where you do have grip available, and then you bring the Ursa to this kill, and you're really slowing them down. But that only delays kind of the inevitable here. As we do get into the Roche fights, you do get a couple clean kills here, but we're going to see in these early engagements, like, you use 2 buybacks on the Naga and the Bane, but you unfortunately get unlucky here. It's a late spawn Roshan, as you can see. It's 3 minutes, like absolute latest you can possibly get here. They're hoping to get this 2 kills into a Roshan to really snowball the game, but unfortunately that just wasn't the case at all here. And you can see Nightfall, as usual, plays the fight very, very safely and runs back home when the 2 buybacks come out. And this is kind of where I thought the game was going to turn in the favor for Yandex, because this is their best moment here. And I kind of looked at Nightfall's items here, and I was just like, maybe this was a bit too early of an Aghanims, because imagine if you have like a BKB here and this nightmare doesn't happen.
Yeah, you were intrigued by early Aghanims throughout this game. Kiyotaka also got a super early Aghanims as well.
I mean, Aghanims is great on Shadowfiend. It's core, not core on the Troll Warlord. And then we'll see in this last clip here, this is the difference between having the BKB and not having the BKB. They lost 2 fights in a row with Nightfall because he had no BKB. Now you have all the freedom in the world. Sure, you get stunned a couple times, but now BKB is active. You can just get all your spells off. Bane's dead. There's no control whatsoever. And I think that's just as easy as the fights go for them, right? You control the Bane, make sure grip doesn't go off. Now Nightfall presses BKB. He doesn't have to worry about like any stuns at all in this game. So Rolling Thunder doesn't care. Wukong's doesn't care about anything. So he can just run around and just kill everyone. And the game at that point was just, your timing's over for Yandex. You can't really fight anymore.
Yeah, at most, I suppose the justification for the early Aghanim Scepter, I don't know, maybe against the Ursa matchup, he dispels the overpower.
I feel like this is something that's been pretty common in a lot of Trolls as well. I've been seeing this build up for Battle Fury straight to Ags no matter what, like not taking consideration whether or not that Ags does a lot in comparison to the BKB, which again would have had a little bit more impact. I think it's just a safety net. It's just such a strong upgrade no matter what. Like, you try to outplay. And again, Yandex is a team that can punish you when you do get a little bit cocky like that.
Which I'm glad to see, because like I said at the beginning, if it was a 3-0 stomp in TI quals, then especially within Eastern Europe, it's hard to gauge power levels intra-regionally. But Yandex made this look fair, and like the initiative for them to go for those double buybacks in that Roche fight, I do think that there are a lot of teams that wouldn't have that kind of killer instinct to go for that.
I mean, definitely. They made some great plays with the options they had, right? At some point, this game does get really hard, so they had to turn up the heat very early on, whether it was ganking it 10 minutes in the top lane and killing the troll, or going for those Roche fights, committing buybacks. I feel like they did everything they could to try and win this game, but you know, the deck was stacked against them, unfortunately.
Yeah, the last pick troll will ultimately be your demise if you pick into a situation like that. But Yandex get an opportunity to get a rematch. And if history from today has proven anything, it's that it's probably going to be a 1-1 split, because that's what happened for all the Group A games, all the Group B games. And now, after the break, we will find out if that'll happen for our first Group C game.
till tomorrow when we're alright. That's when we forget just who we are. Make us come together and it's alright. That's when you remember who you are. That's when you remember who you are. Who you are. Who you are. Who you are.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Welcome back, everyone. It's time to get into game number 2 of Aurora Gaming versus Team Yandex, where it's probably going to be an equalizer game. At least that's the level of competition that we are witnessing here with Dota at the Esports World Cup 2025. Every team is even. It's neck and neck. 1-1 splits across the board. This is going to be more of the same, because all these players are also equivalents. Right, like in the mid lane, Fear. Tell me what's going on in the mid lane. We hyped up Kiyotaka. Even before the game began, we were like, we saw the Shadow Fiend, and we're like, this is a Kiyotaka hero. And then
it definitely was.
He delivered 100% on that promise. And he was up against Kira Jr., who I can't say I'm too familiar with in terms of his past history. How do you think he fared?
I mean, I think, of course, Kiyotaka in the late game on Shadow Fiend is going to look like a superstar, but Kira Jr. looks like a superstar in the mid game and early game. Like, he was winning mid lane in this matchup, right? Which is very impressive because Kiyotaka has been known for like destroying mid lanes against people that aren't at that top echelon, right? So I think he did really well this game, and I think that'll continue to happen. His laning is very solid. This team in particular, they just need to fix a couple other issues. I think it's going to be mainly in the off lane. I think this Naga pick was really strange because Naga is kind of like a 5 right now, but they played it as a 4, the Pango, which gave Nightfall a free lane, and you don't want to give Nightfall a free lane. And that was one of the bigger issues, but I think Shira Jr., he looked really good, and they don't have to worry about his hero pool. He seems to know how to handle Kiyotaka, at least for the first 10 minutes of the game.
Yeah, so maybe just shore up some oddities in the side lanes. I mean, I would never blame them for giving Bane to solo. That seems like a very, very comfort pick, but yes, putting the Naga Siren in that role, maybe not ideal.
Certainly not. I think, again, it's like what Fear said, it's been mainly a 5 on Naga, and it didn't feel like they had the best way of utilizing that outside of maybe trying to play around with Wukongs.
Yeah.
Like you couldn't really try to get that same teamfight combination as in comparison to what you drafted there for Aurora. They had the Chaotic Offering, they had the Requiem on top of that. It's just a lot more, and it's easier to execute as the game went on with all of that farm coming in. That's really one thing I've found for a lot of teams as well. The easier it is to execute a lineup, you just have a better time overall. No need to make it complicated.
That's why I was a big fan of what I'm considering to be a denial pick of the Shadow Fiend, because we saw the first phase Naga Siren, and that has been one of our favorite combinations is Naga and Shadow Fiend on the same lane in the same game. So Aurora taking that away from them may have caused some complications for Yandex that they weren't prepared for.
Yeah, potentially, and I think if you are playing against someone like Kiyotaka, who has proven time and time again, he doesn't mind early picking his hero. He'll take the puck, he'll take the Shadow Fiend, he'll take the Queen of Pain. If they're all in the pool, he does not care, so kind of like gifting Kiyotaka a Shadow Fiend game, not in the cards most likely, but I still think Yandex could have salvaged that draft. Sure, you don't blame Solo for playing Bane, but I blame him for playing Bane that late in the draft.
That's fair.
Right?
Yeah.
So if they're going to do that type of style, they might have to like change a couple things up here.
Well, one big change-up is a last phase ban from last game is getting bumped up to first phase pick. Queen of Pain makes an appearance as a first phase pick after Aurora take out the Templar Assassin, the Abaddon, and yet again, first phase banning a Dazzle and a Shadow Shaman as well. Yandex, they take out the Undying, the Naga Siren, the Doom, and the Dawnbreaker, and Aurora first pick themselves a Bat Rider.
I like seeing the Bat. I feel like this hero is just way too strong with either facet. Like, even on support, I don't mind Stoked. I feel like it does a lot of work once you hit your shard. If you can kind of get a little bit greedier, you don't need to be instantaneously blinking on top. There's a lot of possibilities the Bat Rider provides. It's been popping up on mid a little bit more as well, in Southeast Asia at the very least. That's something a lot of the classical Bat Rider mids have gone back to, like Mac and Bob. And
We're
it has
some
been
European ones also.
Yeah. So I think it's a very strong flex pick. This could be our Kiyotaka hero, maybe a little bit early, but if you wanted it, it wouldn't be too bad. They've protected it well with the Abaddon ban as well. And again, yeah, it does a lot, especially in a lot of mid matchups now. Like traditional mid matchups can be really good. Even against WAP, I think I've seen it win.
I mean, it could, for sure. I don't think they really mind Kiyotaka playing this hero. It's just been a less stable type of mid laner at the bat, and you know, Kiyotaka's not really a stable laner himself, so I don't think he minds playing unstable matchups. So we'll see what they choose to go for, but you know, after game one, he's probably feeling himself. He wants to do that again. I've been there. This Shadow Fiend with Ags and Yoshikaya, when you get there, it feels broken, actually. Insanely broken. And like, he even had the luxury, which most of the time you don't have, to get the Ethereal Blade, because typically at some point in the game, you have to buy a Hex. That way you can do your combo, which, by the way, I don't know why, just if you have 6 slots, it doesn't matter. You just die to this combo. It's absolutely absurd. That's why we see it so much. The only weakness the Shadow Fiend does have is it's pretty prone to ganks. It's very easy to gank early on. That might be a priority, getting position 4, who can make some rotations there. And there's this awkward timing where, yeah, you have Yoshikaya, you have a Blink, but if there's any like Hex available or disable whatsoever, you're still weak. So you kind of need 3 items before you're online. So, and then mainly 4, actually. It's just very farm heavy is what I'm getting at. So it's very slow, but when it gets there, it's broken. So you got to turn up the speed if you are Yandex.
Yeah, we did see some opportunities where Bane was trying to Nightmare Sleepwalk and rotate onto the mid lane, but Shadow Fiend was never there. He would just show up and then you'd be like, well, I can't kill SF. He's off farming somewhere in the jungle, so I guess I'll just kill the support that's here instead.
Yeah, you got to smoke gank and place wards in the jungle, because that's what SF does. He will eventually, or you have to gank him earlier, around that 4-minute water room timing.
Yeah, when he's still in the lane.
Yeah, it kind of goes back to, again, that choice as well to run Naga 4. I think there's only so much you can expect from the Bane to do alone in terms of setting up and rotating in.
Yeah.
So I think that's one change for Yandex as well. Getting something on the 4 that can be a little bit more active, maybe something with a Hex like Fear said. No option for Shadow Shaman. They will sneak in the Tusk. So that is the activity, right? Like, that's a lot more activity that you can expect from Problems now. He can make this movement across the map. He can line up for that movement onto the Shadow Fiend on mid, and even get the Monkey King out again. So maybe going for that mid for Chiri Jr. once more. I think the matchup, again, was pretty good for Yandex. Chiri Jr. was doing a lot of good work in the laning phase, and now he has a Tusk he can rely on to kind of get that bullying going early.
Yeah, I mean, he was doing a really good job at just mischief dodging the raises, which will help him a lot with just sustain. And then it's a very easy hero to gank for, so Tusk can make rotation, looks really good. Or you can invade the jungle with Monkey King very easily too. And Queen of Pain, flexible hero. It could be the offlaner, could be the carry. I mean, Monkey King technically could still be a carry as well. So a lot of flexibility options here, but I will say, I mean, it's 2025. I actually like Quap carry more than Monkey carry.
Wow.
As
Okay.
much as I like to say.
Well, what about the two of them mid if they're up against a Shadow Fiend? Which one do you prefer there?
Well, I think they're both good, but after seeing Chira Jr. look very comfortable in the Monkey King, I'd like to see that again.
Yeah. Which does mean that Yandex is fixing the issues that we had in game number 1, which was primarily support being too static, so the Tusk fixes that issue. And Kira Jr. is still very comfortable with the Monkey King versus Shadow Fiend. And now at least that they have a better safe lane going, I think Quap Warlock, if that is the lane, probably a little bit more ideal than their Bane Ursa lane from last game.
Yeah, certainly so. I think one thing as well I'd like to see for Yandex is, again, in comparison to Game 1, they've already sorted some of it. There's a lot more stable team fight. Just Chaotic Offering alone can be pretty good. You've got the Save With Your Tusk, but I want to see something on the off lane here for Notice that can allow that control. As they do get the Phantom Lancer out. I guess BSJ is going to be happy today.
I mean, will he though?
Did the other PL win
Nope,
today?
it got destroyed.
Okay. Quick answer.
I mean, this is not an easy PL game. I mean, I know Nightfall loves this hero. It's like, he's probably been very sad. It's been out of meta for a while, so any opportunity where there's a chance for this hero to be whispered that it might be back in the meta, he's on top of it. I know there's some cool builds you can do. I'm curious what he'll do. Will he go the Ags? Will he just go Diffusal, Manta? Typical build, we'll have to see. But Monkey King's always been a hero that's been generally pretty decent versus PL, just because you can always see the real PL because you have the Jingu stacks on you. You buy Maelstrom. You can't really fight in the Wukongs. Queen of Pain has tons of spell damage too. Buys Mjolnir. So it's not a free PL game.
No, in fact, what you've described feels like quite the opposite. Why PL here other
because
than...
it's not a terrible PL game either.
Yeah. What makes it a good PL game then?
I mean,
Bully
the fact
Warlock?
that it's not like the most intense AoE ever, and if you skill diff potentially, you can dodge Sonic Wave with Doppel. And I think the biggest thing here is just the lane. Tusk doesn't do anything to PL. You just hold the Doppelganger.
That's
if you ever use shards on you, you're scotch free. So it's a good lane matchup. But Shadow Fiend PL, super greedy. Insanely greedy. They're both very slow. So I want to see full aggression here from Yandex here to really punish us. Because if you just let these two heroes free farm, yeah, you'll probably lose. So I want to see them get really aggressive.
That's why I'm a little bit surprised that they ban out Enigma, because I thought that a Yandex offlane Enigma could maybe kick up the pace if they put Queen of Pain in the safe lane and Monkey King mid, but instead they take it out.
Yeah, maybe just considering that there is some good team fight as well from Aurora, kind of scared of getting trapped in that situation where...
They don't have first pick either, right?
Yeah, like they don't want to kind of get stuck.
Could get stolen away.
Toronto Tokyo does like the hero a lot, so... He likes these flashy, big cooldown heroes.
For sure.
Enigma, Magnus, which is still in the pool.
Tidehunter also gets banned out, and Aurora Gaming also recognized the shortcomings of their draft, so they do take out a Beastmaster who could speed things up for Yandex, and they protect the Phantom Lancer by banning out a Darkseer. Mag still is in the pool if Toronto Tokyo wants to go back to it.
I mean, I think it's fine. It's better versus Monkey King than it's ever been. With can't keep the Wukongs available anymore, but they'll go back for the Centaur. A little less greedy, I suppose.
Yeah, I kind of like the lane setup coming out. Bat Rider Centaur is pretty fine. It's a good poke, very tanky body that can play into potentially this safe lane Quap. It does allow a little bit of an escape as well. And mind you, you don't have, again, a lot of great hold from Yandex to keep them in Wukongs, keep them in the control area you want, try to play with Upheaval. The Centaur does counteract all of this really nicely, so I think it does make the draft a little bit more manageable. At least if you can't take these fights early, if you're being greedy, you can kind of rely on Stampede every now and again to at least bail you out.
Yeah, I mean, I'm curious how creative they're going to get here, because I think Quap safe lane looks really good. You don't want to put that versus PL.
Right.
If you want to get really crazy, you could put Lesh mid, one of the better heroes versus PL, and put Monkey in the off lane, which would destroy the PL in the lane. But I don't know if they're going to go that. Other than that, you're probably looking for some AoE hero. I'm not sure if Underlord looks great versus heroes like Shadow Fiend. But they would definitely want some more control in AoE, because whenever you do play against this PL hero, you want to make sure that he doesn't get to a point where he gets 3 items and the game is completely unplayable.
I like the Underlord sentiment because it also helps Yandex end fast, which is still, I think,
good for Centaur too.
Number one issue is like, we need to finish this game before Kiyotaka gets Refresher all over again.
Yeah, I feel like you have enough foundations for that Pit of Malice to do enough work.
I mean, there's a lot of room here to get creative, I think, for Yandex, and I kind of want them to. Whatever it might be.
I mean, they have a lot of reserve time, so they can think of some really creative stuff.
There's nothing more outlandish than your Underlord. Really go off the walls here.
I already said Monkey King off lane.
Oh yeah, that's true.
And then that was
that's
that was more so.
Actually, you know, the Leshrac mid idea is pretty cool as well. I wouldn't mind it. I think those two are actually really good.
I mean, I think if you just want to crush your lanes, that would be a good outlook. But like, I don't know how many people play like stuff like that. So that's just kind of like a off-the-wall idea that came to the top of my head.
Legion Commander. How off the wall is that?
That hero is
that is
awful.
very off the wall.
All right, Timbersaw. There you go. AoE damage you can bring to the table here. Of course, you are playing just Bat, Shadow Fiend, Disruptor, which are options, but it is a good lane. I do like the fact that they are trying to punish the greed, and Timbersaw is a good choice for that.
They're punishing the greed in terms of speed, but we're not getting the control, maybe.
It's going to be a little bit challenging. You are kind of reliant on problems and solo to kind of set things up for you. And as you know, as you approach that point, if they can kind of hold on to that stampede on Toronto, Tokyo, it does get pretty complicated for how you kind of look for that window, especially since when Aurora are the ones to initiate, again, they've got that Blink Requiem on hand, they've got the Stampede to get in position. There's this potential timing for Miro with, say, the Blink up on a Bat Rider with a lasso, and it just gets easier and easier, I feel like, for Aurora to actually play their own game, whereas for Yandex, it's going to be a bit of a fine balancing act. They have to kind of not bleed out too hard in lanes. They have to be able to punish that greed that Aurora has drafted themselves into, and then they have to figure out how they actually will look for these fights later on.
Yeah, I mean, they can control the map easily. Like, if you force PL into the jungle, Shadowfin in the jungle, you're going to be able to take over any objective you want. A couple pickoffs from there, you're going to bleed really hard on Aurora. So I think Aurora's going to have to make extra care that things don't go out of control, because if the map is in control for Yandex here, it could be very difficult to play the map here.
At least this time they're not getting 24th pick Troll Warlorded. So I see more room for success out of Yandex just out of the draft alone. And I think that they fixed the issues that I was concerned about. Namely, I'll harp on it again, I was disappointed to see how unpunished a Shadow Fiend mid went in game number 1, but that's just a product of the supports that they had. I will have my eye on Problems Tusk for the majority of the first 10 minutes of this game.
Yeah, I think that's the key part for this game to get even better for Chiri Jr. Again, he handled that lane pretty well, but now that you have a Tusk, the Warlock maybe sets you back a little bit in comparison as well, but just having that much stronger rotations into, say, maybe 4-minute, probably the 6-minute rune mark, does provide a lot of opportunities. Again, once you slow down that game, it gets easier and easier to punish when you do have that snowball start for the Monkey to kind of hunt in the jungle.
I'm not being delusional with the hope of a 1-1 split, just because that's always been the case, right, Fear? You see the bones there? You see the idea?
I mean, I think 1-1 split could be very likely this game if the lanes go the way they should go for the side of Yandex here. I feel like this, yeah, Peel's great, Shadowfiend's great, but they got to get there.
Let's see if they are able to get there as we get into game number 1. Ricky, you got yourselves a Phantom Lancer game. How do you feel?
Dude, I am so excited. Yeah, this is a hero that I've had my eyes on for a while. We see the Aghanim's buff just slightly. We're like, okay, maybe the hero's back. We'll see, but this is not going to be the easiest game for it. So, Seb, you know, thoughts on the Phantom Lancer? What are you feeling?
I mean, I'm hyped about the hero. I think the hero definitely deserves to be back in the meta. It has a lot of potential. We've seen mixed success. I mean, I was watching Pure play it earlier today, and it didn't look as convincing as some other players have made it look. It could have been related to, you know, how the game went, whatever. So I would say it's still in the hit or miss phase for pros right now. Sometimes it looks deadly, and sometimes it doesn't. And I kind of have high expectations for PL in general, because it's always a hero that comes late in the draft, so technically it should always do good, you know?
Yeah.
Like, you only pick PL if you believe it's a good PL game, so
yeah,
kind
true.
of prove it to me, you know?
Yeah, yeah. So if this hero can't win in games that it's built for, then
the hero might not be as good as they think it is, but we'll have to see this game. Nightfall is definitely, he hasn't played it in a while, but he used to be known for his PL.
That is true. That's actually a really good point. This was one of his favorites for quite some time. I mean, the Lancelot facet with the new Aghanim Scepter does give you a lot of like early game fighting, like brawling kind of, from the Phantom Lancer, which is a little bit different from days of old, where it's like you get your Diffusal and you go Manta, and then you're playing for like your fourth item timing, really.
It definitely used to be PL's big weakness, is like how little he contributes to the game until later. So when that gets better, then the hero gets, you know, back in the meta.
Yeah, so we'll have to see how it goes. Mirror matchup from last game here. Kiyotaka, Shadow Fiend versus Chiro Jr. on the Monkey King. And I know you were talking a little bit about it as well. The Tusk is a big difference in terms of how this like mid lane matchup could go if we see Problems able to rotate. And the off lane matchup with the Timbersaw allows him to do so.
100%. Like, so that's like the double bonus for the Timber pick. Obviously, should be a decent matchup against PL because it should get to the point where, you know, it's just hard for this lane to touch the Timbersaw. First levels is when they can apply the most pressure, and after that, they're just gonna have to let him be. And this is when the Tusk is gonna be free to decide whether he wants to, you know, play on the safe lane, stack for Timber, attack the SF. Like, this Tusk is gonna have a lot of freedom.
Yep, right now Noticed actually taking a lot of damage here in the top side. One more auto attack, a single spell would probably secure this kill. They can't get it. Just a little bit short on mana there for Nightfall, so Problems. Nice body blocks as well. And
Hurts a lot though for the Timber, I think.
Yeah.
You know, you don't have reactive armor. Now he needs to buy regen. This is definitely not a trade you're happy with. Like, you want to get to your level 2, level 3 to the point where they can touch you as healthy as possible.
Yeah. He's sending out a salve, some more regen, and like you said, it's just a lot of economic damage into the Timber, and it's going to slow down his progression, but we'll see if he gets the levels. As for CS in your other lanes, pretty even. Nightfall, honestly, not even CSing super well on the Phantom Lancer either.
Yeah, he committed pretty heavily with the chase, so that could explain why. And I mean, I think what's surprising to me is that the mid is a little bit more even than first game, so you know that kind of says a lot about, because like that's like same side, same matchup. You know, like same players. So
yeah,
and honestly, nothing happened besides them playing the lanes differently. So, you know, I think it's actually really rare in the series that you get to see, you know, exact same matchup with like including silent players. So quite funny.
Yeah, the safe lane Templar, TA. I was saying TA 2000. The safe lane Queen of Pain for TA 2000. This is a hero we've seen kind of get a little bit more flexibility lately. Her facet change just has allowed her to be incredibly dominant in the early game, in the mid game. We've seen some cool item builds as well, so definitely excited to see where he goes with this.
Yeah, there's going to be a Mjolnir at some point in the matchup against PL, that is for sure, but we've seen different ones. I think some players go for the Blade Mail quite early, other ones go straight for the Maelstrom. Some players also decide to max, you know, Shadow Strike and skip completely on the Scream of Pain, and then some others will go a more regular max E. Into Max Blink, so let's see what his style is on the Queen of Pain.
And how do you feel about the Bat Rider? Because this is a hero that I feel like has kind of popped back up, been pretty dominant in the meta. Doesn't really make it through first phase bans very often, and when it does, typically can be like the make or break in a lot of the mid game. That blink timing feels so strong, right?
Yeah, I think it's a very strong hero. I also enjoy seeing, you know, games where if the blink lasso is a little bit countered, I think it's a hero that with the Firefly can get so much farm as on the support that you're gonna get the, you know, the classic support items like an early Solar Crest. You can have a lot of impact through how you itemize basically with the gold that you get on this hero. So in my opinion, it's like it's versatile, it's very strong in the lane, it's strong in the late game, it offers damage, it offers initiation, so definitely deserves the top spot in picks and bans.
Yeah, I like the 2-point dagger here from TA 2000. The Centaur is just such a hard hero to trade with, right? He's going to max his passive. He actually picked up an early Ring of Health, so he's just going to be kind of healing off most of what Queen of Pain can do, but she at least can keep space between her and the Centaur.
It's going to get to the point where the Centaur is not going to care as much about what the buff offers in terms of damage, but you know, I think like Co-op plus Warlock should be enough to keep him under pressure.
So we've hit the 4 minutes. No rotations really to the mid lane yet, and this will give Shadow Fiend pretty much free reign of the water rune. So he's having a great time. 24-4 to the 15-7.
Doing much better than game one.
A little bit better.
Yeah, so he definitely learned more than Chiro Jr. learned in the matchup. Like probably did a couple things, like small things that we're maybe not able to see differently. I see he has a Windlace. So, you know, it comes down to little things, and definitely he adapted.
Yeah.
And we've seen how much he was able to do last game. So, you know, maybe even scarier for this one.
Nice little glimpse here topside from Panto, and Mira's gonna TP in. Bat Rider very happy to fight against these two tanky melee boys. Gonna start stacking up that napalm, and now there's gonna be a great kinetic field to lock them in place. Solo cannot help them out, and first blood will go to Nightfall on the Phantom Lancer.
That one hurts because Warlock even committed a TP for that.
Yeah.
And Centaur is the kind of hero, like if you're gonna leave him completely alone that early in the game, he's gonna be huge.
Yeah.
He's gonna be so happy to start cutting the wave, you know, pulling the creeps
pulling him into the jungle.
camps. Yeah, he's gonna get really big.
And we saw what happened last game with the blink timing. The moment it came online, they took a big fight and it turned into Roshan.
Yeah.
They don't have the same Roche threat, you know, this game that they
Not
did
the
last
same.
time, right? No Shaman wards,
Honestly,
no troll.
on both teams, it's going to be much slower. Like,
Yeah.
neither Quap or PL enjoy going for Roche early. It's a slower game on both sides because the Timber is going to bring a little bit more, you know, farm-heavy gaming. Same with the Quap, and same with the SFPL on the other side. So
Mira makes it up to the high ground. He does manage to get his Jingu stacks here for Chira Jr., so he will be able to heal up a little bit off of this, but Power Rune spawns top. It's secured for the Shadow Fiend, so he now has a shield rune.
it's a big one. Like, this rune matters a lot. He actually uses it right away just to get the bottle charges. And both mid laners are getting to their 6, actually like a little bit ahead for the Monkey. And these are spells that could be used for the Wisdom contest.
They're going to glimpse him. Try and go for the triple raise. It's not quite there yet, but Kiyotaka a little bit afraid to chase too far. In the end, it is still a ton of damage dropped into this Monkey King.
No.
He's going to have to walk back to base.
He will. Gives complete freedom to SF to do whatever he wants. I mean, he's probably going to decide to like push the wave in and just, you know, keep maximizing, which is what SF does.
I don't know if the catapult was still there or alive, but if it is, he might get some chip damage. No, it's gone.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's gone. Slower game on both sides. We're getting like key spells. You know, it's gonna be the Monkey Wukong. He's saving a point. It's gonna come eventually. You're gonna have the Sonic Wave coming, so the game is gonna start to accelerate pretty soon. Warlock is also, you know, a big factor in when Radiant is gonna decide to press the issue. Obviously, Timber, you only want to connect to him when he hits the level 6, because this is when he starts putting the carry under a lot of pressure, especially PL. It's going to be hard for PL to stay on this lane.
And he went Twisted Chakram as well, so he's playing for his level 6, not for the early lane.
Yeah.
So, yeah, he has that little bit of extra damage.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, this is definitely a lane that's going to be hard to defend for PL. Eventually, he's going to have to let the tower fall.
Yeah.
As soon as Radiant is going to start looking at the gate, which they did last game. They gated with both the support and TA2000 on the Ursa. He's going to be more than happy to do it on the Quap. This is a hero that gates really efficiently.
Mm-hmm. We're going to see a Stampede come out, I think just bottom lane. Toronto Tokyo a little bit afraid of the gank coming through there from the Tusk.
Attack team. So this is definitely, you know, a good moment to think about gating for Radiant. After they push the wave is something they could look at. There's no Stampede, so it's going to secure the kill on the PL. And we see Bat doing bad things, which, you know, I like to see. I'm a Bat enthusiast myself. This is just so efficient on this hero.
Yeah.
Like, stack clearing is like stacking and clearing the stacks. Like, it's probably one of the best in the game at doing both.
Yeah, it's always funny to see when you have a Bat Rider, like comparing your team's stacks at like 10 minutes versus the enemies, and you're always just towering over them.
For sure. And we see the gate. The gate play happened. I don't think it was spotted because I don't see a ward from Dire, so they might get surprised. There's also no Stampede, so Nightfall could be in big trouble if he plays too far. SF is actually hasting to the top lane, so they have a notion of what's happening.
Okay. Now he's being followed by the Monkey King, and they know this. They see him on the ward. He might actually looks like he's looping back around to maybe punish Chira Jr. if he can get in range. No, doesn't quite get close enough.
Quiet time of the game. I mean, supports are trying to get to their level 6. You know, they're clearing the stacks. This is like a pretty normal sequence in Dota right now. I mean, once the power runes are, you know, like contested and secured, the wisdom is out of the question right now. So a little bit of a downtime until we hit the minute 10 timing, where teams are trying to get what they need, basically ultimates and this first set of items.
There's a nice find here from Chira Jr. Does have Boundless Strike. I don't know if Problems will be close enough. Yes, he will. The Stampede, though, to buy him some space. And Kiyotaka actually thinking of turning around, but no. He's going to go back to the base, heal this off. They get a Stampede for that. Definitely worth.
Interesting build on Monkey. He's actually maxing Q, which, I mean, it makes sense against SF. Realistically, you're not going to get that many hits.
Yeah.
And you definitely want, you know, like the cooldown on the stun to make sure, you know, stop the race combo or even stop the ulti. He's going to find Nightfall now. He's going to scout him. There's no Stampede. The Timber is pretty close. This could be a play.
That's a really nice Boundless Strike. Glimpse will get him out of the way. So Nightfall trying to just make some space and survive this one, but Panto dead to notice. Nightfall does manage to get out as a result.
And that's also why, like, Monkey is What's happening? They double TPing for the rune fights.
Yeah, Gyotaka.
They were hoping they could catch SF. That's like one of the reasons for why Monkey is really good against PL, because you see the Jingu stacks, it keeps being on after the doppelganger, so it's a really nice way to stop the PL from juking.
Mira now level 6 on the Batrider. He is super high level compared to the other supports here.
I mean, he has 37 CS, so he basically has the same CS as the enemy mid laner, which is what Bat does.
Yeah, he's going to have a very good time Blink Dagger. This 7 stacked camps. This is pretty much every time. 10 minutes comes around and you just look at your stack numbers, and Batrider is always more than anybody else.
And that obviously also boosted Centaur's farm, so, you know, it's just the economy game from the Batrider, and he's already halfway through the Blink. He just keeps on going. That's another set of stacks, and he's going to farm everything, as he should, honestly, because this Bat Blink is going to be, you know, like a really, really big timing.
It's a huge kill threat for Timber and Quap, right? Like, both those heroes die to this.
And they don't really have a safe way to deal with it. Snowball doesn't work on Lasso. Like, you're just going to have to let the guy die.
Yeah. Toronto Tokyo bottom lane, maybe in a little bit of trouble. Will pop the Stampede. Sonic Wave can't catch. He's going to go for the TP instead. Sonic Wave will catch now, and he will die in the fountain.
Okay, I thought he was alive. Like, I'm really surprised he actually died. So it looked really good, and now looks really bad, because Stampede has been used, TP has been used, and he died anyway.
Yeah, that hurts.
Chiro Jr. is playing really well. I mean, I think both games, his early game was pretty stellar. Like, did really well on the lane, really cool rotations, as we've seen now. You know, he forced SFTP out, killed the Centaur, pressured the PL. He's doing a lot.
As we're going to see the 12-minute power rune spawn, it will come bottom. Queen of Pain is here. In comes the Wukong's command. Nice ultimate here from Panto. The Requiem being thrown as well. The Snowball to dodge it out. They're doing their best to fight inside of this silence. Cannot do it. As they're going to bring Solo here as well, but here comes Nightfall on the Phantom Lancer, looking to try and close the gap is Mira as well. Does have so much damage coming through from the Batrider. He dies in the process. He gets denied, actually, from Nightfall.
Really cool deny.
Very clean. Notice going to be glimpsed back out of this fight. Snowball doesn't come through in time, but TA2000 is just still doing a ton of work here on this Queen of Pain, and Nightfall gets golemed now in the center. Solo turns his back, walks away.
Yeah, he knew he was dead. I mean, he has level 1 doppelganger, so he realized, I'm going to die no matter what. I want to do as much damage. Maybe take the Warlock with me. Unfortunately, he couldn't.
Yeah, that's a painful TP. Shadow Fiend tried to come mid, realized he has to cancel the TP immediately, seeing the Timber Saw.
Quap was for Blade Mail first. I mean, we've seen a Quap earlier today that went for the Maelstrom, and it was a much slower gameplay. I have to say, I quite like the Blade Mail. I think this hero, you know, can afford being very involved early in the game.
Yeah, I mean, she looked great in that fight. Constantly dealing the damage with these daggers, and difficult to catch, at least for now. Outside of Static Storm, there's not a lot, right?
No, there's really not much for this Quap. Like, she can really cause a lot of damage to the entire team, and she has really good heroes who also play aggressive alongside her. As we've seen, you know, this Monkey's everywhere. He's looking for plays constantly.
There's a nice TP in here from, well, I was going to say from the Disruptor, but they don't feel safe playing up and trying to chase after Solo there.
This game is a little bit of a repeat of game 1 in the sense that, you know, Dire is on the defense. They have heroes that are going to scale greatly in the late game, and they're now trying to just like kind of stabilize the game, make the map, you know, like safe enough for the cores to farm. And on the other side, you have Radiant that is like on the active. They have like very active supports. Obviously, an explosive mid laner in a good matchup.
Yeah. We have a 14-minute Blink Dagger for the Batrider, by the way.
Yeah, that's
so
that is fast.
He is very much ready to fight. Panto top lane going to send the glimpse. Mira actually blinks in initially, but here comes the lasso. The raises should do the job. They do. Nice Static Storm to zone them out, but a really nice boundless strike from Chiro Jr. does find Nightfall. He's doing his best to get away here. Snowball will connect. They get the job. 2 for 1, favoring Yandex.
There is no juking against the Monkey. That just doesn't work. If he gets the initial connection on either right click or the boundless strike,
which he's going to bound the strike, right?
Yeah.
Right out of fog every time.
It's very hard for PL to do anything about it, really. And Nightfall's going Manta first, so we've seen different builds. Like right now, there's like a debate about the PL idle build. We sometimes see Diffusal Blade, sometimes Manta, sometimes Aghanim's Rush. So I think throughout the tournament, we're probably going to see what ends up being the most successful. But this is like yet another approach.
It does feel so reminiscent of last game. You were definitely right about that one. We'll see if Nightfall manages to start to pull ahead. The Shadow Fiend Kaya Yasha timing is also a really big one, which he's closing in on.
The difference being that maybe the matchup is a little bit, a little bit more even.
Yeah,
I would say.
I would agree.
It's probably PL favored, but Quap has, a lot to say in this matchup, especially in the late game. I'm thinking of like, Refresher, double Sonic Wave, the Mjolnir procs. The Timber also is going to scale much nicer than a Pangolier. So if the game slows down, I think Yandex is, much more chilled than in game 1.
Her Ags is also just crazy strong sometimes. Oh, what a tree cut from Mira! He has the lasso he's going to drop, but the Golem comes out. Stampede as well. The Static Storm dropped right on top. Glimpse back into the center. Gets the raises to finish the job. Kiyotaka forced to throw the ult here. Going to take out to the Blade Mail. Very nicely done here from Aurora, but they still lose the Shadow Fiend, and TA2000 is very strong. Still has Sonic Wave available.
I really like what TA2000 is doing this game. I think he's, he's keeping up with the last hits and with the farm, but he's playing really active, and he's really like, there's no reason to not play like that. Like, you play a level 12 Quap from the mid lane, that's what you're going to see, and it's not because he's playing from the safe lane that he's like, diverting from what the hero can do. And this is a hero that has like a 6-second cooldown blink, like crazy nukes, crazy right clicks.
Mira's just dead. He just runs in his Firefly with Blade Mail. What can you do to this?
He's just chasing them around the map, and he knows that PL is not comfortable matching his aggression. So essentially, Radiant is always going to be in an outnumbering situation because of what their carry is doing, and he's a PL player himself. Like, he knows that PL, the last thing PL wants to do is having to match that.
Yeah. So Manta done for Nightfall. His first item, his kind of transitionary item until he gets to his Aghanim Scepter.
So that's definitely a let me farm.
Yeah.
Let me farm item build, as well as the Curio. Like the message is pretty clear. It's like, do not expect anything from me, until further notice, basically. So, which is fair enough. He is playing PL. That should not come as a surprise to anyone.
And we're gonna see the Blink Dagger now completed on Centaur. So Centaur will be hoping to make an explosive entrance with this item here once again, like matching what we saw in the previous game.
If you're impact with the blink, yeah.
Who are you looking for right now with this blink now?
I think basically what they want to do is like they have to connect to SF somehow, because I'm looking at the heroes and they don't have the most damage between Centaur, Bat, and Disruptor. Like, it's gonna be just enough to kill a monkey, but a lot of things can go wrong. Like a snowball can happen, Warlock Rock, Warlock Heal, like things can. But if SF is involved, surely whatever they stun will die.
True.
So their aim is gonna be to look at Kiyotaka and try to play around him. Maybe play off runes or around the mid lane or whatever he decides to do. And every time they have the cooldowns ready, like ideally Stampede, Lasso, and Static Storm, they go and hunt for kills and try to play the next sequence until they get these cooldowns back.
That's a really good point. I don't know how you survive that fight. Like, Tusk can't snowball your Static Storm, right? So whoever they go on is stuck in the full combo.
Yeah, it's only gonna be Warlock's Rock, but that's why this is a game of like both teams trying to start the fight and finding the tools to do so. So playing around your vision, playing on the back of a good smoke. Eventually, there's going to be tools for Radiant. I was checking what Timber's going to buy, but it doesn't look like he's buying the Ags, because that could have been one tool. Like, usually these Timber Aghanims, they turn into, like, obviously a damage machine, but also, like, a scouting tool.
Yeah.
Where they just, they feel very comfortable just Timber chaining in and kind of breaking formation. It's not going to happen this game, but honestly, Radiant, they also have really good tools to just start. Like, which is what I like the Warlock a lot in this game. I think... First of all, Warlock Heal is quite underrated. Like, it's big numbers when you think about it. It's
ridiculous.
It's 450, like 450 like HP heal, and it comes really early on level 7. And obviously, this hero is designed to have a lot of XP early on, so that can protect his cores. And you know that you can play off the rock to stop the counter initiation when you go in.
Notice gonna just turn up the aggression himself, buys himself the Blink Dagger. So
I like that play a lot. I think that's going to make a lot of space for the Quap and the Monkey to kind of choose their entry to the fight. I think it's a really cool build by him.
I definitely agree. It's like one of those things that like Timber saw. This game feels like him and Quap are definitely the strongest heroes on the map at the moment. But you have to find your target.
Yeah.
Right?
Like, offense is the best defense, I think, is a good saying for Dota, because like, where he's thinking about, okay, if I get Lassoed and Static Storm and SF is going on me, or they're going on somebody, big troubles.
We're going to see the lasso come out, and it's just going to be for problems on the Tusk.
Yeah, a lot of spells for Tusk. I don't think you don't really mind this at all when you're Radiant. If anything, that's going to, unleash a lot of potential aggression.
Kiyotaka knowing he can't really turn on to TA2000 there thanks to the Blade Mail, and just feels so confident playing in their face.
Centaur got an invis, so this might come as a surprise to Radiant. They see the monkey too, they're pinging him.
Dire are scanning.
They know he's here. Yeah, you're right.
They don't know where exactly, but they know he's around.
Yeah.
And he's lurking.
And they scan out the bottom rotation as well, so like, okay, there are people coming here.
Good patience by Toronto Tokyo. And this Quap is doing great. I mean, he has the Maelstrom now. He's done a lot of damage in the early game, and his network has not been hurt by it whatsoever. And then another farm game can start for him. So great gameplay by T2000 so far.
I just managed to take away the Ancient stack, which always feels good. Cheer Jr. in potentially some trouble here. Wants to stay in the area, does not want to get glimpsed too far away. Yeah, goes to his Tusk, gets caught in the snowball. And now notice jumps the backline, huge bound the strike, but interrupted by Toronto Tokyo. They will grab themselves the kill onto Problems. He was so close to getting that Wukongs off.
Nicely done though by the Tusk. Very nice reaction. Saves his monkey. Definitely would have died. Had he gotten glimpse instead. Like he would 100% dead.
Yeah.
So you definitely trade Tusk life for that. And I'm watching this SF network also going up and up. Kayasha has been done.
We've seen this before.
We've seen this before. They've felt it before. So maybe there's a sense of like a ticking clock on Radiant.
I mean, I put so much stock in a Batrider support in this game compared to some of the others, right? Like, Disruptor doesn't really need a lot to have impact. Eventually, he gets the Aghanim Scepter. That'll be a while, but your Batrider can outscale and outfarm these guys so fast.
No, for sure. And, we were watching the PL item build, and when I saw it, I can't stop but smiling. The double blade of Alacrity is the next level. I'm not gonna fight before I get 3 items built.
Triple if you factor the Yasha component as well, right?
Now it's like, even if you want me to, I just can't. Like, I have to turn this one into a Diffu, and then I have to turn this one into an Axe. Like, I'm just not gonna join.
I mean, think about how much agility he gets from Phantom Rush as well, right? This dude's got like 200 damage. We're going to see the fight come out mid lane of all runes. That almost bails him out, but Shadow Fiend will still die. TP out now coming through from the Disruptor in Toronto Tokyo. No trying to just TP out himself. Yeah, no Stampede, but support's not close enough.
They're going into the Roche. They have the Golem to tank it, and a lot of damage from the Quap. This might work. And there's no Static Storm, no SF. Probably hard to contest. Yeah, they're gonna get it this time around. So like the reverse of game on.
Yeah.
Where they were on the leading side of things, but they had to give up the Roche because of an unfortunate series of events. This time around, it's quite the opposite. So technically, they should be able to like keep the snowball going.
Yeah, this Aegis on a Queen of Pain, we've already seen TA2000 play super aggressive, like just blinking on top of the Shadow Fiend.
He's gonna go ham now.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, what's gonna stop him now? He's on his way to his Mjolnir. He's 40 gold away.
And we were discussing how like one of these cores might have to die because of just the nature of the Dire lineup. Like whoever gets Lasso, then Requiem, then Static Storm, it's just hard to save him.
Yeah.
But now the Aegis is like the best tool in the game to fix that. Like this Quap jumps in and she's giving vision, she's setting up for the monkey, the Timber. Like what do? Do you turn on her? She has Blade Mail, she has Aegis, do you run? You're not gonna run away from a monkey and Timber, that doesn't work. So, difficult decision to make for Dire. This is usually when you start looking at Nightfall and being like, we good? We good?
It's like, how much more time do we need here, buddy? Like
yeah, he's gonna need to come online pretty soon.
Unfortunately, he's about an Aghanim Scepter away from his Aghanim Scepter. No, he's like a couple thousand, like 2,500 gold from his Axe still, but
yeah.
We're gonna see the Mjolnir queued up now on the Monkey King as well. He has his BKB done, so he's ready to fight. BKB Diffu, like we talked about, really early aggression to pair with the TA2000 Queen of Pain, and eventually he'll have a Mjolnir to help try and deal with these PL illusions.
Yeah, that's gonna help a lot. Like double Mjolnir is really hard. Like they're hitting crazy timings. Like there's a BKB on the Timber, Monkey has a BKB too. It's just very hard for Dire to fight this. We've seen that before. I mean, at this point, this is just space making by the Tusk. I think he's like playing in between his team and the enemy team. He's definitely not happy about this death because he was really close to his Blink Dagger.
This is a pretty big kill if they can find TA2000. He needs to get the glimpse into the Static Storm. He's done it. Toronto Tokyo is here, but look at the Blade Mail And all of this life steal just coming back her way. Okay, they will get the first life. Solo nearby, no golem for 5. Requiem, does he get the cast? He does, perfect. And there you go. A couple seconds is the difference there between him living and dying. BKB TP out from the Timbersaw.
What happened to the rock? Was the rock not
1
not
second
available?
on cooldown.
Oh god.
It was
that's what
1
happened.
second.
I'm just surprised because I kicked the Warlock after and he's just walking away with the rock. I'm like, come on, bro. Like, really? You didn't want to save your cop there? But sometimes just the timings in Dota. It's a game of inches.
Yeah, I looked at it and it was like, as the hero was dying, it was like 3 seconds away as he's respawning.
That hurts.
And it's like, that's rough.
That hurts.
So they get the Aegis, now they get their Tormentor. So even though they didn't get first Roche like they did last game, this swings a lot of momentum back their way.
There is like a little bit of a pattern because I remember...
Hold the phone, they just go in to fight at the Tormentor. Kiyotaka, he's gonna go down Nightfall, trying to do what he can here on the Phantom Lancer, but he doesn't have the damage. They clean up big.
That is big.
That's a cool play call.
Quap, yeah, that's just, you know, like clarity, basically. No Requiem, you might have lost the fight, you might be outnumbered, you know, Quap is dead, but no Requiem, no Static Storm. They're getting low from the Tormentor, just engage the fight. Just like that, you bring back the game. But it's been twice now that we've seen Radiant, like Team Yandex, they get the Aegis and they get a little bit too hasty with things.
Yeah.
It actually both times led to lost team fights, the Aegis pickup. So
You're right, it did last time, yeah.
So perhaps, you know, a little bit more discipline with, you know, how far they go with the pressure, making sure that they're able to like help each other if Dire is quick enough at reacting, which they have proved that they are. Like, they don't get phased by playing versus Aegis. As soon as you give them an opening, they will punish.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And Mira is so farmed still.
And this is typically like a good approach. Like, I'm looking at this Monkey and this Timber. Like, you play versus PL and you don't have to overthink PL before he comes online. So you want to time your items, your like anti-PL items for when PL comes online. So, you know, typically getting the BKB first and now looking at a Shivas on Timber, now looking at a Mjolnir on Monkey.
Oh,
that makes
great
sense.
blink in here from Notice, pops the BKB immediately. Stampede is there. They're going to cancel that TP out. So Disruptor is dead. I think they're just going to take that and be okay with it.
No BKB on Timber, so he has to watch out because the lasso is ready. They're looking at the ward that they have. They're not going to be shy to engage if Team Yandex overstay.
Yeah, Mira needs to find his target. Goes in, goes for the Monkey King. Requiem precast, actually fears off the Warlock. He can't bail him out. Big stomp onto the backside, gets 2 more, and Solo running for the hills will TP out.
That is the strength of
Shadow Fiend Requiem, dude.
It's the Yashakaya. It's really hard to deal with, and he casted this in the fog of war. He was like behind a tree, so Radiant had no idea. And again, like that's why, you know, we're talking about the strength of this lasso. They can stop it. So the Tusk, he was really close to getting the punch. Like, that's not reliable at all. You need to be really quick. And again, a lot of things can go wrong, which it did in this fight. Like, he tried to blink in and punch the bat to stop the lasso from happening, like the Force Staff. And he just ended up in the worst position and just dying alongside him.
And I don't even feel like the ease of execution for what Aurora did, it's not super easy. Like, it required perfect positioning. And Kiyotaka, even just on the other side of this ward, they still don't even see him there. So it's
they
like,
don't see him.
It's a combination of so many things that they did right. And yeah, that is a very difficult.
It's hard to stop.
Loss. Yeah.
It's almost impossible to stop. And it's gonna keep getting worse because now he's level 18. He has like Aghanim Scepter. He has an Arcane Rune. So I've seen this movie before.
The Blink Lasso. They find the Monkey King. BKB's at the ready. Chira Jr. will just turn on to Kiyotaka with the Wukong's command, but they bait it out with the Stampede, and he is stuck here for now. They need to be able to break this kind of disengage, changing of the guard, buying him a moment of breathing room here. As he will jump back into the Static Storm glimpse, but he's not close enough on the edge, so they will not be able to really follow this up with too much. Golem gonna get dropped here by the Warlock, and Kiyotaka in a rough spot. In comes TA2000 trying to finish the job, and they will. A massive kill here, but Nightfall he actually just can't do it.
Yeah, he can't. Massive damage by the Quap. I mean, the difference this fight, no Requiem on SF.
Yeah.
And they need to respect these cooldowns because we've seen it over and over again. Like, the reason why Dire is winning fights in the mid game is because of SF ultis. He didn't have it this time around, so they could not burst on the lasso. He actually had to just, you know, run away from the aggression. And yeah, that leaves, you know, full freedom for the Quap, for the Monkey to stand their ground. And I mean, again, like, it looks hard for the PL to find impact. So
yeah.
It's gonna come later, I hope, for Dire. But right now it feels like he can't get close to them. He just can't deal enough damage. His illusions are just dying to the Mjolnirs.
Yeah, in like a vacuum, like the 1v1, the Monkey King versus the PL right now. I mean, PL wins that. We saw he was coming out ahead, but the second any other hero shows up, no shot.
It's too much, you know, Fatal Bounds, like Timbersaw spells. The co-op is doing like a crazy amount of damage also. Like in the last fight, it was insane, and it's gonna keep getting better.
Nice D-ward there actually by the tier 2, actually getting a sentry as well. That'll protect their high ground ward.
Yeah, we're not looking at a double Shiva's build-up. For now, that's what they have queued up. Like, they actually bought the 2 Veils, so it looks like they're committing for it, which I don't mind. I think, you know, whatever, you're going to have to deal with this PL eventually. Like, it's going to become your main issue. So, whatever helps you do so, and how you itemize, you should commit.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you. I don't think I mind the Shivas too much at all. Like having multiple, it's still pretty high impact, and there's a good shot that they're not even on the same target in the fight.
100%, and you know the scouting ability, the slowing ability, like Shiva's, it offers much more than just, you know, the aura and the reduction that you get, whether it's attack speed or HP regen. It's also about the active.
It's an aggressive play here from Chiro Jr. going right up onto the high ground. He's going to be stuck on that kinetic fence for a while. Well, I was going to mention this interaction earlier. I just wasn't sure if we were going to see it.
No, it's a very weird interaction and very annoying when you play Monkey.
You just stun yourself until kinetic field ends.
Pretty much. It's super annoying to play this matchup. And you kind of see it a lot because Disruptor is typically one of the heroes you think about when you pick Monkey. You just know you're going to kill this guy over and over again.
All right, Roshan number 2. There's going to be the Roar.
They're really far to contest this. Like, I would say it's almost impossible for them. They have to let it go.
Yeah, Toronto, Tokyo with no Stampede either. Like, I don't know how you even get close.
Like, the bright side for them is that it's not so easy to siege for Aiden lineup. Like, these heroes naturally don't like sieging towers, and especially against Dire, it's almost impossible.
Toronto, Tokyo thought he could BKB TP out, but the Tusk was ready and waiting, and with this one, will be a very easy pickup here for Noticed.
That was a 9-second BKB, so it hurts.
Yeah.
Definitely not you want to see from your first BKB usage.
Stuck around just a second too long.
Yeah. I mean, I'm thinking of how the fights are going to develop, and I think I like Yandex's chances more this game. Like, they have more tools to deal with this SF. They have the Golem to maybe stop his ulti. The Tusk, yep. Very good hero to deal with the ulti. You can try to clutch it. Like, I've seen this Tusk like pre-snowball. I like this approach. Like, he's like getting close. Because obviously, if you plan on reacting to the Requiem, it's almost impossible. Like, we're talking like machine, like AI reflexes. It's not going to happen. But if you pre-snowball, it can be a pretty good tool. Like, you get in there, you get close to your core, you click the snowball, and then you decide whether you want to put him in or not.
Yeah. High ground siege with the banner drop. They immediately want to put this Aegis to work.
Yeah, the fact that the Centaur is dead, like, it makes them feel very safe about it. But they have to watch out because there is a scenario where, you know, fighting into your base, like into the enemy base because of a 4-staff lasso, into an SF ulti, it can get really tricky.
They're going to have the Shivas coming out here in just a moment. TA2000, like you said, needs to be careful of the lasso. They've got the Lotus Orb already placed on top of her. Banner is going to get cleared up. Their Blink Requiem out from Kiyotaka. Managed to fear off just one, but they get the lasso, and that has sent Chiro Jr. into the middle of absolutely nowhere. Notice going to be forced to BKB. Nightfall deep on the backline, trying to finish off solo. The Glimpse puts him at no HP. A stomp now onto the Queen of Pain. She's on the high ground, just tanking the enemy team, but she will lose the Aegis. The question is, can you kill her a second time? Can Problems bail her out?
Glimpse.
They don't have it quite yet. Problems buying some good time, but he is in trouble now as well. Notice needs to get out of here, but you're playing against a Disruptor. You know you're going to get sent right back into the enemy team, and there it is. Big Sonic Wave out, though. Can they find more? Notice trying to get to safety, but he can't do it. Kiyotaka under pressure here from TA2000. He's going to finish the job. Gets a kill onto the Batrider as well, but Nightfall is back looking for a solo. It's a big fight win. It's a big hold here for the side of Aurora. You don't get the co-op, but I mean, has Aegis.
Yeah, I mean, it hurts. I think you're really not happy with this. If you're Radiant, like, this is what I was afraid of. It's really not easy to take a fight, a high ground fight against dire heroes, and honestly, what Kiyotaka did really surprised me.
So sick.
Did you? Yeah, did you notice? Like he ultied into Blink just to get the instant fear on the monkey, make sure that he cannot react. I don't think I've seen this before. This is actually the first time I see this kind of usage. So very interesting way to look at the SF also. It's like it's basically like an instant stun.
Yeah.
Like we're not even talking about the cast animation that is already pretty low. But how do you react to this? Like it's literally instant.
And it also made the space for it covered your lasso, right? They couldn't save the Monkey King. He gets pulled all the way into base, and there's no response.
They're all running away. Like they're all busy running away to their base. Like that was an amazing way to use the ulti, honestly.
Yeah.
Very clutch. Yeah,
that was super smart. A little bit of a recap. We're starting to see Phantom Lancer, right? Like this is one of those things we were talking about. Like we're gonna get to a point where PL is online, and it's not fun to be a support against a Phantom Lancer in the late game, or anyone really, but especially supports.
No, it's like you were already struggling dealing with the SF and the other tools that they have. You maybe almost forgot about the PL, and now you're like, oh wait a minute, we have this guy now to deal with.
I mean, his mana just disappears so fast. The second Nightfall's on anyone, their mana pool's gone.
Yeah. Which for some of these heroes, like it's very hard to play.
And we're still seeing the strength of the Queen of Pain, though, right? Like she's still incredibly powerful.
Oh, she's doing a lot. Like honestly. Co-op is the only hero that was really allowed to play the last fight. Like, the monkey died right away. He kind of could click his spells the best way he could, but it had very little impact just because of how the fight started. Timber also got gone on, so the co-op alone did so much. Like, he took down 3 heroes almost by himself, so there is a lot of potential on Riyadh still. Like, the nature of last fight and how they took it and where they took it was just not in their favor.
Anywhere else on the map looks totally different, right?
100%.
Yeah, right now, a little bit of pause, give us a moment to kind of look over some of the next big items. The Heart of Tarask in the backpack for the Phantom Lancer. That's always been one of those like dream items. Like you get to your heart and then suddenly the game changes.
Yes, for sure. Like especially versus a lineup like Radiant, because they deal a lot of damage. It's not like a massive amount of damage, it's just like damage over time. So the heart regen is going to come in handy. Like if you manage not to die, which should be possible with the items that he has, 2-3 seconds of regenning back up and you just enter the fight again. And hopefully at that point, the BKBs are on cooldown, the big ultis are on cooldown, and this is when PL really like shines.
Yeah.
And will take over the fight.
Kind of an interesting adjustment from Toronto Tokyo this game. Like we're not seeing the Aghanim Scepter prioritized at all from the Centaur. I kind of thought he might because he has the Shadow Fiend again and he wants to protect the Shadow Fiend. I think he doesn't care too much about saving or bailing out the Phantom Lancer, but opting to just go this like Shiva's, I think he had like Refresher or something queued up as well, so.
Yeah. I mean, I like the Refresher actually a lot. I think the double Stampede especially is going to be very cool. It's an amazing tool, this game, the Stampede, when you think about it. They have very little lockdown, and they're really hoping that the fight is going to happen, around the monkey and around his ring. Even for Timber, Stampede is quite annoying. Like, you want to make sure that you
strength of the Batrider. There's the lasso. It's a double lasso. He just got an axe. Oh my goodness. The Warlock tries to bail him out and just gets delivered to Death's Door instead. Problems. Glimpse back into the side of Aurora. Okay, we were looking at other item timings. How does he have an axe, man?
What is his damage actually? He had an 80 rune on SF.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
So he one-shotted the co-op, literally. That was like one shot.
Well,
it's crazy.
65 seconds without your strongest hero. Both supports dead. High ground siege. Now for Aurora, as they will blink right in. Look for the Timber Saw. He's going to be forced to BKB to try and get out of this, but Glimpse. There he is, back right into the center.
Oh, that hurts. That hurts. It was a little bit unnecessary, unfortunately. So now it resets the timer to 80 seconds. Luckily, they have no wave.
Yeah, they cut the wave.
Yeah, the monkey was cutting the wave, and there are towers on the side lanes, so there's not much they can get. So pretty good awareness from Shiro Jr. to not react to what was happening in his base and instead try to deal with it another way.
They did stagger the death timer, so you're still 20 seconds without your quad, but then you're also 50 seconds without your Timber Saw. So the high ground defense is still going to be a little rough for a bit.
It might cost you the racks anyway.
Yeah.
It might cost you the racks anyway, but on the at least they're not able to get a second side, and it's going to give a little bit of time for Radiant to collect themselves and fight the Roche.
Centaur, double catapult, and a PL now getting to work on this mid lane of Rax.
Playing Orchid next on PL. Gonna be very good also in this game.
Yeah, that late game Bloodthorn is so sick too.
Yeah. I'm looking at this SF and I'm getting chills, man. Like, you need to deal with this hero one way or another. Like, this hero is a big problem.
And with that, full lane of racks, and they're just fishing with the lasso, right? Like, it's such a low cooldown ability. Every time we've seen it, it's doing work now.
You just know that whoever gets lasso just dies. Like, there's nothing you can do about it really. Like, even the golem, which is a pretty reliable counter initiation, it comes quite quick, but it's just not quick enough for SF with this Kaya Yasha.
Yeah, brutal turn of events here for Yandex, but it's almost identical playback of what we saw in game 1, where Aurora is just waiting for their timings, and they play around it very well.
It goes back to this high ground push. To be honest, I think it was a little bit of a mistake. Now they have to play for the rush, and again, they have the tools to get it right. They need to get on top of the SF.
Yeah.
Again, like, there's no way around it. He has a refresher now, so it's even worse. So, luckily for them, the PL hasn't caused enough damage. And if you think about it, the rest of the heroes are just distractions. Like, they're just setting up for the SF. So the condition is to get on top of SF, you know, punch him maybe with the tusk, chain stun him with the rock. You have decent tools to deal with him. If that happens, I could see them win a fight.
They are smoking into the enemy jungle. They will run into the Centaur, and with this, they do get the kill. So your Stampede, one of your Blink initiators, now sidelined for a little while.
Yeah.
Does
Roche
have buyback, but
Roche is in 20. Or it may respawn.
Yeah,
actually.
may respawn.
Okay,
Yeah, you're right.
Not yet, not yet. They could get knocked in.
They're going to actually scout the
They're
TP
fighting.
in from Kiyotaki, gets the blink out, forced to BKB, going to throw the Requiem, does have the refresher, and with it, he's going to let it rip immediately, try and bring down this Monkey King. Just shake your head, what can you do? Solo forced to run away. Kiyotaka stuck inside the Ice Shards. Force staff to get him to safety, though. Can they actually bail out the Shadow? They're going to buy back now on the Centaur. He does have a Stampede, doesn't quite use it as he TPs in. This fight kind of falling apart for Aurora on their own high ground, but finally Nightfall will show up. TP out now from the Timbersaw.
Okay, I mean, honestly, like, that was ridiculous. It looked magnificent from this SF, and I said it too early. Like, I was like, Radiant's done. You know, it looked like another video game. I was about to call this a custom game. You know, I'm just seeing this SF like kind of kill enemies mini game, but nice turn of event. Honestly, both teams are showing a lot of resilience in the fights, and they're not getting baited by the early death. They're just keeping it clear, and they just turn the fight whenever they get an opportunity. So team fights in these two games have been really awesome from both teams.
I feel like he just maybe held the buyback Stampede a little too long, right? There was a moment like when the Shadow Fiend gets the Force Staff out.
I don't blame him. It looked so good at the beginning. I mean, look at this. The double ulti. At this point, I'm like, Radiant is done.
This fight's cooked, man.
But somehow they're not.
Yeah. Absolutely incredible salvage from them. Panto just getting deleted by the Queen of Pain.
It really goes to show that it is all about this SF. You know what I mean? Like, as soon as he used everything he has to offer, Radiant is like, that's it, we can turn, no matter how much damage he's done, we're able to turn.
Yeah, that was a really, really value.
The PL enthusiasts are going to say PL was picked, PL prevailed, PL won, but I got to say that right now, from what I'm seeing, it's all about the SF.
Yeah, I am with you on that. Roshan, number 3. Yandex going to try and get this, and quickly. As the Aurora's going to come out, but yeah, it's going to be very difficult.
Fighting in the pit against SF again, like you have to bait them, and that's what they're doing. Like, they plan in the ward, they attack the rush until the roar, just to bait Dire into kind of getting closer and hopefully getting a favorable fight on favorable ground.
Yeah, but now Roche is moving bottom, and that's rough. You were positioned pretty well on Yandex to maybe contest this, but now Aurora aggressively positioned on your side of the map. You just finished this Bloodthorn as well. Panto looking for an opening. The lasso, Huzi got Warlock as well as the Timbersaw. The Requiem just deleting the backline as Kiyotaka heals through it all. Static Storm is down, looking for this Queen of Pain. She's gonna be able to dodge it out for the moment. They do manage to get themselves the Disruptor. Cheer Jr. trying his best to dodge this one out and bide his time here inside the Wukong's command as the buybacks are come through. Notice wants to get into this fight a second time. TA2000 in aggressively. Nightfall does need to be careful, able to dodge this one out for the moment. The second Requiem, he connects again, fears off all three, but do they have the damage to finally bring down this Queen of Pain? Noda stands his ground, pops the BKB, but TA2000 with the blink away. There's the glimpse, Disruptor is here, wants to put a stop to this, and they do. Chiro Jr. is gonna die back as well. It's the Shadow Fiend, you said it.
It's time to buy Andisk. It's time to Q5 Andisk, because I don't know how you deal with this without Andisk. You have like 0.5 seconds to react to a 5k damage nuke.
Oh, that's a neat little, the OD staff, yeah, the Outworld staff to dodge the glimpse, kind of nice.
Very nice tool. Honestly, big statement by Kyoto in this game.
Batrider doing what he does best, finding a hero to die back, dropping the golem. It seems like desperation's kicking in here a little bit as a blinked aggressive to go ahead and drop the Static Storm, and there it is. GG comes out, and Aurora, I don't know if it's the first 2-0 of the entire day, but
one of the few ones for sure. Yeah.
I mean, the first two groups are all split 1-1.
Yeah.
Aurora gets a 2-0. That's huge.
It doesn't really tell the story of the best of two, because Yandex put up a really good fight, and there were lots of sequences where they were leading, and it looked good for them. I think I don't want to say they disrespected DSF, because it must have come as a surprise, but this hero has had massive impact on both maps. And it's been picked earlier, even after game 1, and had the same impact in game 2. So this is definitely a hero. It might be a hero-to-player combination. It might just be an SF thing for this patch or for this tournament, but definitely something that other teams are going to have to pay attention to.
I mean, this hero has looked pretty good for the last couple of months. We've been seeing more teams definitely prioritize it, but the fact that we're seeing it picked so early in the draft and have this kind of success, and we thought, their draft was better prepared to address it, right? We're like, okay, going into game 2, they have some more tools. We have the stun from Tusk to try and prevent, him getting actual BKB Requiem off, but I mean, like you said, the response windows are so small, and if anything goes wrong,
everybody dies.
Everyone dies. Everybody dies.
You cannot. You can feel the pressure in these team fights. Like, anything goes wrong, and all of a sudden everybody's feared. All the raises are coming off. He just keeps scaling. It's like infinite scaling. Also, I'm thinking of this refresher, the Aghanims. Like, all the items just feel so good whenever he gets them. There's like a little time window in the early game, and that's if he didn't stomp his lane, because he also has that ability. And Chiro Jr. did a really good job at handling the mid lane. But even then, like, it always ends up being out of control. So I'm looking forward to see what teams are going to find against this SF. Yandex came prepared. They had the monkey, and they went for it a second time. So they really believe in it, and that's only because they must have had success in the past with it. It just didn't work today.
Yeah. I honestly, I can't fault them for going back to the Monkey King. It looked good in both games. It's just it seems Aurora is better at navigating some of those mid-game fights with their timings, and that's a hard thing to judge, I think, at the end of the day, but they played exceptional today.
Yeah, they're going to go back to these two Aegises in both maps.
Yeah.
Where they're probably like, hey guys, we pick up this Aegis, we're in a really good spot, and what happens next just isn't in our favor. So, yeah, it comes down to little things. That's just Dota.
Yeah, it is what it is. But for now, we're going to go ahead and send it down to Tsunami, who's going to be interviewing our winners here on Aurora.
Thank you very much. Yes, I am standing by with Kiyotaka of Aurora, which you've been smiling this entire postgame, my man. You are having a lot of fun right now in Dota. How's mid feeling for you?
For me, mid is like one of the best patch, I think, because like heroes is good, like no refill bottles, so nobody can help enemy mid laner. So you just fight 3-on-3 on runes, and like you just decide who is stronger.
Okay. I'm happy to hear that, because I've talked to a lot of mids who are like, oh, I miss that trusty shovel's gone. I miss getting my free refills. But you don't play that, right?
It's shit. It's not fair. Like, you just play gamble. You just, if you have trusty shovel, okay, I'm fine. I farm everything. I have infinity resources. Like, if you have no trusty shovel, okay, I go on base. Like, it's not fair. Like, so of course I enjoy it.
Finally, I get a mid player who believes in the skill of the lane. How about the heroes for you? It seems like you're having fun with heroes as well, because I've always considered you to be a very dangerous player. You make risky plays, but it seems like the heroes that are popular right now, it works for you. Like the Queen of Pains, the Shadow Fiends, the Ember Spirits. You can kind of jump in and you'll still live.
That's heroes what I play full life, like because I like them, because it's the heroes where you can show your skill difference with your buttons. So of course I enjoy it when this hero is in patch, in meta.
So then are the items also working out well for you with like Blade Mails being popular on Queen of Pain, stuff like that?
Yeah, Blade Mail is a strong item. Ember or Queen of Pain, I enjoy this build. So you just jump 5 in and let's go.
You make it look good every single time, Kiyotaka. Congratulations on the very first 2-0 of this entire group stage. And yeah, you are. Everyone else was a 1-1. That's how good you are. So let's keep it up. And I'll send it back to the panel.
What a spectacular game coming out there once more from Aurora. Yandex, you know, they had these ideas. They were managing to play a lot. They were actually making it work. I think the switch to Tusk looked great, but Fear, what went wrong this time around, or what did Aurora do better than Yandex in this game?
I mean, the man, the myth, the legend himself right there in the interview, just skill differencing throughout the entirety of the game. It seems like they finally found their rhythm here on Aurora. I was talking earlier about how Nightfall finally found his patch, but yes, Kiyotaka did as well. I think at some point in this game, you just feel the comfort level from Aurora. Sure, these moments like this where you feel like the high ground may have been a mistake from Yandex to try and go here, but it is also on the side of Aurora being very comfortable, being able to hold the situation very well. So great play by Aurora. They kind of just showed that in the late game, they kind of have Yandex's number every single time.
And I think it also just goes back to almost the same story as game one, right? Like where Nightfall does have this hero, you know, maybe not the perfect game for PL. I don't think this was as outstanding as the Troll, but in the end, it comes back to, like you said, Kiyotaka having the SF once more. It feels like this hero is just too damn good. And it feels like it's more than just on Kiyotaka. I think in general, conceptually, something about this hero is just a little bit too much. It's the damage, it's having this refresh later on, it's having all this control along with some big output on the hero. And the good moments for Yandex was when we were seeing them actually play into the refresh once it's already kind of used up, when they can find the angle in without the worry for that additional controller burst and kind of isolate the SF afterwards. But if they weren't able to kind of dance around that, and again, it's back to how awkward playing around with this draft is in comparison to Aurora, would say the constant kidnappings we were getting out from Mira, it's just, again, harder to execute. And it feels like if you have something that's just harder to execute in a late game scenario, you're just not going to have fun. You're going to have less opportunities.
Especially if you are potentially the less experienced team of the two. It's not worth giving yourself that margin for error that I'm having the higher execution threshold. You should just stick to what's comfortable. And I think we definitely see that Aurora are very comfortable on a few of their heroes, namely a Shadow Fiend.
I mean, definitely, but Aurora's always been that way. It's, are you going to challenge them to play new heroes? And can they overcome that challenge, right? Sure, we now know that Shadow Fiend's great on them. Will he get this again? Probably not within the next series, so they have to show that they can win with multiple heroes, and then Aurora looks like a scary team.
Do you put Phantom Lancer in their camp yet?
He was in the game.
He was in the game.
Yeah, he was in the game.
He could have probably been any hero and it would have worked out.
I probably would have worked better if he was a different hero, to be honest with you, because it really slowed down the timings for the Shadow Fiend and everything, but it did give him late game security, which is how they've been showing how they want to play, and they kind of just wanted to make a statement here. It's like, all right, so Troll's a bit on the rise in the meta, PL's on the rise in the meta, we're going to play them back-to-back and win with them, and now you have to be afraid in that last phase to ban out multiple heroes that haven't came out in a long time just because Nightfall does know how to play them.
And I'll also give credit to Nightfall playing that type of hero in the first place, because Fear, you and I have talked at length about what we consider to be traditional Nightfall heroes, and late game carries are usually not in that description.
Some of them. Like, he doesn't play all of them, like the Morphlings, the TAs, but he has always played Troll. He has played PL, so he has a couple in his wheelhouse for sure, but yeah, they just haven't been meta for a long time, so we haven't seen them. That's been the issue.
And now we'll get a chance to see what the breadth of his pool really shows here at Dota at the Esports World Cup 2025. And we can also take a look at some of those moments in that game of our very first 2-0. You heard it from Kiyotaka. He himself was also shocked, but we actually had the very first 2-0. I can't verify if Tundra has gotten the 2-0 versus VP. Let's just assume that they haven't.
Didn't. Of course not.
Of course not. It only happens here because Aurora is just that dominant. But let's take a look at some of the team fights that you guys were able to spot during this game number 2, and maybe what gave Aurora that solidifying Game 2 victory.
Yeah, I think actually some of those highlights early on, you were getting a lot of great activity out from Yandex. They were finding these angles. Again, the impact coming out from problems in this game was a lot better. He was getting some good saves with the snowball. They were fighting into this combination of the static storm a lot better. And they were getting that momentum going on Chira Jr. quite fast. But, you know, with Aurora, they had to wait a little bit more, right? They were waiting for, like, Lasso, they were waiting for Blinks to be up. They did manage to get some punishment here and there. And I think that's the story of a lot of the things I was watching in the game and highlighting. It was just constant tempo, constant pressure from Yandex, and a lot of patience from Aurora to just sit back, allow them to take that space while they were strong, don't force the issue, and have that confidence to just scale later on once they've got the blink. A really good cut from Mira with a blink up and Firefly, but again, you get the saves out with the snowball, and just a lot of back and forth. I think you mentioned this in Game 1, Tsunami, where it's, you know, it's a 2-0, but it's not. It doesn't feel that way. It's not complete stomp from
Agreed.
Aurora. There was a lot of great moments from Yandex, and it's just, again, Aurora might have a little bit of a better read on what's really easy to play or what's better to play.
I mean, this wasn't a skill issue, right? This is kind of just like a meta issue. It feels like Aurora is just a bit ahead in the meta as they were able to secure themselves heroes that eventually, like the Shadow Fiend when it came into fruition, would win. However, could they have won with this lineup if they played perfectly? I think so, yeah, probably. Yeah. But that margin of error is just so slim where you lose one or two team fights like we see like this here. This was a team fight for me where I was like, well, you were so far ahead, you don't have room for these errors. Because if you make these errors here, the game gets exponentially harder. And that's a drafting issue, because they're making great plays around the map through the entirety.
Yeah, I think it also speaks to how well Yandex played in that they managed to force errors out from Aurora as well. Like, they missed a couple of spells, they missed that opportunity onto Chira Jr., and they still managed to get the outcome they'd want on Yandex. Yeah, that's how close it was.
Yeah.
You think, you know, Aurora's fully clean? No, Yandex is doing some stuff to make it hard for Aurora as well, and it's just really close. Again, you look at the numbers between these two teams, it doesn't feel impressive, but that doesn't tell the full story.
Yeah, and we go back to talking about Shadow Fiend this, Shadow Fiend that, but there's a hero we talked about in the draft in this Bat Rider, and we saw all the impact that it was able to make with this Lasso with the Aghanims upgrade. But yeah, there's fundamentally something wrong with the Shadow Fiend hero. He's so strong in lane. He does billion damage.
You can pick him in first
stuns you.
phase.
And then, of course, for whatever reason, this is the cherry on top. When you get the Ags, it heals you. So it's like, it just does way too much.
And most heroes like that, usually they have some downsides that force them to be picked later on in the draft, but Shadow Fiend's just that dominant that you can jam him in phase 1, and he does numbers for you. But yeah, I wouldn't want anyone to come away with this series thinking that Yandex doesn't stand a chance, because even throughout the most recent fissure that they participated in, they went 1-1 against nearly every single team other than another Eastern European team of P-Vision. And so we consistently see that Eastern Europe is one of the strongest regions right now. If they get a chance to face off against non-Eastern European opponents, then maybe we'll get a clear idea of the true power level of Yandex.
And that's where it's going to be interesting for them. I think this first day for them, maybe not the most interesting, a little bit of an old rivalry brought back, but when they start playing other teams, that's when we can really start to rate Yandex properly. And I think it's like the Execration we saw earlier in the day. This is not a team you can just sit back and, you know, just wave your hand at. You have to watch.
Yeah,
everyone's a killer.
Definitely. I mean, I'm very curious to see those other non-regional matchups because, yeah, I mean, Eastern Europe's been killing it towards the end of this year. So, yeah, we'll see.
We'll see, but our next matchup is actually going to be a cross-regional matchup, not between Eastern Europe, but in fact North America versus Western Europe. Our last series of the night here on Stream B is going to be Team Liquid taking on Shopify Rebellion after the break.
Chasing sunsets, living each day like the last day of our lives. And I know this is what we want, cause this is just what we do. Free to tell our lies while discovering our truth. I forget that I'm down with you guys around, cause everyone knows life's better with love than being alone. Consider yourself the motive for finding a way to right my runs. Catch it, promote it, or hit the highway.
forevermore. I long for you, our future to bloom to the bitter end. Your looks make me weak, your skin to my cheek, make into roses. I want you to hold me. 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 I want you to.
Welcome back, everyone. It's time to get ready for our final series here of the first day here at Dota 2 at the Esports World Cup 2025, where we are getting a real treat. We're getting champions. Champions. Team Liquid champions taking on the real people who need to be afraid of, North America. Am I right, Brian from North America? Am I right, Fear from North America?
That is right. That is 100% correct. This is, I don't know how I'm going to spin this one, because this is not home
This is going to be a real
whatsoever.
project for you.
So
we
do have Bulba, though, who is also North American. So
Bulba from North America.
We're piling on
Bulba
the numbers.
from
We've
North
got
America.
Blitz from North America.
Blitz from North America.
We've got Saberlight, who played in North America.
Saberlight played in North America. I remember those TSM days. Is there anything else we can extract from these guys? Brian, think, quick.
Insania kind of acts American.
Insania used to live in Dallas. That was in North
There we go.
America. All right.
There you go.
What does this have to do with anything?
Because I am currently bemoaning the state of North American Dota as I have for many, many years, but now that Wildcard has taken down Shopify Rebellion in the TI qualifiers, I'm kind of lost on my faith in Shopify Rebellion. Do they treat this as importantly as they should be, which is like, this is their final showing for the season? I need to knock it out of the park. I hope so too.
I mean, if they do poorly here, who knows what's going to happen to the region?
That's kind of
that's
where
the
I'm getting at.
problem,
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
So I want them to do well here, just because like we're already running out of sponsors. We have like 2, I guess, in the region.
Give or take. Usually take.
One and a half.
One and a half.
We got 1.5, and if we take that other way, we were going to have half a sponsor in America, and we can't afford that.
No, it's dire straits right now, and unfortunately for Shopify Rebellion, they are going up against Team Liquid right now, and Team Liquid has been on a tear, depending on whether or not that they have Insania, which. So what was the Fissure situation for Team Liquid?
I mean, the deal is if they don't have Insania, they win Fissure.
Correct.
So apparently Toby, who's
not here.
No, he's here. He's right there. Yeah, because they.
Oh, he is here. You're right.
Yeah, because they weren't sure.
Hey, Toby.
Hey, Toby. Yeah, so apparently they weren't. They like. Oh, are we still okay? We're seeing Team Liquid right now. Yeah. So apparently they were so unsure of whether or not Insania was going to be okay by the time this event happened that they had to have Toby be ready to play. But it turns out he's okay. Up there he is.
There he is.
That man's a
Toby,
winner.
you're on camera right now.
That man's a winner.
Because you're so important. You're the morale boost.
You're the winner.
I mean, there's only one fact, right? When Toby played in Wallachia, they qualified to the playoffs.
That is correct.
Insania came back.
They lost.
Yeah. And then Toby came back for Fissure. They won.
And this is not an indictment of Insania's skill level. It's an indictment on his
Might be.
health. No. I'm just poking pictures, painting pictures about the state of his, biomechanics right now. I know his hands are sharp, his brain is sharper than ever, but maybe his stomach might not be cooperating as much.
He looks fine over there.
He looks fine.
He's in Zen mode.
He's in Zen. That's why I won't scream at him to see how he's doing. See, look, he's right there. Look at him.
Yep,
that's him.
He's in the zone. He's vibing. We'll see how he does, because this will be his debut series after a little bit of a break. Word on the street is that he is feeling better now, so hopefully...
You know what happened?
Tell me.
He went to America.
Yeah, so he did go to Hawaii, and that was the trip that he was on right before he came to Wallachia.
He couldn't handle it. He couldn't handle
He's too soft.
America. He's too soft.
That's
Clearly.
why the opponents, Shopify Rebellion, who are encapsulating that North American spirit of being a melting pot of cultures, may prove to be too difficult for Insania. That North American flavor are going to show Team Liquid what our region's all about.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the most convincing argument I have so far.
There we
There's
go.
one thing that can take down Insania's health. It is North America. And that is how it's going to play out in this Dota series for sure. Now, I mean, I'm looking forward to seeing how this plays out. I mean, this is the first full tournament that we've had the Liquid roster, I think, in the last, 3 or 4 months?
Yeah, let me think. So during Dream League, they had VTune. During Raleigh, they had Bryle.
Yeah.
Before that, I guess it would have been another Dream League that Liquid famously does not do well at. So then it may have been like a Fissure Playground or something. That was the last time.
A long time ago. So we're gonna get to see. I didn't even know they had made Divide Llama on this team for Shopify Rebellion, so that's an interesting addition. And then, so there's a little bit of mystery going on here.
Yeah, for those of you who are not familiar, Shopify Rebellion's roster, Tomato, hailing from South America, is their carry player. Mid laner Prodigy Yopaj is from Southeast Asia. Their offlaner, Divide Llama, is going to be taking the 3 position, and then their supports, Hellscream and Scam.
You know where all those guys are from?
USA.
That's what I say.
Ah, there you go.
Yopaj is Filipino. Scam is also Filipino.
Yeah.
Hellstream, we looked up the flag. Oh, Belarusian. Hellstream's Belarusian.
Okay.
And Divide Llama is Belgian.
There's only one flag here that truly matters.
The stars and the stripes, baby.
And guess who's carrying that and has carried it for Shopify Rebellion since its existence? It's Coach Bulba.
That's
He's
right.
taken the reins, and he is going to bring the strategy together. And he's always been very good at that, no matter what group of players he has. And I think bringing in Divide Llama may be the first time in a very long time since Saberlight where he has brought in an actual offlaner instead of a carry in the offlane position, which they did have to say goodbye to Kaz to make that happen. But I think there's a lot of promise with that.
Yeah, he's done many conversions, but like you said, this is the first time he's had a natural fit for the offlane.
For the viewers at home, do you guys mind enlightening, when did they add Divide Llama? Was it for the qualifiers of this
Before
tournament?
the qualifiers.
Before the
Before the
qualifiers. So they
qualifiers.
made it here with his assistant.
Yes,
Correct.
definitely.
Okay.
He was rostered.
Okay, so we got a little TA action. There's one team in the world that I would be afraid of giving TA, and that's Liquid. I feel like when Mickey's playing like
That
TA...
was BB team.
You're afraid of BB teams TA as well?
I mean, Pure and Mickey come to mind when I think
Yeah,
of TA.
Pure. I'd say Pure as well.
That'll be the 1 and 2.
Yeah.
I guess I was thinking like not just Mickey as a player, but the way Team Liquid utilizes this hero. Like
I will say Liquid probably won, but BB team close too.
Yeah, so I think if there's only going to be one team in the entire world picking TA in a patch, it would be Team Liquid. I know TA does occasionally still get banned out, but yeah, I guess just what they do around it, they're so good at utilizing. Basically, TA offers so much in the game. She gives you mid-game damage, she gives you Roshan, she gives you wave shove, she gives you vision on the map, that being able to utilize all these mechanics to the fullest is what makes them such a good TA team, I believe.
That's why I'm surprised that instead Bulba is showing respect to his former teammate of Saberlight and first phase banning out his Dawnbreaker instead, along with taking out the Nature's Prophet, the Tusk, and the second phase bans of a Beastmaster and Shaman. Liquid, they ban out the Undying, the Naga, the Batrider, and the Axe, and Shopify. They left TA on the table. Instead, they first pick a Bane. Why first pick Bane?
It's a good hero. It's something they like playing. Liquid likes playing it as well. It's been growing in popularity, but I think when Liquid played it the most, it's with Toby.
Sure.
Not so much Insania, one of his signature heroes, but the hero's just solid, I think. It doesn't really answer TA. I mean, it's not bad versus TA either. I mean, it's a little bad, actually, because the traps can instantly cancel Fiend's Grip.
Why
However,
wouldn't they just take the TA, though?
well, not everyone's a first pick TA team. Like,
That's
this hero is not meant for everyone. We talked about how Liquid and BB team are TA teams. You have to be that caliber of team to first pick this hero in this patch. Otherwise, it could be a very big liability.
Yeah, if you read the laundry list of nerfs that this hero's received over the last like 5 patches, every time they nerf it, it's just like, okay, that's one less team that's going to be picking it this early on in the draft. But these two teams are the last ones standing. I mean, I'm wondering how long it takes for TA to not be a Liquid hero, because is it going to continue to be nerfed just because teams like Team Liquid are picking it? But like, I think her pub win rate's like 43% or something. It's really low.
Really?
It's been, I mean, it was about 50% when she was broken, right? She's just one of those heroes that I actually think she's far better in competitive because of the objective potential that she represents. And she's also not a hard carry. Like, she wants to hit that 35-minute, 40-minute, 6-slotted in the game with the third Aegis, because that's how early you kill Roshan, but that just doesn't really happen in pubs.
And I also think TA, the ceiling on this hero is incredibly high.
Very high.
And the floor, actually.
Sure.
So this
Very
hero's
low.
this hero is very difficult to play. So if you're not really an expert at the hero, you're not going to have good results on it. And this is a hero that you have to be playing lots of games on to fully master, because there's so many unique scenarios on knowing when and where to place your traps and play around them, and also laning stage, small little mechanics you have to be good at. And yeah, if you make one mistake on this hero, it feels really bad.
And Shopify are hoping to cause those mistakes with an Enigma and a Leshrac.
Yeah, so basically for TA right now, the hardest counters have been like the zoo, just kind of run at you. There are ways to play around it. I wonder if Mickey is going to just like play for less of the meld, more for the side blades, and just play for the farm, which I would recommend instead of going for, you know, meld all in.
Is there a support that helps him in lane, like with the Eidolons?
I mean, just, I think any AoE support, like these Jakiros, CMs, if you want to get really hard counter, you go for Enchantress. I mean, I guess Fatal Bonds is pretty okay too. And I think this goes more towards it. I'd really like to see Mickey just like go some 2-0-2 build and just Fatal Bonds and just cleave down the Eidolons. That could work really well. And also, Warlock gives you a little bit of Black Hole cancel potential as well, which is nice.
Yeah, there's no item that Enigma can ever go that prevents this, right? It's an AoE BKB piercing disable. That's also like 1,000 cast range. So I would like to see Shopify pick a carry such as like Sven that's meant to kill the Warlock. Like it's meant to jump and remove him from the fight because they need somebody to enable this Enigma's teamfight presence. So are we thinking this Leshrac support? Like is this a Lesh 4 with this, or are they opening their mid this early without having any idea of the enemy mid or off lane or support, you know what I mean?
Hard to say. I mean, it is a flexible hero. Lesh support is not something I've seen a lot of. If you look at mid Lesh and see how volatile it is, support Lesh is twice as volatile.
True.
Right?
Yeah.
So it's like, if you're willing to take that risk, you better have someone that is a specialist on the hero. We'll see what Tomato wants to do here, but if I look at TA, a lot of teams, they realize TA has some incredible weaknesses. One of them is going to be the Terrorblade. This is a bad matchup for the hero. Other one's Morphling. And I think the last one's Medusa. I think those two heroes guarantee that TA can't scale into the late game. But those are really hard carries and are really slow.
I think your theory may be on track though, Brian, because during Fissure Universe, they ran Leshrac exclusively on Hellscream.
Okay.
In 4 games.
I was going to mention another hero that causes TA issues in the late game, and that's Phantom Lancer.
That is 100% true.
Just
that's
saying.
a hero that's wasn't on the radar just because it should be. It won recently. It all lost recently too, but it is good versus TA. So is Naga, but
all the
all
the illusion carries are nice, and they're all also nice versus Lycan. So I think it was kind of like, out of the illusion carries, which one do you want to play, Tomato? And he chose Terrorblade. Makes a lot of sense. I'm sure Liquid saw this coming though. Like it's not at all surprising. So I'm wondering what their approach is. They don't really have anything to deal with it. They have the Bedlam, I guess, which is decent. But once Terrorblade gets like a Manta, for instance, it's not nearly as reliable. A lot of the counters to these illusion heroes are mid laners. Like those are usually the AoE magic guys. You have like the Embers, the Storms. So I'm curious what they elect to go for on the side of Team Liquid. But they've also got, let's see, their mid laner on the side of Shopify. What do we think we need on their side to kind of close out their draft? They have decent team fight, wave clear.
They need like, I think, some frontline tanky Kunkka, Pango.
Guys, Quap is still in the pool.
I don't think they want it this game.
It's too much physical. Like you want Quap to be able to blink in against magical damage.
Yeah,
right?
I think they really want like these Kunkka, Pango
I can see
type of
that.
heroes that play in the front line.
I like Kunkka. Okay, Ember would have been okay, I guess, too.
Yeah, it's decent.
Also,
it doesn't really super address, I mean, I guess to a large degree, the TB does address Lycan, because if you run in with your creeps, you can just meta and kill them quite easily if you commit Shapeshift. But having more of that would be nice.
It makes sense that they ban Ember simply because they ban Monkey. So I'm like, they must be eyeing a melee mid that gets hard countered by Monkey King mid.
Quite possibly. But I wouldn't be surprised to see Kunkka or Pango move out there.
Yeah, the Kunkka makes sense because like the Monkey King makes a lot of sense when you're saying they want some melee guy that creates space. So they ban Monkey because it's good against all of them, right?
Are you afraid of Nisha Huskar? He last picked this before in the past.
He did whip it out
Twice.
He won the Fissure Playground Finals with it. So
yeah, and he played it even against. He played it twice, I guess.
Yeah, he did.
It is a pretty bad Huskar game, like against the rest of Shopify's heroes. Just to be like Bane's usually pretty nice against these stand your ground melee. Like
yeah, I mean, I think
guys.
It might be better to ban Storm then, potentially, if you're gonna pick a Pango.
Yeah, I mean, right now they are lacking initiation on Team Liquid. I think they have the Lycan and TA to be pushing lanes, and they have the team fight of the Willow and the Warlock to follow up, or at least counter the Black Hole initiation, but they don't really have their own catalyst right now. So I definitely like the more active guys, the Pucks, the Storms. Puck is actually really nice here.
Puck is in the game. What?
Yeah.
That is surprising.
That is very surprising.
I wouldn't be surprised if we see like a puck into like a tiny or something. You know what I mean? Like it's a puck into a counter initiator.
But I don't think you want puck if you're Shopify, do you?
What do you not like about puck against? Is it just the
it's
lack
just,
of durability? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's just I feel like Lycan doesn't care too much about puck. It depends on you want to look at it, I suppose. I mean, your stun is very low. It's just puck in general doesn't have a. It's hard for puck to kill TA just at any point in the game. I feel like you're still very squishy. You don't have that frontline presence that can protect your Leshrac, your Bane, like this Pango potentially could do.
That's true.
So that's like my only concern. But Puck is a very strong hero, and you're kind of deny picking it from them. Now you can't pick the Storm either. Now you probably don't want the Pango as well on Team Liquid. So it does have that nice deny pick aspect to it.
Do you ever rotate Lycan mid? Oh, you don't. I was
okay,
curious.
but then they picked the hero that's good versus Puck, so I actually I kind of like what's going on here for Liquid because you pick the Puck, looks okay, but their lineup looks very squishy and very vulnerable. I think Tomato has to get incredibly farmed this game.
Yeah, Saberlight is just going to eat people alive. There's no one really stopping him from just doing what he wants.
Not until TB's farmed, at least.
Yeah, I'm just looking at maybe the Lycan Willow lane struggles a bit because Bane is going to outtrade the Willow. Terrorblade loves playing against these physical offlaners that only they only right click as their sole source of damage. I think this game it's really low threshold for mistakes on the side of Shopify. So I think Team Liquid's lineup plays itself a bit easier. And if they get off the ground running, they should have no problem taking it. But I feel like there's this mid game where Nigma has those early aura items. Puck gets like the Witchblade Blink. Terrorblade has Manta, and maybe they manage to take over the map at that point.
I'm kind of also trying to figure out how Lycan, what was the justification for the Lycan pick? Like, it seems like a great Lycan game. What was the grand strategy for let's pick Lycan on 17?
I think they just wanted to punish the Enigma Bane as much as they possibly could, even the Leshrac. I think his job is just to... It's really hard as Enigma to get black holes off when you just have this Helm Dom creep just in your face running at you, because you never want to black hole that stuff.
We'll also get an opportunity to see how capable Hellscream is now on this support Leshrac. Brian, like you were saying, not a particularly frequent pick that we see these days, but Shopify have comfort on it.
Yeah, I think what Fear was saying is none of these heroes, they want to be the ones going on you. Like Bane wants to use his spells like Nightmare and walk into you, Leshrac wants to walk into you, and Enigma wants to be positioned in the back. So I can see how the Lycan really counters that entire concept of the three heroes they see so far. And yeah, they picked the Terrorblade as a lane counter and game counter, but you can also just force responses from the Terrorblade with Metamorph and then back off. I feel like that might be a way that Liquid tries to play this one out.
Yet again, we have a team giving themselves a very, very small margin for error. Let's see if Shopify will be able to convert on that, or if Liquid will be able to take them down as we get into game number 1 with R-Cryptic and Seb.
Yes, indeed. We got ourselves what is going to be, I'm sure, a very exciting series. Now, we're, of course, kicking off the exciting series. A little bit of a pause, but it gives us time to kind of talk about what they were saying here in the draft, right? So, the Lycan, great counter to the Bane. At all stages of the game, the Helm Dom, super annoying, great at scouting with the Wolves. So, the vision it provides, pretty good. The minus armor it provides with the TA, also pretty good. Do you think it's enough, or how are you, like, do you think it will survive the lane, I suppose?
No, 100%. I'm a big Lycan fan. I think the hero is very underutilized. I think it's one of the best heroes right now in the patch. It's been for a while, and I think it really doesn't deserve the respect it deserves. Like, it doesn't get the respect it deserves, honestly.
I see.
Like, all the Lycan spells, I think, are amazing, especially Hal when you think about it. I think this spell is, like, literally broken. There's no other way to put it. Like, if you just look at the numbers, like, and you click Hall and you look at the numbers, like, you get a -4 global armor reduction. At nighttime, like, -4 is a big number. Like, especially, you know, with heroes like Void Spirit or TA, even Willow, like, all the right clicks, the Golem. It pushes all the waves in all the time. Like, these are things that you might not notice until you actually play against Lycan. Like, all the waves are all the time in your face. It's really hard to stop him in the lane. He's universal. I mean, he's not universal anymore, but he has really good stats. The Dom build, you know, is like much easier now, like much more nicer. There's so many things about this hero, really. Like the fact that you have like 4 Ancient Scam, like, you know, the Ancient like on the opposite side of the map, like on the enemy side, so that, because there used to be like an issue with Lycan and the Dom 2 buyers where like you had to go back to your side to get an Ancient.
That's true.
You don't have this anymore, so you can just keep the pressure up while maximizing. So many reasons. I think this hero is deadly in a good game. And I also feel like Shopify did not give it enough respect in this case, because obviously Puck and TB were the following picks, and they don't care as much about the Lycan.
Yeah.
But they don't fix it. Like, this Bane is gonna have, you know, a really hard time. And same goes for the Leshrac, and to a certain extent, same goes for the Enigma.
Yeah.
And I would have liked to see at least one pick maybe that can, like, help the heroes we named, you know, have an easier time. So looking forward to see how much Saberlight can do. As you can see, he's a master tier player on this hero. He played it in non-Lycan patches.
Yeah.
So he can do a lot. He will do a lot.
All right. Well, he's finally gonna head out onto the map, get his wolves summoned to start scouting with these, and both teams in a pretty good spot. I'm always interested to see if there's gonna be any like facets that are, you know, a little unorthodox. I guess the only ones we really see like kind of change a little bit is like Puck's Jostling Rift versus Curveball. Lately, we're seeing a lot more Curveball for the lane. I feel like a lot of people prioritize it because it can give you a little bit of an advantage, but opting for the Jostling Rift.
These are two exceptionally, you know, good and experienced Puck players, like both Yopaj and Nisha, so I'm sure they know these matchups in and out. Virtus.pro Puck is a classic at this point.
Absolutely. If he gets this Nightmare right now on Scam, Mikke is so dead.
Yeah, into the Edict and the potential double Blood Grenade, like he would have died 100%.
So very good dodge there.
I'm quite excited for this series. Obviously, Liquid come in as the heavy favorites. They were able to win a tournament with a stand-in, which is really impressive. They're the TI defending champions, and you know, that time of the season, obviously the two tournaments that are kind of count the most, obviously.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
Everybody's looking at Liquid and kind of the shape they're going to put.
Well, we're going to see the fights break out here instead in the jungle as, well, kind of favoring the side of Liquid so far, but Skem is on this Bane who trades incredibly well. Blood Grenade is out. He's going to hide in the trees here, bide himself as much time as possible, but Insania, unfortunate high ground miss, but it will still be first blood for Skem. Pops the Fairy Fire, waiting till his next Nightmare. Will it cool down? It's up, but there's the Shadow Realm. Boxy will get the kill. A nice trade.
Pretty good trade, honestly. I don't think we could mind this so much. Obviously, the first blood gold is a little bit, you know, annoying, but this Widow getting this solo XP on the kill is going to matter.
A nice movement there from Nisha, going for an early point in the Remnant to kind of force out kind of like an orb for free. He doesn't get to de-push the wave with it or anything.
I've seen this matchup go so many ways by now.
Yeah, it's weird.
It's very player dependent, I think, and very skill based. So looking forward to see how these players are going to match up.
And then our top lane, we talked. Our panel had a lot to say about this. I do kind of agree. Like Tomato's Terrorblade, not really threatened in this lane. He's going to be kind of thriving. You can't really play too much around Nightmare against heroes like Lycan. Anyone who has summons, Beastmasters, Lycan, all these heroes, Enchanters, they just break the sleep immediately.
Yeah.
So Skem has to trade with Boxy.
Yeah, it's typically a lane where it's going to come down to how well Liquid play it. They can decide to really like just dodge the lane as much as they want. They can pull the wave anytime. It's not hard for Dark Willow to do it. With Lycan, you can just do it with the summons.
Yeah.
And it's very safe. I don't think TV Bane is aggressive enough as a lane to really stop them. So, but you know, we could see overextensions. We could see them, you know, trying to get more than they deserve, and then you're gonna see kill threat. But I would look for a pretty stable top lane. Lycan's gonna get what he needs, and so is TB, of course.
Yeah.
I don't think TB can be punished. Basically, like the only one that could get punished is a Lycan.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
It's a really good Puck game though. Like there's the Void Spirit, but the Axe come a little bit later. So if the Puck somehow would get to a pretty hot start, early Witchblade, we could see Yopaj take over the game. But to me, the biggest question is what happens on this bot lane, because TA is like, I would say, considered a counter to Enigma, especially on the lane. But now we've seen the opposite happen. Like they picked Enigma into the TA, which is very unconventional. I play a lot of Enigma myself. Like I've seen this matchup go well for Enigma under certain circumstances, so it does make sense. I see what Davelam is going for, but it's a kind of high risk, high reward kind of pick.
I think maybe because you see this Warlock, right, you're a little bit more okay with the Enigma pick because it's such a passive laner. You obviously have Fatal Bonds like this stuff right here, but as long as you're microing your Eidolons and they're not getting you know, cleaved by the TA, you're probably okay.
Yeah, and he's going Dom on Enigma, which I like a lot. I think it's a build that's like underused. It's going to be particularly good against the Warlock and the TA. It's going to allow the Enigma to just, you know, take over the lane. I mean, what he's trying to do with this build is he's hoping to kick the TA from this lane eventually. And it's not impossible. I mean, Lesh is also a good hero. The threat of the Edict is also going to matter.
Yep, there we go. Nightmare immediately canceled, and then they will go ahead and just TP. Now, you do force Saberlight all the way back to the base. Lycan, not a very quick hero, so this is going to take him a good while to get back to the lane.
Yeah, it's good. I mean, especially considering that he was actually winning the lane. If you look at the CS, like, he's doing great on Lycan. So he got what he needed, though. He has the helm of Iron Will, so it's going to be even harder to force him back. I'm looking forward to see what he skills on level 4. It's going to be nighttime. I think it's pretty common to skill 1 level of Howl. Because it gives you assist on Lycan. When you click Howl, you actually get an assist, so it helps you with your own game by a lot. If somebody's gonna die under the effect of Howl, so...
Yeah. I mean, mid lane seems to just... Like, Yopaj is farming, but Nisha has been keeping him pretty hurt in this lane for a while.
I would call this lane dead even. For now, if you look at the less and the deny, I think both mid laners have about the same experience, which is what matters the most in this matchup. I think whoever hits 6 first can threaten the kill on the other. So right now it's kind of hard to tell who will, you know, get the luxury of getting his ulti first.
It's interesting, like the Void Spirit into Puck, because Puck always tries to abuse like regen in the lane with the innate, and Void Spirit literally can't proc it.
Yeah.
So it's like not something I really considered until I was like watching them kind of fight it out. And it's like Yopaj is getting no value out of his innate in this lane.
The only way he'll get value is like by dodging tower hits or something, but he's not really getting there. Nisha is keeping the lane really pushed in with the maxed resonant pulse, so...
Yeah, that's cool.
But it's always funny to watch mid players playing with and versus heroes they're so familiar with.
Yeah.
Yopaj also really good voice spirit player, so... You know, these guys, this matchup has no secrets for either sides. Yeah, the one thing that can be said, though, is that both heroes are super rune dependent.
Yes, and I was going to say, we're about to see some heroes rotating mid. Level 6 for both of them, though.
At the exact same time, it's quite funny.
So Nisha trying to shove this wave to contest the power rune. It's going to spawn bottom a Nightmare. Actually going to put them in a really rough spot. They will drop the coil. They're going to fort the wave to try and absorb as much of this edict as possible. Boxy with a really nice bramble, and Yopaj is the one who has to bail out of this fight. He's solo. Nisha looking to find a return kill here onto Hellscream, and they get it. Now Skem in trouble. 1 Astral Step available. That should be enough of a slow. And with the Shadow Word, they will wake him up, and Nisha will find himself another kill here in just a moment. That is a huge turn of events. And the Howl, like you said, there it is.
2 assists on the Lycan, that is gold. The Howl matters so much. I mean, -4 armor in these trades, and the attack damage reduction, most importantly, it's 25% level 1. It matters a lot in these trades, especially the early game. Like, it comes down to 1 hit often.
Bottom lane, Mickey in some trouble. Gonna eat a full edict here. Can he survive? Looks like he will.
Yeah, good
Only
patience.
level 2 on the Lesh.
Yeah, very good patience. And I mean, the Enigma hasn't paid off yet as much as they maybe hoped so. But at the same time, you know, Warlock plus TA, that is a really good anti-Enigma lane. So I think this pick is only going to start showing dividends when he hits the Dom timing. If he's not able to pressure after that, then you could start questioning the pick. But I would say he still has like a window he's looking at.
Okay. Keep our eye on that.
Yeah, this Void Spirit is he's looking strong. I mean, he had a really good lane. He now won the rune battle, even though he didn't get it. Like he actually got 2 kills off of it.
Yeah, I mean the net worth just shows the story there.
Yeah, it's a good Void Spirit game. Like he's gonna enjoy bullying these supports. Like I'm thinking about the Howl, the Warlock heal. Warlock heal is really underrated. I think people think a lot about the Golem when they look at Warlock, but early game tempo comes a lot of from the Shadow Word. Like it's a crazy spell when you think about it, because it also works offensively. Like you get damaged.
Exactly.
So for these heroes that are, I would, you know, compare this spell to like Inkswell from Grimstroke. It's the kind of spells that if you have heroes that go in, typically Void Spirit, it feels really good to play with.
Yeah, he's just going to Astral Step stand on you, and you're just taking the, you know, the burn damage from the Shadow Word. Like,
and he's too tanky, you can't turn on him. He's just healing up so fast. It was all the difference in the first coil, so...
Yeah, that's true. He probably dies there without it.
100% dies. So the TB is having a great game. It was foreseeable. It's a really good lane for him. So there is a lot of weight on this TB. But as we said in the draft, you know, Lycan's going to come online, Void Spirit's going to come online, and these Banes and Leshraks, they're going to struggle to find impact. So Timado has a big job to do this game.
Well, there's our first Helm of the Dominator here for Saberlight on the Lycan. So he's going to use this to just continue applying pressure topside. Divine Llama's, his is about 140 gold away. So not like it's very far at all.
Yeah. It's going to be up to Shopify to decide how they want to deal with this. They can decide to fire around the TB. He is a very strong hero right now. He's saving points. The puck has a TP ready. So they could decide to answer the pressure top.
Hellscream kind of hiding off onto the side, but they will walk right into him. And with the Edict, he does a decent amount of damage, but Nisha just needs one more auto attack. Will Astral Step to secure it for himself.
It's too much. Great synergy, honestly, between the Void Spirit and the Lycan. I really like the Howl plus Void Spirit combo. It gives him just the extra damage that he needs in the early game to make sure he can solo kill supports.
It's just not something you like normally think of. Like, right, and like we were talking about, you know, heroes they could have gone with the 24th pick in this draft, and we had some different ideas, but the Void Spirit really is such an early tempo hero without really any items.
Yeah.
With the mostly, like you said, a lot of it helped out by this Howl.
And Lycan really enjoys like heroes that are going to help him open up the tier 1 tower, open up the map for himself. So heroes that like enjoy rotating early are your bread and butter when you play Lycan.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Good rotation by Timado. He tried to obviously like match what happened top and dodge the top play by obviously not dying, but also, you know, gating and taking the tower himself. So that worked. So it's pretty symmetrical what's happening on the map. Both Helm of Dom got their tier 1s, and it's going to open up the map for them.
They're TPing in a lot here. Divine Llama's close by, but he's not going to get in range for the Black Hole. And the question is, can they stop Saberlight at all? The Helm of the Dominator gets picked up. You do have Coil, but
that's not going to be enough.
Yeah.
He's going to outlast it. He has 1 charges. Good decision from Enigma and Park to not waste their ultis there. Like this Lycan would not have died.
Instead, they need to get to the mid lane and start helping out Hellscream as they are just going to dive him to the tier 2 tower. Does get a stomp, pops the Edict, trying his best to survive, but 4 heroes, far too much for him to deal with.
It's going to be a tough game for this Flash, man. He's level 4. He's died 3 times. It's a really tough Flash game, I think, already versus the Void Spirit, versus the TA, the Lycan. These heroes are just going to eat him alive every time they see him. I mean, he's an experienced Lash player. He's actually very good on the hero. I'm really curious to see how he's going to find footing in this game.
Okay, this is a really nice rotation in from Scam. Fiend's Grip into the Black Hole.
Great
and
kill.
Mickey, his first death of the game there.
Good gate usage by Shopify all around. I think they've been playing really well around them. So is he going to commit to the Helm of Dom 2 and Enigma? Doesn't look like it. I think it looks like he's keeping it Helm of 1, of Dom 1, and he's going to go Crimson next. So yeah, trying to help his team deal with the Lycan.
I think because I actually covered a lot of this team in the latest Fissure event, and that was his build a lot of times. It was just the Helm 1 into Crimson Guard or Drums or whatever like early aura he wanted to play for.
Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I kind of like the idea of the Crimson this game.
Yeah, it's very good. Makes a lot of sense, honestly. His Bane and Leshrak are gonna feel very thankful for that. The game is slowing down a little bit. The mid laners are looking for their first items. Obviously, Void Spirit is looking for the Ags. That's
Super
how
early
you punish
Ags.
the puck. Yeah, I mean, these heroes are gonna struggle versus early silences. Literally, all of them rely on casting spells, including TV, until he gets the Manta, and since he wants Dragonlance, it's a little bit far away. And same for the puck. Witchblade is really when the game starts.
Yeah, as for now, he does find an Amplify damage rune on the Void Spirit, so this is a pretty terrifying rune for him to grab this early in the game now, so probably going to try and find somewhere to put this to good use.
Yeah, it looks like they want to fight their jungle.
Yeah, I mean, Saberlight just running his summons here at Hellscream. He just has no chance at surviving this. Nisha just picks up the kill of the Remnant, but this is the benefit of that Lycan we were talking about. He can just handle the support so easily.
Oh, poor Lesh. I don't know how you're gonna play this game. You're not level 6 yet. I feel for this Lesh. Like he can't even farm neutral camps right now. Like he's just probably wondering like, what am I even supposed to do?
Walk around and be a ward, I guess, for now.
Yeah, for now he really doesn't have much to work with, unfortunately. So hopefully they can like, you know, get a good fight. get some levels, get some items so that he can actually, you know, start playing the game. Because right now, no matter what he does, it's very little margin for him.
I actually like that Boxy's going very aggressive on his Dark Willow build, opting for like just first item Blink Dagger, and he's just going to go in the fight and try and just pick off either. I mean, honestly, you can solo kill a Terrorblade if he's alone, but if he finds either of the supports, he's having a good time.
And that's the beauty of Lycan in a good Lycan game, is like it creates so much chaos.
Yeah.
Enemy team needs to reposition. Everybody's kind of running away from the Lycan and its summons, so there's a lot of freedom for your own supports, Lycan supports, that is. Which is why, you know, this this Blink on Dark Willow, I agree, it's gonna look really good. He's gonna have to just, you know, he's just gonna look at the enemy team kind of repositioning, and he can pick how he wants to mess with that.
Helm of the Overlord gonna be done here very soon for Saberlight.
It's an early one. It's a pretty early one. Very good timing on it.
As we're seeing Helm of the Dominator creeps just fight side by side, but they're going to find Divine Llama, and he's very alone. He's got some wolves here to try and slow him up, maybe, but he feels somewhat safe enough.
Yeah, Bane is playing with him, but I don't think they realize there's like a smoke wraparound.
They're just going to drop the Golem. In comes Nisha as well. Divine Llama pump fakes the black hole for a moment there, realizes there's just no team fight coming his way, so he will go ahead, take on down, but Divine Llama actually dying to the Wolf and the Eidolon that came out here. I think he's dead. He just needs one more good auto attack. He makes it into the trees. It's going to be very close. The Shadow Word healing is doing so much work. No way. He actually gets out of here.
Yeah, he's going to live. It was a close one, honestly. Nice convert from the Enigma. Are they going to get the... Lash is just desperately trying to figure out what to do this game.
Dark Willow, very happy to see you walk one-on-one up into the high ground. As they now look for Scam, double Astral Step into the Remnant, and they're just going to deliver another kill over to Mickey. And this is a brand new Deso, so he's immediately stacked some charges up on this.
Yeah, that was smooth by Nisha. And with Lycan plus TA, this if they want to go rush, it's very easy. They might want to wait for, you know, the rock, just to be sure that, you know, no black hole is going to happen. But as soon as they feel like they're strong enough to fight it, like they can take it anytime.
And Aghanim Scepter now delivered for Nisha, so
you've
got everything you need.
Massive timing. Plus Arcane Rune. I mean, this guy literally is the king of the game right now. Like, whatever he wants to do, he will be able to.
All right, and with this, Liquid looking to take the first Roshan. Shopify just doing their best to get the waves pushed back out, but there's absolutely no contest coming from them.
Yeah. So the TB is, you know, cruising.
Yeah.
His game has not been slowed down. He has really good farm, and he's ahead of the game. And honestly, it's a good TB game. Like, he has really good matchups. TB to Lycan is a good matchup. TB to TA is a good matchup. And sure, right now they have, you know, a decent amount of magic damage in the Willow and the Void Spirit. But eventually, as soon as TB starts getting, you know, 2-3 items, it's just not going to be enough to kill him, basically. And at that point, the game is just going to enter like a new phase where they're gonna have to respect the TB, respect the meta, and kind of dance around it. We're not there yet. Liquid is still very much on the lead, but there is still a lot of hope on Shopify's side, and it relies on Timado entirely.
Well, we'll see what he can get done with it. Divine Llama has just constantly been trying to like cut these top waves, keeps these pushed out, but Saberlight just scouting him out with the Wolves. He's got the Helm of the Overlord, so your Dominator creep's just not super valued. There comes the Howl. The wraparound from Nisha. I don't even know how he got there.
Yeah, how is he? What's he doing?
Gonna go ahead and pop the black hole, but instantly canceled by the Golem as Tomato will come in, try to clean up some of these creeps. Leshrac once again going one-on-one here with Boxy. He does not manage to come out ahead. Tomato will find himself a kill, but Divine Llama is still dying on the back end of this fight. Just to the summons. Yopaj comes in, trying to do what he can here, but you do have an Aegis being able to bail out Nisha if he needs it. The Coil committed to instantly pop it.
Yeah, unfortunately. Oh, they do have a Fiend's Grip, actually.
I was going to say, how do you cancel the Fiend's Grip? They actually can't. Warlock's got nothing left in the tank. The Silence is enough as well.
Big fight. Really
that's a
big
great recognition there from Shopify.
Really, I mean, nice TP by Timado. Honestly, really good read. This is honestly like maybe the first opening he's got to enter the fight, and what an entry to the game. Great TP. Yeah, I mean, they get really valuable kills, and again, that was an Aegis. that actually led to more death on the Aegis side than the other. So great move by Shopify.
That was like
Definitely keeps them in the game.
Yeah, it's like a full duration meta fight. Like, you just don't see that very often.
Yeah. And I like what Timaru did when he entered the fight. Like his first decision was to clear the Lycan summons and make sure that his backline stays alive, which is the best thing to do. Like if his Bane, his Enigma, and his Leshrac are able to cast their spells, that is the most help you can get as a Terrorblade instead of trying to get the first kill. So yeah, good TP, good target focus.
Oh my god. Wait a minute. No! Alright, Hellscream got levels.
Redemption, redemption.
He's got some revenge there. Now, can they bring down the Terrorblade? They need to silence him a second time. He gets the Manta right into that Sunder. Tomato fully reset here. The question is, can they get out? Shapeshift coming through here from Saberlight, but can he? I don't know if you can dive this by yourself. He doesn't really have a team behind him. He's looking at Divine Llama. And he's going to get caught here from the Croaker. The stun. Mickey with a blink on forward. And with this, Divine Llama realizes he's dead.
Nice stun. Very nice usage of the neutral creep there by Saberlight. It looked a bit awkward at first, but he knew what he was doing.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant
Funny that Divine Llama is keeping the Sister Shroud. I mean, versus, you know, TA, Void Spirit, Lycan, very understandable. Like, says a lot about how good this item is.
Radiant's bottom tower is
Maybe a little bit too good is where I'm heading, but, but you know.
Yeah, there's been a few scenarios where, you know, that item looks real questionable.
Yeah.
Okay, Boxy. That's Giga Chad play. Just takes the amplified damage right in front of him.
A little bit optimistic, but, you know, asserting dominance on the enemy mid laner, you know, Boxy style. I like it.
All right, smoked up on Shopify here.
Yeah, good awareness by both teams. Obviously, Tormentor is an objective that both teams can claim right now, especially... I mean, actually, both teams are equally good at taking it.
Oh, Mickey just blinks into 3. Nightmare will keep him alive for the moment on Skem, but Hellscream's trying to find the kill. Mickey gets 2. Just so much damage coming in from him, and now the puck in trouble. Boxy blinks and aggressively helps finish the kill. Nisha just going to chase off Tomato, and now Divine Llama has to find an exit, but he's not going to be able to. Surrounded by the side of Shopify.
What a nice teamwork by Liquid. I mean, obviously, Shopify supports got a little bit, you know, a little bit hasty with this one. They got instantly punished.
Yeah.
But I love to see the puck kill the way it happened. Like, they both blink at the same time. Like, both Boxy and Nisha jump the puck at the exact same time, and in the span of 1 silence, they're able to take him from 100 to 0.
Yeah. It's one of those things like you just got your Fiend's Grip off cooldown, and maybe with a Fiend's Grip here, you survive this, but Saberlight's already got a Granite Golem sitting on top of you.
Yeah, look at the buck, how fast he's going to get jumped on.
Yeah.
It's very quick. No time to react whatsoever.
Yeah, that's really nice. And at this point, down 3 heroes, your fight's cooked. So,
honestly, I think it's like a golden rule of Dota, and probably true in almost every case. If your supports are going to be the first ones to get initiated on and die from the very beginning, the fight is almost always lost.
Yeah. Scam tries to make a Nightmare play on a Saberlight, wakes himself up immediately, and now just running away from this wolf.
Lycan versus Bane, in a nutshell. If you wondered why to pick, this is why.
Yeah, this hurts. It's just painful to watch. There's just nothing you can do.
At the end of the day, like, Bane players deserve it, I think.
What about Puck players? They deserve that. Nisha just a solo kill in the mid lane. Black Hole just dropped from Divine Llama in the trees. He had no idea he was there. Okay, I mean, you get a return, I guess, but it's a heavy commitment.
Yeah, it is.
You'll take it.
Yeah, you'll take it. You'll take it. Honestly, at this point, Shopify will take whatever they can, but, you know, no Black Hole. This buck is being shut down by a lot. He's 0, 2, and 1. It's been difficult for Shopify to find any footing in this game. Vado's very deep. He has no Manta.
Can they actually chase this? I mean, you drop the Terrorize.
He's tanky.
Going up
Sunder.
onto the high ground. Yeah, he has Manta up too.
Yeah, Manta's back up now. Okay, he's going to be safe. Hard for them to catch without the Void Spirit. He's really the setup. Lycan already has AC actually. Like this guy, he's really fast.
Gosh,
yeah, he's really fast. So if they lose a fight to this Lycan, the base is going to fall really, really quickly. Between the Deso and the AC, like their push potential is crazy.
Yeah, best case scenario, you find the Enigma, so you have no Crimson Guard either, and you're just...
Yeah, there's a lot of pressure on Shopify, like especially if the skirmish or the team fight is going to happen close to their base. Like they really cannot afford to make a mistake at this point. It might just be the game.
Yep.
If they get to the late game without bleeding too much, then there's a lot of hope, obviously. Like Enigma and then this TB will become a menace eventually, even the puck. But they need to figure out a way to get there.
Yeah, I was going to say support scaling as well. Like, Leshrac is pretty dang strong. Like, we've seen Lesh like scale incredibly well from the support role. But looking at the net worth, I don't know how Warlock is as farmed as he is. I know we got the shard earlier from Tormentor, but he is towering over the supports in this game.
Yeah, he's been killing creep waves. Like, he has 50 CS. Like, the Void Spirit is running around a lot, and probably Warlock has been...
Oh my god.
Wow, that is brilliant.
That was so fast. Tomato stuck here inside the Bramble, forced to pop the Manta and run. Curse Crown will stun him.
It's going to be in trouble here.
They're going to jump into the other side. Puck able to dodge out the Silence 4 now. Saberlight underneath the tower. Taking some damage from the Malefice. Puck going to blink away knowing that they're just scouting for them.
Yeah, they might have not timed the Black Hole, so they're not sure when he comes back. Nice kill from the Puck. Important one, solo XP.
I thought he blinked back to the tower. He actually blinked aggressively and killed the Dark Willow. That's actually sick play.
Yeah, he's hard to catch. Do they have shard on TA? Let me check that. Yeah, the TA does have shard, so that's another thing Puck has to worry about at this point. So much silences.
It did get nerfed, right? So it's not as strong with just the instant activation, but still it is like, if there's a trap set up in your Puck, it's really difficult.
Yeah.
Looking for the tier 2 tower here. Mickey should make quick work of this. Shopify can't really contest. Are they actually just going to go high ground?
They could force it. I mean, it's not easy for Shopify like to actually find an angle on them.
Well, we'll see. Silence here. Puck caught for the moment. They just followed up. He just dies. Half HP kill from Mickey. As Hellscream doing his best to try and maybe scout someone behind, but he gets found by a ward.
Yeah, who's scouting who right now?
Yeah, right?
Okay, he's out. He's like 100 gold away from Blink, which is going to help. He's going to be like a, you know, just basically suicidal gameplay. He's just going to blink in, get the Edict. It all lasts your death, you know, so that's the bright side. He's like, even though he dies, he might deal enough damage to take someone with him, but not a happy Lash.
And here we go as the Crimson Guard try and slow down the tower push here from Mickey, but...
Yeah, and Mickey has the vast enchantment, so even more attack range with the Dragon Lance. Very safe for him to hit these towers.
His full Daedalus is so scary.
Yeah, I can't really get close to him.
Okay, honestly, pretty good movement from Tomato to try and take the top tier 2 during this, rather than coming back and defending, feeling like they're not super confident going high ground.
This is a 10 out of 10 game by Tomato so far. Like, he's 3-0, he's farmed really well. He also entered the game when he needed to, every time he had an opening. He's been doing great, and this is a game that TB can carry. So if you're a Shopify fan, you know, bear with us. All hope on Tomato. It's no Copian.
Honestly, I mean, it wouldn't be the first time we've seen him do it, right? There's a lot of, this is kind of one of Shopify staples, is like they put a lot of effort into Tomato winning the late game.
Yeah. And he's definitely in the game where he can. Blink on Enigma, so that's something to factor in. You know, he could get a clutch black hole, especially if he jumps to
Dude, the supports just cannot survive. I was going to say the supports, but that's actually Divine Law. That's their off lane is just dead instantly. And Hellscream forced to just retreat completely.
It's incredibly hard for all the other heroes, basically, besides the TB and the Puck. And Puck can't even find footing. He just, you know, he barely survives. As for the other heroes, I think they just can't get close enough. This Lycan TA is just too much right now.
Yep, Roshan number 2 swiftly cleaned up here thanks to all their minus armor. There'll be Aegis in the banner now for the side of Liquid, and they have 5 minutes to put this to good use.
Yeah, you know what this means? They're gonna come knocking at your door again, and they're gonna siege with the banner. So Shopify need to figure out how to deal with it. It's either, I mean, there are only 2 options. You either take the fight in the base, or you start cutting waves and try to be a bit, you know, cheeky about it. Like, they have good heroes to do so. They have the Illusions from the Terrorblade. The Puck also one of the best heroes in the game, if not the best hero to cut waves. So they could try to delay that.
Dude, Saberlight's micro with Lycan Wolves is so nuts. He's always on top of finding these heroes. Insania came through the Twin Gate Hellscream there to pick him off, but here comes Nisha once again, and Puck just 2-shot. Now Terrorblade in some trouble. Manta comes out just to remove a silence, but he gets feared away.
Pops the Sunder, but Nisha able to just survive it anyway. 3 dead on Shopify as the trade.
Tipping Insania. Welcome back. Welcome back, Captain. Thank you for the thank you for the space. This TA is just doing too much. I mean, he's just too far ahead right now.
Yeah.
It's a lot of damage.
Even Terrorblades, like armor, is not enough.
Yeah, and that death hurts. Like, he was like 200 gold away from Skadi, so, which obviously is a massive timing when you play TB versus TA. They're gonna have to try to wait for that Skadi to come and try to take a fight.
Divine Llama needs to be careful here. Boxy just waiting nearby with a Cursed Crown.
Also cancels TP.
Yeah.
They're probably gonna try to go for the second racks and maybe even more, knowing that Enigma might not be able to join. Yeah, Mika is pinging the tier 4, so they're gonna try to end the game and make sure Enigma cannot connect.
And it's such a smart play. And now Cursed Crown, yeah, just pinging him. What are you gonna do?
Yeah, he has no idea what's going on. Oh, never mind, he's got it.
Yeah, he's just gonna go for it. Do what damage you can. Eidolon's gonna soak a lot of this, so he's not really under threat of dying, but
Nisha's trying to connect, but I don't think he makes it in time.
yeah. Well,
or does he?
Yeah, I don't mean he might. Hiding in the trees. They actually got a glimpse, maybe? No. Yeah, he did. He sees him just for a second. He's gonna be forced to pop the Crimson Guard, and now Remnant is out. Divine Llama just gonna TP, but Dark Willow not close enough to cancel it.
Okay, never mind. Boxy did not believe. He's like, you're never gonna catch him, man. I'm out of here. You're just Nisha. You're not gonna find him. All right, what are we looking at for Shopify? Where's the hope gonna come from? We have the Skadi on TB. It's finished. The Enigma BKB is quite a while away, so that's not something we're gonna wait for. Bane has a naked gem, support life, plus 5 life. And the Puck is working on his own BKB to try to deal with all the silences that are coming in. He's pretty close, so for the last side with the Aegis, there's gonna be a fight to be had on Shopify. Puck BKB, TB Skadi. Not impossible.
Yeah.
Good angle. They're smoking around.
We've still got so much time left on this Aegis, and with this, another siege to the high ground. Tomato will get discovered there as he kills the courier. Skem trying his hardest to hide in the trees here, does not want to get revealed, and I think they might see him. Skem.
He's fine.
Yeah, I don't know about this one. Tries to nightmare himself over the cliff. Does not quite work. Meanwhile, on the other side towards the river, they do get a solo kill. Hellscream able to take down the Dark Willow.
That's what the Lesh was about. It was all for this moment.
He gets out. Nice dodge, actually, with the blink there. He's safe. Coil. Okay. A Warlock that's alone, but they are so afraid to fight Indonesia.
Yeah, I mean, I feel the pressure on Timado. Like, you really don't want to click meta for nothing, but because that's really your one bullet this game.
Yeah.
So if somehow he clicks meta and they're able to disengage, that's the end of it. Gotta hold it for the right moment. No choking allowed. Can the Vailama set an item to get the BKB? I'm thinking it might not be worth it, because at this point it would only be the Crimson, but this Crimson is so important.
Yeah.
So you're probably just gonna have to fight without it.
You'd have to like get rid of like Wand and Helm Dom for it.
Yeah. Could be enough. It could surprise them if Insania's not like disciplined with the rock.
Double gem on the Void Spirit. That's awesome. I honestly didn't realize that. Apparently they took the Shopify gem.
That's just BM to keep the double gem on
yeah,
yourself.
Right?
It's just
He's like,
BM.
I don't even need all my item slots. What are you going to do? Saberlight actually caught out here.
Okay, big
Tomato.
kill.
A lot of damage.
Meta was clicked, so they really want to fight now. No coil, unfortunately, but it's up in 5 seconds, so they might be in trouble.
Nisha with the Manta. Astral steps away. Hellscream trying his best to chase here on this Leshrac. They know the Aegis going to get consumed here, and Mickey now needs to be careful. Jump in. Dark Willow gets her revenge. And she takes down the Leshrac, but Warlock will not be as lucky. Divine Llama needs to gap close, needs to find a black hole target. Boxy gonna burn here potentially just to the Witchblade, forced to Yules to survive. And with this,
I mean, not bad, not bad. They got, 3 kills. The Lycan kill especially was, worth a lot. They managed to save their last racks, so they're not gonna play versus Megas yet. And Timado is still, still scaling, closing in on the Butterfly. He's very strong, but unfortunately, he's basically everything for Shopify right now, and it's just easy for Liquid to just dance around him. They're obviously aware of what the issue is, and when you only have one issue, and you're such a good team, it becomes really easy to deal with it.
I will say the butterfly is pretty big this game because I don't know if TA queued up the MKB yet. I don't think she did.
No.
So
and she probably won't.
Yeah.
She probably won't because I feel like, you know, I think Liquid is a really smart team, and these teams have concepts such as, you know, better deal well with what you're built to deal with. So TA's job is not to deal with TB. It's a little bit unrealistic, and hopefully they have other tools. So I think the TA is just going to focus on, you know, making sure that these supports are dying in one hit, that Enigma doesn't get a good black hole, and that's already good enough.
All right, well, we'll see. They're smoked up here on Liquid. They're going to immediately pop the shapeshift. Tomato revealed on the high ground here as they start to chase. The question is, do they have the damage? Great Force Staff to dodge out the first Remnant, but he just jumps for more. And now with this Bramble, they've trapped Skem on the Bane, and Tomato so dang low.
Amazing Bramble by Boxy.
Yeah.
Looked very scary for the TB also. He's so close to the bottom, and he really wants to finish it. Well, I mean, we've seen that before. Unfortunately for Hellstream, it's been a tough game for him, and doesn't have much to do with him, but more, you know, with the state of the game and the hero he's playing. It's just hard for him to find impact.
Yep, and this will be Mega Creeps now, Liquid.
All right, meta was clicked. He's just trying to... It's a little bit desperate, trying to save the racks. It's not going to be enough. Now they really want to fight.
Yeah, I mean, you got to do something, right? You just got Mega Creep. Mickey is just going to turn around with the BKB. Tomato. They just can't keep their hands on anybody.
No, it's not enough. Only the Black Hole and the Phoenix Grip is going to lock them, but... I mean, Enigma did finish the BKB, but obviously Insania's just looking at him like that's literally his one job right now. He just needs to make sure that they can't find an impactful Black Hole, and he has one of the best tools in the game to deal with it. And I mean, for the poor Bane, like, you're an Arcane Boots Bane against, you know, 6 slotted cores that are really good against you, so how are you ever gonna find a grip? I think if this guy finds a grip that lasts more than 1 second, he's just a hero at this point. I like the double blood grenade on Bane, like
anything, any
it's
sort of
just
help.
life of a support man, like all the little things, you know, like if I can't Fin Script, I'm just gonna throw a couple grenades on them and my job will be done.
So I'm the classic, I'm helping.
You gotta know at least, you know, he could be worse.
Okay, Tormentor pops. They're gonna use this as a potential opening to go for the Void Spirit, but the Terrorize completely stops this Fiend's Grip. Do they have the damage to finish him off? They do. Enough silence will be able to bring down this first hero. The question is, can you get more? Your puck needs a little bit of help. Boxy's gonna fall.
All right.
Okay, I mean, that's a 2-for-1, and getting Void Spirit, pretty massive.
Yeah, signs of life. I mean, Enigma did not use anything. He still has the Black Hole ready. And, like, you gotta keep in mind, like, if this Warlock gets found, which hasn't happened yet, like, Insania's being really sneaky and really good with his positioning, if he ever dies first, then we're gonna see a Black Hole on the TA or on the Lycan, and this team is gonna kill anything that gets stunned. So there is an angle for Shopify to win fights, but they really need to find the Warlock somehow. And it's gotta be Puck's job. I think Lesh can help also with it.
It is wild that Mickey is level 24.
Yeah. No, I mean, Mickey has been cruising, and, you know, Mickey TA, I think at this point there are heroes that we've seen him play throughout not only this season, but last season also.
It is a staple.
He just never has a bad game on these heroes. Like, it's it always looks really, really good. TA, you know, Nature's Prophet, these are heroes that, I mean, you gotta pick your poison. There are a lot of heroes that you need to ban when you play versus Liquid, and he just keeps getting them, and for good reason.
Yeah, I feel like the TA, Nature's Prophet, those are like the two that you always see for Mickey that they just love to pick early because they can flex it.
Yeah.
And for a while it was the Tiny as well, right? So it's just they have a lot of shareable heroes, and like you said, you kind of pick your poison when you're playing against these guys.
You do. You do. I mean, at this point, Liquid's best bet is actually to wait for Roche. You're playing versus these like very high impact spells, but that you only get once. So if you get an Aegis, all of a sudden it becomes much more tricky for Enigma and TB to decide whether they want to click their meta, whether they want to click the Black Hole, because yeah, you only have one shot at it.
A little bit of pause, but we'll be back into the game shortly. I think, like, looking at Shopify, what kind of items do they need to be able to pull this one back? Because it's not even just teamfight execution. It's like you're down 18K. Like, what can be a game changer?
Honestly, I feel like this TB is at a stage where he can handle almost the entire Liquid lineup. He really can. He just needs help with lockdown. Like he does so much damage. Like, none of these heroes can actually man-fight the TB at this point. Lycan's gonna die, Void Spirit's gonna die, and even TS gonna die really quick. So it's a game of like the other heroes finding the stuns, finding the openings for TB to hit. And for that to happen, ideally it's going to be Black Hole. But for Black Hole to happen, Warlock needs to be dead. So that is the story of the next team fight. If they can find the Warlock and they can kill him, then the TB will win the fight. If they can't, it's going to be very tough. And I mean, this Warlock is hard to find. He's playing with a blink and a glimmer, and there are very few things that are going to force him to, you know, show his face. Because he's a good player. Like, he surely understands the fight condition also. So
yeah,
he's not going to make it easy.
Yeah. As for now, Shopify really need to pray that, you know, Tomato is not getting caught out at any point. Like, he has to be the one doing all this damage, like you said. Now, Puck did get a BKB, which I was, whoa. A little bit of a disconnect there from everyone, but Puck, I mean,
that could be a solution for Shopify.
That is true. That is true. If the entire enemy team has to leave and can't play anymore,
and you are allowed to unpause the game. That could be a way. That could be a way. And even then, it's going to take them a while. Even in that situation, it's not going to be that easy. They need to be disconnected for long enough.
Well, luckily for them, Skem is still in the lobby, so
that's good.
That is a one-player advantage.
Time to shine. Your time. You've been waiting for a while, and you've suffered a lot. It's only justice.
Yeah, Bane has not had the most fun this game.
No, he really hasn't. But to be fair, it is a first pick Bane, so these things happen. When you self-sacrifice and you accept for your hero to be picked that early, it usually comes with consequences. Except when you're Mika's TA, because apparently that cannot get countered.
Yeah, apparently does not matter.
That cannot get countered. He's 10, 1, and 6 on a first pick hero that everybody expects him to play. I mean, it's quite impressive.
Yeah, I can't remember the last time I've seen. I will say Mika lately has just been super consistent.
Yeah.
I like watching them through their last event and the way the team played. Like, the whole team is hitting like their stride for sure. They're in good form, and
I feel like he doesn't get enough praise. Like, this guy has played mid, and he was like very good, very consistent.
Yeah.
Tier 1. This guy has played. He's played offlane, but people haven't seen it much. It was actually he's played offlane for us at OG when I had like eye issues, and he stood in for me, and he was incredibly good on the offlane. People don't know that, and I got so much inspiration from him. Now he's playing carry. He's played carry with Neta, which I'm sure has required some adaptation to his playstyle. Played carry now with Saberlight, like as offlaners, which are completely different styles.
Very different.
You probably take much more space when you play with Saberlight than you used to when you played with the 33. I don't know, honestly. I think Mika is a player that deserves like a lot of praise, both for his like just in-game, you know, talent, but also how smart he is about the game and how well he can adapt to his teammates, basically.
Yeah, I mean, he's always been willing to kind of experiment with hero and item combinations. Like, if he believes in something, he's like, yeah, this is something I think is going to be good this game, he'll do it. Especially on the heroes that he feels the most comfortable on.
And I don't know if that's, I might be mistaken about this, but I think he's taken more responsibility in the draft also this season with Blitz. Yeah, so that's also something new to him, and it's been going really well, so yeah. A very, very talented and skillful individual.
As now we kind of jump back into, I was going to say the action, but this one's more of like a little bit of inaction here. Shopify is a little bit afraid to kind of adventure out onto the map, dealing with the mega creeps that have already been secured.
Did you notice the pickup on Lycan? He actually went for an axe, Aghanim Scepter.
He did, so Wolfbite, okay.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised. I mean, I love this item. I think it's super underrated, but he's playing with a range carry hero. So is he going to still bite the TA, or is he going to bite the Void Spirit?
I would prefer Void Spirit, right? Like, you don't want to get rid of the range that you've built on Templar Assassin.
Yeah, makes sense. And Void Spirit also bought the Revenant's Brooch, so he's kind of itemizing for more damage.
Okay.
And he's going Abyssal next, so that could hint that they've talked about this, and he's the target of choice.
All right, well, with Aegis, Cheese, Refresher, and a 20,000 gold advantage.
Yeah.
Mega creeps to boot. It is time for Liquid to try and end this game. We'll see
how easy that's going to be is there's the wolf bite onto Nisha. He's just going to jump right up onto the high ground, but can they bring down Tomato? It's not even close.
My goodness.
90 seconds without your only farmed hero and into the immediate GG, right? Like there's just absolutely no hope at that point.
Lycan Axe, baby. Plus the Revenant's Brooch on the Lycan, like on the Void Spirit against the TB. Like TB's armor means nothing against this item. So yeah, I mean, they knew. They instantly knew that we now have enough damage to kill him in a second.
It's so funny because they could have done this beforehand, but you're like, you know, guys, in case, let's just go do Roche. You know, why? You know, just in case.
I mean, you like to see Dota things come together. You know, like these teams talk theory a lot, probably, like hero combinations, counters. So you kind of want these things to kind of come to life. I mean, awesome game by Liquid. Very, very
super
convincing.
clean.
Good entry to the tournament. Big statement. Whatever +5 we play with, we'll just win. So yeah, for Shopify, I think the drafts made it a little bit harder than it had to be. They probably had concepts that didn't come to life. Maybe lanes that should have went a little bit better. So I'm sure it doesn't tell the story of what they had prepared, but they definitely ended up in a situation that was just hard to navigate.
Yeah, and there just seemed like not a clear idea of how to salvage the situations that they were in, right? Like with the Enigma lane kind of going as poorly as it did, and then your kind of mid lane also struggling. The moment that Aghanim Scepter comes out, the Puck's game ended. And there's a lot of options that they could have gone in the mid lane, but they specifically are like, we're going to shut down Yopaj, give him no ability to make space, and Liquid just run them over.
He didn't get a game on this Puck, honestly. Like and he's one of the best Puck players. Like he's amazing on this hero, but he couldn't do much this game. Yeah, they definitely have to go back to the drawing board and figure out what they could have done better drafting-wise, because I think it's the main talking point of this map number 1. And Liquid, I felt, you know, they did what they usually do.
Yeah.
So they're gonna show up the same for map 2, up to Shopify to adapt.
All right, well, we'll see what they can do. For now, we're gonna send it back to our panel. Tsunami, take it away.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, as we share the same sentiment that you guys are coming away with. It was fun to see ideas for Shopify Rebellion and how they would convert those ideas, namely things like Lashrak support, which is a comfortable pick for them. They ran it all throughout Fissure Universe, and then giving Yopaj one of his all-time signature heroes like Puck. Problem is that these pieces are not built for success whenever they're up against things like Liquid, which is a Templar Assassin in the first phase, which is always going to be a real uphill challenge, and then dealing with a Lycan as well. It seemed that whatever Shopify Rebellion had in mind was maybe preemptively shut down by what Liquid had drafted.
Yeah, I know the way that Liquid thinks about the game is just facets of their draft where it's like, okay, yeah, TA, maybe you're individually countered by the Edict damage over time and the Enigma and lane, but nothing counters like the way they take objectives on the side of Team Liquid and what TA offers to the game that way. And then when you look at Team Liquid's draft, it's like, okay, Warlock completely removes the Enigma from the game in terms of the team fight. Lycan completely removes the supports in terms of their ability to like hide in the back and position. It just feels like they had their number on all the conceptual aspects of the game rather than like individual hero-to-hero matchups, which I think Shopify was prioritizing with their picks. Here.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely agree. I was just looking back a little bit at this Lashrak, and they've been winning with it, but I was more curious about, like, just because you're winning with it in, like, one region doesn't mean it's going to work for the best teams, but, you know, they've beat some P-Visions in the past with this Lashrak, so
that counts.
It does count, so credit to that, but I think in this particular game, it wasn't so much about the Lesh. Maybe Enigma's a little bit of an awkward pairing with the Lashrak, but I think they did not nail that last pick whatsoever with the bans into the Puck pick. Like I was saying in the green room, I think Void Spirit's the best hero in the game versus Puck mid, and that's only time Void Spirit's good, and they kind of overlooked that, and that's exactly what they needed on Liquid too. They needed that initiating type of hero. Void Spirit fit perfectly, and they needed more of like that Pango Kunkka front lining type of mid laner to protect the Enigma, to protect these heroes like the Bane as well. They didn't have that, and at some point Saberlight can just run whatever he wants. The traps will be on the ground. The game just felt utterly impossible to play the team fights. They just had to just scatter and play every man for themselves, and that's never going to work.
Yeah, because the final phase bans were what, like a Monkey King and a Brewmaster coming out from Shopify Rebellion?
Brewmaster, yeah, that was...
Which I guess maybe they thought that Templar Assassin could have gone mid
Technically.
Maybe Lycan could have gone mid. The Brewmaster ban was
I think the Lycan mid was worth considering
Okay.
because I was considering they might do that because it does match up well against Puck.
That's true.
In terms of the lane itself, not
Sure.
killing the Puck.
Yeah, so then they opt for those two, but Liquid's bans were very much along the idea of what you were suspecting. They took out the Kunkka, and I forgot the other ban that they took out.
Ember.
Ember as well. Yeah, so two heroes that would have dealt well in the situation, and then Void Spirit just presented itself on a silver platter once they saw the Puck.
Yeah, I guess I fully agree in the sense that what Shopify's draft needed was an archetype of a hero that rounds it out, while I feel like they were prioritizing, oh, they have limited disable, it's a good Puck game.
Right.
Like, it's so individually their heroes make sense. It's like Terrorblade's good against the Lycan, Puck's good against the lack of stuns, Enigma's good in lane against the TA, but the cohesion of the entire draft is lacking, and that's something you're just not going to get away with against a team like Team Liquid, because that's how they draft.
Yeah, the individual pieces were there, but the puzzle did not come together. And we can also maybe take a look at some of the specific fights that led to a Team Liquid victory in this game number 1, and maybe some of the vulnerabilities that Shopify showed, such as all the way beginning in the landing phase.
Yeah, the 6-minute rune's always important in the mid lane, and this is something that you think is going to go in favor of Shopify Rebellion, but Insania is going to TP in, and he's going to have a big wand charge, plus the Lotus that Insania uses on him, plus the heal, which allows Nisha not only to survive, but stand his ground in the fight, turning and killing the Leshrac. And these type of pivotal snowball plays where, yeah, maybe Nisha doesn't turn into this like mid-late game beast of becoming almost unkillable if he dies here, right? But because that threshold of becoming difficult to kill is maintained, then he manages to snowball.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. And this kind of like goes to show you a lot of these fights and how they kind of transpired. Like, you're trying to take these team fight engagements if you can, but you're playing against this TA who jumps in, instantly gets rid of the Bane from the fight. Now you have to deal with these illusions. So you pick these two squishy supports. Why are they running in first? Because they don't have that hero that can go in first for them.
Yeah.
Puck doesn't want to go in first. Then that's just not going to be a situation you're ever going to be happy in. And if you lose both your supports instantly in the fight because they're initiating, the fight's like toast. But I suppose you do have to play this a bit more cautiously. Maybe you have to lose one support for this. That way Puck can get a good coil. But ideally, you want that frontline body against this lineup, and it just didn't present itself.
I guess in another world, if they hadn't picked Enigma as their offlaner, then everything else was fine. But then they would have like a Mars or a Bristleback that can go in first and draw that focus from a Templar Assassin.
Yeah, I mean, there is a reason that Enigma is paired primarily with melee fours, not only because in lane it synergizes well, but because also Enigma does not want to be your primary initiator. You want some guy like Spearbreaker, Ricky, Tusk that's going to create some havoc clockwork, for instance, that then draws attention to itself, creates a little bit of chaos, so the positioning of Liquid may falter a bit and sets up the Enigma. But yeah, because they lacked that in the 4 position, talked about the Leshrac synergy being maybe a bit lacking, but then they didn't shore it up in the last pick in the mid. You just see it playing out in those fights. It looks really awkward for them. Mickey just throws himself in there. I really liked the Warlock build from Insania. He just went the Solar Crest plus the Glimmer, just allows Mickey to blink in like that, have the extra magic resistance, extra physical resistance, survives on like 800 HP, and then the fight plays itself from there.
Yeah, because in contrast, there are some Templar Assassins that if they're against Terrorblade, which, like we said, in a vacuum, Terrorblade's a good matchup against Templar Assassin, then she wouldn't feel as confident jumping in.
I mean, in a vacuum, yeah, absolutely. But this game, unfortunately, Terrorblade could not really do anything, and the Lycan pick was beautiful in a lot of ways because like it kind of like opened up like, hey, okay, so you're gonna pick Lycan, you're gonna pick TA, oh, free TB game. It's like almost debate at that point because you already have that Enigma offlane, you have these 2 squishy supports. One of your cores has to be a frontliner, whether it's like some Sven or you do the carry Bristol yourself. It has to be something of that regard, but they didn't do it. And then on the last pick, you're very limited on what you're going to pick there. So I think this Lycan pick in the end was like kind of genius, but at the same time, too many eggs in one basket when it came to Shopify Rebellion's heroes.
Yeah, I know. I feel like if I could just swap out like any one of their heroes after they saw everything, like either swap out the Puck for something else, either swap out the Enigma for something else. Like 80% of the draft was there in any position.
Or swap out the Lesh.
Swap out the Lesh also, yeah.
I gotta be a critic here. Whenever I look at Bulba's draft, I wonder if what would happen to him as a coach if he just spent a year where during the draft he blindfolded the enemy team's draft. because I feel like he's so focused on these lane counters, these like individual
Dota,
game
baby.
counters. I would love for his draft to be the sole focus, just like let's have our 5 heroes have like the objectives taken care of, the team fights kind of play themselves, and just see how it goes. I would love to see how Shopify does if they just, covered half their screen for like a year. Just see how it goes.
Just as an experiment.
Why not?
Well, hopefully they're at least studying all the information that they have available for this game number 2, because when we return, it's going to be Liquid versus Shopify Rebellion to close out the night here on our Stream B.
It's
Welcome back, everyone. It's time for our final game of the night here on Stream B with Shopify Rebellion looking for revenge against Team Liquid. And earlier, at the end of the last series, I lied to you. I said that that was the only 2-0 that we had, Aurora taking on that 2-0. But it turns out that Stream A also had a 2-0. Tundra got a 2-0 against VP. So maybe Group C and D are just more lopsided, which I think does add up with people's early power rankings. They were saying that A and B look to be a little bit more evenly matched. C and D maybe have a little bit more lopsided, but maybe people are accrediting that to being like, Yandex doesn't stand a chance. But they're actually pretty good. And Shopify Rebellion doesn't stand a chance. And hopefully in this game number 2, they prove to me they're pretty good.
I'll be honest with you, like I agree with everything you said, but I also think that that first game demonstrated just a pure outclass.
Sure.
Like I know that Seb and Ricky were talking about the fact that the draft played a huge role in this, but I don't think you end up with that draft discrepancy unless you have that caliber discrepancy, because it's like the entire vision of the game and how it plays out. There's a lot more to like what goes into picking these heroes and seeing it come to fruition than just like the pre-game planning, basically.
Yeah, I mean, I could definitely agree with that. I think things can go very lopsided very quickly in the draft when you're playing against a team that has more information, more knowledge, or just better information than you have on the game. And it kind of feels like that's what happened, because you're drafting into potential counters, you know they're coming, but you see that one aspect of the game where you can capitalize on it, because if they take this, well, it's good versus our lineup, but they won't have a complete lineup, and we know how to like punish that later on as well. And I think that comes down to Shopify as well. Like, you can get blinded oftentimes by past success, like this Leshrac, for example. And I did a little bit of digging on when did they win with Lesh before. 3 other series they won with Lesh, they had an Axe offlane every single game, right? And it's like, maybe that's the reason why this Lesh can work, because you have this offlaner that can really empower it. And this game, they saw Dark Willow and TA, like, this is a great Lesh game, right? Without putting all those small pieces together. And that is the difference between like a top tier team and one that is not quite there.
That's true. Even whenever you are winning, it can be kind of difficult to like actually diagnose what the wins are coming from. It's not just this hero's good, it's the context surrounding it, which is sometimes your heroes, your other 4 heroes, and then the other 5 heroes on the enemy team. And so pinpointing what makes a hero successful, it's not just as simple as we won a bunch with it.
Yeah, I think that's a fantastic point from Fear, and I would like to emphasize that I think all of their issues as a team come from the cohesion of their own heroes. Like, they understand what's good against what's good. We get that. Like, we agree with you, Bulba, that your heroes individually are strong. But just a lot of what teams do, I know, is that they say they pick a 4 position, they'll have a profile of offlaners that have to be matched with it. And so if those aren't available or you don't want to pick those, then you're not going to pick the 4 position. But they'll also plan it where, say it's like Leshrac opener, like a hypothetical first pick Lesh. They'll know, okay, we have these 5 offlaners that we could pick, and so then we'll need to ban these 3 carries because those all offlaners are bad against these carries. Like, that's how deep these drafts go to enable your strategies, and there's so many ways to lose in a draft. And that's like the strategy I think that the tier 1 teams have figured out. Like, I'd say the 6 teams that consistently were placing high going into EWC, these 6 teams are the ones that consistently don't lose the draft.
Yeah, not to themselves or to
to them.
team.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. And maybe one of the reasons why Liquid think that Shopify Rebellion will find success maybe was that Axe, as they banned it out in Phase 1. Very interesting Phase 1 bans. A Timbersaw ban, an Axe ban, and an Abaddon ban out of Liquid. And Shopify Rebellion stick to the tried and true business. Naga Siren Undying, Dawnbreaker, and Batrider taken out. But Liquid do not opt for the Templar Assassin as first pick this time. Instead, they go to another classic of theirs, the Nature's Prophet, and Shopify respond with the Darkseer.
Yeah, Shopify took an interesting approach here, and instead of like banning the NP or the TA, they left both. And they decided to target the supports with like the Naga, the Batrider, and I guess Dawn isn't really support, but he plays kind of like a support from the offlane, and the Undying. So it's going to leave Mickey with his choice of his best heroes, and he chooses to take Nature's Prophet. But yeah, I'm not entirely sure what the Timbersaw ban is for.
Yeah.
But I think the Batten is, if you want to give us Bat, you know, you don't get a Batten in this situation.
We gotta respect the Timbersaw ban. That is a Divide Llama Timbersaw. That man.
True.
That is one of his most played heroes. It also is
Phase 1 though.
It's also pretty annoying for Nature. So maybe
That's true. Yeah.
because you have as the first overall pick, you have the last ban of the first round of bans. Like, it could just be like, okay, we know we're gonna pick Nature's here based on what we saw. Ban Timber.
Maybe it's also like the Was Undying banned yet? Maybe they banned it for...
Undying was already banned.
That was already banned,
Yeah.
right? So
I believe they had seen every other ban. If
I'm going to go down the route probably Respect.
Okay.
What else would it be banned for, you know?
Sure.
It's 2025. Timbersaul's not in the best spot unless you have like last pick or something.
Yeah. Instead, we see a far more popular offlaner, the Darkseer, come out for Divide Llama.
Yeah, and they're banning the 4 positions that synergize with it. I'm thinking of the Spear Breakers, the Rickies, like something else that gets on top of this Nature's Prophet. They already got rid of the Marcies and the Clockworks.
Oh, once upon a time, I would have seen Nyx Assassin in that list, but not anymore.
Tusk is there.
Tusk is in the list.
You might pick Tusk because it's also really good with Nature's. Like, you maybe want to deny pick that one.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely something worth considering because the other options like the Rickies and whatever of these worlds.
There was a bounty hunter earlier in the tournament.
Oh, the CK. Okay. That's more of like a BB team's pocket strat.
You want it to be support already?
That's like 99% support.
You
Because
mean
of
9 class?
Wasn't it BB team that did this first?
BB team was doing it at Dream League as well.
Oh, were they?
Yeah, Save
was doing
I thought
it.
Save did it first.
Oh, was he the first? I don't know. I just remember 9 class doing it. I was like, this is definitely a 9 class type of thing to do.
I mean, I think I've only seen it with Darkseer. Maybe like Enigma offlane, but that's
BB
about
team
it.
even layered it because they swapped it between 4 or 5.
Oh.
So I saw Kataomi also playing it.
As far as I remember, they were the
Pure
team that
plays
started
it
this.
too.
Yeah.
There you go.
Lots of layers.
Yeah, I
Triple
think
threat.
I think this hero's only viable as support now because of the facet that splits his stun into multiple targets. It doesn't always hit 2 targets, but it is nice. The extra oomph of that team fight. He's a hero that, as a support, you think of him like a Sven and Alka, like a melee stunning carry, but what he offers is he has that innate gap close of the Reality Rift, so he can run around the map, high move speed, decent armor.
That's not his innate.
But oh, good, well played, well played. You have to be careful. You have to be careful what words you use nowadays. Because you'd be like, that's an interesting facet of this hero's gameplay, and it's like, no, that's not their facet. Well played, well played.
Yeah. So ET comes out.
Go on.
I'm thinking, yeah, it's like...
Why does it come out? What is this hero doing here?
I mean, the hero has good team fight.
Yeah.
I suppose you can just run down a Darkseer. It's not like your traditional, like, I'm going to kill the Darkseer easily, but maybe that is true. I'm not like an ET expert myself, but I guess it could see a world where you can run them down, but it might be hard against like this stun coming out from CK and Ion Shell. But either way, the hero is very strong, just in general.
I guess I don't know how early you would start leveling up Natural Order, but CK's tank ability in lane is very dependent on how high armor he is.
I guess like when I think about when you have Nature's carry, what's interesting now is what he does offer is sustain as a carry. So you do just want a 5 that runs in and takes the trades. He gets like the armor from the Spirit, effective HP there. I think it's purely as a guy that's meant to serve as a barrier in the laning phase. Offers a little bit of team fight later, as Fear mentioned. But
I mean, we're not pos 5 experts here. I trust Insani on this matchup.
I think it's basically a poor man's Undying knockout.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Sure, yeah.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Or a businessman's because he's got his own briefcase.
That's true. He's got a degree.
Man. Can't prove that.
Shopify Rebellion go back to Yo Podge's puck, although this time there is more frontline, and then they followed up with a Dazzle.
Wouldn't mind some initiator for Saberlight here, like the Primal Beast, the Mars, something that disrupts this Dazzle's ability.
Yeah, I was gonna say you
play
could just jam the Void Spirit.
Oh
again.
yeah, Void Spirit again, of course. Yeah. For some reason in my head, you wanted to pick the lane pairing.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you had enough options, which I think Puck right now, there's not enough options in the game to wait, unless you want to get really cheesy. But I'm not a huge fan of Huskars and stuff. I know Nisha does make it work, but I don't think it was against a Puck. It's better versus the melee guys. And it gives you what you needed, right? They needed that initiator so Dark Willow could set up the spells, so the ET can set up spells.
Disrupt the Dazzle.
Yeah, you can make some disruptions in the back line. Now Mickey can TPN. It kind of like really glues their lineup together.
Yeah, we were seeing these first phase Dazzle bans come out last series, Brian. Have you been seeing Dazzle trending in your games, and if so, what is he doing?
It's definitely bleeding into pubs. It feels like there's more and more, I'd say, or less and less options for disables, and there's a lot of single target kill that guy right now. You see the Bat Riders, the Shadow Shamans, and I think for whatever reason, Dazzle replaced Oracle. I'm not actually sure why.
Oracle and I guess like a Shadow Demon also, like the banished kind of
Yeah, it just feels like the premier support. Seb was talking about the fact that the actual innate on Dazzle, not DPS. The fact that he gets that extra bit of armor every time he heals and he lowers your armor just a little bit, it actually turns his laning phase into, it basically tilts the scale in his favor, which makes it, like a lot of times these safe supports, their biggest issue is that they can't get out of lane. Like Oracle's always been somewhat of a weak laner. Dazzle, it's not that he's a weak laner, but they nerfed his poison touch a lot, so then nobody was playing him as support, but people are just realizing with the heal spam, you can just out-trade, similar to the Nature's Prophet support, the Warlock supports of the world. But then you also offer the save against these single target bursts. But Team Liquid doesn't really have that. Like, they don't have the Shadow Shaman, the Bat Rider.
Yeah.
They don't really rely on killing that one guy. So I don't think it's conceptually an amazing Dazzle game, but I think generically he's just a nice support to enable his team to fight early.
Gotcha.
Yeah, and just the laning is very annoying too. This Poison Touch can push out a lot of offlaners, and that's why we see like some of the better heroes versus Dazzle is going to be like the Zoo, where you just can't commit into them. And they might be thinking about Beastmaster themselves, the only one not removed that can do something similar. I mean, the Lycan would have been, yet again, a great choice.
Yeah, but Brian was also hoping to maybe see a little bit more initiation on the side of Liquid, so I'm on board.
Do they need more?
I think they're good with the Void Spirit now.
Oh, okay.
Like
yeah, I think
I
you said
wanted
that pre-Void Spirit.
Yeah, I wanted this. I wanted that
18th
18th pick to give them. Like that's how Team Liquid picks. They address, okay, there's a backline support. We need somebody that jumps that guy, and they do instantly pick it. I thought it would come from the offlane for some reason, but yeah, the Void Spirit was double dipping.
Beast will also give you more initiation too. I mean,
it will.
There's also like the Dispellers, which, I mean, I'm gonna name a hero that I don't want to name, like the Legion Commanders of the world. Like,
hell yeah, brother.
Yeah, please no.
Against Dazzle, of course.
Yeah, of course. But no, I definitely like more of these heroes that Dazzle just is kind of punished by if he wants to do some Poison Touch trading, which is gonna be mostly the Zoo heroes. So I would expect potentially a Beast or something here. Could be very annoying. But maybe Saberlight's cooking something here.
Meanwhile, Shopify, they take out the Tomato heroes of a Shadow Fiend and a Sven. Those would be very bursty carries.
Yeah, they're flavor of the meta, very stable.
Yeah.
They're strong. Maybe it'll make more sense
once we
when,
see the offline.
Yeah, once Saberlight decides to show us what he wants here. And it'll be a Brewmaster. Okay, I mean, that hero's also similar. I mean, I don't know enough of my offlaners, but you can just run away from him. You have some evasion too. Maybe you can just take the man fight into him.
It's also quite good against the CK, because the Dispel Magic does quite a bit of damage to the Phantasm Illusions.
I mean, if you're support, it's something,
Not as
sure,
well, yeah.
but not as potent
Hey,
as
the Wall
as
of
core.
Replica also, that counts.
Yeah,
Those
very
illusions.
true, yeah. I mean, you can, if you want, dispel the poison later on in the game too,
Yeah.
if you want to get very fancy.
I mean, I think once Shopify Rebellion lays the wall and the coil down, they wanted an offlaner that just allows them to stand in the fray and just
That's
have
a
the
really good
auras. And yeah, I like this Lifestealer pick a lot more than the Terrorblade pick last game. I think it synergizes much better with their lineup. Team Liquid really does lack being able to focus this Lifestealer at any point in the game. That Gore Storm facet we've been seeing with that level 6 Ancient gank might actually be able to kill the Brewmaster. I think that lane, whoever gets 6 first is going to heavily decide the momentum of this game. So I'm going to keep my eye out on the Saberlight versus Tomato lane.
Yeah, I definitely like what we have going here for Shopify Rebellion a lot more this game. Like, you have this Darkseer who's going to build the auras with the puck. You got some vacuum combination. This Lifesteer, if he gets very farmed, is going to be beast in this game. Not much can stop him, especially when he gets to like a BKB later on down the road. So it's looking a lot better for Shopify, I think, in this draft at least. Let's see if they can glue it together with their play.
Yeah, Seb said we were going to get the exact same thing from Team Liquid in Game 2, which this looks like a very similar formula. Tempo carry, team fighting off laner, and you know, make stuff happen on the map mid laner. And Shopify, they've cooked up a different formula here, a different recipe. So I'm excited to see how this run it back happens.
You alluded to us being able to see the CK support earlier in other tournaments. For people who are unfamiliar, what is the hero offering that you find to be especially strong for why pick CK as a support?
It's effectively a point-click roamer, and also in lane, Darkseer enables these 4-position melee guys that don't generally have the damage, but they have the ability to gap close on you naturally. The Tusk Snowballs, the Ricky Blinks, and
Marcy's.
CK. Yep, Marcy. So CK gets enabled by that, and then becomes a point-click stunner just like any other support.
And now I just need to see if Yopaj is going to be able to shore up the shortcomings in that game number 1, because yet again, he's getting the exact same counter pick, which they had to have seen coming because it's the exact same matchup as last time. So Baldo feels confident sending Yopaj into the fires of Nisha's Void Spirit. Let's see if he's going to be able to succeed in this game number 2. So let's get into it. Ricky and Seb, take it away.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I don't know. If I'm Yopaj, I'm definitely not wanting to be tossed into that inferno of last game's kind of matchup, but I do agree that it is a much better draft. There's a lot more options for Shopify here in game number 2. But, yeah, you're going to need your puck to do something.
Tonight, man.
Yeah.
Something with mid laners today. Like, 2 games, like 2
Same
best
heroes.
of 2s. Yeah, 2 best of 2s, same heroes, same matchups. At least this time there's like a little twist where we're going to see Yopaj on the Radiant side on the puck and Nisha
True.
on the Dire side on the Void Spirit. So maybe something will change for the mid lane enthusiasts today. And, you know, Tsunami was asking BSJ, like, what does CK4 bring to the table? And I don't know, my inner speech went like nothing, you know, but I'm just an offlaner, so I'm just a hater. No, CK4 definitely has a lot of potential. I've seen some success. I'm just kidding here. Hoping to see, I mean, Hellscream is definitely, you know, bringing some unconventional picks to this series, or to this best of 2 rather.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, you at least have the facet, which allows you to have, a little bit more value out of your Chaos Bolt.
Definitely.
But we're going to see a big fight here breaking out at the Rune, and we'll see if you can get away. This Elder Titan got a huge Spirit onto 3, and with this, Hellscream will be first blood for Nisha. Not the start you want, as Boxy will continue to chase, using the Pixie Dust to heal up a ton of HP here as well. And yep, 2-0 at the Rune.
Yeah, tough start for Shopify, unfortunately. And these are heroes that also benefit really a lot from their level 2. I'm thinking, you know, Dark Widow, Brewmaster, even ET. Like the early levels are gonna hurt.
I mean, we saw in this last mid lane matchup how good Nisha managed to do. They got 6 at the exact same time, the 2 of them. But now Nisha starting with First Blood Gold. He's got a full stick. And he's working towards his bottle, which he basically already has as well. So he's going to have such an advantage to just start off this lane.
Yeah. I like what both teams are doing, to be honest. I feel like, and I want to mention Shopify because it's easy after game 1 to kind of be a little bit shaken and you know, kind of go away from your comfort. I think they did quite the opposite. They gave Liquid probably their best hero, which of course might look weird, but at the same time, I do think Darcy is one of the best heroes from Davai Lama's pool.
Yep.
And it's a pretty decent matchup against Prophet. Unfortunately, the level 1 situation doesn't help, but hopefully they get to the point where they threaten kills on him with the ZK and the Darcy. So, you know, Yopaj back on the puck. Again, he's an exceptionally good puck player. I like what Shopify did this game. I think they're sticking to their comfort. They're not getting, you know, phased by what happened in game 1. Hopefully they will put up a better fight.
Yep, Insania getting his patented Elder Titan, one of the few people that really still play this hero like fairly often. Yep. And I am curious to see how this is going to affect the lane here, which Dalai Lama going to lose his courier. That's actually kind of painful, but did manage to get the items delivery in time.
It's a good answer to ET. I like it. I think it made a lot of sense. The boss 5 got heavily targeted in the banning phase, like Naga got taken out, Undying got taken out. So the pool was quite reduced, but ET is definitely, I mean, you see it here. It's a hero that's gonna bully the double melee. Like, they can only fight him when they get the level 3 on Darcyr, and even then, it might be tricky, especially as ET is ahead in experience. It synergizes really well with Void Spirit, which is like almost exclusively magical damage nowadays.
Just get the Spirit on them.
Yeah, you get the Spirit, and now all of a sudden Void Spirit is just like a different beast, which, you know, he didn't even have that in game 1, and we saw how much he was able to do. So the combo is going to be very scary to deal with for Shopify.
Yeah, it's actually a really interesting point because, like, game 1, you're looking at it as you have the Howl as the enabler. In this game, it's the Deconstruction Aura from your Earth Spirit, right, as a way of enabling him, giving him the ability to find some early picks without having to invest like into specific items, like having to get like a Witchblade to have more damage before, you know, going to your Aghanim Scepter.
And it matters a lot because Void Spirit is typically, I think, like when you see Void Spirit shines, like the strong sides of the hero is that obviously he's incredibly mobile. He's a really good setup. He's strong early game. He can be strong late game, but he always lacks this last 10% of damage. It's really hard for him to secure the kills by himself until he gets really big. So enabling him with the additional kind of buff to his damage, whether it is over the years we've seen different combos. Like we've had Grimstroke Void Spirit run together with Inkswell. Now we've seen the ET Void Spirit. That's a very famous one. The last game we had the Hall from the Lycan. So I really like what Liquid is doing with how they're choosing their heroes. It just makes a lot of sense as a whole, always.
Now this game, very similar to last game, Tomato had a great lane. He had a great game, good performance. It all came kind of crashing to an end at the very end of the game when they just jump on him and 3-shot the Terrorblade. But you can't take away from the fact that he played really well up until the game closed, and he's on another really good matchup in this game. He has a good lane. He has good scaling into the enemy cores. So how are you feeling about kind of the Lifestealer pick? I mean,
it's a really good Lifestealer game. He can do a lot on it. But, they drafted for that. It's an ultimate last pick. I think, everybody else on his team kind of made space for him to use during the draft. By that I mean that, the Darkseer and the CK, they were visible and exposed pretty early, thus which resulted in an ET pick for Liquid, which is great against their lane. The Puck was also shown blind, which resulted in the Void Spirit, so he's tanking not the best matchup. And same can be said about the Dazzle that's now playing versus Brewmaster, which is one of the best counters to Dazzle in the game, because he just clicks split and he's gonna find you no matter what you try, no matter how hard you try to hide. There's no hiding from that. So all of that is happening for Timado to play Nyx, and he's playing Nyx in a really good lane in a really good game. So lots of pressure, but he's no stranger to that, and he's performed really well in the past under pressure. So that's the approach that Shopify is taking for this game as well.
All right, we jump back into this game number 2. I'm going to try and keep my eyes on some of the CS differences here in mid and see how much this first blood's going to matter, because Nisha's already up 15-4 and had a whole creep wave, or almost a full creep wave of extra creeps here. So last game,
even harder.
Yeah, last game it was a little bit more even, but it's really starting to struggle.
Yeah, no, he's definitely putting Yopaj under a lot of pressure here. It's it might get rough really quickly, because by the looks of it, he's also gonna hit 6 before him, which can result into something quite quite deadly for the Puck.
I like the ominous laugh there. You're like,
I mean, I just see this rune contest, and I've seen this story before, and you gotta think from Shopify's point of view. First game was this Void Spirit hunting down the support all over the map, and this could easily take the same direction. Dazzle and CK are helpless versus Void Spirit.
It's actually such an interesting early sentry blocks on the Radiant side camps, right? A little bit of fighting here in the bottom lane, but nothing too much. But these sentries, they expect the Darkseer to eventually just back off and just be Ion Shell clearing these camps, right?
Wow, they blocked all the camps. Yeah. So I just realized. Yeah, that is.
Everything is blocked. All 4 camps.
Dude, Insania, chill, man. That is some hate.
And this is what always happens. I've seen a lot of, like you said, it's one of Devilama's better heroes.
Yeah.
He plays this a lot, and they know the moment the lane starts getting rough, you can back off, clear these camps super easy. And Hellscream can just stand in a camp and kill it with Ion Shell, but 100%. Now you just can't.
And to be fair, the lane is supposed to get rough eventually. So he's gonna have to fall back. This is a perfect read from Liquid. The fallback is going to happen.
Yeah, he's gonna be forced to surge. Blood Grenade won't kill him, but has to make the long walk back to base. Hellscream also not super healthy. Does have a salve, but
top lane is rough, man.
Yeah,
it's rough, and it's gonna be nighttime. It's gonna be gate time, which often the first nighttime usually rhymes with gate time, and this ET is level 3. He's gonna be super happy to gate because he knows that this Darkseer is kind of, he's done with the laning phase, and his camps are blocked. So Insania has all the freedom to start looking at the safe lane and try to slow down the Nyx.
Yeah, just tries the double stack there, doesn't get him. They did manage to unblock the triangle, though, which is pretty big. He got both of the wards with the single sentry, so pretty value.
Yeah, I think the triangle is to be expected.
Yeah.
But this is one of the first time I've seen somebody run all the way to the back camps.
Yeah, right? Block the other 2 on the side.
Come on, man.
All Skem with the tree plant? What? All right.
Nice one.
Wait. Did he actually eat the tree? He had to, right? Okay.
I think he had to, like right before he died. It's like, I'll take this with me.
Yeah. Bottom lane, Saberlight, able to just walk away. This is one of the other things that's actually interesting into the Dazzle matchup. The evasion on Wind Panda while brewed up, there's a good chance you don't get to keep Poison Touch going.
Yeah, no, 100%. It's now this lane is not gonna deal with the brew. I mean, they can shut him down, they can slow him down, but killing him is very unrealistic. And I'm watching at the mid, like, they're going for the rune. Nisha's going alone there. It's a little bit scary, but no coil yet, because Nisha destroyed the lane.
There's no way he double Astral Steps for that, right?
No,
I don't think he does.
Maybe too risky, because if Puck happens to hit 6, like he's 1 versus 3, it's like, you know, you gotta know your limits. But it is impressive to see that how with like a little bit of a, you know, a little bit of help, how much of a difference it can make.
Yeah. Trying his best to dodge out the inevitable gank here from Mickey, just TPing in.
Oh man, it's looking rough. These lanes are looking rough. It's already 2k gold lead for Liquid. This Darkseer has his camps blocked, but he doesn't even know yet. So, you know, more pain to come. I mean, they're looking at the brew. They're trying to. This is like the only playable lane for them right now. But you know, how playable is it?
Who's gonna get Radiance first, the Lifestealer or the Brewmaster, right? Like they're both gonna just rush Radiance. So.
Yeah. It should be the Lifestealer. I hope it will be for the sake of the competitiveness of the of this game.
For the sake of having a game.
Yeah. No, it should be the Lifestealer. It should be the Lifestealer.
I agree. I tease.
No, they have good tools that they're gonna use, but they really need the Darkseer to, you know, get a game. And right now it's not looking like it.
They're not even going to get the other unblock on the second camp, are they?
Yeah, I don't think he realizes it's blocked yet. Like, he's not even at 2k net worth, which is like really unfeminine. Like, yeah, for Darkseer, this is like absurdly low.
That's not a good sign for your game. Your Puck finally dying in the mid lane. He did get level 6. He dropped the coil for this, but Wrath of Nature just slapping him from the top side. Like, that is... You have so much global gank potential with that ability. And
it's too much damage. And I mean, there's a reason for why. I don't know the win rate on the Mickey Prophet, but I don't think I've ever seen him lose. Like, or I didn't catch the game where he lost with it. Every time he plays his hero, it looks like Liquid is winning, whether they're in great shape or struggling in the tournament. So it is very scary to give him Prophets.
They're going to maybe look to go for Mickey here top side. Blood Grenade into the Ion Shells. They do have the stun to come through. Insania can't connect on the stomp, but...
Yeah, 13-1
he
charges.
seems completely unbothered.
No, I mean, he knows his limits. Like, he's really far ahead. He has raindrops, 13-1 charges, and this Darkseer is no threat. Primal splits.
Yeah, Primal Split out. Tomato needs to find an infest target and fast, but really make it in time. Nice Cyclone. Okay, they're just biding out as much time as they can. A nice pushback from the Void Panda. Okay.
Too close to comfort.
That was way closer than I thought it was going to be.
Yeah, maybe he didn't flinch. He's a message here, Nakes. All good. Normal Nakes life, you know. Nothing crazy there. Nisha is just like, he's already, you know, pushing the tempo here. Already playing on the enemy side. He's level 8. He's having a great game, controlling the runes. He's not getting the best runes, luckily for Shopify. But,
that's true.
Yeah, applying a lot of pressure already.
Top side, Divine Llama desperately trying to grab Insania. He's got to be very careful to dodge this Wrath of Nature, but maybe it okay, there it is, finally coming through. A little bit of a delay, but honestly, the Wall of Replica Illusion gets him a double kill.
Everybody's dying.
Okay, there's 6 heroes dead.
Two fights at the same time.
Is Puck gonna come down here or no? Does he maybe doesn't feel like he needs to?
Yeah, no. He has a TP, he's thinking about it, but I think he's enjoying the recovery time right now.
Yeah, desperately needs it in the mid lane.
I mean, the winner of this is definitely Timado. Like, he's allowed to stay on the bottom lane. The split has been used, so probably he's gonna feel safer for that. And another dive.
Wow, this time going for Scam. Nisha not leaving. Mickey coming in now as well. Yopaj is here. Nice stun. But they're not going to chase for any more. They know they don't have the damage, even with the coil and Hellscream. They're just going to give him up.
Yeah, they're going to have to give this tower away. Like, there's like just too much commitment from Liquid, and it's just hard to stop these heroes. I mean, that is the strength of Nature Prophet. It's from the carry position, it's probably the highest base carry you can play with.
Yeah.
He's just happy to connect. He's maxing Sprout. He has like so much spell damage at this point in the game, so...
Oh no. He gets the amplified damage here on Nisha, and now Yopaj has to run for the hills. Insania trying to chase after him.
Nice
Does get
dodge.
the orb to the low ground. Very nice. Drops the coil as well, knowing he needs to expend everything to try and survive, but they've got another stop. He still manages to die.
Oh my god, there's so much damage. Like, they're playing this so well, and they're putting the ET Spirit to so much use. Like, it looks like not much, but honestly, all these spells, like the Void Spirit, the Dark Willow...
All amped.
They're all amped. And they're already strong by themselves.
Yeah, almost like 360 damage Wrath of Nature, thanks to the...
It's crazy. It's crazy.
Tomato, bottom lane. They're going to TP on in. He does have the Rage, but I don't know if he's getting away from this one. He's doing his absolute best. No one TPing in to try and help him with a move speed for a life stealer.
XD. All right.
It's funny because you look at his face and he just, it's stone cold. He is just no emotion.
Okay, the XD, I mean, you gotta, you know, use what you get, I guess. Yeah, I don't know how much Liquid's gonna get phased by the XD because I'm pretty sure they're happy with what's going on in this game, but, you know, you gotta take everyone you can.
To be fair, like, this is, Tomato's a very PMA, very honest, like, very fun guy.
Yeah.
He's just having a good time.
Yeah.
Mickey, top side, getting punished, trying to TP in, but can they finish the kill before he TP's out? He dies just at the last second.
So close.
Thanks to that wall. Hellscream, now level 6, will use that to dodge out some damage here from the Dark Willow, but they will still be able to finish the chase.
All right, I mean, they forced a lot of TP stops, so not only did they kill the Prophet, but they also, like, dragged the attention away from the puck and from the Nakes. So Shopify really happy with that sequence.
That's when you type XD, right?
That is what, I mean,
that
now
would
the
have been
XD
the XD
makes
moment.
even more sense. He might have just knew what was going to happen.
He was 2 steps ahead of him.
Nice. What about the Radiant challenge? How is it looking? It's actually rather close, but Nyx is leading. Nyx is definitely leading.
Insania trying to get away from the Croaker, who's got his name written on this stun, but he's not going to get in range. Nisha managed to stop it, and another massive Wrath of Nature.
So much damage.
He'll have another surge, tries to survive. Nisha
1
just
second
needs
to step.
one more. Oh, he gets caught from the creep. All right, that's a Liquid fan if I've ever seen.
Just some balance. You know, the creeps are like, we've been helping this guy for a while now. You know, it's only justice that we, you know, gave him a taste of his own medicine.
Yeah. Oh, so, okay, so I got to ask you, because this Helm of the Dominator Darkseer build is something I believe Whisper started pioneering in the offlane. He was going like Helm of the Dominator into lanes where he didn't feel like he could appear in the lane. He was using the creep with the Ion Shell to cut to farm. And then he was going stuff like Blink Dagger and Orchid.
Yeah.
And he was playing it as like a pick-off kind of ganking hero as opposed to the auras. So I'm not really sure where he's going with it yet, but...
You could pivot into anything. I don't think the Helm of the Dom necessarily, you know, implies that you have to go for Orchid or anything like that. It must have been game situational, but it definitely is a very cool item to think about when you play Darkseer. Like, it's a good, you know, it's a good alternative, I guess, to the more classic mech or Vanguard.
Yeah.
I like it a lot. You can stack for yourself. You can cop creep waves, as you mentioned. You can also pressure a lot if the game allows it.
Yeah.
This is not one of these, but offers a lot of versatility, I guess, to what you want to do.
The creeps really are Liquid fans. Just Centaur's Dying Wish just stunned the whole group of them.
Honestly, like I do want to mention that I think Darkseer has been applying a decent amount of pressure, despite the big. Is he gonna live it down? No. But you know, split wasted.
Okay, top side though, getting aggressive as well, as they will go ahead and find a kill onto one support. Coil's gonna snap. They have the silence to follow it up, but you need a lot more damage for this. And it's just not quite there. Boxy coming through as well, looking for a Bramble into a Terrorize. It's gonna catch both! Oh no! Divine Llama on a sliver of HP. He's gonna make it out. Can Yopaj do it as well? Actually, Mickey instead TP's in aggressively, finishes the job on the Darkseer. So you get out on Yopaj, but that's coil down, that's wall down. You don't get anything for this.
No, you don't. Amazing cancel by Boxy. What a what a mind game. I actually got the puck kind of scared on the first time, canceled the fear, and then applied it again. So almost killed the puck, but definitely created enough chaos to just crush the team fight.
Dude, I just looked at the net worth graph. It's like I've been watching so much other stuff, and I just look up and...
He has Mjolnir.
Yeah.
14-minute Mjolnir.
I was like, Mickey's got like 2,500 gold on the next closest enemy.
Oh my god.
That is insane.
No, that is too much. That is too much.
This is why they just... Like you said, it's arguably their best hero.
Yeah, and this is when, and you know, the scary part is that this is when it skyrockets. You know, this is when he's gonna accelerate.
He hasn't even hit the ramping part, right?
No,
like this is what they're like.
This is when it starts. So if you're worried, Just wait a little bit.
Yeah. Meke's got to be super happy with the way his game's going. And once again, we're seeing Nisha quite far ahead of the puck in the mid lane.
Yeah.
He's having a good time. The Aghanim Scepter, it's got to be close, right? For
He's like more than 2 pieces. Like he's like 2.5 pieces.
Okay, so
away. So it's gonna get there in time.
gold, something like that. Okay.
But he's yeah. I mean, he's gonna be a menace this game again. The Dazzle is gonna suffer. Even the Darkseer, honestly, because Darkseer is not going for an item build where he can protect himself from silences.
Okay, I'm really excited to see, as our observer pointed out, he did rush the Aghanim Shard on Void Spirit.
Okay, that's what delayed the Aghanim Scepter. Interesting.
We're going to see them make a nice play. A huge Wrath of Nature doing a lot of work there. Divine Llama's going to be fine thanks to the Shallow Grave. Boxy should burn here. This will be finished off by the Dazzle. So
good kill. Very good kill. I mean, Shopify need everything they can get right now. Like, the Nyx is going to enter the game soon also with the Radiance. Infest is going to be very helpful in these fights.
I'll be honest.
Are they going to commit on this?
I was going to say, I think they can, right? They have the coil, they have the damage, they managed to take down Insania, and that's a big part of your team fight. Divine Llama just going to surge his creep in with the Ion Shell, try to burn down some of these illusions, but Mike just turns it into some more gold instead.
Is that a wasted split?
Yeah,
it kind
split down.
of is. So double win, you know, like good sequences all around.
Hellscream's dead now.
All right.
Nice find from Boxy.
Yeah. It's kind of been the story of the series so far. I mean, a lot of death on Hellscream, a lot of space, because it's not just random death. I think he's like, you know, sacrificing himself for the team, and rightly so. You know, the salvation is not going to come from the CK, definitely not. So he just knows, you know, his plays, try to get trades as much as he can, because the laning phase was really rough. So, you know, just good support job all around. And, you know, luckily with CK, I feel like he's going to be able to impact the game throughout the mid and the late game, even if the early game is a little bit rough. Whereas in the last game as Lash, there was not going to be any hope. This time around, it's going to be much different.
I completely agree. A lot of camps stacked, of course, from the side of Liquid, as we'd expect with a hero like Elder Titan.
So the Prophet is ahead, and he needs to stay ahead, because this is a lineup that could punish him.
Yeah,
like Darkseer, you know, Prophet does not enjoy the Run lineup. Like Nyx, Darkseer, these are heroes that are going to enjoy being on top of him, no matter how fat he is.
They're going to go for a Sprout play here. Divine Llama maybe trying to bait Mike out a little bit, but that's a little too much baiting, maybe.
A little too much baiting.
A little too much baiting.
Mike knows his limits, and you have to think about the magic damage output. I'm really curious about the Void Spirit shard. Like, why was it picked up that early?
It's a really good farming tool, I will say. Like, the new shard is pretty interesting in the fact that it can just, you can just throw it on a creep camp and it kills it, the whole camp, and then you just walk away from it.
Wow, okay, that's probably it then.
So I've seen people start to do it a little bit more, and I was kind of, I wasn't 100% sure if we would see it as like a, you know, literally first item before his Aghanim Scepter, but maybe experimenting, right?
Yeah,
feel like he had the lead, he could try it and see how it goes.
It's not looking too bad. I mean, the Axe is going to come very soon. I mean, he died now, so that's going to delay it. But if it wasn't for that, he would have had it by now, which is an, you know, entirely acceptable timing.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
All right, Helm of the Overlord done here for Divine Llama, so big power spike for him. He'll be able to, you know, maybe accomplish a little bit more with these summons in the fights.
Yeah. I think they're, you know, like the way Liquid lineup works is like whoever kind of show their face just gets like kind of, you know, killed right away. So the scouting is going to be helpful from the Helm of Dawn through.
Skem, top wave, gets found out. Nice remnant there from Nisha, preventing any healing coming through at the end as well.
Does it also went for the shard, like first item?
Yeah, they're going to try and gank this, though. They're bringing the whole team. They have the leash as well to follow it up, and they've got him. Boxy now going to try and TP on out. Vacuum to cancel, absolutely. Big Terrorize dodged out here from Yopaj and Divine Llama. That's a double kill right before Tormentor as well. If they can hold that side of the map, maybe not too bad. Infest into the mid lane. Gorestorm as well. Going to try and get aggressive here, but with Saberlight maybe not feeling too bold.
He has Rage. They're trying to get to Mickey. Can they catch him? Yeah, Mickey's in trouble.
Insania as well in trouble. The question is, can Yopaj hold him here any longer? They need to find him. No, he's just going to TP out, realizing that there's too much heat in this mid lane.
Yeah, they did not agree with target focus. Probably different calls.
Yeah.
Like some calling for ET, some for Profit. Unfortunately, nobody dies, but it's very good sequence for Shopify. I think this game is looking much more competitive than the first one. even if the laning phase was rougher, so very hopeful for what they can bring to the next sequences.
Those were, yeah, that's a huge turn in momentum for them. They've got good vision up here on the top side of the map as well for Tormentor, and I mean, there is one ward from Liquid that's going to see, obviously, anything that they're doing, and Liquid is heading over here immediately. If there's going to be a fight for Tormentor, they're not going to give it for free. Like,
No.
they've got Brew Split.
Yeah. No, you fight this, 100%.
Yeah.
You surely fight this. They're all kind of converging towards the Tormentor. I mean, both teams really enjoy that Tormentor.
Some really good shards for the
Yeah.
supports in this game.
Yeah, for sure. And it might even go to a core on Shopify side, giving the Dazzle bot his own, so we could see like an earlier shard on the Darcy, the Puckward Nakes.
We're seeing Liquid in a similar scenario too.
It's gonna be a big fight coming for the Tormentor.
Yeah, smoke's gonna pop there. Instant Shadow Realm here to buy some space, and Skem's gonna pop the ult right away as Boxy's gonna get stunned up onto the backside. Lifestealer is there to try and buy himself some time, but can Dazzle keep himself alive? He needs a grave. Will he get it? It's not gonna be in time. You've lost both supports, Tomato. It's up to you, man. You've got to do some damage, but there's just no help.
What a
3
stomp.
dead.
Yeah, what a stomp by Insania.
Yeah.
A massive stomp. I mean, the Brewmaster versus Dazzle, that's just really hard to stop for Dazzle. It's just such a good counter to the hero. So the Dazzle's just in trouble, and then somehow the ET got a double stomp on both the Puck and the CK, which set up for the Widow Fear.
Yeah.
And I mean, at that point, you're just dead. So we didn't see Coil. Darcy had no business entering the fight. It was just over before he even connected. So amazing execution from Liquid. Left zero hope for Shopify.
And this is one of the most... Oh, well, let's take a look at the replay really quick. Yeah, because I actually missed the stomp initially. I saw it on Hellscream, it was up here, but I did not see it catch the puck, which is... Oh, he blinked into it, into the silence. Wow, okay, yeah. That is rough.
Into full dead, yeah.
He didn't get to cast a single spell.
No. Zero hope for the fight. Insania, you know, trying to make sure that... trying to save his spot on the team.
Yeah, right? That's crazy. Yeah, that is... I mean, that's incredibly unfortunate for Shopify, but super heads-up play there from Insania.
Great spellcasting and positioning by him.
And with that, they are now up 10,000 gold. They brought it back down to 4 prior to the Tormentor. Like, it was very close. Like, the momentum swinging back to a little bit closer to even, but...
I mean, that is the strength of Prophet also. Like, it's a hero that, you know, in a split of a second, he's in and out of the fight, back to farming, pushing waves. So every time you get something with poor Prophet, he will just accelerate the goals.
Super dead. There's that damage amp we were talking about. Lifestealer's just going to do a quick drive-by here with the Gore Storm, trying to get on top of Stania, see if he has the damage, but that just doesn't have it by himself. Has to TP home.
That was perfectly timed.
The TP?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got scared for a second, but this guy didn't flinch. He knows what he's doing. Absolutely. Like literally last frame when he completed it. So CK, what did he go for? He went drums. He's trying to solo kill on the ET. A little bit optimistic. Gonna pay for it.
Yeah, with Boxy here, the Yules into the Curse Crown. Now the Bedlam damage. You can't survive this.
No.
I was going to say the shard for Boxy here, it's not something you like to buy early because there's so many other really good items, but now you just have the Curse Crown shard for free, and it's so difficult to maneuver in the fights now.
It's a great one. It's a great one, but as you said, you know, it's like more of a, what are you not spending the gold on?
Yeah.
But if it's going to be given to you, then, you know, you're going to take it. I mean, it's looking good. It's looking really good for Liquid, and this Prophet is getting out of control, man. He's 18,000 gold net worth.
Oh, that Earth Splitter's going to do some damage. He gets the Rage off. He doesn't have an Invest option.
Yeah. This one hurts.
Liquid just show up in force.
No XD this time around.
Yeah. I mean, he could. Right? He could still type the XD. No one's stopping you.
He has a lot of time to do so. 40 seconds, actually.
We're going to see them go for the Novel Projection here. He's got the Shallow Grave. He knows he's in trouble. Going to try and do his best to heal himself through this, but the side of Liquid not really going to let him escape. One more clap there from Saberlight to secure the kill.
Killing Dazzle is so deceptive. It's so hard to actually do the math of like,
is he going to die?
Is he going to die? How much is he going to heal? What's going on? Grave again? How many? It's, you know, you feel the power of this hero, even in situations like these. How much confusion he can create.
It's like the new Oracle, right? You're just like, I have no idea if that False Promise is going to full heal him or if he's going to die.
I'm just going to keep hitting him and hope for the best.
All right, they're setting up for a gank here for Mickey. They need to get something.
Just BKB though. It's
Yeah.
pretty hard. It's really hard.
And how do you initiate, right? Like,
you don't even have anything.
It's like you don't think he's gonna see the coil coming from downtown, or?
Yeah, and even then, he's just gonna stand his ground.
Yeah.
He's just gonna stand his ground. It's really tricky right now, and they're gonna buff the Prophet even further. I mean, Insania's buying Vlads.
Such a smart idea.
Yeah, it's really good because this Prophet has a plan. I mean, he's gonna get coil, he's gonna get hit by the Nakes, he's just gonna stand there with Mjolnir, Vlads, BKB, eventually TP out last second to TP back in. Like, that is the plan.
I mean, pretty much the standard Lifestealer build. You know, Radiance, Armlet, SNY.
Yeah.
There's not much variance for this hero in the current patch.
I would say he could have chosen to go for the Dispel, but he decides not to, so that is like the interesting part to me. But, you know, he has Dazzle to help him, he has Dartier, he has lots of ways to, you know, get help from his team.
Yeah, and he can still build into one eventually, right? Like, he could go to BKB. I've even seen some people, like, go back for, like, late-game Dispersers.
Yeah.
Not as much on Lifestealer, but it is, like, another offensive, you know, utility and Dispel.
Yeah, for sure. They're on the hunt trying to find the bug.
And it seems they have very much found him. He does get out for a second. A nice vacuum onto the team, and Puck with the coil. Yopaj does manage to get out, but Nisha is hasted, trying to chase after him here, and Yopaj not looking good for him. Hellscream on the backside of the fight. They get an Infest here as well, trying to chase down Insania.
What's our dead?
Gorestorm gets him. Okay, hold up. Shopify, can you get out of this fight though? Mickey, he's popped the BKB. Never mind, Puck. Deleted. As now Skem trying to get away here. The tail end of this split. As Mickey TPs aggressively to try and find the kill. And now it's just Tomato, Dvailama, Skem actually healing a ton.
What a reaction by Nisha. He didn't give Yopaj like any chance. Like the second he saw him, he just killed him right away.
Yeah. I mean, I will say, I'm still impressed with how Shopify played the fight.
No, it was really good. Amazing vacuum wall by Dvailama. That's what set up everything. Ended up, you know, putting Insania and Boxy in a really tough situation. And again, I mean, these supports, ET, Willow, like, if they are allowed to cast their spells the way they want to, they're going to carry the fight. And we've seen that in this game.
Yeah.
If you get on top of them, it's the ideal scenario.
Another Amplify Damage rune for Nisha on his Void Spirit. Very happy for him to find that.
I feel like he's played with every single rune in both
games, right?
Yeah.
Like, oh, there. That's a pretty good one. Good indication.
Yeah, you got.
It's a lot of runes.
You got to stop that one way or another.
Yeah.
Especially versus Nisha.
So as of now, Yopaj still can do a lot of damage with the puck, right? Like an early Parasma is, you can't really underestimate the damage that this item does, especially if you're one of the supports. It does just kind of chew right through you. And they're building a lot more like enabling items. Like they don't have a lot of survivability built for themselves.
I would like to see them play on Infest Bomb a little bit more.
Yeah.
I think it can be quite deadly. Like if they can catch the supports or maybe force the Prophet to BKB TP out, something like that, could be quite helpful. It's gonna also allow for the Dazzle and the Dartier to position themselves maybe a little bit better, have a little bit more space to decide how they want to take the fight. I think they have tools that they haven't gotten to use yet because they're always on the defensive. Liquid is playing overly aggressive.
Yeah.
There are ways for Shopify to fight that is just gonna show more promises.
Yeah, and we're gonna see Tomato's about to hit level 18, which will be a nice little bump for him.
It's a big timing. He's going for the BKB next, so that's gonna help also tremendously.
Now, next Roshan is up.
We're gonna have the shot on the CK, it's not there yet. Okay, they're gonna go to Roshan now, so they're gonna have to make a decision. Do you fight this or do you let it go? Mickey is bleeding items and he happened to bleed like a Scali now.
Well, shows up to take a Watcher, instantly dies to Nisha. So, I mean, they're scouting it, they know what's going on here.
He could buy back if they want to fight the Roche Pit.
I mean, it's all on your vacuum initiation. Yopaj is going to go in, look for an opening. They do get the wall down. It's going to create a pretty strong illusion here, and they need to deal with this. As Tomato, he's inside the pit. Mickey starting to fall pretty low. The Earth Splitter, it's inside the trees. It's going to be picked up for the moment, but Mickey is still pretty damn strong, and they've lost 4 heroes. Tomato immediately stunned up here from the Remnant. I mean, you got Roche, but at what cost?
Yeah, no. It's way too costly. It's way too costly. I mean, they tunnel vision the Prophet, but you know, at the end of the day, you gotta work with what you have, and it looks like they're gonna get even the 5th one. No survivors.
Yeah, he's stuck inside 5 brambles where there's nowhere to escape here on Hellscream. He has to stand his ground, and Mickey will claim, I want to say, the first Rampage of the event.
Who could have guessed? You know, Rampage, Miki, and Nature's Prophet, like...
It was written.
Who could have guessed? But I mean, the fight started really well for Shopify. They got on top of the Prophet, they vacuumed him back, like, after the Pike. It looked like the Nyx was going to kill him, but the Void Spirit and the Willow, they're doing so much to the backline. With the help of the ET Spirit,
yeah,
it's just too much damage. Everybody's just dead.
I mean, you called it. You said he's just going to stand his ground and fight you.
Yeah, and I mean, worst case, he can even buy back, TP back in the fight. Like, there are tools that he has.
Yeah.
So it's just hard at this point to find solutions. You're just too far behind.
Yeah, there's your Vlads now, even adding insult to injury. He's going to TP. Divine Lava's like, yeah, I'm just going to vacuum you, I guess. But that's kind of a funny little thing. But I don't think Mickey minds too much. He's going to go pick up his MKB from the side shop as he just gets richer and richer.
Dude, every time I click him again, he has another item.
I didn't even realize he had Eye of Scotty, bro.
I mean, the good news is that it's got to stop, right? He's at 6, and theoretically, he's just not allowed to get another one. So that's good for Shopify.
Yeah, this fight, it looks so good. Like Mickey's falling so low. This Earth Splitter, though, did so much work.
The Bruce Split on the side, you have the Willow and the Voice Spirit killing the Puck. Like, by the time Timaru's like, hey guys, I got the Aegis, guys, nobody's here anymore, everybody's dead, so, you know, just time it around.
Yeah, I feel like it's only a matter of time before we see them make the play for the high ground as we head back to live. Vacuum to cancel Boxy's TP. Tomato gonna do some, oh my gosh. The damage just absolutely deletes this puck. They get a shallow grade to try and buy some space here for Scam.
It's just too much.
that was ridiculous. They're gonna keep going, looking for Divine Llama on the high ground. Nisha cannot be stopped, man. That's the GG. They know it. It's just way too far behind. This game exploded out of control.
No, I mean, this is like... I mean, Liquid is coming in really strong in this tournament. Like, the drafts have been really good in both games. They're very confident with the picks. I mean, to be fair, they're getting what they like. So this is definitely their comfort zone. They are getting every single hero that, you know, you think of when you think Team Liquid. Make a Prophet. I mean, he's played Templar Assassin, he's played Prophet. These are probably the two heroes he's had the most success on. Nisha is set up for success in like favorable matchups in both games. As we talked about, he's very enabled with the lineup. Yeah, and I mean, you give them these heroes, you give them these lineups, and this is what happens.
They're so hard to draft against. Like, it really is. Like, I will say the one thing I've really enjoyed with Liquid's games through their last tournament and then through this one is like, they're always winning the draft.
Yeah.
Like, every single draft they're winning, and then on top of it, they're playing just super clean. Like every movement, every opportunity that they have, they capitalize on.
This is a very strong showing by Liquid. I mean, it's early in the tournament. This is the first, you know, best of 2 they play. We're still in the group stage, but Shopify is not a weak team. Shopify is a very strong team. They did really well in the last tournament. They took games from, you know, all the favorites.
Yeah.
But this was a statement.
Yeah.
Not good enough for Liquid today, at least.
Yeah, I don't know who is going to be the team that is going to be good enough to deal with Liquid, right? These few days are going to go by very quickly, and someone's going to have to step up if they want to take a victory or try to take a chip off their shoulder, because they look pretty much unstoppable right now.
Yeah, they really do, and they have a lot of cards up their sleeves.
I'm sure, right?
Yeah, and we've seen some. I'm sure there's some that they haven't shown yet. So yeah, we'll have to see. We'll have to see, but they seem to come in big shape and with an objective, you know. They're here with they're on a mission here.
Yeah, well, let's take a moment to hear about the mission that they're on. So let's send it over to Tsunami, who's going to have an interview with Insania.
Well, so far it is a mission of a victory, as they did indeed get the 2-0, and I get the opportunity to speak to Insania, who I want to really know how you're doing, man, because it's been on and off with you these past few weeks.
Yeah, I mean, I was at a wedding on the other side of the world, and I got sick immediately, and then I got better. And then when I came home, I thought like, okay, I'm ready for PGL Wallachia. Felt great for 1 day, and then immediately got sick again. And then eventually it ended up with me flying back to Sweden, going to the hospital, being bedbound for like about a week. So it's been a bit like tough Dota-wise, and not the most amount of practice, but happy to get the 2-0.
Yeah, this itinerary has been very, very rigorous for you, because many of your teammates have also been taking the occasional event to recuperate after such an intense schedule. And so yours was going from Sweden to Hawaii to back to Sweden to Romania to back to Sweden to, did you boot camp before this event?
No, I wasn't able to. So the boys boot camp with Toby, and Toby was like a fantastic stand-in. So the nice thing has been that I've been able to watch Toby and look at all the good stuff he does and be inspired by that. So very thankful to him, because and he's also here helping me out, like coaching me personally, which is quite nice. Have someone like catch you up when you have been away from the game a bit. So yeah, huge thanks to Toby for standing in. He's been great.
I may think that some people may think that you're being tongue-in-cheek, but I saw Toby standing here, and Blitz has been repeatedly emphasizing how valuable Toby's insight has been. And so for you on such a short basis, like, did you have any familiarity with his style and how it would mesh with these guys? Because I know the recruiting a stand-in process for Liquid is usually like, the vibes on this guy are great. I think he'll be fun to play with.
I think when we were making plans and I knew I was going to Hawaii, and they needed someone to play 5 for them during Wallachia, like the group stage, Toby was one of the people I recommended. So, I mean, he's always been super high rank in pubs, and I think usually if you're quite high rank for such a long time, you're doing some stuff right, and there's a lot of stuff that you can learn from someone like that.
Well, for what it's worth, then, if any teams out there are looking for a mainstay in the future, then they can consider him. For right now, he's doing a good job being your 4th coach or so. And so far, it seems like he's getting you up to speed, because this was a fantastic 2-0. And so best of luck moving forward in the rest of the group stage, and feel better, my man. Thank you very much, and we'll send it back to the panel.
Yeah, we're going to see some clips here after that convincing 2-0 from Team Liquid against Shopify Rebellion. These early aggression dives that came out with it from them, already up 2K at 9 minutes in, 9-3 kill score. And it feels like they did have the tools to bring down Nisha. As you see here, the puck that matchup does go both ways, but this is one of the few times it really felt like Shopify had their number, otherwise Liquid all the way.
Yeah, definitely. I think the one piece of the puzzle that they were never able to solve is Mickey on the Nature's Prophet, but it feels like no team can solve that one, which is what makes this team so good. They got so many threats to deal with. I feel like the CK Darkseer lane, it did okay, but I don't know. Like, if you see the net worth looking like this, there's definitely some major outlying problems here. I did like the Lifesteer. I felt like it would have a lot of promise in this game, but unfortunately, like, you're just getting too farmed on Mickey. When he plays this Nature's Prophet, he looks way too comfortable.
Yeah, there were a few unfortunate puck blinks as well into these ET stomps, and the problem with the puck in this particular game is it does get bursted down from one stun gauge. They don't have a lot of reliable lockdown on the side of Team Liquid, but when you get that sleep off, you've got the Ether Remnant into the Terrorize, which they executed consistently. And Nature's Prophet, what was cool about this lane top from Team Liquid was that they not only won the lane, but then they also blocked all the camps like the casters were talking about. So they kind of gave Divai Lama no entry into this game, as he ended up going a very unique build, the Helm of the Overlord 2 into the 4-staff. It felt like that team fight aura presence was severely lacking. We see these long drawn-out fights, the sustain you normally see from the Greaves, from the Pipe, which normally might give you the edge against a hero like Brewmaster who's got the Radiance. Just, you definitely, it's hard to pinpoint exactly how much it changed, but you definitely notice the lack of it.
Yeah, most definitely. This is like the end of the game here, but I really think like this entire game became very difficult to play just off the back of the heroes you're playing against. I thought Dazzle was kind of like the diamond in the rough here, even though it did lose. I can see why teams are respecting it so much. It looks incredibly strong as far as like how much heal it's outputting. The defensive capabilities of giving extra armor is nice, but you are playing versus ET, you're playing versus Willow, you're playing versus an Alchemist farmed levels Nature's Prophet. They just didn't have enough damage this game to really take down heroes. Yeah, I mean, we are here. Hello, Tsunami.
Hello.
Are you there?
Oh, yeah, here I am. And they're playing against Team Liquid, another force to be reckoned with, and they do manage to get the 2-0 against Shopify Rebellion. This one may be a little bit more one-sided than the Yandex versus Aurora series that we saw earlier. This one seemed like a bit more of an outclass.
Yeah, it didn't look like at any point, honestly, that Shopify Rebellion had a chance to win those games. I hate that. That may sound pretty brutal, but from literally start to finish, laning stage all the way, like Nisha, clinical. Yeah, I know Void Spirit's favorite against Puck, in lane, but he absolutely destroyed Yopaj, especially considering the fact that Shopify even tried to get Yopaj back in the game, especially in game 1 at those rune fights, but Liquid was also ready to shut that down. So I think every opening that could have potentially happened, that maybe a team not of Team Liquid's caliber would have given them, Shopify would have been able to capitalize on, but not this time around.
Should have picked Storm Spear.
Maybe next
First
time.
pick.
First pick. And there's no shame in it because, for what it's worth, it's a 16-team tournament, and Liquid is a top 3 team this entire year, so the deck was stacked against them for this one. But unfortunately, it does mean that they are starting off our group stage with a 0-2 for Shopify Rebellion, and that wraps up our Stream B matches. So let me take you through the results for the day. We had a bunch of 1-1 splits. Group A is all 1-1s, which means that Na'Vi, Talon, Spirit, and Extreme Gaming are all tied right now. Same thing happened in Group B. BB Team, Execration, Gaming Gladiators, and Team Falcons all in the mix right now. 1-1s across the board. Group C, we saw it happen earlier with Aurora getting a 2-0 against Team Yandex, and Tundra managed to get themselves a 2-0 against Virtus.pro. So Group C has a little bit of stratification happening in that group. And meanwhile, in Group D, Stream A is still currently in the progress of covering P-Vision versus Heroic, but we saw Team Liquid get their 2-0 against Shopify Rebellion. And that's all the results for our first day of groups. Thrilling stuff.
Yeah, I mean, this group stage, a lot of these teams, like very often, we've been seeing a lot of Swiss format this year, but historically, especially at EWC, there's been an opportunity to come back after a rough day 1. Like I remember last year, Falcons was was 1-3 or 0-4 after the first day of the group stage, and then managed to soar back and get like an upper bracket locked in. But that's not going to happen here because you are going to the playoffs based on whether or not you go first in your group. So it's like Shopify Rebellion, you're probably not getting first place in the group just after day 1. That's pretty brutal, but you're effectively going to make it to the playoffs no matter what. If you, you're going to get a chance to make it to the playoffs no matter where you place in the group.
Yeah, you're still in contention. And if you heard all those results and you were like, that just sounds like a bunch of numbers to me, well, maybe you can take a look at our SNB match of the day to really dial it in and figure out which of the VODs was worth tuning into. We thought that Talon versus Na'Vi would be one worth tuning into. Granted, we chose this before the day even started, but it turned out to deliver. It was a 1-1 split between Talon and Na'Vi. Lucky us.
Yeah, the first game was quite a cool comeback from Na'Vi. Talon basically gave them one small opening. Na'Vi was down by 5-7K, and they ended up going for the aggressive Roche play around 20 minutes in, and forced a really cool fight, and then ended up going their way, tilted the balance back in their favor. One of the few games where we saw a comeback happen, and right now with these heavy snowballing lineups that take objectives very fast, that doesn't seem to be happening very much on day 1.
Yeah, and I think those are the 2 teams that have like the most promise going into the tournament that weren't already high ranked, right? And they're delivering. They both look really good. We'll see how far they can continue.
And if you're curious about how all of the teams stack up at this tournament, we did a little power ranking amongst the talent to figure out who's going to be placing where based off of our expectations with the Aramco power ranking. We, on average, selected the top tier to be BB Team, Liquid, Tundra, P-Vision, and Spirit, although one of these, Fear, you did not have in your S tier.
I didn't have a lot of those in my S tier.
Well, that is true, but
what do you mean?
The one that we had discussed earlier that you were like, I don't think that they will be S tier.
P-Vision.
That's correct.
Yeah, of course. I was going to say, I don't have P-Vision, Tundra, or BB Team in my S tier.
Sure, yeah.
So I think, of course, they're a top team. I just didn't want my S tier to be filled with Eastern European teams because that's a bit lame. We know the region's strong. I'm not going to just put 3 Eastern European teams there. I also think, Tundra, a little bit shaky. Liquid, you never know what you're going to get. I do, however, think Gaiman is on the come up, but they're not even listed
here. They're Ninja. They're assumed to be S tier because they won last year.
S tier. Yeah. And yeah, based off of this most recent result, Shopify Rebellion going up against Team Liquid, as much as it does pain me to say it, it does feel like Shopify is accurately placed because they're in a tier with 2 Eastern European, an Eastern European team, a Meswa team, and a South American team that we have high highs from and low lows
from.
I
mean, let's just be honest. Like, NA, SA, they're not doing hot this year.
Yeah.
They really have not done hot the entirety of the year, and not really changing so far. Hopefully it will in the future, but expectations quite low.
Yeah, I feel like the A tier is just kind of filled with teams that have potential. Like, these teams could crack top 5, maybe. I don't think any of these teams are likely to win the tournament, but I wouldn't be surprised if any of them make, like, that PSG LGD Quest PSG Quest
PSG
run
Quest,
that they
yeah.
did last year.
Yeah, and if anyone thought that, well, maybe Execration shouldn't be in that slot, I'll have you know, Execration tied against Falcons today. So any team in that tier could be a killer. But that's it for our power rankings. And that's it for our day number 1 coverage here on Stream B. But if you want to know what's happening on tomorrow on both the streams, I'll keep you posted. So, Stream A, which I should know the URL for that, but it's another URL. They are going to be covering Team Spirit versus Talon to start the day off. After that, they will be looking at BB Team versus Falcons as their second series, followed by Tundra versus Aurora, and their last series is going to be P-Vision versus Liquid. For us here on the B stream, the best stream, that's why we call it the B stream, we're going to take on Extreme Gaming versus Na'Vi to start things off. After that, it's going to be Gaming Gladiators versus Execration, followed by VP against Team Yandex, and we will close out our night with an NASA showdown, Heroic versus Shopify Rebellion.
I'm looking forward to that Execration GG.
That's what I'm saying.
Matchup.
The reason why I said maybe you wouldn't be expecting Execration there is because I did not expect Execration in A tier, and so to see them get a game off of Falcons, I was like, yo.
But to be fair, I saw that first game and I was like, well, Execration and A tier. That was a really well played game by them. Snaking, like at the end of the interview, said also they didn't feel like they played very well. But I also believe that they stomped them. It wasn't like a sloppy comeback. It was start to finish ownage.
I will say that there was a little bit of C vibe in that game too. Like they played so well in game 1, but I also feel they played very poorly in game 2.
No, we don't talk about that. I already forgot about that one.
That has been the most famous thing about that region is they can always take one game off of someone, but taking 2 games is the real challenge for them. Maybe they will be able to make that happen tomorrow, but that's it for us today. Hope you've been enjoying the stream. We're just getting started here with Dota 2 at the Esports World Cup 2025, so tune in for the next 2 weeks for more of the action. But that's it for us. We'll see you later.